Chapter 1: The Unfathomable Charm. Have it traversed dimensions? By Flakeside, Lin Mogas down in Tuthawater, lost in contemplation. Through Heshimering reflection, he discerned a figure clad in Nasaraline robe, talent lithe. Despite he appearing somewhat disheveled, an extraordinary emanated from him. In terms sophomore appearance, the sense of familiarity was palpable. Yet, at this moment, none of the shelled significance for Linimo. If his memory is from the past, ears are not deceiving him. Has certain did not resemble that. So, where am I, and how did the interfere? Linma lifted his gaze, surveying surroundings. Towering trees and jagged rocks filled his vision. Just ashbendred his next course of action, a sudden jolt of pain struck his mind, overwhelming him with an influx of unfamiliar memories, forcing him to draw a sharp breath. Lingzhou, the Dian dynasty, Tianqiong Mountain. War beasts, spirit tamers. Beastmasters, the offspring of officials. His mother had passed away in his early years, while his father, a formidable beastmaster, served under themed general off northern front. Thessa memory is surged forth, leaving Lin Modo processed him for over minutes. His suspicion was confirmed. He had indeed traversed to a realm known as Lingzhou. In this world, there exists at Waprimera systems warrior system and beastmaster system. Every living being possessed the potential to evolve as spiritually whether flora, fauna, or weaponry, once said he awakened their spirit, the transcended the mundane, gain informative abilities and wisdom. The beastmaster ways a cultivation system, thought complementeth the spirits. Individuals with the potential to become beast masters typically manifested arium known as cave off heaven before Theas off 20. Once war beasts enter at this realm, their growth accelerate exponentially, along with numerous indescribable benefits. Beast taming, warriors, this is shard lima fort. Lin Molament, devoid of any concern. He expressed this sentiment because had little line tiersten the cultivation of beasts rather, Hue Zanaviden Duja science fiction and machinery. In his previous life, Hue's are now player of a globally popular Macagami, consistent Lyran king among the top 50, amassing countless fins. His success in the game weighs attributed top main factors. First, his striking gap here in second, his commendable character. His good looks garnered a mallegion of female admirers. His admirable character ensured the Tweather and lottery of swordcrafting. He enjoyed an astonishing success rate. What? You inquire about he extend to Flynn Moss character. To summarize, he was known in the gaming community as the man had never spent money, playing the game the coast office lifespan. Before his traversal, Lin Mo believed, this Dobamir Lunas remark. But how did Dean Japine this primordial forest? After a brief moment of nostalgia for respost, Lin more summed sifting through to memory as flooding his mind, quickly grasping his predicament. A month ago, a beastide Europe today the border, and his father made a grey, miscalculation on the battlefield, openly defying orders, resulting in significant losses fourth day in army. Following the conclusion of the battle, he was summarily executed by the general. Upon the report reaching the capital, the emperor was enraged. Such aggravated offense were the punishment of 9 clans, and Lin Moslafungan Thebalance. However, just before his demise, Lin Mo successfully opened the cave off heaven, becoming her serve beastmaster, the savouring death and being sent to the beastmaster prison. Although beastmaster swear rare, chosen from among the finest of humanity, in the vast and unimaginable in soft iron, they were not considered a scarce species. In the beastmaster prison, there were many like Clinimo, bearing thuatof their postons. Mustormerlies wap 2 pinthechias or had committed minor offences, imprisoned within the dungeon. Should the become beastmasters, they would be registered with the prison and with completing missions to atone for our crimes. However, those who faithful to become beastmasters would remain in the prison, serving thesperates, grooming them, and performing the most menial and degrading tasks until their strength was sutter legs housed. Dos thisme and I am finished? Lin Malawer read a shed, and as the memory continued to floodden, his previous liker free edme anordamed. The mountain where found himself was on oft heapy accent Tianqiong mountain range. This mountain zervidast he's whereth beast master prison nurtureds. Thof referred to us nurturing, it meant that the prison sexperts released captured spirits into the Tianqiong mountains, allowing them to fend for themselves. Periodically, the prison's experts would return to eliminate or capture over the powerful spirits, ensuring that they remained under the prison's control. Lin Mondados another condemned reserve beast master Swano Tianxiong mountain half a month prior. They hate on month. One a month to seek out spirits willing to forge a contracts with them. The ability to successfully acquire their first spirits would be a pivotal turning point in their destinies. In aids per bid for survival, Linma's predecessor had traversed Thinamara speaks off Tianxiong mountain in a mere half-month, despite his exhaustion. Yet, Tano avail. Perhaps Thesperit stas did not lign with humanity hishan samixtiri or failed to endrim to them. Instead, his inferior cave off heaven led Thesperits to steer clear of him. In just alpha month, had been rejected of 100 times. While it had previous soul wallowed in despair, something struck him on the back of the head, causing Lin Moda awaken in this new existence. Suka tragic fate. It seems a truly a metatis advantage. Based on the memory is flooding his mind, Lin Modem Ted to Pinnis gave off heaven. As for what had knocked him out, the Tianxiong mountain swore him to various spirits, some wolf which harbored hostility toward shamans. Lin Moriason that given his striking appearance, envy from the spirits was a natural occurrence. Soon, Adam, grayish space materialized before him. This was Lin Mo's cave off heaven, devoid of fanula mental attributes or distinguishing features. Only Amona Tanus expands off gray. According to the previous soul's memories, the caves off heaven for beast masters were categorized into 4 levels: mortal, spirit, celestial, and divine, each further divided into 3 ranks. Given the numerous rejections she had faced, Lin Mo suspected his cave off heaven was likely a low-grade mortal level. Thevry bottom of the barrel? Suddenly, Lin Mo felt as though his life familiarities, cave off heaven utterly bleak. Thebrethi Hodges drawn escaped him in an instant, and he collapsed bethelic he sighed. Le title be over the earnest was overwhelming. Wait, what is this? Lin mastered blankly at Heskey, suddenly noticing something new before him, prompting him to rub his eyes for clarity. Name Lin Imo human. Occupation selected. Secondary occupation unopened. Physical ability 8. Strength 7. Agility 4. Mentality 9. Charm max. Initial free attribute points 5. Initial skill points 5. Skills none. Occupation skill tree opens upon selecting an occupation. Items none. If I perceive a thigh's attribute is weak, then I can only say or recollect. Agaming painel formica battles? Indeed. Lin Mo performed aquacrolan sprang to his feet. Alongside a his traversal, he had not on lyre tain dislukes but thys extraordinary character as well. Chapter 2 The Downfall of Character. Mecha battles were ethimist popular ski and fiction gamey and Blue Star, and Lin Maozono fits most renowned players. Countless sleepless nights shadranted Hyman understanding Goftigameth at Tevin surpassed that of certain and mainstream actresses from distantisel. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lin Ma succumbed to an uncontrollable joy. Just moments ago, had been a pitiable individual, devoid of any spirit willing to approach him. Barring unforeseen circumstances, one set hemeth limit arrived, he will be taken away the beast master prison, destined to serve a myriad of inscrutable spirits, enduring an existence sacanto a mythical savinthlavelbelsing, until his final breath. However, now thinks he meant to have taken Attern for Thebater. Striving to calm himself, Lin Moopin the occupation panel, revealing 4 options before his eyes. A. Mechanic. Genetic warrior. Esperd. Martial artist. These was the fierce choice Severinu Comer faced in the mecha battles, establishing the primary direction of Thirgaming journey from the outset. Having encountered this span in his previous life, Lin Mormon had large alliance phased, merely contemplating the 4 professions before him. After all, mecha battles were reset gained staff futuristic science fiction backdrop, and the options leaned towards modernity, each initial profession possessing jit sound merits and drawbacks. The genetic quarry or utilized biotechnology and gene-enhancing drugs to augment their physical prowess. This profession was characterized by rapid early gamma progression with sufficient investment in powerful genoserums, one coup devon experience the thrill of instantanea slide fetting foes in their listages. However, it suffered from a lack of potentient helator stages, rendering it less impactful. This has led to stark polarization between the early and latestage soft Jin warriors. In the initial phase, countless weak professions kneel before the Jin warriors, calling them father and pleading for guidance, while in the later stages, the challenging dungeon sun ceremoniously cast aside the Jin warriors. Unless a Jin warrior can acquire the Jiness of interstellar behemoths, it is nearly impossible to escape a theft of being overwhelmed in Hiladagam. As for the psychic sand martial artists, one can easily glean here characteristics just from their names. Psychics dread the path of telekinesis combined with attributes, embodying Gable and Doff science and mysticism. Those with low telekinetic values measure via supportive elis, bestowing potent buffs upon their teammates, while those with high telekinetic prowess can adopt an extremely offensive approach, making them highly adaptable and, consequently, more favored than Jin Warai or scintillator stages. The third profession is the martial artist, the most beloved class in mecha battles. As for the Rasando a cultivator, need to explain this doi ao 3u Horleon technology, doi? Jin Warai or Serenitan option, Lin Mo decisively abandoned the choice of Jin Warai without a second thought. Setting aside the fact that this class becomes weak in later stages, the existence of Jin potion pose a significant hurdle, especially in Lingzhou, a set tangential distinct from Thigami. Regarding martial artists and psychics, Lin Mao is not particularly familiar with them, and both classes exhibit relatively weak combat capabilities in Thirligami, making it difficult to ensure in a safe time and are dominated by spiritomers. The situation has become clear. Lin Musgaze swept over the three professions behind him before he turned the Satintion to the fierce choice of the mechanic. This was also the profession Lin Mo had chosen in his previous life. The mechanic's greatest advantage, compared to their classes, lies in its superior attributes throughout early, mid, and late stages. Moreover, depending on how players allocate their skill points, there are multiple development paths available in the later game, which players have summarized in three main categories. The first path focuses on small mechanic legends, relying on substantial investments to manufacture numerous mechanical units and direct lie, as Simban and Tyraflate. When encountering Minorinimius in dungeons, there is often a need for others to intervene, as the mechanical legion can easily overwhelm foes with sheer numbers, making it a highly favored Liamengother classes. Then there is the gunner path, which emphasizes weapon crafting and physical prowess. This route primarily involves creating power-fuel weapon Rito Armanizolf, allowing it to transform into a humanoid weapon with a formidable firepower during dungeon raids. The final path, which Lin Mo had chosen in his previous life, is the Warmecha route. This specialization does not boast the quantity of a mechanic legion nor the extreme firepower of Agoner, but instead revolves around 2 or 3 robots, continuously upgrading and enhancing them to forge a terrifying war machine. In his past life, Lin Mo had dominated the gamma piloting gamica. Regardless of which of the aforementioned paths and ikuses, the all share Akara characteristic a significant investment to resources. Ida samest unimaginable thematics require sources, their raw materials require sources, the success Batushans for assembly require sources, and in CU finally succeed in creating Garobot, upgrade in Jidal Sodomans further resources. Moreover, the success rate has for each of the aforementioned endeavors sardis heartening lie low, leading players to invest continuously, unable to halt their expenditure. If Jin warriors represent a financial investment, then mechanics equate to life investment. Linimo, after his transition, has come to understand Thisel toll. Has literally drained his life in this new world. Ding! You have selected the profession mechanic. Theskil tree is no open. You have gained free attribute points 10 points. Reward universal wrench. Clang, just as Lin Mao was curious about how their word materialized in Hishans, a metallic wrench fell direct left from space. Not bad, this is quite Lin Mao picked it up wrench for inspection. It was roughly the size of an adult's forearm, with adjustable jaws at bot ends. The side-off trench bore a frosted metallic texture, and several hollow sections were elegant in the center. These served as molds for basic components. Beneath that jaws, there were real small tools that could be detached, all of which would be used full for assembly and mechanical maintenance. Having confirmed his primary profession, Lin Mo immediately accessed the skill tree, skipping over the attribute panel and secondary profession choices. Secondary professions in Mecha Battle Serena, Tarba Treralikosin, Unlike Kane's scrupulous game as they complement the primary profession. For instance, if the primary profession is a Jin warrior, the secondary profession would typically be an alchemist, thereby reducing the costs associated with producing Gina potions, while you'll sound locking achievements to toward additional attribute points to bolster the character's foundational stats. Thus, the choice of a secondary profession is quite significant. However, it cannot be subjectively selected, it must be triggered through actions, thought method soft triggering guaranteed difficult. For example, to become an alchemist, one merely needs to synthesize some potions, and as long as the system determines that our potions are notable, you become an alchemist. If the irrelevant, then you were a poison master. In his previous life, Lin Mao is a skilled player, and while he wasn't an expert in the method so unlocking secondary professions, he had a basic understanding, so he did not rush to lock on. It was more urgent to allocate skill points wisely, obtain foundational blueprints, and determine his development path. Basic components unlocked. Basic weapons unlocked. Basic mechanics unlocked. Basic mechas unlocked. Among these 4 foundational skills, mastering basic components is essential for every mechanic, while it hither 3 can becca symbicidon preference. Ifan wishes to become a gunner. They should allocate points to basic weapons and gradually enhance their selection. Ifan desiree mechanic legion. They should choose basic mechanics. Iphoniums for the Urmacha path, they should select basic mechas. Of course, aside from basic components, the other 3 foundational skills possess numerous branching developments in the later game, allowing players to choose according to their preferences. Without hesitation, Lin Mao allocated 5 skill points, assigning 2 points to basic components and 3 points to basic mechas, illuminating Thetwa Gray icons in an instant. You have learned basic components, acquiring knowledge of component creation and maintenance. You have learned basic mechas, acquiring knowledge of mecha assembly and maintenance, and Resi of Edast Artera but blueprint gift box. Lin Mao could feel Althoff knowledge about mechanical components and armor flooding into his mind. The sensation weighs extraordinary, he had never studied these concepts, yet he appeared as if be magic. Indeed, the notion of fagold and fingers acutis undeniably true. Well then, let's see what quality of blueprints I can obtain. After briefly reviewing the knowledge in his mind, Lin Mao shifted his focus to blueprint gift box. The quality of blueprints ranges from broken, ordinary, advanced, rare, legendary, to planetary. There are indeed further tiers beyond planetary, but Lin Mao is soon aware of them, as the Gamma had just released a new preview before his transition. The avenues for mechanics to acquire blueprints are limited in addition to purchasing from NPCs. They must rely on unlocking achievements or activating the engineer's secondary profession Toad Signan synthesized blueprints. Thus, initial blueprints are crucial for mechanics. If Heku Duni Arth an advanced said blueprint from the starter gift box, it would provide a significantarily me advantage. Gazing at the gift box, Lin Mao did not feel the anxiety typical of a novice. On the contrary, he remained remarkably composed. As a man recognized among countless players for playing the game the expensive lifespan, he had done wavering confidence in his luck. Surely, with just a slight nudge of his finger, obtaining Gonadvan said blueprint would be breeze. Holding in tossed hot, Lin Mao directly clicked to open the gift box. Then, ding! You have acquired the blueprint ancient medieval robot. Ancient medieval robot broken. Note my goodness, I cannot fathom when Yon would design such an antique blueprint in Thysera, which has just begun to venture into space. What purpose could this serve? To remendu off the begone industrial revolution? This. Lin Ma's bodai frazine place, unable to move for a long while. Had Hidesnag, Abrokin quality blueprint, and no just an Abrokin blueprint, but Themos inferioroni among them. Linimo, whose like always been remarkably high, had no faceta Waterloo and theorem of blind boxes. Chapter 3. On the creation of robots in a fantasy world, Linimo was utterly disheartened. He had initially believed that, based on his character, even if he did not receive a blueprint of exceptional quality, it should at least be of ordinary quality. However, to his surprise, Lin Mao's heart, at that moment, was as shattered as the quality of the blueprint. I must maintain my composure. The emergence of a flawed blueprint signifies that my fortune will only improve from here on. After all, Is there anything more difficult to accept than a defective blueprint? Linimo swallowed hard, engaging in a self-reassuring rhetorical exercise. Yet, reality soon revealed to him that there indeed was something worse. Standing outside the cave for a grueling half-hour, he received no further items from within. This led Linimo to confront a terrifying truth. The game panel would not provide him with any parts. In other words, he possessed only a blueprint, and all the fundamental components, gears, hinges, bearings, would have to be crafted by his own hands, and his sole tool was this universal wrench. Starting with just a wrench. Must I fabricate everything? Am I to manually assemble a robot? What use is this panel to me? Linimo glared at the wrench in his hand, wishing he could strike himself on the head with it. However, after much hesitation, he refrained. Hitting himself with this wrench would surely be painful, and it could very well lead to his demise. With no chance of resurrection, of course, Linimo, am not afraid of death. I merely cherish this hard-won opportunity for rebirth. Weighing the wrench in his hand, Linimo successfully persuaded himself to abandon the suicidal thought. I have been in this mountain range for half a month, which means I have only half a month left to smelt, mold, polish, and assemble. Time is of the essence in my past life. Had someone asked Linimo to construct a robot within half a month without any modern tools, he would have instantly slapped them in the face with his slipper. However, in Lingzhou, this task does not seem impossible. Linimo rose to his feet, glanced around, and then, guided by his memory, he charged onward. The original persona had traversed dozens of miles across mountains in search of a spirit to sign a contract with, encountering countless spirits and facing numerous rejections. Many of those spirits would have been exceedingly useful to Linimo. Is it done? In a dark cave somewhere in Tianqiong Mountain, a figure loomed in the shadows, looking down at a young man clad in the garb of a beast monitoring convict. Rest assured. My lord, it has been taken care of. The youth knelt on the ground, responding with a hint of trepidation. I beat that brat until he was bloodied and ensured he was lifeless before I departed. Very well done. The youth's face brightened. Then what about the matter you promised to absolve me of? Do not worry. Given that esteemed person's stature, once a promise is made, it shall not be broken. You may return and await further news. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. The youth, upon hearing this, excitedly bowed several times before turning to leave the cave, his steps noticeably lighter. Yet, just a few paces away, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he discovered a dagger had pierced his heart. With fading breath, the youth turned back with effort. Why? Firstly, only the dead can keep secrets. Secondly, the more that die, the less conspicuous it becomes, does it not? The shadowy figure replied ominously, withdrawing the dagger, causing the youth's body to slump weakly to the ground. Let me see. Somewhere in the Tianqiong mountain range, as the leaves of a great tree rustled. They were parted by two hands, revealing Linimo's face. At this moment, Linimo, adorned with camouflage for disguise, stealthily observed a corner beneath the tree. There lay a large-headed lizard, covered in reddish-brown scales, motionless in the grass, quietly awaiting its prey. This creature was Linimo's first target, the fire-type spirit known as the Earth-Fire Lizard. Linimo searched his memory, and the various characteristics of the Earth-Fire Lizard swiftly appeared in his mind. The Earth-Fire Lizard is a relatively common fire-type spirit classified as low-grade spiritual. Its innate ability allows it to continuously expel high-temperature flames, with average speed, sluggish reactions, and remarkable strength, capable of severely injuring an adult with a mere flick of its tail, though this only applies to adults. To prevent disciples and convicts from encountering dangers upon entering Tianqiong Mountain, those from the Beast Monitoring Agency regularly cleanse the spirits, removing adult or overly dangerous ones, leaving only the unripe seedlings behind, whose combat capabilities are often inferior to that of ordinary people. The Earth-Fire Lizard that Linimo had set his sights on was indeed a juvenile. In order to forge components, he first required a high-temperature furnace. Otherwise, relying solely on firewood to produce flames would likely result in his own demise before the metal could even melt. Thus, Linimo's thoughts immediately turned to the Earth-Fire Lizard that had previously rejected the original persona. No, this is still too risky. Although it is a juvenile, I must ensure success on the first attempt. Linimo crouched on the tree, observing as the Earth-Fire Lizard devoured a frog, calmly contemplating. His time was running short. Should he fail on the first strike, the Earthfire lizard would become wary, and he might have no further opportunities. Therefore, he had to guarantee a single successful attempt. Adding 10 points to strength, adding 5 points to stamina, gritting his teeth, Lin Emo allocated all of his initial 5 attribute points and the 10 bonus points received upon selecting his profession. In an instant, he felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. Hardening his muscles, he had acquired a tremendous boost in strength. Clenching his fists, he exclaimed, "Yes, I can take on 10. Opening his attribute panel, name, Lin Emo, human, profession, mechanic secondary profession, not activated stamina, 13 strength, 17 agility, 4 spirit, 9 charm, max free attribute points, 0 skill points, 0 skills, none professional skill tree." Click for details items. Ancient medieval robot blueprint, flawed. Lin Emo nodded in satisfaction. His strength had more than doubled, and his stamina had significantly increased. It was time to act. Glancing down at the unsuspecting little lizard, Lin Emo smiled gently, letting out a roar as he charged forward. Like a crow taking flight, the unfortunate little lizard, initially believing it was simply an ordinary afternoon, stepped outside for a routine meal, was suddenly jolted by a loud shout. Looking up, it saw a figure descending from the sky. The soles of shoes rapidly enlarging before its eyes, and then, there was nothing more. Lin Emo successfully toppled the Earthfire lizard with a single kick, hoisting it onto his shoulder and departing. Now that high temperature was secured, crafting a robot without modern tools was indeed a monumental task. One laboring beast was insufficient. He required more. "What? You say I should do it myself? In my past life, I was perpetually exploited by capital. Having been reborn in this life, I cannot exploit humans, but may I not take advantage of beasts?" In that moment, Lin Emo underwent a radical transformation in identity. He was no longer a humble individual rejected by countless spirits. He had become a spirit hunter. In 2 days, Lin Emo traversed 7 or 8 locations, capturing 4 or 5 spirits he required. To prevent these spirits from escaping or being disobedient, he found a special vine and strung them together. Wherever Lin Emo went, the captured spirits trailed behind him like a string of beads. During these days, other convicts saw Lin Emo and kept their distance, and a rumor began to circulate among the convicts in Tianqiong Mountain. It is said that Lin Mo's cave is so poor that he was rejected by numerous spirits, with no hope of exoneration, and has completely lost his mind. Any spirit that refuses to sign a contract with him has been brutally killed. If you encounter Lin Emo, be sure to steer clear, for he is contemplating murder. The speed at which rumors spread often exceeds that of urgent reports sent over 600 miles, and within 2 days, the news had reached every corner of the Tianqiong mountain range. Yet, Lin Emo remained unconcerned. While others busied themselves spreading tales of his spirit killings, he had already captured enough spirits and was prepared to commence the creation of his robot. Chapter 4. To the outside world, "You are my spirit, go in peace. I shall ensure your life continues in another form." In a certain mine within Tianqiong Mountain, Lin Emo held 3 branches, their tips ignited, and solemnly bowed 3 times before a metallic block, faintly discernible in features, placing incense before it and then joyfully scurrying to a side. Before him stood a newly formed mechanical device. The boiler, piston, cylinder, and flywheel formed the core components of the robot. A seemingly rudimentary yet fully functional steam engine. Lin Emo had initially thought that crafting this miniature steam engine would take considerable time. However, to his astonishment, upon arriving at this abandoned iron mine in Tianqiong Mountain, he encountered a newly born metallic spirit. In this world, everything possesses the potential to give rise to spirits, including but not limited to animals, plants, stones, and metals. However, Lin Emo never anticipated that he would fortuitously encounter a metallic spirit. Upon his first glimpse of this metallic entity, Lin Emo was plunged into deep contemplation. To his knowledge, the evolution of lifeless materials such as metals and stones into spirits is generally fraught with limitations, lacking in wisdom and potential, and typically remains confined to the realm of the mundane throughout its existence. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, this metallic spirit, upon exiting the mine, would inevitably face disdain from beast tamers and aversion from other spirits. Ultimately, it would find itself isolated in a corner of Tianqiong Mountain, awaiting its fate to be discarded like refuse by the adept beast masters, as the first person it encountered upon its birth. How could Lin Mo bear to witness such a tragic destiny unfold? Thus, motivated by the conviction to save the metallic spirit, he seized his versatile wrench and swung it with great force. The metallic spirit met its end. After sending the spirit's head flying, Lin Mo discovered that, indeed, the metallic spirit's form was hollow as he had recalled, and with a few modifications, it could serve as the body of a robot. His intellect proved to be astute. He led his captured spirits, now transformed into helpers, to undertake a simple reconstruction of the metallic spirit's form. He gathered the excess metal and fashioned a steam engine. With the power engine established, the foundation was laid, and the remaining tasks became considerably simpler. Just a little more effort, and by tomorrow, you shall be free. Lin Mo turned to the 4 or 5 spirits behind him. In the center of the mine, a massive metallic furnace could be seen, with a flame lizard nestled beneath, exhaling scorching flames, while the boiler brimmed with molten iron. Not far away, a snow-white butterfly, measuring over 2 feet in length, occasionally fluttered its wings, significantly lowering the oppressive temperature of the mine. Additionally, a fiery red monkey, unperturbed by the heat, scurried between the furnace and the molds, pouring molten iron into the molds, while 2 other primate spirits transported the molds away to cool and solidify. Adhering to the steps Lin Mo had instructed, they were all compelled to work for Lin Mo after being subdued by him. Chirp! Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, the spirits were momentarily taken aback, only to display anthropomorphic expressions of delight, working with renewed vigor. Hearing that they were to be liberated brought them such joy. How abysmal must their previous situation have been, Lin Mo mused, shaking his head in disbelief. In truth, aside from crafting robots and components, he had also attempted to forge contracts with these spirits. However, the results were consistently met with rejection. These spirits, intimidated by Lin Mo's enhanced combat prowess, had no choice but to toil away for him, demonstrating that they too had a fear of death. Yet, when Lin Mo resorted to forceful coercion, attempting to bind them as his spirits, they displayed an unyielding resolve to resist. Their attitude was akin to, "I can engage in a romance with you, cohabit with you, and partake in all that a married couple might do, but do not presume to bind me with a contract. I deserve better. Bah, a bunch of scoundrels." Lin Mo grasped his versatile wrench and began to polish the cast components nearby. Following his earlier reflections, he felt no guilt over exploiting the labor of these spirits. Well then, we have arrived at the final stage. As night fell, all the spirits had been dispatched, and Lin Mo gazed upon the metallic spirit's shell. Alongside the various components meticulously organized, taking a deep breath. Assembly. This marked the 13th day since his arrival in this world, and the Beast Monitoring Agency had granted them, the condemned aspiring beast tamers, a mere month to act. This was his only opportunity for assembly. Should he falter now, damaging a batch of components, he would have no time to forge a second set, thus every step must be executed with utmost caution. This was not a game. He could not merely click a mouse and await progress as he had in his previous life. This time, he had to engage in the labor himself. After a rejuvenating afternoon's rest, Lin Mo felt invigorated, seizing his wrench and diving into the pile of components. Gears, chains, and bearings, thousands of parts gradually came together under Lin Mo's deft hands. As he worked, he silently rejoiced that he had drawn merely a damaged blueprint. First and foremost, this was an abandoned mine, with a hodgepodge of metals that could not possibly meet the demands of a high-quality robot. Lin Mo had no time to reprocess these metals. Secondly, lacking any advanced technological assistance, the polishing and finishing of his components were executed by hand with the versatile wrench. Even though Lin Mo endeavored for perfection, he could not entirely avoid discrepancies. Had he received a truly refined blueprint, the precision requirements would have been excessively stringent. However, with only a damaged blueprint at hand, there was no need for such meticulous standards. Whether scrap metal or imprecise components, they could still be assembled and rendered functional. The unforeseen mishaps Lin Mo had feared did not materialize. In a single night, a robot successfully emerged before him, standing approximately 1.5 meters tall, with a cylindrical body tapering at the bottom and an oval-shaped head nestled within the torso. It featured 2 rows of thumb-sized circular vents atop its head for steam release, and a pair of mechanical eyes that remained dim, awaiting activation. Flanking its torso were two iron arms, articulated with bearing joints. Allowing for considerable flexibility, due to time constraints, Linimo had not crafted mechanical hands. The robot's fists were solid iron spheres. In Lin Mo's estimation, many spirits of the first rank could evade the robot's iron fist strikes. Yet few could withstand the impact of its iron spheres. To compensate for the potential sluggishness of the legs, Linimo installed two metallic rollers at the knee joints and soles, colloquially known as wheels. Once the robot adopted a kneeling posture, it could advance using the rollers, significantly enhancing its mobility. Judging by Lin Mo's experience with Super Mech from his previous life, this robot could be considered exceedingly rudimentary and outdated. Yet, given the limitations, it was the best he could produce. Ding, you have successfully crafted Ancient Medieval Robot, damaged, earned 10 skill points, Spirit 3 Ancient Medieval Robot, damaged, type, Basic Mech Quality, damaged attributes, Defense 30, Strength 35, Speed 17, Energy 0 500 height, 1.48 meters weight, 175 kilograms power system, steam engine combat consumption, 5 energy per minute weapon configuration, none passive, resilient. It can withstand attacks exceeding its defensive capability by a limited margin. Note, youngster, do not think that by creating such a contraption, you have become Tony Stark. Linimo disregarded the malicious note and retrieved a fist-sized, entirely crimson stone from his storage pouch. As soon as he produced it, the air became infused with a sulfurous scent. This was the power source for the steam engine he had long contemplated. A fire attribute spirit stone. After all, it was a compact steam engine. Lacking the capacity for a large boiler to burn coal, this fire attribute spirit stone was the perfect size. Moreover, according to his original memories, such a small spirit stone could yield more kinetic energy than hundreds of kilograms of coal. Indeed, this was a different world, full of wonders. Buzz! Upon the insertion of the spirit stone into the steam engine, the robot sprang to life, its previously dim eyes igniting into two bright red orbs. The circular vents atop its head expelled clouds of steam. The system prompted Linimo to name the robot, and he promptly bestowed upon it the name of his former battle mech, Titan. Subsequently, Linimo allocated 7 skill points to the basic mech skill tree, successfully illuminating the second tier of the skill tree, and allocated the remaining 3 skill points entirely to the second tier of mech control. With mech control, he could now issue simple vocal commands to Titan. From this day forth, Linimo stepped forward, gently patting Titan's semicircular head. "You are now my spirit." Roar. Titan's eyes flickered, emitting a sound akin to a train whistle, leaving Linimo unsure if it truly comprehended his words. Chapter 5. Titan's Talent. Half an hour later, Linimo emerged from the mine. After enduring the sweltering heat for over a week, he had transformed from a gentleman into the visage of an African miner. Yet, he strode forth with an air of indifference. Trailing behind him, Titan, with steam billowing from its head, followed closely in step. At last, he too had a spirit by his side and could now call himself a beast tamer. Though a counterfeit, its functionality remained intact, did it not? As Linimo reveled in the satisfaction of his successful assembly, he and Titan made their way toward the periphery of the Tianqiong Mountains. Along the journey, Linimo encountered numerous spirits. They must have witnessed his earlier endeavors to capture spirits, for each bore a hint of hostility toward him. However, upon observing the formidable iron figure behind Linimo and comparing it to their own juvenile forms, they all shamefully retreated. Linimo gazed upon Titan's iron physique, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. Indeed, being large and sturdy was the way to go. Now, all one has to do is escort Titan down the mountain and register, after which one can temporarily regain their freedom. The reason it is described as temporary is that upon becoming a beast master, Linimo must also regularly complete certain tasks assigned by the Beastmaster Bureau. These tasks can either be undertaken by Linimo himself or be designated by the Bureau. After completing each task, he will earn a certain degree of contribution, which varies according to the nature of the offenses committed. Only when the contribution is sufficient to offset the crimes will Linimo truly regain his freedom. His crime is neither too big nor too small. Although his father's negligence on the battlefield led to the loss of the Dian army, Linimo's father has already been executed by the general of the Northern Defense, and Linimo is merely suffering from collateral consequences. After completing a series of tasks, he could easily turn his fortunes around. What? You ask why Lin Mo doesn't simply flee? The Tianqiong mountain range stretches for dozens of miles, with watchmen stationed at the foot of nearly every mountain. Though these watchmen may not be particularly formidable beast masters, dealing with Lin Mo and his companions, who have yet to become beast masters while bearing their sins, would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Over the years, the Beast Master Bureau has dispatched countless offenders, yet there has never been a case of one escaping its control without having become a beast master. Attempting to flee while possessing the myriad extraordinary abilities of a beast spirit would be akin to striking oneself on the head with a wrench for relief. It seems everyone has descended the mountain, and I am likely the last. Perhaps it is because the final day has arrived. The other aspiring beast masters have already made their descent. Along the way, apart from some beast spirits and wild animals, Lin Mo has not encountered a single soul. This instinctively quickens his pace, and soon he arrives at the foot of the Tianqiong mountain range. From a distance, he spots an individual resembling a steward, seated at a table, awaiting with an air of authority. Perched atop a massive stone behind the steward is a black eagle, towering and vigilant, its sharp eyes sweeping the surroundings like searchlights. This is also one of the reasons Lin Mo chose not to flee. Eagles are apex predators of the skies, and according to his memories, the evolved beast spirits, including eagles, dominate the air, their extraordinarily keen eyesight allowing them to spot prey even from great heights, making them ideal for patrol and hunt. This eagle appears to have already reached the 4th rank of beast spirits. Its mere presence induces a slight tremor in Lin Mo's legs. As he approaches, Lin Mo feels the true terror of this black eagle more acutely. Its feathers glint like blades, while its talons grip the massive stone, leaving several punctures in its wake. On either side of the stone, 2 distinctly contrasting groups have formed. On the left, a dozen individuals beam with delight, accompanied by juvenile beast spirits, eagerly discussing something amongst themselves. On the right, however, 4 or 5 individuals hang their heads in despair, a picture of hopelessness. They have been unable to form a contract with a beast spirit and thus cannot become beast masters. This means they will spend their days in the Beast Master Bureau, tending to the needs of various beast spirits, and sleep in dark cells at night, until the day they can no longer endure. Lin Mo should have shared their fate, but not now. Steward, I am here to register, Lin Mo called out robustly, rousing the steward who had been resting his eyes. You truly formed a contract with a beast spirit? The steward asked, not at all annoyed by the interruption. After rubbing his eyes, he seemed slightly surprised upon recognizing Lin Mo. If memory serves, Lin Mo's aptitude should have been the weakest among this group. How could he possibly have formed a contract with a beast spirit? The steward glanced behind Lin Mo, and upon seeing the large iron lump, a look of understanding washed over his face. If it were a metal spirit, then it would not be surprising. Metal spirits and stone spirits, born from inanimate matter, possess both notable advantages and disadvantages. Their physical forms, being stone or metal, grant them inherent strength and durability among low-ranking beast spirits, significantly enhancing their melee capabilities. However, the heavens are fair. While their lower limits are high, their upper limits tend to be relatively low. Beyond their formidable bodies, stone and metal spirits are often less intelligent. And even with the enhancement of a contract, they may struggle to comprehend their Beastmaster's commands. Additionally, their potential is often limited, with many unable to surpass the 3rd rank in their lifetimes, making them easy targets for contracts. However, those with ambitions for their futures typically avoid contracting with metal or stone spirits. It seems this lad has relinquished his aspirations for the sake of absolution. The steward gently shook his head, uncertain whether Lin Mo's choice was wise or foolish. Nonetheless, his beast spirit did appear rather peculiar, with a row of steam-emitting holes adorning its head. Species, level, name, bloodline, and talent, the steward stated, adopting a serious demeanor as he picked up a pinned, 1st-rank metal spirit, named Titan. With a common bloodline and talent, Lin Mo answered the first few questions fluidly, but hesitated at the last one. If he were a disciple trained by the Beastmaster Bureau, he would have the right to withhold answers to such questions. However, as a sinner, Lin Mo was obliged to disclose every detail regarding his beast spirit for registration. During the journey here, he had concocted a plausible story. The bloodline and species could easily be fabricated, as metal spirits can take on various forms. Yet, he had forgotten one crucial detail: talent. Every beast spirit possesses a unique talent. Akin to the high-temperature flames of a fire lizard, any beast spirit must have some special ability. Linimo glanced back at Titan, grinning sheepishly. He had forgotten to fabricate that. How should he respond? Does Titan possess any talent? Hard as iron? That seems to be its very nature. Talent, the steward pressed, noticing Linimo's sudden silence and furrowing his brow, emphasizing his tone. In response, Linimo forced a stiff smile. Why don't you take a guess? Do you consider yourself humorous? The steward shot Linimo a look that conveyed a sense of warning. Linimo swallowed hard. He still needed to fabricate something. But what talent could a rudimentary robot possibly possess? Is being unafraid of death considered a talent? As the steward's gaze bore down on him, Linimo felt an increasing weight of pressure. Yet his mind was devoid of any ideas. Wait. Suddenly, Linimo caught sight of the steam billowing from Titan's head, and his eyes sparkled with inspiration. Isn't that Titan's talent? Mist? What kind of talent is that? The steward's brows knitted together as he regarded Linimo, who appeared certain of himself. The name sounded reminiscent of a phantasmic ability associated with illusion-type beast spirits. Aren't you supposed to have contracted a metal spirit? Allow me to demonstrate, esteemed steward, Linimo replied, turning to Titan. Release the mist. Following that, he whispered, discharge steam. The skill of mechanical control enabled him to issue commands to robots, but they needed to be clear and straightforward. His vocal command for mist release was merely for show. With Linimo's command, Titan's steam engine whirred to life, emitting a sound akin to a train whistle, as the small holes on its head released a torrent of steam. Before long, a dense white fog enveloped the area, obscuring everything from view except for the vapor. Still a mist? Isn't this just water vapor? The steward pondered aloud. A metal spirit's talent is to produce water vapor? What practical use does this talent serve? With a light snap of his fingers, the steward summoned the black eagle, which unfurled its wings, stirring a gust of wind that swept away the steam released by Titan, revealing both Titan and Linimo, now shrouded in a veil of moisture. Go to the back. Yes, Linimo bowed respectfully to the steward and, alongside Titan, made his way towards the group on the left. As he walked past the group on the right, the 4 or 5 individuals cast envious glances his way. How did we not encounter a metal spirit? If this guy can contract one despite his poor aptitude, surely we could too. Why is his luck so exceptional? Linimo, however, chose to feign ignorance, knowing he could not approach them and confess that his beast spirit was crafted by his own hands. Linimo, I believe we can collaborate. Just as Linimo joined the group on the left, a plump youth eagerly approached him, excitement radiating from his demeanor. Linimo recognized him as Zhao Han. Though their acquaintance was limited, the prisoners in the Beastmaster Bureau were all individuals who had committed crimes, and they typically remained silent, merely aware of each other's names. Yet, Linimo was curious how Zhao Han managed to maintain his physique while subsisting on the meager and nutritionally deficient prison fare. Your beast spirit must lean towards strength, right? This is my beast spirit. I've named him Golden Monkeyed. As he spoke, Zhao Han squatted down, cradling a monkey that was nestled at his feet. This monkey boasted a coat of golden fur, but its face was white, with slender arms that seemed to invite Zhao Han to hold it, exuding an air of innocence as if it posed no threat. And truth, it was indeed harmless. Linimo cast a glance, and a plethora of information regarding this type of monkey instantly flooded his mind. It was a spirit-level bloodline beast, the Golden Spirit Monkey. Its characteristics included remarkable speed and immense potential, with the possibility of evolving into a heavenly-level bloodline spirit. However, its physical form was relatively frail, possessing poor combat capabilities in direct confrontations, and its lethality remained weak until it matured in a hypothetical battle between the Titan and the Golden Monkey. The Titan would undoubtedly prevail, for even if the Titan stood motionless, allowing the Golden Monkey to attack, it would be utterly incapable of breaching the Titan's armored hide and, of course, given the Titan's agility, it would be unlikely to inflict harm on the nimble Golden Spirit Monkey. Nonetheless, Linimo was confident that with his constant upgrades and modifications, the Titan would eventually excel in all aspects: intellect, strength, aesthetics, and labor, ultimately becoming a super mech endowed with a full suite of attributes in speed, lethality, and power. Are you suggesting that our spirits complement each other, allowing us to undertake high-contribution tasks together? Lin Mo pondered. Precisely, that is the essence of it. Zhao Han, cradling the monkey like an infant, awaited Lin Mo's response with eager anticipation. Although the golden spirit monkey possessed a high bloodline rank and great potential, it was rather weak in the early stages, lacking the capability to undertake tasks independently. He had previously attempted to collaborate with a few others for task completion, but before he could voice his request, he was outrightly rejected. That sounds feasible. Lin Mo considered the situation before finally nodding. The Titan's strengths and weaknesses were quite apparent. It was robust and powerful, yet cumbersome if faced with an agile adversary. It would struggle to cope. However, with the golden monkey providing distraction, the likelihood of successfully completing tasks would significantly increase. In fact, he could even share the contribution equally with Zhao Han, as he would not need to worry about battle damage to the Titan nor require contributions to exchange for the rare materials essential for spirit evolution. While other beast tamers faced significant losses when their spirits were injured, any damage to the Titan could simply be rectified by Lin Mo himself with a wrench in hand. After discussing their respective residences for easier communication, the two stood beneath a massive rock, continuing their wait. From Zhao Han, Lin Mo learned that although today marked the final day, he was not the last to exit the Tianqiong mountain range. At that moment, 4 individuals remained unaccounted for. Before Lin Mo descended the mountain, the steward had already dispatched disciples to search for them. As Lin Mo gazed upon the vast expanse of mountains, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Could it be that some audacious individual had fled? As they awaited the setting sun, the steward's disciples finally emerged from the mountains, bearing shocking news. The missing aspiring beast tamers had not escaped. They were all deceased. Deceased? Indeed. It appeared they had fallen victim to some particularly ferocious spirits. The steward's brow furrowed. The Tianqiong mountain range served as a habitat for the spirits nurtured by the Beast Monitoring Bureau, which frequently eradicated malevolent spirits within the mountains. While they could not eliminate every last one, in previous years, it typically took several batches of disciples to yield only 1 or 2 casualties. It was unexpected that out of this batch of over 30, 4 or 5 had perished. Lin Mo found himself rubbing the back of his head. He wondered which spirit had attacked the original owner. Leading to his own transmigration, it seemed necessary to send someone back to cleanse the spirits within the mountains. Ultimately, the steward did not dwell on it for too long, leading his party back to the Beast Monitoring Bureau. The deceased bodies were unceremoniously discarded in the Tianqiong mountain range. They were already marked by sin. Their demise was inconsequential, and the Bureau lacked the inclination to retrieve their remains. Before long, those corpses would be devoured down to the bones by the numerous spirits and beasts roaming the mountains. After returning to the Bureau's branch and completing the registration, those who did not qualify as beast tamers were escorted away by the steward, destined to serve the Bureau as unpaid laborers to atone for their sins. Lin Mo and the others each received a jade talisman and were mandated by the Bureau personnel to keep the talisman on their person at all times, even while sleeping. The Bureau possessed a treasure capable of communicating with these talismans, and should any abnormalities be detected, Lin Mo and his companions would be classified as fugitives. Even if they had become beast tamers by then, capture would result in immediate execution. After completing a series of intricate registrations, Lin Mo stored the Titan in his own pocket dimension but did not return to the capital of Dian. Following his father's execution due to negligence on the battlefield, all properties and treasures within the capital had been confiscated and funneled into the national treasury. The only place Lin Mo could go was the Moke village, situated 100 miles from the capital, his mother's hometown, where a modest ancestral home awaited him. Though it paled in comparison to the grandeur of Dian's residences, it was sufficient for Lin Mo's needs. Additionally, in the secluded mountain village, he could more freely construct mechs without the constant vigilance required in the bustling streets of Dian, in Lin Mo's recollection. After his mother's passing, he and his father seldom returned to the village, but whenever they did, the villagers greeted them warmly. However, given the considerable distance, returning solely on foot was unrealistic, and utilizing a teleportation array was too extravagant for Lin Mo's current circumstances. In the end, it was a steward from the Bureau, who had once received kindness from Lin Mo's father, that assisted him. allowing Lin Mo to hitch a ride with a disciple embarking on a task, effectively transporting him to Moke Village. What is happening? Upon arriving at the village entrance, Lin Mo noticed the area was aglow with lights, with a throng of villagers gathered, creating a bottleneck. Chapter 7. The first battle. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. By earthly time, it should be nearing 11 at night. Why are all these people gathered at the village entrance at such an hour? Are they watching the Lunar New Year Gala? With his puzzlement, Lin Mo employed the art of maneuvering through crowded buses from his past life, managing to squeeze his way to the front. Elder He, who is that young man over there? Having reached the front, Lin Mo caught sight of the scene in the center of the crowd. There stood two individuals and two beasts in the open space. One was a dark-skinned, middle-aged man, flanked by a towering black tiger. This was Imo Zhong, the village chief of Moke Village. Lin Mo had a vivid recollection of Imo Zhong. Perhaps due to Lin Mo's father being a beast tamer, Imo Zhong had always believed that Lin Mo would follow in his father's footsteps, and so he had taken a liking to Lin Mo since childhood, often allowing his spirit, the black tiger, to carry Lin Mo on wild adventures through the mountains, claiming that beast tamers should be nurtured from a young age. Because of this, Lin Mo had gotten lost in the mountains several times. Opposite Imo Zhong stood a young man of similar age to Lin Mo. This young man was considerably fairer than Imo Zhong and was dressed rather like a city noble. Accompanied by a powerful, muscular white-furred gorilla, Lin Mo recognized this spirit as the White Demon Ape, a spirit-level bloodline beast known for its strength in physical combat. Once it reached maturity, it was guaranteed to break through to the 4th tier. The two individuals and their respective beasts faced each other in the center of the crowd, exchanging words that hinted at rising tension and hostility. What is the purpose of this? Are they about to spar? Lin Mo stood amidst the crowd, straining to catch snippets of their conversation. However, due to the distance and the cacophony surrounding him, he could discern nothing clearly. Ha, do you think this will stump me? A white-collar worker who has navigated the early morning subway in Beijing and Shanghai for years. No one can hinder my progress. I merely need to exert a fraction of my strength. Move aside, or do you want to test me, little Mo? When Lin Mo had yet to push forward another step, he inadvertently provoked a bystander, a middle-aged woman who turned to scold him. However, upon seeing Lin Mo, the remaining words caught in her throat. Antly, upon recognizing the rather formidable woman before him, Lin Mo scratched his head and tentatively called out a name. The original owner hadn't returned to the village in 2 years, and many faces had grown hazy in his memory. Little Mo, it's been over 2 years since you last came back, yet you still remember Auntie. Antly responded cheerfully, her face breaking into a beaming smile. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Antly, what is happening inside? Is the village chief about to spar with another beast tamer? Spar? That young man is merely here to stir trouble. He wants to make his intentions clear in just a couple of words. Come with me. Auntie will take you to see for yourself. As the conversation unfolded, Antly firmly grasped Lin Mo's wrist with one hand while the other cleared a path, swiftly pushing through the tightly packed crowd. As she maneuvered, she recounted the events to Lin Mo. Though her explanation lacked clarity, Lin Mo managed to glean the general idea. Several miles away from Imo Village lies Lu Village, and since the inception of both settlements, there has been continual friction between them, with the villagers perpetually at odds. Typically, whichever village has the more formidable leader can suppress the other for a few years. Imo Zhong, the current village chief, is a distinguished 3rd-tier beast master, which has lent a certain resilience to Imo Village, allowing them to stand firm against Lu Village. A year prior, they had even seized a precious iron mine. The villagers of Imo Village have since enjoyed a significantly improved standard of living due to the mine. However, unexpectedly, the son of Lu Village's chief awakened as a beast master and, having contracted a spiritual-level beast, came to challenge them, intending to reclaim the mine. I noticed that the White Demon Ape is only 2nd tier. It shouldn't be a match for the village chief, right? Lin Mo pondered, gazing at the White Demon Ape. Antly, not being a beast master, was unfamiliar with the tier system, but she was aware that Old He had sustained serious injuries recently. Old He was injured? Lin Mo's gaze shifted to the black tiger. How did that happen? It was during the recent beast tide. The village chief was summoned to combat it, and Old He got hurt during that time. If Old He was wounded, how could the White Demon Ape be unscathed? Lin Mo furrowed his brow. The black tiger, being a 3rd-tier spirit that has been at that level for many years, was undeniably powerful. It defied logic that the black tiger would be injured while the white demon ape remained unharmed. That brat didn't go to fight the beast tide. It was the chief of Lu village who went. Lin and Mo fell silent. Lu village had only one beast master, their chief, who had been reassigned for the safety of the villagers. While Lu village had not only failed to assist, but had also taken advantage of the chief's spirit being injured to launch an attack. How can there be such shameless individuals in the world? No, I absolutely cannot allow them to seize the precious iron mine. I cannot let them bully Mo village. Chief Mo, I advise you to relinquish the mine voluntarily. The black tiger is already injured, and allowing it to fight again may lead to further complications. Meanwhile, Lu Chongqing, the son of Lu village's chief, stood smugly with his hands behind his back, mocking Mo Zhong. However, before he could finish his taunt, a travel-worn young man approached Mo Zhong. Who is this? I don't recall such a figure from Mo village. Hey, Lu, I challenge you, Lin Mo declared, filled with righteous indignation, capturing the attention of everyone present. Xiaomo, have you become a beast master? In the secluded mountain village, news traveled slowly, and only Mo Zhong knew of Lin Mo's assignment to the Beastmaster office. Now, seeing him in full form, it could only mean one thing. He had become a Beastmaster. Indeed, Chief, I just contracted my spirit today. Allow me to take the lead in this battle. Lin Mo offered a reassuring glance to Mo Zhong before adding, if I cannot win, you and Old He can join in. Mo Zhong initially intended to dissuade Lin Mo, but, upon hearing his additional comment, assumed Lin Mo merely wished to tire the white demon ape out for Old He. He nodded thoughtfully. You two seem to disregard my presence? Lu Chongqing frowned. Why should I fight two against one? That's hardly fair, because our Mo village has two beast masters, and Lu village has two as well. You can call your father to make it a 2-on-2. My father's spirit is injured. Our village chief's spirit is also injured. Yet you shamelessly came to challenge us, didn't you? Lu Chongqing was momentarily at a loss. Surprised by Lin Mo's verbal dexterity, he decided to let brute strength settle the matter. Having heard Lin Mo's words, he recalled that Lin Mo had just contracted a spirit today, which would likely be of the lowest tier. Having himself become a beast master 6 months prior and meticulously training the white demon ape, defeating a first-tier spirit should be an effortless task. One strike will suffice. As the two prepared to clash, Mo Zhong rallied the villagers to step back, creating ample space for the confrontation. Send out your spirit. Lu Chongqing commanded arrogantly. Behind him, the nearly 2-meter-tall white demon ape stood upright, pounding its chest with vigor, exuding an air of overwhelming energy. All right. Lin Mo nodded, activating his domain. Soon, the space before Lin Mo shimmered as if disturbed by pebbles thrown into a tranquil lake. Rippling outward, the humble appearance of Lin Mo's domain materialized, revealing the titan, steam billowing from its head, as it stepped forward with a heavy gait. Its solid iron fists hung at its sides. A metallic spirit, and one of diminutive stature. Lu Chongqing's smile widened as he observed the titan, which barely reached the chest of the white demon ape. Metallic spirits are typically cumbersome, often struggling to comprehend their master's commands. While the white demon ape was a second-tier spirit, it would pose no threat to the titan. Someone, tell me how this battle can be lost. White demon ape, attack. Lu Chongqing's intent was clear. He had come to seize territory and would not hold back, commanding his spirit to launch an assault. With a fierce howl, the white demon ape sprang forward, claws digging into the ground, charging at the titan. As it closed the distance, it leaped high, aiming a powerful punch downward. Titan, strike back. Lin Mo's command was simple and direct. With the mechanical precision granted by Lin Mo's command, the titan raised its head slightly, staring at the descending white demon ape, remaining steadfast. As Steam World. It lifted its spherical iron fist and retaliated with equal ferocity. Who dares to take a direct hit? Foolish. Observing the unfolding scene, Lu Chongqing was filled with disdain. As a beastmaster, he possessed a fair understanding of various spirits' characteristics. Although metallic spirits were robust, they were often hollow, making them simultaneously resilient yet fragile. A clash between the two spirits could easily deform the titan's fist. Mo Zhong realized this too, intending to intervene. But the white demon ape moved too swiftly for him to issue a warning boom. The titan's and white demon ape's fists collided before the eyes of the onlookers, plunging the atmosphere into an eerie silence, leaving everyone bewildered as to what transpired. After a brief pause, the Titan remained immobile, while the white demon ape displayed a look of sheer terror. "That hurts. This is nothing like I imagined." With a pained howl, the white demon ape retreated a considerable distance, cradling the fist that had clashed with the Titan. Hopping in distress in that moment, Lu Chongqing felt his mind go blank, and the surrounding villagers were equally befuddled. How could such a small iron figure send that mighty gorilla flying? White demon ape, attack from behind. After a moment of shock, Lu Chongqing quickly regained his composure, observing the Titan's somewhat cumbersome form. He issued a second command to the white demon ape, confident that it could outmaneuver the Titan. Though uncertain how the metallic spirit could be so resilient, he reasoned that its size would impede its agility, thus positioning itself for a successful strike. An inferior first-tier metallic spirit cannot possibly contend. At Lu Chongqing's command, the white demon ape, enduring its pain, shifted from 4 to 3 claws, darting swiftly behind the Titan to deliver a blow to its head. However, crack! The sound of metal misaligning echoed as the Titan's head, which had been retracted within its body, executed a full 180-degree rotation, its 2 glowing red eyes locking onto the white demon ape, rendering its movements frozen in place. Good heavens! This creature's head just spun 180 degrees. The white demon ape was paralyzed with fear, while the Titan, undeterred, continued to follow Lin Mo's clear command. Strike! With a swift motion, the Titan's arms whirled, its iron fist swung round, aiming directly for the white demon ape's head. Bang! Ultimately, the white demon ape managed to react just in time, but the Titan's iron fist struck the ground with such force that the spectators felt the earth tremble beneath their feet. As they turned their gaze back to the center, they found that the Titan's fist had buried itself halfway into the soil, causing spiderweb-like fissures to spread across the surrounding ground. What manner of monster is this? Lu Chongqing's calm demeanor evaporated completely. The white demon ape retreated far away, not daring to approach the Titan even a step closer. Titan, pursue and strike. Lin Mo commanded once more. Seize the opportunity while he falters. As long as Lu Chongqing refused to concede, the battle would not conclude. With steam hissing from the 2 rows of holes atop the Titan's head, it emitted a whistle-like sound in response to Lin Mo's command, then began to shuffle forward with its iron legs. White demon ape, do not engage directly. Maneuver around. Lu Chongqing issued another command. The white demon ape seemed to comprehend that the Titan could not engage in a direct confrontation, and it began to dash around the arena. This maneuver created a significant distance between itself and the Titan. The cumbersome Titan, with its short legs, was utterly incapable of catching up with the agile white demon ape, which allowed Lu Chongqing to breathe a sigh of relief. As long as speed was on their side, everything would be manageable. However, his expression soon froze in place. Titan, change form, with a sharp command from Lin Mo. The Titan, which had appeared clumsy while pursuing the white demon ape, suddenly knelt on the ground, retracting its thighs into its torso, and with the wheels at its calves and ankles making contact with the ground. It transformed into a steam-powered locomotive, enhancing its speed dramatically. The crowd was left bewildered. What sort of ability is this? It can accelerate? Run! Lu Chongqing's eyes widened as he nearly shouted, in truth, the white demon ape had already begun to flee without needing any prompting. Upon witnessing the Titan suddenly speed up while brandishing its iron fists, the white demon ape erupted with a fierce instinct for survival, racing in circles within the designated arena. It could not escape the confines of this space. Lest it be deemed to forfeit in an instant, the arena became a scene of pursuit and evasion, with the Titan swinging its iron fists down repeatedly, but each blow was deftly dodged by the nimble white demon ape. After all, the Titan was a basic mecha of inferior quality. Its attacks were somewhat cumbersome in execution and lacked variety. Lin Mo observed from the sidelines, analyzing the Titan's current flaws. From his perspective as a former interstellar mecha pilot, the Titan was riddled with shortcomings, yet given the disparate starting points, he could only focus on the most pressing areas for improvement. The Titan was unafraid of a direct confrontation with a second-tier Beastmaster. Yet its sluggish speed and limited attacking methods were significant drawbacks. The issue of poor agility had no immediate remedy, while enhancing its offensive capabilities would require advanced mechanical equipment. This meant he needed to create blueprints, manufacture, assemble, and then install them onto the Titan. As for the blueprints, White Demon King roared with excitement. While Lin Mo was deep in thought, Lu Chongqing's loud shout snapped him back to reality. I in the arena. Upon receiving the command, the white demon ape exerted itself to sprint a few times, widening the gap from the Titan, then stood upright, fiercely pounding its chest with both hands, all while emitting a series of AO roars. What sort of technique is this? Watching the white demon ape strike its chest with resonant thuds, Lin Mo's eyebrows involuntarily raised in surprise. Does it really need to self-harm if it can't win? However, Lin Mo quickly sensed something amiss. As the white demon ape pounded its chest and roared, it seemed to emanate a mysterious force that expanded outward. With each strike, Lin Mo felt an inexplicable pressure. This pressure conveyed to him that the white demon ape before him was formidable, and that he was not its match. It would be wise to flee. Is this a talent ability? Quite fascinating indeed. Rather than feeling fear, Lin Mo felt a rush of excitement. It appeared that the white demon ape's innate ability was akin to an illusion, imposing psychological pressure on its adversaries to instill fear. How intriguing, truly intriguing. If it were an ordinary beastmaster, they might indeed be too intimidated to advance. The Titan, with steam billowing from its head, gradually slowed down until it finally halted before the white demon ape. Ceasing all movement, it was afraid. Lu Chongqing's expression brightened. This little Iron Man had dared to chase after the White Demon King. Now, rendered immobile by fear, it was finally aware of their might. Come forth. Tremble before us, under the White Demon King's innate ability. Wait. Suddenly, Lu Chongqing's expression shifted. He saw the Titan raise its iron fist, and with astonishing speed, it struck the White Demon Ape, which was unable to evade while still activating its innate ability. Bang! A decisive blow. The White Demon Ape's movement ceased instantly, and it toppled over, rigid. Your basic Mecha Titan has won the battle, earning 10 free attribute points. Congratulations on unlocking the achievement First Battle Victory, earning 10 free skill points and the blueprint for a dilapidated retractable mechanical arm, damaged. Chapter 9. Secondary Profession. Lu Chongqing departed. Since the White Demon Ape had been knocked unconscious by the Titan strike, he could not retrieve it into his pocket dimension and reluctantly approached Emojong, seeking to borrow a cart to transport the White Demon Ape back to Lu Family Village for recuperation. As the village chief of Emo Family Village, Emojong exemplified humanitarian spirit. He did not harbor resentment towards Lu Chongqing for his provocations, instead readily lending him a unicycle, generously telling him it was his to keep without the need for return. Lin Emo could not forget the expression on Lu Chongqing's face at that moment. As if he had consumed something distasteful, he appeared furious, yet not entirely so. Ultimately, he managed to haul the unconscious White Demon Ape onto the unicycle, straining to push it forward, wobbling along the journey back to the village. The arrogance he displayed upon arrival was met with a stark contrast in his departure. His frail silhouette struggled to push the robust White Demon Ape, stopping every few dozen meters to catch his breath. Observing his forlorn figure, the villagers of Emo Family Village displayed their rustic demeanor, seizing the opportunity to alternately console, mock him until Lu Chongqing's presence vanished completely. Meanwhile, Lin Emo, as the main contributor to this battle's victory, was treated as a hero by the villagers. Not only was he escorted home like a star, but the women of the village also took the initiative to tidy up the house that had been left untouched for 2 years. And they brought over ample provisions and meat from their own abundance, filling Lin Mo's storeroom to the brim. More villagers gathered around the Titan, marveling at its peculiarities, occasionally reaching out to touch it, then quickly retracting their hands, only to touch it again when it showed no response. Although the black tiger was also a village beast, it was quite proud and, aside from Emojong, displayed impatience towards the other villagers. Its imposing appearance made it so that the villagers dared only to observe from a distance. The bumbling Titan intrigued them immensely. Had it not been for village chief Emojong suggesting that Lin Emo needed rest, a prolonged discussion might have ensued. Regarding your father, Uncle Emo has not disclosed anything to others. Try to take it easy. Now you are also a beast master. I believe your father would be proud of you upon learning of your achievements. Once everyone had dispersed, Imo Zhong patted Lin Mo's shoulder. I understand. Uncle Imo. Lin Imo nodded. As a transmigrator, he felt no emotional upheaval over the death of his original father's character. His father was dead. What business was it of Lin Mo's? Nonetheless, to appear normal, he feigned a melancholic expression. Good boy, from now on, Imo Family Village is your home, and the villagers are your family. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek Uncle Mo's assistance. Do not be discouraged because you have contracted a metal spirit. There are many powerful beast masters in Lingzhou who have broken through the bloodline shackles with metal spirits. I believe you can do it as well. You have always been a clever child. If you need anything, come find Uncle Imo. Our village may not have much, but we can certainly procure some spirit stones for combat techniques for your beast. For the first time, Lin Imo felt that being cared for could be rather bothersome. Yet, Imo Zhong's intentions were purely kind, and he could not become angry. He had no choice but to patiently listen to Imo Zhong's advice, only managing to send him off late into the night. Finally, the world fell silent as Lin Imo closed the door, exhaling a sigh of relief as he surveyed his residence, in his memories. After achieving success, his father often looked after the village, and his mother's residence had also been expanded. The yard was spacious, featuring not only the main house but also 2 side rooms, providing a suitable space for his modification workshop. After returning indoors and drinking some water, Lin Imo opened the Titan's panel to take a look. The energy section had transformed to 465500, compared to its inactive state. A new status bar now indicated normal. Lu Chongqing was, after all, merely a beast master from a small village. Even with the White Demon Ape's spirit-level bloodline, defeating him did not signify much. Lin Imo was not dazed by the recent victory. On the contrary, he remained remarkably clear-headed. There exists a distinction among beast tamers, for even within the same species, the abilities of familiars cultivated by different beast tamers under varying conditions can differ significantly. For instance, Lu Chongqing's White Demon Ape, under his guidance, was limited to melee combat and fervent battle cries, and it was precisely because these 2 abilities could not subdue the Titan that he suffered such a decisive defeat. However, if the same White Demon Ape were to fall into the hands of a certain noble descendant in Yindu, the outcome could be entirely different. To begin with, there were the combat techniques mentioned by Uncle Imo. Lin Imo recalled that numerous locations in Yindu sold techniques for familiars, primarily in the form of scrolls and jade talismans. These techniques were often inscribed by other beast tamers through their contractual abilities, imprinting the innate or acquired capabilities of their familiars. Generally, as long as there was no attribute conflict or significant disparity in rank, familiars could learn these techniques through the guidance of their beast tamers. Of course, there were certain requirements for different ranks of techniques as well. A first-grade familiar could not possibly obtain god-level techniques through mere guidance. If forced, the familiar would inevitably succumb to the strain, resulting in a catastrophic collapse of both body and soul. Nevertheless, the higher the bloodline rank, the earlier one could acquire powerful skills, which is one of the advantages of strong-blooded familiars. Just like Lu Chongqing's White Demon Ape, had it been nurtured by a beast tamer from Yindu's noble lineage, it would likely have already mastered 3 or 4 combat techniques, certainly not limited to just melee combat and fleeing as in Lu Chongqing's case. Thus, the pressure was immense. Having been given a second chance with the system panel, Lin Imo naturally did not wish to merely drift through life, in such a fiercely competitive world. If a counterfeit beast tamer like him did not strive for progress, he would inevitably be reduced to nothingness by others. The Titan was a robot, not a true familiar, and I had no means to guide it. However, I had my own methods. Lin Imo glanced at the blueprint he had just acquired. The tattered retractable mechanical arm, damaged, note. The right cargo for the right vehicle, just as a lame donkey pairs with a broken mill. Lin Imo suspected that this note was intended to undermine his morale, because prior to seeing this note, he had been in a rather good mood throughout the day. Merely having a blueprint for a mechanical arm was insufficient. If he encountered a tough enemy, a single blow might not only fail to inflict damage but also aid the opponent's escape. Lin Imo shook his head, disregarding the absurd note, and pondered how he could enhance the Titan's combat readiness. It was evident that he needed blueprints in his previous life. There were 4 methods to obtain blueprints in mecha battle games: purchasing directly from NPCs, receiving rewards through unlocking achievements, or completing tasks. Starting a designer subclass to create designs. and merging two different skills from the designer subclass for a chance to create entirely new blueprints. In Lingzhou, there were certainly no NPCs selling blueprints, and achievements were entirely reliant on triggering events, not a stable method. If Linimo wished to obtain blueprints, he could only rely on the latter two methods. Without further ado, Linimo rummaged through his room for paper and pen, finding a piece of wood to serve as a ruler, and immediately embarked on his creative journey. As long as the blueprint he drew was recognized by the system as a mechanical design, he could trigger the designer subclass. Having piloted mechas in his past life, drawing a blueprint should be a breeze, right? A confident smile crept onto Lin Mo's lips. Chapter 10. Adding points brings joy. The process of activating the designer subclass in reality differed from that in the game. Mecha battles would not truly require players to start from scratch in drawing blueprints, as that would be unkind to players completely unfamiliar with mechanics. Generally, players were provided with several component patterns to drag onto the blueprint, significantly increasing the probability of success. However, Linimo was not afforded such privilege. He could only begin by sketching the tiniest gears. Before he began, Linimo felt quite calm, but as he continued to draw more, excitement began to swell within him. The sensation of designing something from scratch was far more fulfilling than simply purchasing or synthesizing. He became increasingly engrossed, and the complexity of the blueprint grew. After half an hour, he paused, gazing at his masterpiece. Linimo nodded with confidence. This blueprint, featuring gears, hinges, bearings, and circuits, was incredibly intricate and precise, exhausting all his knowledge of mechanics and demanding considerable effort from his expertise as a mecha pilot. With those two factors alone, its quality could be no less than high grade. Come on, let us see the result. Ding, unrecognizable. Linimo? Could it be that my posture is incorrect? It must be my posture. He rotated the blueprint 180 degrees and attempted to validate it once more. Ding, unrecognizable. A pang of discomfort hit his chest. Linimo glanced at the crumpled blueprint in his hand, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it aside. Even a mecha master was human. Failing twice was a normal occurrence, so let us try again. Linimo picked up the paper and pen, drawing with renewed vigor. Ding, unrecognizable. The veins on Linimo's forehead began to throb restlessly. Once more, ding, mechanical portrait detected, triggering conditions for the subclass painter. Would you like to become a painter? Painter my foot. I'm drawing a blueprint, a blueprint. Do not test my limits. Ding, blueprint detected, matching in progress. Did it work? Linimo's eyes lit up as the veins on his forehead throbbed violently. Matching successful. You have successfully designed the blueprint. Primitive mechanical pincer, damaged. Achieving conditions to trigger the subclass designer. Would you like to become a designer? Linimo clicked confirm. Ding, congratulations on successfully unlocking the subclass designer, gaining 10 free skill points. You are currently a design novice, upgrade requirement. Allocate at least 3 designer subclass skills to LV10. Upgrading may require some time to accumulate. Linimo glanced at his attribute panel. He had 10 free attribute points and 20 free skill points. Each skill point could elevate a skills level by 1. But he also had the skill tree of his main profession to consider, making it impossible to invest all of it into the subclass designer. Doing so might lead to an imbalance. And even if he designed a high-grade blueprint, he would be unable to assemble it due to inadequate main profession skills, leaving the blueprint to languish in the system. Speaking of blueprints, what exactly did I just design? Linimo looked at the panel. Primitive mechanical pincer, damaged, note. The pig's eye raised in a high-tech pig farm produced blueprints more useful than this. The veins on Linimo's forehead, which had just calmed down, began to throb once more. Why? Why can't I have a function to hide notes? To the person who wrote this note and those above, I hope I never encounter you. Sighing deeply, Linimo made an effort to shift his focus. To elevate his spirits, he decided to allocate points. Regardless of the time, adding skill points was a tedious yet joyous endeavor. First, he turned to the 10 free attribute points. Linimo scanned his attributes: stamina, strength, spirit, agility, and charisma. Charisma was innately maxed out, leaving him with only the first 4 to choose from. During his time at Tinxiong Mountain, he had allocated his initial 10 skill points to strength and stamina to capture familiars. With this new set of 10 points, he decided to allocate them to a different attribute. His gaze roamed over the panel several times before finally settling on spirit. Stamina, strength, and agility would all provide him with some enhancement upon allocation. But what exactly does adding to spirit do? What aspect does it strengthen? Perhaps I should try adding just 2 points. Would you like to consume 2 attribute points to enhance spirit attribute? Confirm. Ding. Enhancement successful. Current spirit attribute value is 14. Is that all? Linimo looked down at his hands, then closed his eyes to truly feel himself. It seemed that he had not changed at all. Could it be that the allocation was too small? Gritting his teeth, Linimo allocated the remaining 8 points entirely to spirit. Ding. Enhancement successful. Current spirit attribute value is 22. Ding. Detected that your current spirit attribute is the highest attribute. Congratulations, you have unlocked the achievement Spirit Youngster, gaining 10 free attribute points. Linimo? Spirit Youngster? What kind of absurd achievement is this? But it's quite delightful. Investing those 10 attribute points allowed Lin Missouri to truly feel the benefits of the enhanced spirit attribute. To put it plainly, his energy was noticeably more vibrant. After a long day of fatigue, he felt completely rejuvenated, his mental defenses fortified. This way, in the future, if he encountered a familiar with illusionary abilities, he could rely on his formidable spirit attribute to withstand the effects. Excellent, I feel quite spirited. Next time I have attribute points, I'll prioritize agility. Now, with all other attribute points surpassing 10, Linimo, as a well-rounded youth excelling in virtue, intelligence, physical prowess, and aesthetics, naturally would not neglect any aspect. He had already resolved that, given his current low rank and feeble combat capabilities, he would prioritize adding attribute points to agility in the future, enabling him to run faster and thereby enhance his chances of escape. He set a modest goal, to ensure his speed exceeded that of a Titan. This way, during a retreat, he could leave the Titan trailing behind, securing his own escape. Truly, I am clever. Next comes the allocation of skill points. This decision was relatively straightforward. Linimo directly invested 8 skill points to fully unlock the basic components, illuminating the second tier of the skill tree. He then used 10 points to max out the primary metal affinity, leaving him with a mere 2 skill points. Linimo felt a surge of information flooding his mind regarding various models and crafting techniques of components. Additionally, the primary metal affinity significantly enhanced his precision in crafting, providing him with the foundation to create items of ordinary quality. Now, Linimo's attributes appeared considerably more appealing. Name: Linimo, human, profession, mechanic secondary profession, designer physical strength, 13 power, 17 agility, 14 spirit, 22 charm, max free attribute points, 0 skill points, 2 skills, none professional skill tree. Click for details items. Titan, damaged. Tattered blueprints for telescopic mechanical arm, damaged. Primitive mechanical pincer, damaged. With 2 skill points remaining, Linimo glanced at the skill bar for his secondary profession, and an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Since only 2 points were left, why not gamble on acquiring a blueprint? Chapter 11. The Titan's new skill, the so-called gamble on blueprints, refers to the final method of obtaining blueprints. By learning 2 skills from the designer profession and then merging them, one might have the chance to acquire a blueprint. The higher the skill levels of the merged skills, the greater the probability of producing a high-quality blueprint. Of course, it is also possible that merging 2 skills both maxed at LV10 could yield only a blueprint for mundane machinery, offering no enhancement to combat capabilities. In rare instances, players may experience a stroke of luck, merging 2 LV1 skills to produce a high-tier blueprint. This sensation of unpredictability, akin to gambling with stones, has led players to refer to it as gambling for blueprints. In his past life, Linimo often found himself in a state of fortunate serendipity, frequently synthesizing high-quality blueprints at minimal costs, earning him the moniker of a man who played games with his lifespan. Although the basic mecha blueprint box had yielded a Titan, suggesting a degree of misfortune, Linimo felt compelled to take a chance. Even lions and tigers doze off at times. His luck might merely have been momentarily distracted. Merging the 2 skill points could produce an ordinary quality blueprint, and he would still come out ahead. As for the notion of consistently failing, was there any rationale behind it? You have mastered the skill basic surveying LV1, and you have mastered the skill basic mechanical engineering LV1. Would you like to proceed with skill merging? Linimo rubbed his hands together, no longer hesitating, and clicked confirm. After a wave of dizziness washed over him, he received the following notification. Congratulations, you have acquired the blueprint, Precision Balance, Living, Precision balance, living a high-precision measuring instrument, commonly found in scientific experiments and industrial production. Note: not entirely useless, but not particularly useful either. Lin Mo's expression remained impassive. He rolled over, climbed into bed, and pulled the covers over himself in one fluid motion. What a ridiculous mechanism. I shall never merge skills again. The following day, Lin Mo rose early. With a spirit attribute of 22, his fatigued energy was invigorated, requiring little sleep for recovery. Having decided to settle in a Mo family village, Lin Mo needed to prepare a sufficient array of tools for mechanical fabrication, everything from smelting furnaces to molding devices. He required all the essentials used in a blacksmith's workshop. He opened his storage bag to take stock. Inside remained 10 ordinary spirit stones and 2 fire attribute spirit stones. These were cleverly hidden away before his cheap father's estate was seized, leaving him somewhat financially constrained. In Lingzhou, ordinary folks used gold and silver as currency, while beast tamers relied on spirit stones. The energy contained within spirit stones, alongside their unique properties, greatly benefits beast tamers, making spirit stones the only hard currency in their realm. Typically, 10 taels of gold could be exchanged for a single non-attribute spirit stone. 10 non-attribute spirit stones could be traded for 1 attribute spirit stone, and 10 attribute spirit stones could be exchanged for a spirit crystal. The fire attribute spirit stones were reserved for powering the Titan, leaving Lin Mo with only 10 spirit stones to spend. Although 10 spirit stones converted to ordinary gold and silver might suffice for a typical family's yearly expenses, for a beast tamer, it would barely cover a few purchases. Naturally, Lin Mo did not intend to buy a standard furnace. After all, the village's iron ore consisted of fine iron, and ordinary furnaces would not reach the necessary temperatures for smelting. After waking, Lin Mo cast a glance at the Titan, which had remained in the yard all night. It stood motionless, its body covered in rust. Although its metal shell was relatively clean and smooth, the exposed arms and various components were tarnished, giving the Titan the appearance of a battle-hardened warrior. Yet, the occasional puff of steam escaping from its head somewhat undermined the image. Do not worry. This mechanic shall provide you with a comprehensive upgrade in the coming days. Lin Mo opened the cave and let the Titan step inside. He compiled a list and hurried to inquire with Mo Zhong about where to procure the necessary items. Curious about Lin Mo's intentions, Mo Zhong inquired why he needed such materials. Lin Mo explained that these were essential for the Titan's advancement and that he needed a considerable amount of fine iron. Mo Zhong, showing great care for Lin Mo, who had recently lost his father and was now living in prosperity, assured him that he would handle the procurement, requiring no payment from Lin Mo. Nonetheless, Lin Mo insisted on leaving behind a few spirit stones. He understood that to coexist harmoniously with the majority, one must never seek to take advantage, even when it seems justifiable to outsiders. That evening, Mo Zhong returned with the items Lin Mo needed, accompanied by the Black Tiger. Together, they set everything up and left Lin Mo with a substantial amount of refined fine iron. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Mo immersed himself in his workshop. Crack in the workshop. After tightening the final screw, Lin Mo wiped the sweat from his brow. Before him stood the Titan, unchanged, save for the fact that its original right mechanical arm had been replaced with a sturdy, gleaming fine iron arm. The arm's end was no longer a bare, cumbersome metal sphere but rather a mechanical hand resembling pincers. Beneath the fine iron exterior lay a folded mechanical skeleton, which could be activated via the steam engine's kinetic energy, triggering the shoulder's mechanism to extend the folded mechanical bones and launch the mechanical hand forward. The principle resembled the toy fist guns Lin Mo played with as a child, albeit with far greater power than any toy could muster. This was the culmination of 5 days of effort, during which Lin Mo had fused the primitive mechanical pincer with the tattered telescopic mechanical arm to create the Titan's new equipment. Primitive telescopic mechanical arm type, mechanical arm quality, ordinary length, 98 centimeters weight, 45 kilograms equipment requirements, mecha attribute bonus, mecha strength 5 durability, 100 additional skill, claw, the telescopic arm can extend over 7 meters to retrieve targets, skill consumption, 20. Cannot be released again until the claw is retracted. Note: a tribute to League of Legends. A nod to Blitzcrank. This ordinary quality equipment, boasting an additional durability attribute compared to its damage counterpart, marked Lin Mo's first creation of an ordinary quality item since his arrival in this world. It granted him 15 free skill points and diversified the Titan's combat capabilities. This was a promising beginning. Lin Mo patted the Titan's large head with satisfaction, placing the spirit stones back into the Titan's steam engine boiler. In an instant, the Titan's dim eyes were reignited. Steam once again billowed from its head, accompanied by a whistle reminiscent of a steam engine. Ding! Detected updates to Titan's components, re-evaluating. Evaluation complete. Titan's overall attributes remain low. Upgrade failed. Current quality, damaged. There's still much effort to be made. Lin Mo adjusted his stiff neck, a consequence of fatigue. The failure of the upgrade was within his expectations. After all, Titan was currently equipped with nothing but a single piece of ordinary quality equipment, its primitive retractable mechanical arm, with limited attributes for enhancement. According to Lin Mo's estimation, he would need to replace all of Titan's metallic components with refined iron and pair them with 3 or 4 pieces of ordinary quality mech equipment to elevate Titan to the status of a basic ordinary quality mech. However, he refrained from doing so solely due to insufficient funds. The high temperatures required for smelting refined iron could only be provided by fire attribute spirit stones, and he had only 2 remaining. After 5 days of smelting, one stone's energy was entirely depleted, and he needed to conserve the other as a backup power source for Titan, leaving him with no choice but to abstain from further use. Although he was not a true beast master, his resource consumption was hardly less than that of one. Alas, life was arduous. Lin Mo sighed. He needed to devise a way to procure spirit stones. Otherwise, Titan would be unable to undergo a comprehensive upgrade. But in this remote valley, where could he possibly find spirit stones? Suddenly, Lin Mo felt a sensation and looked down to reveal the jade talisman given to him by the Beast Monitoring Agency, which was now slowly flickering with light. Lin Mo could not help but be astonished. Was there a task at hand? Chapter 12. Bailey Town. This jade talisman was specially prepared by the Beast Monitoring Agency for beast masters like Lin Mo, who bore a tainted reputation. There were 2 talismans in total. He possessed the child talisman, while another, the mother talisman, remained with the agency. Besides being able to sense the child's location, the mother talisman could also communicate with the child talisman when activated, serving as a notification for Lin Mo and others that it was time to undertake tasks and atone for their misdeeds at the agency. It had been about 7 or 8 days since. Lin Mo casually found a needle and pricked his fingertip, letting a drop of blood fall onto the child talisman, which absorbed it and fell silent. This was merely an acknowledgement. Lin Mo was required to report to the nearest branch of the Beast Monitoring Agency within 3 days, or he would be treated as a fugitive. As darkness descended, Lin Mo quickly grabbed a bite to eat and then collapsed into bed. Even a spirited young man needed a good night's sleep to replenish his energy after several days of intensive labor. The following day, Lin Mo awoke early to prevent the villagers from worrying about his sudden disappearance. He informed Imo Zhong and then set off from Imo family village with a map in hand. After traversing several mountains, he paused on a relatively elevated peak. The reason it was considered elevated was due to the flat and stark summit that bore evident signs of human intervention. At the edge of a vast flat area stood an exceptionally conspicuous small tower. This had to be the place. After glancing at the red circle marked on his map and then at the unmissable small tower nearby, Lin Mo stowed the map away. The branch he had registered at was in Yinmin City, just outside Bailey Town. As its name suggests, it served as the gateway to the capital, Yin City. While it lacked the splendor of the capital, it was nonetheless a prominent stronghold, home to countless powerful beast masters, rendering Lin Mo, an insignificant newcomer, unnecessary. If those seasoned masters could not resolve certain challenges, he would only be left helpless. Lin Mo intended to travel to a small town known as Bailey Town, the only settlement amid the vast mountains. While the rest were merely small villages or hamlets, it was named Bailey Town due to its unique geographical position, situated within 100 miles of every village. However, even a few dozen miles felt distant for Lin Mo at present. Traveling on foot was impractical, and relying on Titan was even more unrealistic. Not to mention Titan's current size was inadequate to accommodate Lin Mo. The thought of consuming spirit stones made Lin Mo wince. In this otherworldly realm, there were other methods. He took out a flint and ascended the small tower, igniting a fire basin atop it. He was uncertain of the fuel used in the basin. Upon ignition, It produced little flame but emitted a thick black smoke that ascended straight into the sky. Lin Mo stood atop the tower. Beginning his wait, he had timed his awakening precisely, so he did not have to wait long before a dark spot appeared on the horizon, rapidly enlarging in his field of vision. As it approached, he could discern a formidable bird of prey, measuring nearly 2 to 3 dozen feet in length, its sharp gaze piercing. Its feathers shimmered with a metallic luster, and with a single flap, it covered an impressive distance. Lin Mo felt a moment of speechlessness despite his mental preparation. Once a nobleman from Yin City, he was familiar with the more common spirit beasts. The magnificent bird in the air was known as the Iron Feather Roc, a high-tier spirit beast with a bloodline that could reach the 6th rank upon maturity, with great potential to break through its bloodline limits and attain the 7th rank, overpowering the vast majority of spirit beasts. From its size, it was evident that it had reached maturity, its keen gaze surveying the earth, exuding an aura of dominance in the skies. However, 2 spirit stones, the Iron Feather Roc, landed, and a middle-aged man on its back looked expressionlessly at Lin Mo, stating, "For a round trip, you need only pay 3 spirit stones, a 6th-rank spirit beast, and it was engaged in passenger transport." Lin Mo grimaced, reluctantly handing over 2 spirit stones. He climbed onto the broad back of the Iron Feather Roc, which let out a long cry, its wings stirring up a gust of wind as it soared into the sky. I seem to have underestimated the spirit stone consumption for beast masters. On the back of the bird, amidst the clouds, Lin Mo observed the beast master at the helm, raising an eyebrow. Even a 6th-rank beast master had to rely on such work to earn a living. The spirit realm was more competitive than he had imagined. He needed to expedite his atonement to regain his freedom and find a way to forge a more powerful mech to establish his foothold in the spirit realm. That being said, the fare was indeed steep. Lin Mo glanced at his storage bag, which contained 4 ordinary spirit stones and 1 fire attribute spirit stone. The value of 2 spirit stones, if converted to gold and silver, would suffice for half a year's expenses for a village. About half an hour later, the Iron Feather Roc descended several times upon seeing the smoke signals, picking up a few more passengers before finally arriving at Bailey Town. This ancient city nestled in a valley had walls that were not particularly imposing, yet they stood over 10 meters high, a scale vastly larger than that of small villages like Mo Family Village or Lu Family Village. Lin Mo, over here. As soon as the Iron Feather Roc landed outside the city gate, Lin Mo spotted Zhao Han not far away. There was no way to overlook the rotund figure of the man, topped with a peculiar hairstyle resembling a monkey, making it impossible for him to blend in. Behind this plump figure stood a girl clad in red, whom Lin Mo vaguely recognized as a prisoner from the female prison of the Beast Monitoring Agency, though he could not recall her name. Following closely behind her was a pitch-black cat with 3 tails. Lin Mo searched his memory but found no recollection of such a cat, suspecting it was either rare or a variant spirit beast. Lin Mo, this is Huang Ying. Her spirit beast possesses illusionary abilities and wishes to join us in undertaking some tasks. I can't make decisions unilaterally, Zhao Han explained. I have no objections. Upon hearing that Huang Ying's spirit beast had illusionary abilities, Lin Mo nodded without hesitation. Low-tier spirit beasts typically had limited soul power, making them susceptible to illusions. Having a beast master with an illusionary spirit beast would allow them to attempt more challenging tasks. Thank you. Huang Ying seemed somewhat reticent, giving Lin Mo a deep glance before nodding in agreement. The trio successfully formed a small team and headed toward the branch of the Beast Monitoring Agency within Bailey Town. Along the way, Lin Mo noticed that Huang Ying occasionally stole glances at him, but upon meeting his gaze, she would hurriedly avert her eyes. Could it be that she has fallen for me at first sight? Lin Mo touched his face, letting out a helpless sigh. Who said that being handsome meant having no troubles? Look, those in blue robes are disciples of the Beast Monitoring Agency. Do not provoke them. Zhao Han instructed, resembling a landlord as he elaborated on the various aspects of Bailey Town to Lin Mo and Huang Ying. After temporarily regaining his freedom, Zhao Han had taken up residence in the town's most expensive inn. Having spent these days in Bailey Town, according to Lin Mo's recollection, staying there cost a spirit stone per night, with additional expenses for food and other necessities, outrageously expensive. Yet, Zhao Han showed no signs of concern. On the way, Lin Mo observed Zhao Han's golden spirit monkey. In just a week, it had grown considerably stronger, its fur now more lustrous and golden, evidently having enjoyed a good diet. Zhao Han, a remarkably wealthy fellow. Lin Mo glanced at his storage bag, his resolve strengthening as he raised his head. I am determined to keep this friend. Chapter 13. The mission. After meandering through Bailey Town for a while, the trio finally arrived at the branch of the Beastmaster Monitoring Agency. It was an opulent hall, more extravagant than the city lord's residence, making it impossible to overlook. Zhao Han had evidently scouted the place in advance. After reporting to the designated personnel, he led Lin Mo and the others directly to a small room adjacent to the mission hall. The tasks listed in the mission hall were all respectable endeavors, yielding considerable contribution points. Such tasks were reserved for the disciples of the Beastmaster Monitoring Agency and those independent Beastmasters, leaving Lin Mo and his companions, who bore the weight of their past crimes, with only two choices: either the menial, laborious tasks that no other Beastmasters would deign to accept, which offered minimal contribution points, or perilous missions where a single misstep could result in injuries to their spirits or even the loss of their lives as Beastmasters. However, Lin Mo and his companions had no choice. In strict terms, they were still prisoners. Prisoners do not possess the luxury of choice. Let us search together and see if there is a suitable task, Lin Mo suggested, prompting the three to disperse and begin their search along the walls. The tasks were inscribed on wooden plaques hung on the walls. Selecting an appropriate one merely required tearing down the plaque and registering it in the hall. As Lin Mo's gaze swept over the various tasks, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Eliminate a group of skunks, contribution points. 100. Eliminate the aberrant blood dung beetles, contribution points. 100. Eliminate a swarm of horseflies, contribution points. 200. Why is it all so repugnant? Lin Mo gritted his teeth. One skunk was already nauseating enough. Now they wanted him to eliminate a whole group, and for just a mere 100 contribution points? What was all this nonsense about aberrant blood dung beetles? Were they not just dung beetles? And a swarm of horseflies was essentially a horde of flies as large as a horse's head. Lin Mo felt an inexplicable urge to retch. This is utterly disgusting. No wonder no one wants to take these tasks. I need a moment. Lin Mo leaned against the wall, took a couple of deep breaths, and turned to Huang Ying and Zhao Han. Do you have any suitable tasks? I have one, Zhao Han replied, clutching his golden spirit monkey in one arm while pointing to a wooden plaque on the wall with the other. This is an escort mission. Let's skip the escort missions. They consume too much time and yield little contribution points. Moreover, if we fail, we cannot afford the consequences. Lin Mo gently shook his head. He had observed a few escort missions earlier, which involved traveling distances of 20 to 30 miles, often through territories inhabited by wild beasts and spirits. In such situations, the most prudent course of action was to ignite a signal fire and summon a public transport bird for cargo transport. Much like Lin Mo's approach, the reason for posting these tasks here was simply that transporting goods via public transport birds was far more expensive than transporting people. Those who issued the tasks were reluctant to part with their funds. It's absurd. I'm already this poor, and yet I have to work to help others save money? In the grand scheme of things, helping others save money is tantamount to incurring losses myself. I found one that involves eliminating 2 injured second-grade spirits. Huang Ying's voice chimed in, drawing the attention of Zhao Han and Lin Mo. Eliminate 2 severely injured demon bears, contribution points, 600. This seems feasible. Lin Mo's eyes flickered slightly. He had inquired earlier and learned that he needed 5,000 contribution points to attain true freedom. Accumulating 100 points at a time would require completing 50 tasks. Even if he managed to undertake 2 tasks per month, he would still be toiling until next year, focusing on higher-yield tasks. He could expedite his progress while reducing the overall workload. After all, the round trip to Bailey Town was rather costly. Demon bears are relatively heavy and powerful, but if they are injured, their strength should be diminished. Furthermore, they lack battle skills without a Beastmaster. With the aid of illusionary techniques, we should be able to handle this. What do you think? Lin Mo looked at Huang Ying and Zhao Han. Your metal spirit will be the main force in this mission. If you believe we can do it, then I am on board. Zhao Han nodded. He was well aware of his golden spirit monkey's frailty and knew he needed to lean on Lin Mo for support. If he was going to rely on Lin Mo, he had to back all of his decisions. That was the proper way to lean on someone. Since Huang Ying had discovered this task, and both of the other two agreed, she naturally had no objections. The trio took the task plaque to register and then departed from the Beastmaster Monitoring Agency. The Iron Feather Rock public transport bird only flew twice a day, once in the morning and once in the evening. Since the evening was not suitable for combat, Lin and Mo suggested they find a place to rest for the night and then take the Iron Feather Rock to Tashi Village the following day. However, he did not anticipate Zhao Han stepping forward. This plump fellow, declaring that they should tackle the mission promptly to clear their names sooner, directly led Lin and Mo and Huanging to the birdcage of the Beastmaster Monitoring Agency and hired a raptor to take them to Tashi Village. This raptor was merely a third-grade spirit, not as large as the Iron Feather Rock, yet it cost a staggering 10 spirit stones. As for the reason, the Iron Feather Rock followed a fixed route, flying twice a day, akin to a public transport service. Although the fare was cheaper up front, it relied on volume. The raptor Zhao Han hired was akin to a taxi. While it had a lower capacity and less power, it could depart at any time and provide direct service, making it inherently more expensive. Zhao Han generously claimed he would cover the expenses. Lin and Mo protested that it was unreasonable, yet he climbed onto the bird's back, his gaze towards Zhao Han growing firmer. What a fool with too much money. He was born to be my brother. Zhao Han, do you really live in the most expensive inn in Bailey Town? While riding on the bird's back, Lin and Mo could not suppress his curiosity and turned to Zhao Han. Yes, I stay there. It's called the Hobo Dragon Inn. Zhao Han casually replied. That must be quite an expense. Huanging chimed in that it's nothing much. Zhao Han waved his hand dismissively. That inn is owned by my family. Lin and Mo and Huanging exchanged a glance, both with expressions of incredulity. Why did his nonchalant words carry a different connotation? How infuriating to be deceived by him. The two fell silent, not uttering another word for the remainder of the journey. Second in command. Look, they're here. At Tashi Village, the second in command, Chen Feng, who was vigilantly scanning the surroundings, was startled by a subordinate's shout. However, before he could reprimand his subordinate, he spotted a raptor soaring through the air, along with several indistinct figures atop it. Reinforcements have arrived? Chen Feng's heart stirred. Just a few days prior, two formidable demon bears had inexplicably appeared outside their village, exhibiting a fierce and aggressive demeanor. To ensure the safety of the village chief had engaged in battle with his third-grade stone spirit and the two demon bears. Unfortunately, both the village chief and the stone spirit returned severely injured, while the demon bears had only sustained minor wounds. Now, the village chief remained unconscious, uncertain of when he would awaken. Having recently contracted a first-grade metal spirit, Chen Feng, the second in command, dared not recklessly confront the demon bears. He had no choice but to spend a few spirit stones to solicit help from the Beastmaster Monitoring Agency. He never expected reinforcements to arrive so swiftly. Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with hope. He recognized this raptor, which cost 10 spirit stones to hire. Anyone who could afford such a fee to come to Tashi Village was likely at least a third-grade Beastmaster. Chapter 14. This is a metal spirit, Part 1. So? You three are here to eliminate the two demon bears? Standing at the entrance of Tashi Village, Chen Feng watched as the raptor's silhouette vanished in the sky, then turned to face the three individuals before him, feeling a slight sense of disillusionment. Judging by their age, characteristics, and other aspects, these three did not resemble formidable beastmasters. Given their apparent age of 16 or 17, they likely had only just contracted their spirits. What are you young ones doing out here, when you should be at home? Didn't your guardians tell you that the outside world is fraught with peril? Is there a problem? Lin and Mo glanced around casually. His nonchalant demeanor caused a shift in Chen Feng's expression. Could it be that you are a second-grade beastmaster? Chen Feng made a bold assumption. He perceived that the portly individual clutching the golden spirit monkey and the girl with the black cat spirit seemed to revolve around the boy in the middle. Thus, he surmised that this boy might indeed possess strength surpassing the other two, qualifying him as a second-grade beastmaster. This would explain their audacity in taking on such a task. However, Lin Mo's next statement left Chen Feng utterly dumbfounded. No, I am a first-grade beastmaster. I only contracted my spirit a few days ago, and so did my friend, Chen Feng. 3 first-grade beastmasters, and all newly contracted spirits. What audacity drives you to undertake this mission? Are the youth of today so reckless? Is your spirit lineage exceptionally strong, allowing you to fight beyond your level? Chen Feng turned his gaze towards Lin and Mo, probing for answers. Lin and Mo met Chen Feng's gaze. My spirit is a metal spirit. Himph. Chun Feng felt as though his heart had been struck by a powerful blow, rendering him speechless. He had hoped for reinforcements, only to find 3 reckless youths willing to throw their lives away. What on earth was the Beastmaster Monitoring Agency thinking? He is, after all, a Beastmaster of the metal spirit, and naturally possesses an understanding of the distinctive traits of such spirits. Metal spirits and stone spirits, among other summoned entities, indeed present certain advantages during the initial stages of a Beastmaster's development. However, the effectiveness of these advantages is contingent upon the opponent. When faced with those whose innate abilities have only recently awakened and do not excel in physical prowess, the metal spirit can effortlessly disregard their talents, overpowering them with its formidable physique. Yet, in a confrontation with Beastmasters adept in hand-to-hand combat, the metal spirit's lack of intelligence and agility becomes glaringly apparent, rendering it vulnerable to assault. Chun Feng genuinely wished to inquire of the youth before him what grounds he had for such calmness. "Follow me," he said, casting a glance at the 3 individuals before turning to lead them into the village. Lin Mo and his companions exchanged perplexed glances and trailed behind, sensing an oddity in the demeanor of the second-in-command. The Tower Stone Village is perched on a mountainside, its terrain relatively perilous, and it houses a considerable population. After a brief introduction among the 3, Chun Feng fell silent, leading the way through a labyrinth of homes until he halted before a stone dwelling. "Look there," he finally said, gesturing ahead. Lin Mo and his companions followed the direction of his finger, their gaze traversing the stone-paved path until it rested upon a peculiar stone figure resembling a snowman, albeit devoid of limbs, with only a torso and a head remaining, lying in a clearing before the stone house. "What does that signify?" Lin Mo and the others turned their eyes back to Chun Feng. "That is the spirit of our village chief. He is a 3rd-tier Beastmaster, and this spirit is also of the same rank. However, after a fierce battle with 2 demonic bears, its limbs were shattered, and our village chief remains in a state of unconsciousness." Chun Feng explained, shaking his head gently as he regarded Lin Mo and his companions. "Those 2 demonic bears are formidable foes. You 3, having just formed your contracts, should rest here for the night. You may return tomorrow, as those bears are highly aggressive." Lin Mo and his companions reacted with disbelief. "After all this roundabout talk, it turns out you think we're incapable," Lin Mo remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Chun Feng. He had no intention of altering his plans based on a few of Chen Feng's words, especially since the cost of the round trip was exorbitant. If this mission went unfulfilled, he would have to accept another one upon his return. "Uncertain if the rotund boy would be so generous then, I knew it. You young ones," Chun Feng muttered, noticing that they appeared to have disregarded his warnings. "How about this? Let us engage in a friendly spar. If you can defeat me, I shall accompany you to confront the demonic bears." Having encountered many such youthful individuals, he recognized that they would not retreat until they faced a setback. As the second-in-command of Tower Stone Village, he felt it necessary to impart a lesson. Since they lacked a clear understanding of their own capabilities, he, as a 2-month-old Beastmaster, would demonstrate the disparity between summoned spirits. Lin Mo, possessing a metal spirit like himself, had only recently formed his contract. Defeating him should be a simple task. With a sigh, Chun Feng lamented the burden of concern he bore for these young ones. "Are we ready to begin?" In the village's modest arena, Lin Mo gazed at Chun Feng with a mixture of disbelief and resignation, flanked by Zhao Han and Huang Ying, with only 2 fire spirit stones at their disposal. The Titan's energy was already dwindling, yet Chun Feng maintained an air of experience, positioning himself as a concerned mentor, leaving Lin Mo at a loss for a plausible refusal. "Let us commence." Chun Feng acquiesced with a sense of inevitability. Youthful exuberance is commendable, but one must also act within their means. With our village chief injured and even I, a seasoned 1st-tier Beastmaster, seeking assistance, you 3 fresh recruits are courting disaster, he mused. Hoping that victory would not come at the cost of their spirits, in the next moment, both summoned spirits emerged from their respective realms. Clang! Chun Feng's metal spirit, resembling a wild boar rather than a humanoid form, sprang forth, its body seemingly composed of brass, towering over a height of more than 10 feet, fierce and imposing, with rusty tusks protruding from its jaws. On the opposing side, Lin Mo's Titan ambled out, its short legs moving with an awkward gait. Standing opposite the brass boar, steam billowed from its head as it gazed up, scratching its head with mechanical pincers. The three spectators exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding settling upon them. Although the battle had not yet commenced, the mere sight of the summoned spirits suggested an inevitable outcome. The Titan, standing at a mere 1.5 meters, seemed like a child gazing up at an adult. Zhao Han and Huang Ying could not help but share a concerned look. How can we possibly win this? Is this truly your metal spirit? Qin Feng scrutinized the bewildered Titan, his brow furrowing in concern. Indeed, Lin Mo replied, unflinching. Qin Feng felt a pang of distress. It was not merely youthful zeal but rather a lack of discernment. The sole advantage of metal spirits over others lies in their formidable strength and resilient bodies. And strength is generally proportional to size. Your metal spirit has yet to fully develop. Why bring it forth now? Metal spirits are primarily known for their superior physicality, yet in every other regard, they are at a disadvantage. This one is so diminutive that it requires intensive training to bolster its power. Otherwise, it will possess no advantage at all. As a seasoned beastmaster, Qin Feng felt compelled to educate the youth. Thank you for the insight, Lin Mo replied, outwardly respectful while inwardly rolling his eyes. Intensive training. Unless there's an upgrade, Titan statistics are fixed. Training would merely waste spirit stones. Let us begin. Qin Feng was at a loss for words. He felt he had fulfilled his duty of guidance. Now, he would demonstrate the harsh realities of the world to this youth. Clang, clang, clang. The brass boar, initially stationary, had been scratching the ground until it received its command. Momentarily pausing to showcase the low intelligence of metal and stone spirits, then, with a grunt, it charged towards Lin Mo. Its massive form caused the ground to tremble as it thundered forward. Zhao Han's face fell, his flesh hanging loose. The brass boar, large and swift, with its hardened body and immense strength, was clearly a powerhouse. In stark contrast, the Titan stood there, dazed, with wisps of steam occasionally escaping from its head. How can this possibly result in victory? Zhao Han's expression turned grave, feeling as though he had chosen the wrong ally. In the blink of an eye, the brass boar was upon the Titan, releasing a metallic roar as its tusks descended menacingly towards its opponent. It's over. With such a small frame, how much strength could it muster to confront the boar head-on? Qin Feng couldn't help but smirk at the sight of the Titan standing firm, lifting its iron fist in defiance. Yet, his amusement swiftly evaporated. Boom! The seemingly daft Titan raised its iron ball of a left arm and delivered a punch directly to the brass boar's head. The clash of metal produced a sound akin to thunder, resonating in their ears. The Titan remained steadfast, not yielding an inch, while the brass boar appeared momentarily stunned, standing still for several seconds before toppling over. Its limbs rigid, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Victory was indisputable. Qin Feng's expression shifted, colors draining from his face. To avoid depleting Titan's energy and uncertain of the metal spirit's true combat capabilities, Lin Mo had commanded Titan to exert full power in that single strike. Yet, he hadn't anticipated that one punch would suffice to fell the mighty brass boar. Despite its imposing size, it was surprisingly fragile. It dawned on him. Metal spirits may appear large, but their interiors are often hollow. Titan, powered by the steam engine of the fire spirit stone, wielded a solid iron ball as a fist. Perhaps, in retrospect, this outcome was not so unexpected. This is a metal spirit? Lin Mo questioned. Qin Feng? Is this truly a metal spirit? Internally, he was nearly screaming. The size of a spirit is not the sole metric for evaluating its power, especially at lower tiers. How could such a diminutive figure overturn a creature of such considerable mass? Qin Feng remained rooted in place, immobilized by disbelief. The familiar pain in his chest resurfaced, aching so intensely he struggled to breathe. Huang Ying turned to the astonished Zhao Han. Did you know he was this strong, which is why you chose to ally with him? Zhao Han, caught in a daze, hesitated before responding. I just found out. Do you believe me? Lin Mo, Titan seems different from when I last saw it. In the forest outside Tashizhai, Zhao Han and Huang Ying flanked Lin Mo on either side, closely following his every step. Behind the trio, the black cat and the golden spirit monkey trailed like loyal younger siblings, occasionally glancing up at Titan with furtive eyes before quickly averting their gaze, as if fearing they would be discovered. Spirit beasts inherently revere the strong. Upon witnessing Titan effortlessly topple a massive boar with a single punch, these two spirit creatures had already acknowledged Titan's supremacy. Regrettably, no matter how hard they attempted to communicate with their big brother, he remained utterly indifferent, following the Beastmaster with a stoic expression. Silent and aloof, his head emitted a faint vapor, embodying an aura of cool detachment. I've imparted a new combat technique to Titan, hence his slight alteration. Lin Mo casually explained as he continued deeper into the woods, in a world governed by the arcane. Everything can be elucidated with ease, for as long as one presents a reason, others will fill in the details themselves. The phrase imparted combat technique was a well-considered ruse devised by Lin Mo long ago. Your metallic spirit is named Titan, correct? It seems rather distinct from other metallic spirits, Huang Ying remarked, her gaze flitting between Titan and Lin Mo. There's nothing particularly different, Lin Mo paused. Its intelligence is quite low as well. Don't you see how dim-witted Titan appears? I had assumed Titan's prowess in battle would correlate with higher intelligence. Zhao Han expressed, slightly taken aback. After all, as a metallic spirit, how could its intelligence not be elevated? As Lin Mo spoke, he abruptly halted. Having caught a whiff of a faint metallic odor, golden monkey, go take a look. If Lin Mo could detect it, Zhao Han certainly could as well. Without hesitation, he released the golden monkey, a decision agreed upon by the trio during their journey. Among the three spirit beasts, the golden spirit monkey possessed the swiftest speed. Making it ideal for reconnaissance and ambushes, it could swiftly retreat should danger arise. The golden monkey did not keep them waiting long, soon returning and leaping into Zhao Han's arms, gesticulating animatedly. The two injured demon bears are just ahead. It communicated, aided by their pact, allowing Zhao Han to succinctly relay the message to Lin Mo and Huang Ying. Let us move closer. The three stealthily approached, peering through the underbrush, their expressions growing serious. Not far from them, two robust black demon bears were feasting on the carcass of a mountain deer, each bear sporting several visible wounds, with one even having a severed leg. Seemed the third-tier stone spirit had not been entirely one-sidedly defeated. These demon bears were grievously injured as well. Chapter 16. A sudden change. Titan's speed was not remarkable, making it challenging to directly engage the two demon bears. I have a plan, Huang Ying suggested. Let the black cat use illusions to distract the more grievously wounded one, while my Titan and Zhao Han's golden monkey deal with the other. Titan will take the lead, and the golden monkey will exploit the demon bear's injuries. Lin Mo crouched behind the bushes, formulating a straightforward yet effective strategy for combat. A trivial task for someone with his prior experience. The only concern was whether Huang Ying's black cat could sufficiently distract the gravely injured demon bear. Allowing Titan and the golden monkey time to eliminate the other spirit beast is named Shaoli, not black cat. Huang Ying muttered under her breath, then nodded at the toot. If it's just for a short duration, it should be manageable. With their strategy confirmed, Lin Mo summoned Titan from a distance without further hesitation. Titan emerged from the forest, exuding steam as it approached, stopping a short distance from the two demon bears. Its mechanical claws scratching its steam-emitting head, its mechanical eyes fixated intently on the bears before it, radiating intelligence. Roar! The two demon bears, startled by the sudden appearance of this metallic creature, became alert. The injured one stood upright, bellowing fiercely at Titan to intimidate it, signaling that it should not provoke them. Unfortunately for it, Titan was impervious to such threats. Lin Mo's command remained simple and unembellished. Strike him, Titan, steam billowing from its head. Confidently advanced towards the roaring demon bear, swinging its iron fist. The bear hesitated momentarily, baffled by this unconventional approach. However, its battle instincts quickly kicked in, and as Titan's heavy fist descended, the bear leapt away. Narrowly avoiding the strike, boom! Titan's fist struck the ground with a resounding thud, creating a substantial crater. Both Zhao Han and Huang Ying felt a tremor in their hearts. Although metallic spirits were renowned for their sturdy physiques and formidable strength, Lin Mo's Titan seemed almost excessively powerful. This strength could likely rival that of a third-tier spirit beast in a direct confrontation. Roar! The other demon bear, despite its injuries, rose unsteadily upon witnessing its companion engage in battle. However, before it could react, a nimble black cat swiftly landed atop its head, its peculiar eyes locking onto the bear's gaze. The bear, once brimming with combat spirit, suddenly froze, rendered immobile. You must hurry. After all, the demon bear is a second-tier creature, and Shaoli cannot maintain the illusion for long. Huanging urged, her expression grave. In truth, there was no need for her to urge. Titan had already initiated close-quarters combat. The demon bear, large and imposing, was irate that such a small creature dared to challenge it, and it swiped its massive claws towards Titan. In that fleeting moment, Linimo seemed to glimpse a flicker of electricity arcing across the bear's paw. A combat technique? Linimo was taken aback, intrigued by the capabilities of spirit beasts, commanding Titan to clash head-on. The iron fist met the bear's paw in a direct confrontation. Boom! The terrifying force of their collision caused the ground beneath them to sink several inches. Dust swirling around. This exchange was evenly matched. Roar! The demon bear was evidently furious that such a diminutive opponent could stand its ground. After a furious roar, it charged once more, attempting to overpower Titan. Hold your ground! Linimo's eyes gleamed with intensity. Titan, receiving the command, emitted a rush of steam as it braced itself against the bear's onslaught, pushing back with all its might. For a moment, Titan and the demon bear were locked in a stalemate. Titan followed Linimo's orders, while the bear stubbornly believed its strength surpassed that of this small iron figure, determined to topple Titan. However, at that moment of impasse, Zhao Han sprang into action. The golden monkey darted swiftly between Titan and the demon bear, extending its claws to strike at the bear's wounded thigh. The previously crusted wound burst open, causing the bear to howl in pain. Its strength significantly diminished. This shift allowed Titan to gain the upper hand, forcing the bear to the ground. Though Titan's follow-up punch was evaded, the bear's movements had become noticeably sluggish. It appeared the situation was under control. Observing the battle, Linimo nodded in approval. Titan had established dominance. With just a couple more strikes from the golden monkey, Titan would soon deliver the final blow to their foe. He had already scripted the ensuing events. Indeed, the scenario unfolded as he had envisioned. Following Linimo's directive, Titan showcased a relentless fighting spirit, relentlessly pursuing and battering the demon bear, which was already bleeding and growing increasingly sluggish. As Titan pinned it down, the golden monkey leapt forward to tear at its wounds. Eventually, after several exchanges, the demon bear let out its final wail before collapsing. Your basic mech has triumphed in battle. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Wild spirit beasts, lacking the combat techniques imparted by their beastmasters, were indeed a formidable challenge, yet they had emerged relatively unscathed. Linimo stroked his chin, contemplating the next demon bear. However, before he could make a move, an overwhelming sense of impending doom suddenly enveloped him. I will die. I will truly die. This primal instinct screamed within him. Be careful. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Han and Huanging cried out in alarm. Their pupils dilated in terror as they beheld the other grievously injured demon bear, which had somehow broken free from the illusion and was now looming behind Linimo, standing upright. Its massive paw descended towards Linimo's head. As the bear's paw drew perilously close, Zhao Han and Huanging instinctively shut their eyes. Thud. A dull thud reverberated, causing Zhao Han's corpulent form to shudder violently. It's over. I've lost my leg, he thought, contemplating how he would have to recruit others for future tasks. Zhao Han furrowed his brow, slowly reopening his eyes, only to be stunned into silence by the scene before him. The enormous demon bear stood beside Linimo, its paw mere inches from his head, yet it could not strike. A colossal iron claw had firmly grasped the bear's body. Following the iron claw's grip, his gaze traveled several meters to find Titan's steel form. Steam emanating from its head. You scared the life out of me. Gazing at the demon bear, which was firmly ensnared by the Titan, Linimo exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had equipped mechanical pincers before coming here. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to a mere pulp beneath the bear's paw. Chapter 17. Who sent you here? Zhao Han and Huanging stared at the Titan's mechanical arm, and a thought suddenly sprang to their minds. It was quite lengthy. Witnessing the demise of its companion had driven the demon bear into a frenzy. desperately seeking to vent its wrath by annihilating something. However, in its severely weakened state, it could hardly muster any strength, and was forcibly pulled back by the Titan's claws. What followed was a one-sided beating. The already injured demon bear lacked the stamina to resist, unable even to contend with the Titan, let alone the golden spirit monkey that served as an aid. Under the dual assault of iron fists and sharp claws, it wasn't long before the demon bear fell with a mournful howl. Your basic mech Titan has triumphed over a demon bear. Earning 5 freedom attribute points. Having received the feedback, Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief and cast a glance at his attribute panel. He currently possessed 15 skill points and 10 attribute points, which meant he could enhance his capabilities upon returning. If he allocated all 10 points to agility, his speed would surpass that of the Titan, allowing him to escape danger while the Titan covered his retreat. As for the Titan, the battle with the 2 demon bears had drained a considerable amount of energy, leaving it with only 200 points, and its status bar had shifted from normal to lightly damaged. Lin Mo speculated that some parts had sustained damage during the collision, but it was nothing serious. He intended to replace them all with refined iron upon returning. Opening the cave, Lin Mo stored the Titan away. With energy levels below half, it was prudent to conserve what remained. I'll retrieve the inner cores of the 2 spirit beasts. Seeing that Lin Mo was unharmed, Zhao Han happily resumed his duties after recalling the golden spirit monkey to the cave for rest. He fetched a knife from somewhere and rushed to the corpses of the 2 demon bears. The inner cores were the essence of the spirit beasts, representing the greatest distinction between spirit beasts and ordinary animals. Regardless of the type, spirit beasts typically possessed inner cores, including the metallic spirit of the Titan. Its core, a piece of exceptionally pure metal, had been directly melted into the Titan's components to enhance its hardness. The inner cores of these 2 demon bears were proof of their completed mission and spoils of war, which could be exchanged for spirit stones or other items at the spirit beast monitor. I'm sorry. Huang Ying approached Lin Mo, cradling her black cat, her face etched with guilt. That demon bear was indeed a second tier, and Xiao Li couldn't hold on. Xiao Li apologized to young Master Lin. It's nothing. Really? Lin Mo chuckled, gently turning his head to face Huang Ying and her little raccoon. His gaze meeting the black cat's eyes, an eerie sensation washed over him, and the remainder of his words caught in his throat. Unexpectedly, he would have to take action himself. Xiao Li, keep an eye on him. Seeing Lin Mo's eyes glaze over, Huang Ying realized he had fallen under an illusion. She placed Xiao Li opposite Lin Mo and approached Zhao Han, who was squatting on the ground, digging for the inner core. Zhao Han, the mission is complete, and we've obtained the inner cores of the demon beasts. How shall we divide them? Huang Ying inquired, smiling as she leaned closer to Zhao Han. I only need the contribution points. We can discuss those later. Zhao Han, undeterred by the blood, thrust his chubby hand into the carcass of the demon bear, feeling around for the inner core. You and Lin Mo can decide on the inner cores. I want he take any. You are indeed generous. Generous? Not really, just fortunate. After a bit of searching, Zhao Han seemed to feel something, his eyes lighting up as he withdrew his hand from the demon bear's body. Clutching something, bang, however, before Zhao Han could properly examine what he had found, Huang Ying swiftly struck him on the back of his neck with a knife. With a foolish grin, Zhao Han fell beside the demon bear's corpse without a sound. The inner core slipping from his hand and rolling away. 2 fools. Huang Ying straightened, her smile morphing into indifference. After kicking Zhao Han twice to ensure he was unconscious, she picked up the inner core of the demon bear and the knife from Zhao Han's hand. Then turned back to Lin Mo. Lin Mo remained rigid, staring blankly at the black cat, confusion etched on his face. I'm sorry. With the knife in hand, Huang Ying cautiously approached Lin Mo, step by step. A significant figure had promised her many benefits. As a disgraced beastmaster, those benefits could not only restore her freedom but also elevate her status. All she needed to do was one thing. Eliminate Lin Mo. Someone wants your life. I'm merely following orders. Whose orders? A significant figure? The prospect of her first kill left Huang Ying exceedingly tense. Instinctively, she began to respond to the question, but midway through, she suddenly realized. Leaping away a considerable distance, a significant figure? What significant figure? Lin Mo's bewilderment dissipated, his gaze sharpening as he turned to Huang Ying. You weren't affected by the illusion. Huang Ying's face paled, disbelief clouding her features as she stared at Lin Imo. I almost was, Lin Imo shrugged nonchalantly in that moment of vulnerability. When the black cat had locked its gaze onto him, Lin Imo felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, the world around him blurring. However, with a staggering 22 points in mental attributes, he quickly regained clarity in that state. Yet, Lin Imo chose not to retaliate immediately. He wanted to discern Huang Ying's true intentions, whether she had conspired with Zhao Han to ambush him or sought to claim the spoils for herself. As it turned out, it was neither to be knocking out Zhao Han. Huang Ying had indicated that he was not her accomplice. Moreover, she had mentioned earlier that a significant figure wanted his life. Who sent you to kill me? Lin Imo stood facing Huang Ying, coldly scrutinizing the girl. Huang Ying's betrayal reminded him of the events that transpired on the Tianqiong mountain range. That time, he thought he had been harmed by a spirit beast hostile to humans, leading him to traverse into this world. Now it seemed highly likely that his original self had also been schemed against by someone. The other convicts who perished on Tianqiong mountain might have merely been a smokescreen created by the true culprit. So, who sought his life? This was a question he needed to address. He certainly did not wish to arrive in this new world only to meet an untimely end shortly thereafter. Shaoli. Huang Ying did not respond to Lin Mo's inquiry, but instead called out to her spirit beast. The black cat fixed its gaze on Lin Mo, letting out a somewhat hoarse sound before charging at him fiercely. Though this black cat was of the illusion type, it did not mean it was incapable of close combat. An ordinary cat could leave a person scarred, let alone a spirit beast in that moment. The black cat moved with incredible speed, morphing into a shadowed Seems I must subdue you first for you to speak the truth, Lin Mo thought, showing no sign of panic as he observed the black cat's approach. In fact, he had no intention of summoning the Titan from the cave. He had just allocated all 10 of his freedom attribute points to agility. Ding! Enhancement successful. Current agility attribute value is 24.in an instant. The black cat's speed appeared to slow before Lin Mo's eyes. Chapter 18. The survival instinct of Zhao Han. The enhancement of his agility attribute not only granted Lin Mo increased speed, but also heightened his perception and awareness. The moment he completed the attribute allocation, the world seemed to be playing in slow motion, and the black cat's previously indistinct form became starkly visible. He could see that this seemingly harmless little creature had bared its claws, lunging towards Lin Mo's throat. Had it been anyone else, they might well have fallen prey to the creature, Lin Mo mused, slightly shifting his body and extending his hand. Though the black cat was fast, it was, after all, an illusion-type spirit beast, not particularly known for physical prowess. Moreover, being mid-air left it unable to evade. As Lin Mo's hand reached out, the cat's pupils reflected a glimmer of sentient fear before it collided directly into Lin Mo's grasp. Meow! Lin Mo's movements were swift. Drawing from memories of cat care enthusiasts from his past life, he seized the black cat by the nape of its neck. The cat, which had initially intended to struggle, instantly calmed down. The reputation of the nape grip was well-deserved. Can we speak now? Holding the black cat with one hand, Lin Mo turned his gaze toward Huang Ying, his expression placid, leaving her stunned. How did you manage that? Her hand, gripping the knife, trembled slightly as she instinctively took 2 steps back. It was no secret that Beastmasters possessed greater physical prowess than ordinary individuals. After contracting a spirit beast, the strength gained from the spirit beast's growth would partially return to the Beastmaster. Thus, the higher the tier of the Beastmaster, the more formidable their physical form. However, this was only applicable to high-tier Beastmasters. For someone like her or Zhao Han, who had recently contracted their spirit beasts, their physical capabilities should not differ much from an average person. Yet, what was up with this Lin Mo, a first-tier Beastmaster, grasping a spirit beast with his bare hands? Even a martial artist wouldn't possess such speed against an illusion and agility-oriented raccoon spirit beast, would they? Now, it is my turn to question you. Lin Mo spoke with an air of indifference. After being reborn and creating the Titan, his plan was to diligently complete the tasks assigned by the Beast Control Bureau, gradually strengthening the Titan's power, progressing step by step and advancing cautiously. This was a typical developmental path employed by mechanical system players: stabilize, develop, and astonish all. However, Huang Ying's actions today undoubtedly disrupted his plans. He needed to ascertain who was fixated on his life. So he could prepare in advance and avoid any unforeseen mishaps. I ask again, will you spare me? Huang retreated a couple of steps, pressing her back against a large tree. I am merely following orders. If you let me go, I swear I will never trouble you again. Will you speak? Lin Mo raised his hand, grasping the flesh at the back of her neck with one hand while the other tightened around the throat of the black cat. Even for an ordinary person, it was an effortless task to strangle a cat, let alone Lin Mo, who had already augmented his strength. I will speak. Upon witnessing Lin Mo's actions, Huang panicked, due to the existence of a contract between beast tamers and their spirits. The spirits could traverse the beast tamers' realms. Once a contract was signed, a mysterious connection formed between the spirit and the realm. If the spirit died, the beast tamer might remain unharmed, but the realm would suffer severe damage, potentially preventing one from ever becoming a beast tamer again. Losing the identity of a beast tamer would render Huang worthless to the Beast Control Bureau, and what awaited her could be a fate worse than death. Yes, it is Li Duwei from the Bingma Division. Lin Mo furrowed his brow slightly. As a second-generation beast tamer, he was somewhat familiar with the affairs of Yendu. The Bingma Division was akin to the Ministry of War in the ancient dynasties of the past, an institution that coordinated the military forces of Dian. All beast tamers in the military were required to register with the Bingma Division. Lin Mo's deceased father had once been one of the beast tamers on that roster. As for Li Duwei, Lin Mo vaguely recalled that during the raid on the Lin residence, there was indeed a Duwei named Li Chongfeng, who stood out as a Bingma Division personnel when the task should have been under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Revenue, leaving a deep impression on him. But why would someone from the Bingma Division want to kill him? Lin Mo glanced at Huang. I do not know. He merely stated that killing you would absolve me of my sins and even grant me the opportunity to enter the Beast Control Bureau as a disciple. The moment Huang met Lin Mo's gaze, she understood what he intended to ask and answered directly. With her life in Lin Mo's hands, she could only share whatever information she had. If you don't know, then you possess no value. Lin Mo's grip tightened slightly, and with a crisp crack, the black cat's body stiffened momentarily before it fell limply. Whoosh! Upon witnessing the death of the black cat at Lin Mo's hands, Huang barely had time to feel sorrow before she turned and fled into the distance. Lin Mo had no intention of letting her escape. Only by reaching the Tower Stone Village would she have a chance to survive. However, even the swift black cat could not evade Lin Mo. So how could Huang, a mere first-tier beast tamer, hope to escape? Just a few steps later, she was caught up to by Lin Mo, who swiftly knocked her to the ground with a precise strike. I could have guessed with my toes that you would certainly inform Li Duwei if you remained alive. Lin Mo's gaze was icy as he looked at Huang, who lay unconscious on the ground. Hiss! It hurts. Why does my head hurt so much? After an unknown period, Zhao Han gradually regained consciousness, feeling an icy sensation enveloping his body. Am I lying on the ground? How did I end up lying on the ground? Suddenly, a flash of light illuminated Zhao Han's mind as he recalled the events leading up to his unconsciousness. He was extracting an inner Dan, and Huang had ambushed him. Had Huang attacked both of them? Or had Lin Mo and Huang conspired together to strike him? What was their motive? Would they silence him to prevent any leaks? The more he thought about it, the more terrified Zhao Han became, lying still on the ground without daring to move. Since you're awake, stop pretending to be asleep. Get up! A sudden voice startled Zhao Han. It was Lin Mo's voice. Was he speaking to me? Zhao Han entertained this thought, but quickly dismissed it. He had been lying still, feigning unconsciousness, without moving an inch. How could Lin Mo know he was awake? It must be a trick. It had to be a trick. Zhao Han motivated himself to continue lying still. Get up. I have something to discuss with you. Lin Mo's voice sounded again. Zhao Han's heart raced, but he ultimately decided to remain on the ground. Huang and Lin Mo had knocked him out. If he stood up and faced them, they might truly silence him. If he stayed feigned, perhaps they would overlook him, granting him a chance to escape. I cannot get up. Absolutely cannot get up. I must maintain this fade of unconsciousness. Zhao Han fervently shouted within, rallying his spirits. Lin Mo, observing Zhao Han lying on the ground, his entire body quivering with excess fat, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 19. Conspiring together. Lin Mo had forgotten which master had once said that you can never awaken someone who is pretending to be asleep. He had previously struggled to comprehend the meaning of this statement, but now he simply wished to exclaim how remarkably true it was. Zhao Han's face was pale, beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and his entire body trembled, sending ripples through his flesh, yet he stubbornly remained lying there. To be able to deceive oneself to such an extent is indeed a model for our kind. It seems he truly has been knocked unconscious. Lin Mo fell silent for a moment, then squatted beside Zhao Han and pinched his chubby face. Perfect. Killing you now would elicit no resistance. Wait! In an instant, Zhao Han sprang up like a carp, only to plummet back down to his knees with a thud. Lin Mo, brother Lin, spare my life. I am but a worthless life. You need not go to such lengths for me. Take my contributions. Take the inner Dan. If you feel that is insufficient, I have several hundred spirit stones here. You may take those as well. Just spare my life. Zhao Han's eyes widened, and his pleas halted abruptly. Before him stood Lin Mo, gazing at him with keen interest. Behind Lin Mo was Huang Ying, tightly bound, and the lifeless body of the black cat lay at her feet. What is happening? A flurry of question marks appeared on Zhao Han's forehead. Weren't these two supposed to have joined forces to knock me out? Why is Huang Ying tied up? The battle must have been fierce if the spirit was killed. Hiss! A thought struck Zhao Han. Seemingly grasping the truth of the matter, this was a case of black eating black. Smack! Zhao Han covered his eyes with his hands. Lin Mo was instantly bewildered. What is this maneuver? Following the pretense of unconsciousness. Now he resorts to the you can't see me tactic? The next second, Zhao Han answered with action. Rest assured, Lin Yi, I have seen nothing. I know nothing. I will speak of nothing, Zhao Han exclaimed, hands still shielding his eyes. I understand the rules. Huang Ying was killed by the demon bear. It was an unfortunate accident during the mission. Rest assured, if you spare my life, not only will I not betray you, but I will also testify on your behalf at the Beast Control Bureau. Lin Mo? It seems I have said nothing at all. What does your loyalty display mean? Why does it feel as though you have fabricated an entire drama? Lin Yi, you see, Zhao Han continued for an unknown duration, causing Lin Mo's ears to ache before Zhao Han finally fell silent, parting his hands to reveal his eyes. Now, surely Lin Mo would let him go, right? Have you finished? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Slightly exasperated. Now let me tell you. You need not explain anything. Zhao Han abruptly interrupted Lin Mo, covering his ears with his hands. You need not tell me any details. Huang Ying was killed by the demon bear. She was weak yet chose to provoke, thus her death was self-inflicted, having nothing to do with you. Zhao Han's expression was resolute, providing no opportunity for Lin Mo to speak. He understood the rules of the trade. One must not know the true course of events. If one did, they would become a threat, and survival would be impossible. If one could claim ignorance, there remained a glimmer of hope. It was Huang Ying who sought to kill us. A calm statement abruptly interrupted all of Zhao Han's thoughts, halting his incessant chatter as he looked at Lin Mo in confusion. How does this differ from what I had anticipated? Finally, relieved, Lin Mo let out a long breath. Just now, Huang Ying had the black cat use an illusion to control me while she rendered you unconscious. He then recounted all that had transpired, even revealing that a significant figure wanted his life. I wondered why she suddenly targeted me. It turns out it was like this. Zhao Han, upon hearing Lin Mo's account, wiped the sweat from his brow and stood up. What a treacherous woman. What do you plan to do? He spoke with righteous indignation, adjusting his attire without the slightest hint of embarrassment for having knelt in supplication, his swift change of demeanor momentarily leaving Lin Mo at a loss. Is this truly the same chubby fellow who was just begging for mercy? If I let her go, she will undoubtedly report to that significant figure, and I may find myself in even greater danger. Lin Mo weighed the dagger used for disemboweling to extract the inner elixir, his gaze indifferent. Thus, I have no choice. She must perish, however. You are also here. Lin Mo did not complete his thought. Yet he trusted that Zhao Han would grasp his meaning. In truth, for Lin Mo himself, the most prudent course of action to avert greater trouble would be to eliminate both Zhao Han and Huang Ying. Having been granted a second chance at life, Lin Mo had no intention of indulging in superfluous compassion. Huang Ying had come with the intention to kill him. Thus, he bore no psychological burden in her demise. Zhao Han, however, was a different matter. Throughout this ordeal, Zhao Han had been unaware, and could even be considered a half-victim. If Linimo were to slay Zhao Han indiscriminately, he would find it difficult to proceed. As a person of comprehensive virtue and capability, Linimo would not adopt a saintly demeanor, yet he also wished to avoid becoming a senseless killer. Nevertheless, leaving Zhao Han alive would expose him to the risk of being discovered. The lurking dangers had yet to be resolved, and if Zhao Han rushed to the Beast Control Bureau to report that he had slain Huang Ying, it would spell certain doom for him. The optimal solution would be to draw this cowardly fat man into the fray. The only question remained whether this timid individual possessed the courage to do so. Linimo was taken aback. Zhao Han had already taken the dagger from his hand and turned towards Huang Ying. With his back to Linimo and facing Huang Ying, he raised the knife, and with a swift motion, blood sprayed forth. Was that the intention? In a single stroke, Zhao Han severed Huang Ying's head and turned back to Linimo. That moment, Zhao Han's chubby face was smeared with blood, yet he displayed no sign of discomfort, as if taking a life was of little consequence to him. "You truly surprise me," Linimo remarked, momentarily at a loss for words. Based on Zhao Han's earlier demeanor, he had assumed him to be a timid coward. Even if Zhao Han were to take action, he would likely do so tremblingly, eyes covered, hacking aimlessly. Yet, to his astonishment, Zhao Han acted decisively, without hesitation, dispatching Huang Ying with precision. "We are now comrades in arms," Zhao Han declared, wiping the blood from the dagger onto Huang Ying's clothing as he approached Linimo. "I believe we can be friends. Before the golden spirit monkey reaches maturity, you will protect me. And once I break through, I shall look after you. You must not disclose my plea for mercy. What do you say?" "I have no objections." Linimo regarded Zhao Han, suddenly feeling perplexed by this rotund fellow. Chapter 20. Basic insight. In the depths of the forest, beside the corpse, Linimo and Zhao Han stood facing each other. One stout, one slender. They exchanged glances, their eyes flickering as they engaged in complex internal deliberations. "Linimo, this fat man appears cowardly and fearful of death, yet in critical moments, he is resolute and decisive, far more complex than he seems." Zhao Han. "This individual possesses acute insight and remains composed in crises, yet refrains from senseless slaughter. Perhaps he is a friend worth cultivating. Why does he regard me with such an expression?" As their gazes lingered, Zhao Han noticed a change in Lin Mo's eyes. The previous contemplation was suddenly tinged with a hint of delight, perhaps even a flicker of joy. Could it be that he harbors an affection for me? Does he spare me for my beauty? Goodness, am I so appealing despite my bulk? Is there no justice in this world? Zhao Han inexplicably felt a tightening of his flesh, instinctively retreating 2 steps. However, at that moment, Lin Mo's expression returned to normal, the inexplicable nuance vanishing with such swiftness that Zhao Han wondered if he had imagined it. "A gentleman's word is his bond," Linimo declared, looking at Zhao Han. "Once spoken, it cannot be taken back." Zhao Han glanced back at Linimo, and upon seeing no further signs of unusual behavior, he stepped forward, patting Lin Mo's shoulder. "Rest assured, we are now bound by fate. From this day forth, we shall be brothers in arms. Even if I perish, I shall never betray my brother. I almost believed you," Lin Mo replied, observing Zhao Han's resolute expression, though his corpulent frame trembled. For a moment, Lin Mo was unsure of what to say. This fellow was evidently fearful of his potential change of heart, hence his fervent oaths. "I too shall not betray you," Lin Mo affirmed. Zhao Han nodded vigorously, his entire form quaking, before turning and striding swiftly towards the forest's edge. His speed incongruous with his physique, clearly anxious to return to the Tower Stone village before Linimo could reconsider and turn against him. Linimo followed silently, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Han's retreating figure. Do not misunderstand. Lin Mo's inclinations were entirely normal. It may have appeared that he was fixating on Zhao Han, yet he was actually scrutinizing the game interface. You have resolved a life-and-death crisis. Reward, 5 free attribute points. Congratulations, you have successfully unlocked the achievement Ultimate Counterattack. Reward, 10 free skill points. Skill Basic Insight, LV1. You have applied Basic Insight, LV1 to your target. Based on your attributes, you have acquired the following information. Name, Zhao Han. Race, Human. Occupation, Beast Tamer. Physical Strength, 6 Power, 8 Agility, 8 Spirit, 7 Charisma, 7 Remarks, an ordinary fat man. Lin Mo trailed behind Zhao Han, gently stroking his chin. The ability to discern others' attributes was a significant advantage. During the early stages of cultivation, when methods were still relatively rudimentary, relying solely on attributes could provide a rough estimate of an individual's strength. He was merely uncertain about the limits of basic insight LV1. If the individual being assessed was significantly stronger than him, would there be instances where he could not glean any information? Gazing at the 25 skill points that had just emerged, Lin Mo chose not to act. After all, this was merely a reconnaissance skill. While it might reveal another's strength, its utility in combat was limited. In the face of an overpowering adversary, knowing their strength would not guarantee his escape. Thus, it would be wiser to conserve those skill points for upgrading his primary profession skills, hastening the Titan's progression. Only when the Titan was adequately equipped and transformed into a true mech would he possess the means for self-preservation. What's good for it is good for me. Lin Mo suddenly recalled a slogan from his past life, which perfectly encapsulated his current relationship with the Titan. Navigating through the mountains and forests, the two returned to the Tower Stone village, where Qin Feng and his men awaited them. Upon witnessing that they had indeed obtained the inner elixir from the demon bear, their spirits dampened considerably. However, upon learning of Huang Ying's demise at the hands of the demon bear, their mood visibly darkened further, and they offered words of comfort to Lin Mo and Zhao Han. In response, Lin Mo and Zhao Han exchanged a knowing glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Why did Li Changfeng seek my life, and why did he not take matters into his own hands? That night, Lin Mo lay in the room provided for him by the Tower Stone village, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. According to Lin Mo's original plan, with the Titan at his disposal, he would focus on developing himself, accumulating wealth and experience points, waiting until the Titan was transformed into a super mech before re-emerging into the world. However, Huang Ying's sudden appearance had undoubtedly disrupted his plans. Huang Ying bore her own sins. Undertaking this mission was inherently risky, so it was unlikely anyone would scrutinize the cause of her death. As for the corpse, the wilderness was rife with beasts, and it was probable that it had been devoured by now. Li Changfeng's decision to eliminate Huang Ying before targeting him likely stemmed from this understanding. But why did he want me dead? Had the original Lin Mo ever offended this officer Li? Lin Mo turned over, scouring his memories, and after a considerable time, he arrived at a conclusion. No. In his recollections, the only encounter he had with Li Changfeng occurred when the Lin family estate was raided. Li Changfeng had abruptly appeared with the soldiers from the Bureau of Military Affairs, IT. Was impossible to ignore the armored soldiers among the officials from the Ministry of Revenue. Could it be that his deceased father had some enmity with Li Changfeng? That seemed unlikely too. According to his memories, Lin Mo's father had served in the military, stationed at the border for years, returning home only once or twice a year to report to the general and spend time with his son. He rarely ventured out, let alone into conflicts. Furthermore, it was improbable that he had offended anyone while in the military. Lin Mo's father was a beast tamer, while Li Changfeng was a martial artist. They belonged to different systems, governed by different authorities. One resided in the capital, while the other guarded the border. Their paths had little chance of intersecting. What went awry? Lin Mo sat up, striving to calm his mind. This matter concerned his very life. He had to devise a way to clarify the situation. At the very least, he needed to understand why someone sought his demise. In his previous life, aside from piloting mechs and navigating vast terrains, he had also indulged in numerous puzzle games, and now those experiences proved beneficial. Lin Mo meticulously reviewed every detail involving Li Changfeng and Huang Ying in his mind, ultimately identifying two key doubts. First, why did Li Changfeng, a military officer, meddle in a matter that was the purview of the Ministry of Revenue? Second, as a lieutenant in the Bureau of Military Affairs, Li Changfeng might not hold significant standing in the eyes of the powerful. Yet as a fifth-grade martial artist, eliminating him would be trivial. Why resort to such roundabout methods, seeking out Huang Ying to do the deed? Was he afraid of being discovered? The first point is that Lin Mo cannot think of an answer for now. But the second question is relatively straightforward. Clearly possessing the capability to take action yet choosing not to, the only explanation seems to be a fear of repercussions. This implies that he wishes for my demise, yet does not desire it to appear too suspicious, which might draw attention to him and lead to an investigation. This cowardly scoundrel is evidently feeling guilty, but why would he feel that way? After all, He is merely the illegitimate son of a father who was executed, lacking both wealth and power. What right does he have to feel guilty? Linimo furrowed his brows, sensing he might be onto something. A sudden realization sparked in his mind. He had identified the crux of the matter. Chapter 21. The big shot Li Changfeng originally belonged to the military command, yet during a raid, he resorted to stealing work from the Ministry of Revenue's officials. There must be a singular reason behind this. He was searching for something. Moreover, it was something he could not risk others seeing, something he needed to possess himself. A leverage? Linimo ventured a bold hypothesis. The only thing that would compel a fifth-rank martial artist, a deputy of the military command, to personally seek out must be a piece of evidence that threatens his very existence. Upon reaching this conclusion, everything fell into place. Lin Mo's unscrupulous father must possess something that could endanger Li Changfeng, which is why Li Changfeng led a raid on the Lin residence, yet he failed to obtain what he sought. This scoundrel suspects that Lin Mo's father might have transferred the item to him, given that only the two of them remain in the Lin family. From this perspective, if Linimo were to be eliminated, then the incriminating evidence would remain forever undisclosed. However, burdened by guilt, Li Changfeng fears that Lin Mo's death might appear too suspicious and attract scrutiny, leading back to him. Hence, he concocts elaborate schemes for Lin Mo's untimely demise. Linimo nodded inwardly. A complete logical loop had just formed. The reality may differ slightly from his deductions, but he estimated it wouldn't be too far off. The pressing issue now was that, to his recollection, his unscrupulous father had never entrusted him with anything of significance, let alone anything related to Li Changfeng. Suddenly, Linimo felt a wave of injustice wash over him. The original Linimo was long gone. And now he had to continue bearing the blame, and quite heavily at that. With no way to shake it off, he couldn't possibly confront Li Changfeng and loudly declare that he was not the original Linimo, merely a reincarnated soul. That would likely result in Li Changfeng sizing him up, then promptly slapping him to death, sneering disdainfully. Reincarnation? You think this general is a fool? What could save his life? Linimo lay despondently on his bed no matter how he viewed it. He seemed destined to face a fifth-rank martial artist with nothing left to do but await his demise. The sole piece of good news was that Li Changfeng likely remained unaware of whether that incriminating evidence was in his possession. Otherwise, he wouldn't be orchestrating an accidental death, but would act out of desperation himself. I am too weak at present. I must find a powerful ally. To secure such an ally, I must venture to the capital. Yet, if Li Changfeng is also in the capital, would that not be akin to walking into a trap? Who could I possibly seek refuge with in the capital? That deceased father of mine had no connections in the political realm. After tossing and turning, Linimo finally succumbed to sleep in the early hours. The next day, Linimo and Zhao Han departed from Tashi stronghold and lit a signal fire nearby. The silhouette of Iron Feather Pong soon appeared on the horizon. Descending upon the mountaintop, 2 spirit stones for a round trip. It was the same middle-aged man, the same price, and while the payment was being settled, Linimo cast a glimpse into the past. You activated the skill Basic Insight LV1 on the target. Based on your attributes, you gain the following information. Name, race, human occupation, Beastmaster physical strength, power, agility, mentality, charm. Remarks, what are you looking at? What can you discern? Linimo thought to himself. Thankfully, he had grown accustomed to the system's setbacks. Perched upon the bird's back, Linimo, undeterred, cast another basic insight on Iron Feather Pong, only to receive yet another string of question marks. He had surmised correctly. This basic insight indeed had its limits, and attempting to probe the strength of someone significantly more powerful was futile. Tio perceived the specific attributes of such formidable individuals. He must either upgrade his basic insight skill or enhance his own attributes. Given his current skill and attribute points, even dedicating all to insight would likely yield no clearer understanding of the middle-aged man's actual abilities. As his cultivation was just beginning, Linimo sensed that the path ahead would be long and arduous. Iron Feather Pong, being a 6th-rank spirit beast, was both swift and steady, landing outside Bailey Town shortly thereafter. Linimo and Zhao Han approached their task with a sense of trepidation. Both believed that the death of Huang Ying was a grave matter, and even if the Beastmaster's office did not intend to conduct a thorough investigation, They would need to handle it with care. At the very least, an interrogation was inevitable. To that end, they had rehearsed their accounts while en route to the Beastmaster's office. Linimo and Zhao Han were not concerned about each other betraying their story, for Huang Ying was a target they had jointly eliminated. If one spoke the truth, both would face consequences. As Zhao Han remarked, they were like grasshoppers on a single rope. However, upon arriving at the Beastmaster's office, they were taken aback upon hearing of Huang Ying's unexpected death. The registering official at the Beastmaster's office did not even furrow his brow, let alone inquire in detail. He merely asked Zhao Han and Linimo to briefly recount the events and then promptly declared their task complete, recording their contributions in a special ledger. 600 contribution points, which should have been 200 each, but due to Huang Ying's death, Linimo and Zhao Han each received 300. Is that all? Standing at the counter, Linimo felt a sense of unreality. What more did you expect? The official, flipping through the ledger without raising his head, replied. This is a mountainous region where ferocious beasts often roam. Deaths occur daily and far more at the borders. Should we investigate each fatality? In the midst of speaking, the official waved his hand impatiently, signaling for Zhao Han and Linimo to leave quickly and not waste any more time. In truth, he had an unspoken reason. Huang Ying's identity. Huang Ying was already a sinner, granted the chance to redeem herself by becoming a Beastmaster. In other words, her life was of little concern to anyone. Additionally, as she had no parents, her death would elicit no inquiries, leading the officials to dismiss any need for further investigation. Thus, all of Linimo and Zhao Han's meticulous preparations had gone to waste. Their anticipated interrogation and detention never materialized. Huang Ying's death was akin to a stone cast into the ocean, creating scarcely a ripple that anyone cared to acknowledge. Can contribution points be exchanged for spirit stones? Linimo inquired once more at the counter. He was aware that ordinary Beastmasters could exchange their contribution points for corresponding items at the Beastmaster's office, yet he was uncertain whether he and Zhao Han, as sinners, possessed the right to do so. Yes, but the contribution points required for exchanging spirit stones are quite high. Ordinary spirit stones require 10 contribution points, while attribute spirit stones necessitate 100 points. Spirit stones cannot be exchanged for contribution points. The official glanced up at Linimo, then continued. As you are still a sinner, the Beastmaster's office will conduct regular checks on your contribution points each month. If your contribution points fall below 300 for 2 consecutive months, you will face penalties. Are you sure you wish to exchange? With a resigned sigh, Linimo acknowledged that he had only 1 ordinary spirit stone and 1 fire attribute spirit stone left. If he did not exchange, he would have no fare to return to the village. Ultimately, Linimo used 200 contribution points to exchange for 10 ordinary spirit stones and 1 fire attribute spirit stone before departing the Beastmaster's office. After conversing with Zhao Han and wandering around Bailey Town for a day, he boarded the evening flight of Iron Feather Pong back to Maja village. Uncle Imo is waiting for me? Just as he reached the village entrance, Linimo spotted Imo Zhong waiting there, accompanied by his spirit beast, a black tiger. Linimo paused momentarily and cast a basic insight on him. You activated the skill Basic Insight LV1 on the target. Based on your attributes, you gain the following information. Name, Imo Zhong race, human occupation, Beastmaster physical strength, 11 power, 14 agility, 11 mentality, 50 charm, 3 remarks, an average low-tier Beastmaster. Aside from mentality, all his attributes were lower than mine, suggesting that the weakness of Beastmasters lies in close combat. If a martial artist were to get too close, they would merely kneel in submission. Linimo silently scoffed as he approached Imo Zhong. Xiaomo, are you injured? Imo Zhong stepped forward to examine Linimo, and upon confirming he was unharmed, let out a sigh of relief, adding, It's good that you're unscathed. 2 noblemen arrived in the village this morning specifically looking for you. They have been waiting for a day. Come with me to meet them. Noblemen? They are specifically looking for me? Linimo immediately became vigilant. Chapter 22. Do you acknowledge your crimes? Just after being betrayed by Huang Ying, he returned to the village only to find someone specifically seeking him out. This sensitive timing left Linimo unable to refrain from overthinking. To be referred to as a distinguished individual by Imo Zhong certainly implied that this person was not someone commonly found in such a remote valley. At the very least, they hailed from Yinmen City, or perhaps even Yin capital. What esteemed person from Yin capital could possibly be looking for him, And why at this particular moment? After much contemplation, Lin Imo could not deduce a plausible explanation. Although the original body frequently resided in Yin capital and could be considered a second-generation noble, in a place where aristocrats gathered, even a random falling brick could strike a royal relative, rendering Lin Imo's status utterly insignificant. The original's personality was rather indifferent. The highborn nobles looked down upon him, and he held a similar disdain for them. Apart from studying some literature on beast taming, he generally remained confined within his home. It indeed seemed that a distinguished guest awaited him. Ojia village was not large, and Imo Zhong's residence was close to the village entrance. Before long, Lin Imo followed Imo Zhong into the courtyard. Peering through the open door, he could see a man and a woman inside. The man appeared to be around 30, tall and imposing, clad in a black short robe. With his hands clasped behind his back, standing like a sentinel beside the woman, his gaze scanning the area with an air of intimidation. The woman sat gracefully, sipping tea with her head bowed. She seemed barely in her teens, dressed in an elegant blue gown adorned with intricate cloud patterns, her hair styled in a beautiful updo secured with a golden hairpin, with strands of hair cascading down to her waist like a jade belt. Her beauty was striking, yet what truly captured attention was her demeanor, reminiscent of a solitary plum blossom standing proud against the wind and snow, exuding an aura of nobility amidst her coolness. In this impoverished and harsh terrain, there was little of value, and the tea served was merely the remnants of Imo Zhong's earlier supply. Yet when held by the young woman, it inexplicably seemed to acquire an air of sophistication. Lin Imo understood why Imo Zhong had mentioned a distinguished guest seeking him. The girl's demeanor practically inscribed the word noble upon her forehead. Esteemed lords, I am Lin Imo Zhong, though the village chief and accustomed to commanding respect, felt diminutive before the two, his voice becoming notably more refined. Thank you, Chief Imo. The young woman's voice was cool as she set down her teacup, yet her silence lingered. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Imo cast a basic insight spell. Ever since unlocking this ability, it had become a habit to use it upon encountering others. You have used basic insight LV1 on the target. Based on your attributes, you have obtained the following information. Name, unknown race, human occupation, warrior physical fitness. A series of question marks prompted Lin Imo to scrutinize the tall man once more. Imo Zhong was a third-tier beast tamer, able to discern attributes, yet this man revealed nothing, indicating he was at least a fourth-tier expert. And moreover, a warrior. This was Lin Mo's first encounter with a warrior of such caliber since his rebirth. This was not due to the rarity of warriors. On the contrary, they were far more numerous than beast tamers. Statistically, 1 in every 2 individuals possessed the potential to become a warrior, and the process of achieving tier status was simpler than that of beast tamers. 1 merely needed to continuously hone their physical form. Once their strength surpassed 1,000 pounds, they could claim the title of a first-tier warrior, after which a systematic training approach became necessary, typically accessible only within the military of Dian. This was one of the strategies employed by Dian to recruit more warriors to fend off the beast tides. Thus, the able-bodied men within a 100-mile radius generally enlisted in Bailey Town or Yinmen City, leaving only 1 or 2 beast tamers in each village for defense. Lin Imo had encountered numerous warriors in Bailey Town. Yet this tall man was the first he could not assess. His gaze flickered momentarily before shifting back to the young woman. Name? Race, human occupation, beast tamer physical fitness, 17 strength, 15 agility, 9 spirit, 88 charm, 98 remarks. What constitutes a genius beast tamer? Tactical retreat. It appeared she was indeed a person of significance. Observing the attribute panel, Lin Imo muttered to himself. This young woman should also be a third-tier beast tamer, yet her stats overwhelmingly surpassed his, particularly her spirit attribute, which exceeded his by over 20 points. Based on his recollections, such achievements at her age were unattainable without substantial resources. Lin Mo's curiosity about their identities intensified. Esteemed lords, the sudden silence caught Imo Zhong slightly off guard. Unsure if he had inadvertently offended the distinguished guests, the tall man standing behind the girl cleared his throat and addressed Imo Zhong. Chief Imo, my lady wishes to speak with Lin Imo. Imo Zhong turned to Lin Imo, his expression one of confusion, then returned his gaze to the man. But I have brought him here. What more is there to say? Could it be that these noble guests have some issue with their eyesight? Uncle Imo, please step outside, Lin Imo said somewhat helplessly from behind. As the only beast tamer and village chief, Imo Zhong was accustomed to the respect of others, yet he was oblivious to the subtleties of noble etiquette in Yin capital. The young woman's silence clearly indicated she had something to discuss privately with him. Then, I shall go check the village entrance, Imo Zhong replied, realizing the situation, and turned to leave his courtyard. After exiting, he could not help but glance back, curling his lip in frustration. The convoluted manners of nobility were excessive. If they wished to converse privately, why not just say so directly instead of playing guessing games? Esteemed lords, I am Lin Imo. May I inquire what matters you seek my presence for? As Imo Zhong departed, Lin Imo turned to the two, bowing slightly, primarily addressing the young woman. Drawing from his memories, he discerned that this young lady was undoubtedly extraordinary. Just her poise suggested that, if not a royal relative, she must be the daughter of a high-ranking official. Lin Imo. The young woman lifted her teacup once more, continuing to savor her tea, while the tall man fixed his penetrating gaze upon Lin Imo. Do you acknowledge your crimes? His voice was soft yet immensely powerful, accompanied by the fierce aura of a warrior. Casting an overwhelming pressure upon Lin Imo, cold sweat instantly beaded on Lin Mo's forehead. Had the incident with Huang Ying come to light? No, the overseer of the Beast Monitoring Institute had dismissed the matter entirely. They had not interrogated him in Bailey Town, and it was unlikely they would take the extra step of sending someone to Emoja village. If it was not the matter concerning Huang Ying, then what could it be? I do not comprehend what crime I have committed. Lin Imo stood tall, shaking his head. My father indeed had a lapse in the battlefield, but I have already borne the consequences and am currently atoning in the Beast Monitoring Institute. I am a registered beast tamer. If you refer to that incident, I believe the fault lies with my father. Stop feigning ignorance. The man stepped closer, towering over Lin Imo, his gaze fierce. Lin Tang's battlefield oversight resulted in a death sentence, and his estate should have been returned to the national treasury, yet you have secretly retained his possessions without reporting them to the court. Do you not confess? With the final 4 words, Lin Imo felt an even greater weight upon him, as if a small mountain had descended. I do not understand what you mean, esteemed lord. Lin Imo maintained his composure under the pressure. Lin Tang was the name of Lin Mo's father, and he was now nearly certain that Lin Tang possessed something of considerable value to the notable figures of Yin capital. However, that item was genuinely not in his possession. He did not even have the slightest impression of it. On the day of the house raid, the Lin residence had been turned upside down, with every letter exchange between father and son seized by the Ministry of Revenue. The few spirit stones he managed to smuggle out had been hidden in his trousers, let alone any of his father's belongings. You lie. The man narrowed his eyes, stepping forward. The pressure on Lin Imo intensified, yet after a few moments of swaying, he managed to steady himself, prompting a flicker of surprise in the man's gaze. Under such oppressive force, many new warriors with weak willpower would likely falter. This young man before him, however, managed to withstand it. Yet, the man remained unaware that Lin Imo was not merely relying on willpower. At the moment the man advanced, Lin Imo had been on the brink of collapse, using the last 5 points of his attribute allocation to bolster his strength, allowing him to remain upright. However, even so, the pressure had not diminished significantly. He was now at the end of his rope. If this stalemate continued, he would likely collapse to the ground. Kneeling was out of the question. According to the rules of a transmigrator, to kneel would mean losing the dignity of a protagonist. Having read countless web novels in his past life, Lin Imo had often wondered why many could not withstand pressure and resorted to kneeling. Appearing submissive, Lin Imo had resolved that even if he could not hold on any longer, he would never kneel. Even if he had to sit on the ground before these two and lie flat, he would not kneel. You may use your tyranny to make me lie down, but do not expect to use your aura to force me to kneel. I speak nothing but the truth. Lin Imo clenched his fist, desperately holding on to his breath. The man fixed his gaze on Lin Imo, his eyes flickering with inscrutable thoughts, yet he continued to exert pressure on him without relent. As time ticked away, Lin Imo felt his resolve waning. His eyes swept across the ground, searching for a clean spot to lie down without soiling his clothes. Just then, the previously silent young woman spoke up. With a gentle remark, she caused the man to withdraw, stepping back to stand behind her, though his gaze remained locked on Lin Mo. Young Master Lin, our servant has acted rashly and offended you. I hope you will not take it to heart. The young woman raised a teacup to her lips and sipped delicately, gesturing towards a nearby chair. Please, take a seat. Although this was clearly the residence of Mo Zhong, the young woman exuded an air of authority, and strangely, Lin Mo felt no sense of dissonance. It was evident that she intended to establish dominance before adopting a more conciliatory approach. Lin Mo bowed in thanks, his eyes glinting as he settled into the chair. He had seen this tactic countless times in dramas from his previous life. Predictably, the next step would be her attempt to befriend him. Young Master Lin, while we cannot disclose our identities, please believe that we mean no harm. The young woman regarded Lin Mo, her gaze imbued with goodwill. We are searching for something of great importance. And according to our information, it is highly likely that your father possessed it. Now that he has passed, we have come to inquire whether he entrusted you with anything significant that you were to safeguard. Lin Mo rolled his eyes inwardly, already anticipating their game, yet he maintained an impassive exterior. My father did not entrust me with anything of particular importance. This can be substantiated by the correspondence we exchanged. Alas, those letters were taken by the officials during the raid on our household. Please do not rush to respond, young Master Lin. The young woman leaned slightly against her chair. Take your time to think it over carefully. No matter how much he pondered, there was nothing to recall. Lin Mo silently lamented. After discerning the key to why Li Chongfeng sought to kill him the previous night, he meticulously combed through his memories, only to find that his late father had never given him anything of note, and even matters related to the officialdom and military were seldom mentioned. Shaking his head, Lin Mo reiterated his answer, nothing. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. The tall man suddenly glared, advancing a couple of steps, his fierce gaze fixed on Lin Mo, his formidable aura pressing the latter into the chair, as if ready to strike. Yet, he was ultimately called back by the young woman. Please do not take offense, young Master Lin. Tang Xiu is merely a martial man, prone to impulsiveness. She lightly reprimanded the man before turning to soothe Lin Mo. Thank you for your concern, Mississippi. Observing the young woman's caring expression, Lin Mo feigned surprise while inwardly cursing. It was clear they had switched tactics, playing good cop and bad cop, reminiscent of police interrogations and dramas of yore. However, whether they were playing good cop or bad cop, he could not discern the true nature of the duo. I assure you, my father did not specifically entrust me with anything. I truly have nothing to divulge. You dare seek death? The man glared again, once more assuming a posture as if ready for confrontation. The young woman quickly intervened, turning to persuade Lin Mo, explaining the benefits of compliance within the modest confines of Mo Zhong's residence. The good cop bad cop routine played out 2 or 3 more times. It was uncertain whether they genuinely believed Lin Mo's words or deemed him incapable of revealing anything, but they ultimately chose to take their leave. As a beastmaster, the young woman opened a portal, and a spirit crane over 2 meters tall emerged from within. Although the crane was immense, it did not appear cumbersome. Its body, proportioned to perfection, exuded an ethereal grace. The black tiger at the village's entrance cast a glance in their direction upon the crane's arrival, but when the crane turned to look back, the black tiger instinctively tucked its tail and lowered its head. Lin Mo observed this scene closely. There were distinctions even among spirit beasts. The combat prowess of spirit beasts of the same rank could vary significantly depending on their bloodline. Those with a superior bloodline not only attained higher ranks upon maturity but also exhibited greater combat effectiveness at the same rank. A significant disparity in bloodline levels could lead to a natural suppression, often determining the outcome of battles. Just like the spirit crane and the black tiger, both being third-tier spirit beasts, yet the black tiger was so intimidated by a mere glance from the crane that it wilted. Its momentum diminished before any confrontation could take place. These spirit stones are for you, young Master Lin. Should you recall anything, feel free to visit me at my residence in Yendu. Consider these spirit stones your travel fare. The address is included within the storage pouch. The young woman mounted the spirit crane, sitting cross-legged on its back. After a moment's thought, she tossed a storage pouch to Lin Mo, gazing at the pouch. Lin Mo decided against posturing and accepted it gratefully, uttering a soft thank you. The young woman nodded, gently patting the crane's back. With a resounding cry, The spirit crane spread its wings, stirring a tempest as it soared into the sky with the young woman and the man named Tang Xiao, vanishing from sight in mere moments. They must not be in league with Li Changfeng, Lin Emo mused, his gaze flickering as he watched the crane disappear. Despite their various theatrics, the duo had not truly threatened him. Clearly differing from the lethal intentions of Li Changfeng, it was now evident to Lin Emo that his late father must have possessed something of significance. This item was evidently crucial to certain individuals, which explained why he had attracted their attention. With both Li Changfeng and the young woman representing different factions, he wondered if a third or even fourth group might emerge. Would they be as amicable as this young woman? How unjust this was! Lin Mo's mind was awash with troubles. If only he truly possessed that item, he might have been able to negotiate and seek an ally. However, the reality was that he did not even know what that item was. Xiao Mo, what did they say to you? Seeing that the visitors had departed, Imo Zhong approached Lin Imo, who was no longer lingering at the village entrance. Nothing much. They inquired if my father had left me anything. All correspondence with my father was taken by the Ministry of Revenue, so there's nothing to worry about, Uncle Imo Lin Imo reassured him, observing the concern etched on Imo Zhong's face. He chose to be vague and did not elaborate further. Heading towards his residence, a village chief who was unfamiliar with the etiquette of the capital could hardly discern anything of significance. Your father left you something? Imo Zhong furrowed his brow as he watched Lin Mo's retreating figure. After a moment, as if recalling something, he slapped his forehead. I believe I have something. Chapter 24. Lin Tang's Legacy Nightfall. The full moon hung high amidst the clouds. The spirit crane flapped its wings, gliding swiftly and smoothly through the mist. Moonlight cascaded upon the young woman's serene visage, bestowing an ethereal purity upon her features. Tang Xiao, what are your thoughts? She sat cross-legged on the crane's back. Speaking softly, Your Highness, I feel that the young man was not entirely truthful. Tang Xiao stood respectfully behind the young woman, as if he were rooted to the spirit crane's back. What leads you to that conclusion? Instinct. Tang Xiao's eyes flickered. I possess a keen sense when it comes to gauging others. Although the young man did not appear flustered in our presence, there was an unmistakable wariness in his eyes, suggesting he harbored some knowledge or apprehension. Knowledge of what? The young woman turned her gaze to the moon, pausing for a moment before a smile graced her lips. I knew from the outset that we would uncover nothing. Do you know why I came here? Please enlighten me, Your Highness. Tang Xiao clasped his fists, adopting a demeanor of inquiry. He, a seventh-tier warrior, despite his rarity within the cultivation hierarchy, could easily rise to prominence as a regional governor. Yet, he had chosen to forego fame and fortune, instead standing as a guardian beside the young woman, fulfilling the role of a protector. This was not a cliché tale of unrequited love, but rather a calculated decision. Tang Xiao believed that serving as a guardian to this young noble would yield greater future accomplishments than simply becoming a regional official. The young woman's name was Yin Baiyu, the beloved granddaughter of the current emperor of the Great Yin dynasty and the daughter of the ninth prince, Jing Qinhuang, bearing the title of Baiyu County Princess. Though her name was not widely recognized among the third generation of the royal family, Tang Xiao, who had been by her side for 2 years, understood the depth of her intellect and cunning. The death of Lin Tang is a source of shame for our royal family in relation to this Lin. My primary purpose in coming here is to ascertain how he has fared and to offer him some compensation. Secondly, various indications suggest that Lin Tang possessed some extraordinary items during his lifetime. Beyond us, it is certain that others have set their sights on Lin Imo. The possessions in Lin Tang's hands are crucial to their survival, and they may resort to extreme measures. Our appearance, returning empty-handed, will signal to them that we too are keeping an eye on Lin Imo, serving as a warning that may compel them to behave for a time. Yet, Yin Baiyu hesitated, ultimately shaking her head, refraining from voicing the remainder of her thoughts. Furthermore, Lin Tang was once a remarkably gifted and powerful beastmaster. As his son, Lin Imo might have the opportunity to become a formidable figure in the future. Her intervention would merely be a simple favor. However, she had inquired and discovered that Lin Mo's cave realm was of the lowest grade, and his spirit beast was merely a low-potential metallic spirit. Although Lin Tang's appearance overshadowed many young nobles of the capital, in a world where strength reigns supreme, good looks are hardly an advantage. Aside from being handsome, he was of little worth if such a beast master were to rise. She might as well marry him. Shaking her head, Yin Baiyu dismissed these chaotic thoughts, returning to her usual icy demeanor. Yet, one should do good deeds without questioning the future. What a pitfall, truly a pitfall. In Mo family village, within Lin Mo's room, he sat before the table, his mind clouded with confusion. Before him lay 4 items: a storage bag, a note, and 2 ancient-looking jade talismans. It was no wonder that everyone remained oblivious to the nature of these items. The 2 jade talismans, one black and one red, exuded pulses of spiritual energy, unmistakably more advanced than the talismans issued by the Beastmaster Bureau. Holding one in hand, Lin Mo was engulfed by a wave of frustration. Of these 4 items, the storage bag was left to him by that girl, while the other 2 jade talismans and the note were just retrieved from his home by Mo Zhong. According to Mo Zhong, these were entrusted to him by Lin Mo's father during a visit to the village 6 months prior for safekeeping until Lin Mo's return. However, the village chief, perhaps due to a multitude of responsibilities or other reasons, had entirely forgotten about this matter. It was only today, upon hearing Lin Mo mention it, that he suddenly recalled the existence of these items. Compared to Lin Mo, being the chief of such a small village, Mo Zhong would surely not attract the attention of those individuals. As for the note, Lin Mo placed the 2 jade talismans on the table and picked it up. The message inscribed was exceedingly simple: Black Talisman, Yin Capital, White Spirit Street, number 16. Thus, was I to take the black talisman to the address indicated on the note? Surely, this father would not lead his son into a trap. Lin Mo burned the note to ashes using a candle on the table. His gaze flickering, with someone eyeing his life, he could not afford to be careless. That girl and the warrior were likely not in league with Li Changfeng, which meant that Li Changfeng must be aware that others were also watching him. Consequently, it was probable that they would behave themselves for a while, granting him a period of development. Lin Mo's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table as his mind raced. He was no longer the Lin Mo of the past. Although he had never held an official position, he had watched numerous historical dramas in his previous life and possessed a basic understanding of the intricacies of court politics. Li Changfeng's reluctance to personally deal with him was largely due to a fear of drawing the attention of others in Yin Capital. Now that it was clear that someone was monitoring him, he would likely refrain from taking action against him in the short term, thereby providing Lin Mo with a relatively safe period to upgrade Titan. To facilitate Titan's upgrade, more blueprints would be necessary. Unlocking achievements would not be feasible, so he could only gamble on acquiring blueprints. Lin Mo gazed at the 25 skill points that had accumulated on his panel. Biting his lip, restless. Gambling for blueprints was akin to opening a blind box. Until one opened it, everyone believed they would profit, only to discover losses upon opening it, vowing never to play again. Yet when presented with the opportunity to buy another blind box, they felt certain of their chances. It was easier to ignore these thoughts normally, but once they surfaced, they became an incessant itch. The surplus skill points on the panel were akin to the red notifications on a WeChat app in his past life, making Lin Mo, a compulsive gambler, feel uneasy just by looking at them. Surely, I cannot be this unlucky forever. Fixing his intense gaze on the panel, Lin Mo voiced the sentiments of every professional gambler. With 25 skill points, I will gamble 10, reserving the rest for upgrades. This was to expedite Titan's enhancement. Regardless of whether this attempt succeeded or failed, he would never gamble on blueprints again. Muttering to himself, he extended his finger. Chapter 25. Mini-Focused Flame Ejector. You have mastered the skill Basic Mapping LV1. You have mastered the skill Basic Electromagnetism LV1. Would you like to merge these skills? Merge successful. Congratulations. You have obtained the blueprint for the G56 pistol. G56 pistol, damaged an original firearm from the early 21st century, one of the most affordable weapons on the black market. Note: for ordinary individuals, being shot will still result in injury. Lin Mo. I never expected my first fusion attempt to yield such dismal results. Clearly, I belong to the mech genre, yet I ended up with a basic weapon from the artillery genre. Moreover, it is the most lackluster of basic artillery weapons. This blueprint is likely useless. Lin Mo mourned for his 2 skill points. The 3 major branches of mechanics, artillery, troop, and mech, each serve as formidable output points once established, though their methods and focuses differ. Players in his previous life had summarized these 3 branches, and Lin Mo found their insights to be quite astute. Troop branch. While there may be indestructible bosses, there are certainly no bosses that cannot be overwhelmed. Artillery branch. Human weapons, overwhelming firepower. Mech branch. One person is equivalent to an entire army. Compared to the mech and troop branches, the artillery path is an easier profession to enter, largely due to the simpler manufacturing process of basic firearms compared to some basic machinery, along with a higher success rate. However, this only applied within the realm of gaming. For Lin Mo's current circumstances, this pistol held no value. Firstly, it was not a high-tech product but merely an ordinary handgun that fired gunpowder bullets, with very average lethality. Given the physical resilience of the beings in Lingzhou and various mystical techniques, that flimsy gun would inflict less damage than a mere firewood stick. Of course, this does not imply that the artillery branch is weak. If developed to its later stages and equipped with numerous advanced cosmic weaponry, an artillery master would still provide the most stable firepower output. However, to manufacture such firearms, Lin Mo would need to switch branches and specialize in artillery. Lin Mo was not as familiar with the artillery branch as he was with the mech branch and was reluctant to alter his specialization. Furthermore, even if he managed to create a handgun, he would face an unavoidable dilemma. Ammunition. A handgun without bullets is less lethal than a stone. Lin Mo currently lacked the necessary equipment, such as lathes and machine tools. Everything had to be crafted by hand. Even though basic parts had been upgraded to LV10, enabling him to produce high-precision components, creating bullets manually one by one would be excessively time-consuming. Press on. One failure did not dishearten Lin Mo. You have mastered the skill. Merge successful. Congratulations. You have obtained the blueprint for a multifunctional wrench, everyday use. Try again. Lin Mo's eyes reddened. You have mastered the skill. Merge successful. Congratulations. You have obtained the blueprint. Bang. Lin Mo slammed his fist on the table, his breathing noticeably heavier. After 3 consecutive attempts, with no results, I will give you one last chance. Lin Mo glanced at the panel, gritted his teeth, and spent 4 skill points to learn 2 LV2 skills. Then clicked to merge. Although he had heard during his gaming days that the higher the skill level, the greater the probability of merging high-quality blueprints, Lin Mo had never considered this claim reliable. Nonetheless, he was no longer merely playing a game. Death would not grant him a second chance, so he had to gamble on the odds. Merge successful. Congratulations. You have obtained the blueprint for a mini-focused flame ejector. Advanced. At last, upon seeing the new blueprint, Lin Mo exhaled deeply. Finally, I have waited for you. Thankfully, I did not give up. An advanced armored weapon. The first piece of high-quality equipment since my rebirth. The small focused flamethrower, advanced, a product of industrial advancement, expending energy to emit flames. Beyond its application in industrial production, it possesses considerable potential for causing harm. Note: despicable, you have acquired it. Lin Mo. The malicious note once again displayed his disdain. However, this time, he chose not to dwell on it. Based on initial estimations, even if Titan's entire body were upgraded to refined iron components, at least 2 or 3 pieces of ordinary quality equipment would still be required to elevate it to the embryonic form of an ordinary mech. Yet now, with the acquisition of this advanced quality equipment, it is highly likely that it will directly ascend to that of an ordinary robot. With 15 skill points at his disposal, it was time to delve into learning once more. After the initial elation, Lin Mo quickly regained his composure. It was once again the delightful time for allocating points, in order to expedite Titan's evolution into a mech. Enhancing not only Titan but also himself was imperative. After all, should his professional skills falter, he might struggle to even produce advanced quality equipment. With his 15 skill points, Lin Mo first maxed out his mech control, ensuring that Titan could clearly comprehend his commands, and then proceeded to learn the second-tier high-precision polishing for basic components, thereby depleting his remaining skill points. Currently, this amount of skill points was far from sufficient. To facilitate Titan's rapid advancement, he needed to continuously manufacture machinery to acquire more skill points. With his blood surging with excitement, Lin Mo found himself devoid of sleepiness, retrieving his versatile wrench from the cave. His current situation was perilous. The plan of conserving energy and remaining invincible had been discarded. He resolved to adopt a strategy of intense upgrading, aiming to swiftly attain a preliminary capacity for self-defense. Please, let it succeed. 5 days later, Lin Mo held the final component in his hands, gazing at the small focused flamethrower, which was merely one part away from completion. his eyes bloodshot. 5 days. Following the allocation of points, Lin Mo's movements became rapid. Even alone, the speed of his parts manufacturing and assembly was formidable. To enhance his success rate, he even fabricated 2 additional original retractable mechanical arms, serving as backups to prevent Titan from sustaining damage and to earn skill points, thus solidifying his expertise. However, even after upgrading his skill level twice and expending all the skill points rewarded by the original retractable mechanical arms, he still faced 3 consecutive failures with the small focused flamethrower. Today marked the 4th attempt. Should he fail once more, it would confirm that his current professional skill level was too low to meet the requirements for crafting advanced quality mechanical equipment. Come on, Lin Mo gritted his teeth and affixed the final component to the flamethrower before him. Ding! You have successfully crafted small focused flamethrower, advanced, reward, 70 free skill points, 30 free attribute points. Small focused flamethrower type, mechanical weapon quality, advanced length, 30 centimeters weight, 5 kilograms durability, 100 equipment requirement, mech attribute bonus, mech strength 50 additional skill, focused flame ejection skill consumption, 25 energy per minute. Note: fire is eternally one of the most reliable weapons. It is done, Lin Mo exhaled, feeling an overwhelming wave of fatigue wash over him. Chapter 26. The Beastmaster's Realm. In the pursuit of crafting the small focused flamethrower, Lin Mo had endured several days of restless sleep, relying solely on sheer willpower. Now that he could finally relax, an immense fatigue engulfed him. However, despite his physical exhaustion, Lin Mo's spirit soared. Beyond the joy of crafting advanced quality equipment for the first time, the substantial rewards from his success also brought him delight. Most importantly, the significant attribute boost from this equipment was a revelation. 50 points of strength. An advanced quality piece of gear that directly enhanced his strength by 50 points, a qualitative leap. In that moment, Lin Mo felt that the 5 days of sleepless toil had been entirely worthwhile. Revitalized, Lin Mo clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming, and approached Titan to commence assembly. During these 5 days, Lin Mo had not solely focused on the flamethrower. In the preceding 2 days, aside from crafting the original retractable mechanical claws, he had also comprehensively upgraded Titan's components. Prior to embarking on the Beastmaster's mission, he had crafted numerous refined iron components, rejuvenating every part of Titan's body over the 2-day span while simultaneously grinding for experience. All the rusted scraps had been discarded by Lin Mo. Upon reassessment, Titan had still not met the advancement criteria. However, Lin Mo was confident that once the small focused flamethrower was installed, Titan would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of an ordinary quality mech. Now, Titan was adorned in gleaming silver refined iron, already resembling a glimpse of futuristic technology. With a crack, as a professional mechanic, Lin Mo might face failures in crafting, but installation would never falter. With a simple maneuver, he successfully integrated the small flamethrower into Titan. Detection of Titan's configuration update complete. Re-evaluating, evaluation complete. Titan's current attributes have met the upgrade conditions. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Without hesitation, Lin Mo clicked yes. Ding! Upgrade successful, mech strength 10, speed 10, defense 20, energy cap 1500, consumption increased to 25 minutes. Titan's current quality. Ordinary. In an instant, it seemed that Titan had undergone some transformation. Yet upon closer inspection, it was difficult to pinpoint the exact changes. Overall, this diminutive figure of less than 1.5 meters now exuded a more robust presence, and its physique appeared elongated. Lin Mo accessed Titan's attribute panel. Medieval robot, Titan, type, basic mech quality, ordinary attributes, defense 50, strength 90, speed 27, energy 220, 2000 height, 1.48 meters weight, 190 kilograms power system, steam engine combat energy consumption, 25 energy per minute weapon configuration, original retractable mechanical claw, ordinary, small focused flamethrower, advanced, status, normal passive, unyielding. The refined iron enhances the mech's quality. Even in a state of disrepair, Titan can continue to fight for a brief period. Note: in an unyielding state, Titan's attributes are reduced by 50%. Note: now, it can be considered a respectable weapon. The enhancement was visibly apparent. Now, even against the second-tier Beastmasters of Yendu, Titan should be able to hold its ground. if not gained the upper hand in recent days. Lin Mo had also conducted a rough assessment during his work, excluding weapon spirits and the more unique plant spirits, focusing solely on capable independent combat spirits. An attribute value around 50 serves as a critical threshold, regardless of whether it concerns speed, strength, spirit, or any other attribute. Should any one of them exceed 50 points, it qualifies as a genuine second-tier spirit. If any attribute nears 100, it has already reached the threshold for third-tier spirits, with Titan strength attributes soaring to 90 points. It stands as a formidable contender among other second-tier spirits. Of course, Lin Mo's comparisons were primarily with the second-tier spirits of Yendu. Those such as Lu Chongqing, hailing from rural areas, lacking resources and training methods, would undoubtedly fall short in comparison to the second-tier spirits of Yendu. Otherwise, the breakthrough of the second-tier white magic ape would not have allowed Titan to withstand a single punch. The two wild demon bears defeated by Titan had also been severely injured prior to the battle, rendering them unsuitable for comparison. If I venture out now, can I claim to be a second-tier beastmaster? The only thing I seem to lack is a cave. Lin Mo pondered various aspects of being a beastmaster. Originally, Lin Mo aspired to become a beastmaster, dedicating his childhood to studying and practicing all matters related to beast taming. Now, those memories had transformed into experiences stored in his mind. According to the descriptions in his memories, due to the relationship between the cave and contracts, upon breaking through, a portion of power would be reciprocated to the Beastmaster, allowing simultaneous breakthroughs for both the Beastmaster and the Spirit. The breakthrough for a Beastmaster is not merely an enhancement in attributes. In reality, the attributes fed back are insufficient to significantly strengthen a Beastmaster. In the first 3 tiers, the hallmark of a Beastmaster's breakthrough is the quantity of caves, provided the contracted spirits remain alive and the contracts are not dissolved. A Beastmaster can contract up to 3 spirits. This is because in the initial 3 tiers of a Beastmaster's journey, each breakthrough grants an additional cave, with each cave enabling the contracting of 1 spirit. Beyond the 3rd tier, no new caves will emerge. Upon reaching the 4th tier, the Beastmaster acquires an additional innate ability, Fusion. As Lin Mo's memory reached this point, he instinctively paused. Figures such as Su Xian, Ning Kaichen, and various pioneers of exploration between humans and other species flashed through his mind. However, as he continued reading, he realized he had misinterpreted. After breaking through to the 4th tier, a Beastmaster could temporarily fuse with their contracted spirit. During this fusion, the Beastmaster would undergo certain physical transformations, adopting characteristics of the spirit while acquiring its innate abilities and combat prowess. Thus, fusing with beast-type spirits results in a beast man. Fusing with stone spirits yields a stone man. And fusing with plant-type spirits leads to a plant person. In addition to weapons, there are the spirit beasts that are destined to awaken intelligence, the gunmen who merge with firearms, the swordmen who become one with blades, and the sword-wielding ruffians. Lin Mo yearned to voice his complaints, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps it was for the best. Once he upgraded the Titan into a mecha, he could claim to have transcended the 4th tier, achieving the sublime state of unity between man and spirit. However, the Titan already possessed the comprehensive attributes of a 2nd-tier spirit beast, while he himself was still limited to a single cave of heaven. This seemed rather difficult to explain. What of his 2nd cave of heaven? Lin Mo gazed intently at his attribute panel, his eyes aflame with determination. He harbored a bold hypothesis, though he was uncertain of its validity. The breakthrough to 2nd-tier Beastmaster was achieved after the spirit beast transcended, thus granting a return of power that opened another cave of heaven. Analyzing this metaphysical phenomenon from a scientific perspective, it could be deduced that a certain attribute of the Beastmaster must surpass a threshold value to unlock the 2nd cave of heaven. If he were to elevate a specific attribute to a certain value, could it not also lead to the opening of a 2nd cave of heaven? Seated amidst a pile of steel, Lin Mo boldly entertained this notion. After all, having traversed into a fantastical realm and masqueraded as a Beastmaster, he felt compelled to embody the role with greater dedication, especially since there might be unseen eyes scrutinizing him. Uncle Mo's highest attribute was spirit, and that woman's highest attribute was also spirit, leading Lin Mo to conclude that the key to the spirit beast's breakthrough lay in the spirit attribute, referred to as soul power in Lingzhou. Warriors cultivate their essence, while Beastmasters hone their soul power. This is a consensus within the two major cultivation systems of Lingzhou. Linimo speculated that this so-called soul power was likely synonymous with the spirit attribute, positing that only with sufficiently elevated spirit could one ascend to the rank of second-tier Beastmaster. Upon glancing at the 30 points of free attribute points he had just received, Linimo tentatively decided to allocate them. Are you certain you wish to consume 30 attribute points to increase the spirit attribute? He confirmed with a decisive click. Ding! The enhancement of the spirit attribute was successful, bringing his current spirit attribute value to 52 points. A familiar sensation washed over him once more. After a brief moment of dizziness, Linimo could distinctly feel an invigorating clarity. His senses were sharpened. Though the fatigue in his body lingered, his eyes sparkled with vitality. He even felt he could allow his body to rest while his mind sketched blueprints. Should it be capable of independently executing such tasks? Simultaneously, a profound and mysterious sensation began to spread throughout his being. It was as if, in that fleeting moment, he had shattered some long-standing shackles, liberating his body from its prolonged confinement, leaving Linimo on the verge of exclamation in delight. Was this success? Linimo attempted to open his cave of heaven, and a ripple spread before him. Indeed, beside the formerly dull cave of heaven, another equally unremarkable cave emerged, common tier, inferior grade. Linimo shook his head in exasperation. Both caves were of a quality unworthy of even the most mediocre spirit beasts. It became evident that while he possessed the aptitude of a beast master, he lacked the inherent qualities to embody one. Though he had never contemplated pursuing the path of a beast master, he had harbored a glimmer of hope. After all, who wouldn't he wish to ride dragons and conquer the world upon entering a fantastical realm? Now, it seemed that taming dragons was a mere fantasy. Piloting a mecha to vanquish dragons was decidedly more feasible. For a beast master to enhance their soul power, they must first contract a spirit, yet he required no such thing. He could simply allocate points. Thus, the system had indeed bestowed upon him a considerable advantage in cultivation. Linimo reassured himself. Unable to tame beasts, he could only seek superiority in other aspects. The third tier of Beast Master was a daunting challenge. Each breakthrough was no simple feat. Ascending from first to second tier opened the second cave of heaven, but without a new contracted spirit, the Beast Master's soul power could not be elevated. Mo Zhong exemplified this predicament. Despite being labeled a third-tier Beast Master, he possessed merely one spirit beast, the Black Tiger. Hence, his soul power was comparable to Lin Mo's. The only reason he was referred to as a third-tier Beast Master was due to the Black Tiger's ascension to a third-tier spirit beast. Such a Beast Master, with only one spirit, who managed to reach the second or third tier, was often denoted as a pseudo-second or pseudo-third tier, lacking the qualifications to advance to the fourth tier. According to Lin Mo's recollections, a stringent requirement for transcending to the fourth tier was that all three caves of heaven must possess contracted spirits. However, Lin Mo was free from such worries. As long as he had sufficient attribute points, he could ascend without the need for contracted spirits, relying solely on point allocation. Thus, the golden finger remained a true boon. Lin Mo felt a profound sense of relief as he returned to his quarters. Collapsing into slumber, there was no escape from the fatigue of his physical body, regardless of how invigorated his spirit may be. Have you found it? Not yet, my lord. I in a dim courtyard outside the imperial city of Yendu. A tall man stood rigidly, drenched in sweat, before the shadow of a figure clad in ornate robes, too fearful to even breathe. Had Lin Mo been present, he would have immediately recognized this trembling man as Li Chongfeng, the one who had once raided the Lin residence. Yet, this fifth-tier warrior, a commander of the military, now stood behind the robed figure like a chastised child, paralyzed with dread. Not found. What of the person? Was he eliminated? The voice of the figure seated upon a stone bench grew noticeably tense. What of the individual, my lord? An unforeseen circumstance arose, and the target remains alive. Li Chongfeng's forehead glistened with even more sweat. Though he was a fifth-tier warrior, directly under the military command, he felt like a mere insect before the individual before him, who could crush him without effort. Especially considering that this task was not of great consequence, merely dealing with a newly minted Beastmaster child. He had almost no requirements beyond ensuring the task was executed without error. Yet, he had managed to botch even this trivial matter. The girl he had enlisted to assist in eliminating Lin Mo had not only failed but had herself encountered misfortune. Li Changfeng, are you incapable of handling such a matter? Thud. The tone of the robed figure revealed a hint of impatience, and Li Changfeng immediately fell to his knees, his face pale. Please forgive me, my lord. This was unforeseen, an accident. Grant me another chance, and I shall deliver a satisfactory outcome. His lips quivered as he pressed his head to the ground. He was acutely aware of the power wielded by this figure. Should the individual wish to take his life, it would require no more than a mere flicker of intent for him to meet a gruesome fate by dawn. No need. The robed figure lifted a teacup and took a sip, their voice cold. I did not come to urge you in your duties, but to inform you that the Prince of Jing has also taken notice of that boy. Since you have failed, do not pursue him further. The Prince of Jing? Li Changfeng's body trembled, his expression growing grave. Initially, this lord had only instructed him to locate an item, and if it could not be found. To eliminate Lin Mo, however, he had never mentioned that the matter would attract the attention of a royal prince. Currently, the Great Yin Kingdom, while still relatively strong, faced threats from the north with the Wu Man tribe poised to strike. And to the south lay the Great 10,000 Mountains, which could erupt into a massive beast tide at any moment. The chaotic domains to the west were inhabited by powerful and eccentric beings. Though the Great Yin Kingdom occupied the central plains, it treaded on thin ice, with the political landscape exceedingly tense. Especially now, we find ourselves in a particularly sensitive period, and the rationale for this is simple. The current emperor is nearing his end. Perhaps it is disrespectful for a subject to speak so, but this is an open secret throughout the bureaucracy and among the aristocracy of the Great Yin. This aged emperor, having suffered injuries during an expedition against the Wu Man tribe, has seen his condition worsen with age, and it is only a matter of years before he departs from this world. During such a time, all potential heirs to the throne are preoccupied with their ambitions, making it unlikely for matters unrelated to the imperial throne to draw their attention. That boy, merely in his 20s, could not possibly be of any concern to them, unless Li Changfeng's eyes gleamed with insight. The interest of those high-ranking individuals was not in Lin Mo himself, but rather in the remnants of Lin Tang that he might possess. What exactly had Lin Tang left behind that could compel both this lord and a royal prince to act? Li Changfeng stole a glance at the figure before him, his mind racing with thoughts. To inquire would be folly. After years of navigating the bureaucratic maze, he understood a fundamental truth. Some things are better left unknown. And even if one knows, feigning ignorance is often the wisest course of action. Chapter 28. Loyalty across the ages don't move. Outside Bailey Town, Zhao Han, who was waiting for someone, felt an icy blade pressed against the nape of his neck. To be precise, he had grown so corpulent that he appeared to have no neck at all. A knife gleamed ominously against the spot where his neck met his shoulders. Zhao Han immediately straightened his back, his entire plump body trembling with tension. Hero, please spare me. I am a wealthy man. Zhao Han had initially intended to address the figure with terms like big brother, sir, or heroine, but the trembling of his voice rendered it impossible to discern age or gender. After much contemplation, he settled on hero. What is it you seek? Spirit stones. I can provide them, whatever amount you desire. Do you know the Dragon Transformation Inn in Bailey Town? That is my establishment. You are coercing me into demanding spirit stones? And I can provide as many as you desire. Do not fret about being discovered by the officials and soldiers of Bailey Town. I will cooperate entirely. Afterward, you may escort me out of Bailey Town and then depart, ensuring your safety. Zhao Han spoke incessantly. Although his corpulent body trembled, his reasoning was remarkably clear, and as he spoke, his large head gradually turned backward. I told you not to move, that hoarse voice echoed once more, the blade pressing firmly against Zhao Han's flesh, causing him to stiffen in fear. I know you are a beast master. Do not attempt to open the cave. If anything seems amiss, I will kill you. The hoarse voice rang out again, prompting Zhao Han to abandon the thought of releasing the golden spirit monkey from the cave. He stared at the knife, resting on his flesh, and swallowed hard. Whatever you desire, just do not kill me, and I shall provide it all. If you believe the spirit stones at the Dragon Transformation Inn are insufficient, you may capture me, and you need only wait a few days until my father emerges. You could exchange me for 1,000,000 spirit stones or even more. Zhao Han keenly sensed that when he mentioned 1,000,000 spirit stones, the knife at his throat trembled slightly, leading him to believe he had swayed his captor. Prompting him to hastily add, however, after he finished, the person behind him fell silent, remaining so for an extended period. Hero? Hero? Unable to withstand the silence, Zhao Han thought to turn around, but before his neck could even move an inch, the small knife pressed against his double chin once more. I will ask you a question. Answer honestly. The hero shall speak. Do you know someone named Linimo? The hoarse voice inquired, causing Zhao Han's heart to skip a beat. His premeditated responses lodged in his throat. This person was actually here to inquire about Linimo. What is going on? Surely, Linmo's information is easily obtainable. Why have you taken me hostage? This is Bailey Town, a place teeming with warriors and beast masters. Would it not be simpler to seek Linimo in the mountains? Zhao Han screamed internally, yet dared not utter a word of defiance, his small eyes darting as he pondered how to respond. You had best think carefully before you speak. The owner of the hoarse voice shook the knife, clearly poised to kill upon hearing a lie. Zhao Han pressed his lips together, a determined look crossing his chubby face. Who am I, Zhao Han? My promises weigh as heavily as my bulk. Having already pledged my loyalty to Linimo, a friendship forged through shared trials, would I betray him simply because my life is at stake? Of course not. A friend's life is far more crucial than my own. I know Linimo. We recently undertook a mission for the Beastmaster Monitoring Agency together, and he even killed another Beastmaster. Are you seeking him? He seems to be in Maja village. It requires 3 spirit stones to take the Iron Feather Rock there, but it only appears during the Shen hour. You may go to the Beastmaster Monitoring Agency. The hawks there can transport you directly to Maja village, and I can provide the spirit stones, Zhao Han rambled on, divulging every detail regarding Linimo. The hoarse voice suddenly became smooth. Then I suppose I should thank you. Not at all. Zhao Han felt a wave of relief wash over him, and just as he was about to say something further, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. After a moment of dazed reflection, he turned abruptly. This time, the small knife did not press against his double chin, allowing him to successfully turn around and behold Linimo standing behind him. Their eyes met, and silence enveloped them. You must listen to my defense. No, you must hear my explanation. After what felt like an eternity, or perhaps just a fleeting moment, it was Zhao Han who first regained his composure, his expression serious. Linimo? You must believe me. Our bond is one of profound loyalty, and I would never betray you. I was merely buying time to find an opportunity to summon help. Well, I truly appreciate that. Linimo raised an eyebrow, but chose not to elaborate further. The previous night, the jade talisman of the Beastmaster Monitoring Agency had glimmered once more, signaling that it was time to toil for redemption. Thus, early today, he boarded the Iron Feather Rock to Bailey Town, where he arrived before Zhao Han made his appearance. Amused by a touch of wickedness, he wished to witness how this so-called loyal friend would conduct himself. The outcome left him astounded. Though be honest, Linimo had anticipated that this cowardly fat man would sell him out. After all, they had only executed a single mission together, which hardly constituted a deep friendship. One could not genuinely expect such a person to keep silent. However, what Linimo did not foresee was that this fellow would not only betray him but also offer the assassin a fare. Truly, what remarkable loyalty! What merit do I possess to befriend you? Linimo, allow me to explain. Zhao Han approached, eager to say more, but Linmo's gaze silenced him. I have no intention of causing you harm. No need for explanations, now go seek a task. With that parting remark, Linimo turned and strode toward Bailey Town. Although Zhao Han had just betrayed him, Linimo had no genuine desire to retaliate against this rotund individual. Firstly, the information he possessed was evidently easily accessible. Even if he remained silent, others would uncover it. Secondly, the fat man was merely acting out of self-preservation. If their roles were reversed, Linimo would likely do the same. Thirdly, Zhao Han had mentioned that in a mere 10 days, his father would emerge, at which point he could be exchanged for 1,000,000 spirit stones. From Linmo's observations, the fat man did not appear to be lying. This implied that Zhao Han likely held a significant identity. Killing him could lead to unnecessary complications. Having finally attained a period of growth, it was ill-advised to invite unwarranted trouble. Linimo, do not be upset. Here is what we shall do. Once our task is complete, I shall treat you to drinks at the Dragon Transformation Inn. Zhao Han paused for a moment, then rushed after Lin Mo, casually throwing an arm around his shoulder. I hardly dare drink the wine you offer. Ahem, let us discuss our task instead. Zhao Han's plump face twitched slightly before he added, this time, it will only be the two of us. Let us select a simpler task? No need. A more challenging one would suffice. Can the two of us handle it? I have broken through to the second tier. Zhao Han halted, his face contorting in disbelief. You have? You only became a beast master half a month ago. And you have already advanced to the second tier? What sort of witchcraft is this? Chapter 29. Adding points to the route. How did you manage that? Manage what? Break through to the second tier. You have only been a beast master for a little over 20 days. I merely upheld my resolve, reminding myself daily that I must not betray my friends. I in the small room for selecting tasks at the Beast Master Monitoring Agency. Lin Mo observed Zhao Han's crestfallen retreat and found himself suppressing a laugh, ultimately managing to contain it. Glancing at the wall adorned with wooden plaques, Lin Mo chose to sit aside and rest. Leaving the task selection to Zhao Han, that he decided to utilize this idle time to allocate points. Regardless of the background, in any role-playing game, point allocation is a process of both pain and pleasure. The intricate descriptions of skills and attributes often leave one feeling dizzy, yet the personalization and enhancement of strength that follows instills a profound sense of accomplishment. In his previous life, Lin Mo had encountered numerous eccentric players who deliberately pursued absurd paths, allowing their skill trees to develop into bizarre formations. Indeed, a select few had risen above the rest through their unconventional point allocation, becoming some of the elite combatants. Yet the majority who recklessly sought to be different ended up creating characters that were ineffective in every aspect, ultimately leading to account deletion and recreation. With a second chance at life, Lin Mo would certainly avoid making such blunders. In truth, he had no need to pursue any form of personalization. Throughout Lingzhou, he would likely be the sole individual engaging in mech-based gameplay. In Lingzhou, while there were many prodigies proficient in both beast mastery and martial arts, Lin Mo suspected he was the only one dabbling in the dual study of metaphysics and science. Opening the professional skill tree, the foundational components were already fully allocated. The 4 skills on the second tier of the skill tree flickered incessantly, resembling 4 eager chicks awaiting nourishment. Basic Metal Affinity LV5. Enhances the speed of manufacturing metal materials and improves the success rate of part production. Basic Precision Polishing LV0. Significantly reduces the time required for polishing parts. Basic Component Control LV0. Slightly increases the success rate of part assembly. Secondary Processing LV0. 4 slightly damaged components. Activating this skill has a certain chance to repair them, consumes 1 point of current mental energy. No cooldown. The moment of decision had arrived once more. Gazing at the panel, Lin Mo's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Each layer of the skill tree branched out, presenting 4 options, yet among these, only 2 could be selected. Thus, decision-making must be approached with utmost caution. This was not merely for future development. It was also due to the unique attribute allocation system inherent to mech battles. Veteran players often referred to this system as the stacking mechanism. The stacking mechanism is relatively straightforward. The first layer of skills requires 1 skill point for each upgrade. The second layer necessitates 2 points, the third 3 points, and the fourth 4 points, and so forth. Consequently, the total skill points required to fully upgrade each skill escalates significantly. Moreover, should one regret their choices after allocating points and wish to start anew, the skill points will not be refunded. Given this, the over 90 skill points Lin Mo had accumulated over the past few days were hardly abundant. One could even describe them as meager. After all, aside from the second layer of the basic component skill tree, he also needed to learn the second layer of the basic mech skills, along with numerous enhancements for his secondary profession as a designer. Ultimately, only by investing skill points could he acquire the knowledge necessary to successfully forge mechs in Lingzhou and continue to flaunt his title as a beastmaster. In his quest to rapidly manufacture components, he had allocated 10 points to basic metal affinity, which now seemed rather redundant. Contemplating the 4 skills before him, Lin Mo pondered his path. Basic components represented a universal skill for mechanics, essential for every mechanic to master. Thus, the options within this skill tree were limited, falling into 2 primary categories, the affluent route and the laborer route. The laborer route referred to ordinary mechanical players who, lacking substantial financial means, could only rely on their own efforts to create the necessary components for blueprints. Such players often invested in basic metal affinity and basic precision polishing to enhance their component production success rates. Without funds to purchase components, they were left to hope their self-manufactured parts would be both efficient and effective. However, pursuing this route was often disadvantageous, as mechanics only earned skill points upon successfully crafting equipment, while producing components yielded no rewards. Consequently, those who typically played as mechanics possessed a certain level of wealth, relying on purchased components for their equipment. This group usually invested in basic component mastery and secondary processing. In summary, laborers invested in the first two skills, while the affluent focused on the latter two. Linimo, currently guarding the exquisite iron mine in Moke Village, had no shortage of raw materials. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to pursue the affluent route for skill allocation. He expended 20 skill points to learn basic component mastery, currently at skill level LV10. He then spent another 20 skill points to acquire secondary processing. Also at skill level LV10, the third layer of the skill tree was thus illuminated. Linimo chose to forego basic metal affinity, considering the loss of 10 skill points negligible. He could always craft some spare equipment upon returning, thus replenishing his skill points. The young lady, whose noble status remained a mystery, had been exceedingly generous, leaving behind a storage pouch containing over 300 spirit stones, ample funds for a period of indulgence. Speaking of that young lady, Linimo glanced at Zhao Han, who was still searching for tasks, and retrieved a folded sheet of white paper from his pocket, unfolding it with a flourish. Within lay the sketched portrait of the young lady. Hair, cheeks, shadows, and light. Linimo believed it not an exaggeration to refer to himself as a human camera. As someone who had embarked upon the designer's secondary profession, Linimo was capable of high-precision measurements for various components. And rendering a portrait was merely a trivial task. After the young lady departed, he had relied on his memory to depict her likeness. Zhao Han, I have something to inquire of you. What is it? Zhao Han replied, his attention still on his task. Do you recognize this person? Who? Zhao Han turned his head with curiosity, his eyes widening upon catching sight of the sketch in Lin Mo's hand. Could this woman be an extraordinary figure? Lin Mo frowned slightly, sensing an unsettling predicament. However, Zhao Han's next remark left him utterly speechless. Who created this artwork? I've never seen such a lifelike drawing, Zhao Han exclaimed, momentarily dazed before springing to Lin Mo's side, plopping down beside him, his eyes sparkling as they fixated on the sketch. Sell it to me. I'll give you 50 spirit stones, if you can introduce me to the artist. I'll offer you an additional 500 spirit stones. Zhao Han's gaze remained glued to the sketch, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Chapter 30. The value of the sketch, can you truly pay? Linimo pondered, slightly bemused. Wait, I seem to have been led astray. I was asking who the person in the drawing is. Observing Zhao Han's fervent enthusiasm, Linimo felt perplexed. It's merely a sketch. In my previous life, anyone could learn to draw something akin to this after a month or two of classes. What is the big fuss? Oh, right. In Lingzhou, it's all about brushwork, steeped in traditional ink wash aesthetics. There's really no tradition of sketching. Still, even if they had never encountered it before, was such excitement necessary? This sort of sketch, he could now produce 7 or 8 in a night. Linimo? You don't understand. This is an opportunity for a fortune. It's like an entire vein of spirit stones calling out to you. Zhao Han's eyes widened as he gazed at the sketch, his breaths growing increasingly heavy. He had never witnessed such artistry. A simple pen could capture a person's details so finely that even without color, one could easily discern the subject's features. A business opportunity. An undeniable opportunity. Nobility and powerful individuals alike yearn for something to endure through the ages. Dian, statues and portraits of past heroes abound, all crafted by their descendants. Yet, even portraits sculpted by masters often diverge from reality. The same holds true for paintings. However, this sketch was different. Zhao Han could envision the uproar it would cause should it circulate among the noble circles of Yindu. The artist of this piece would undoubtedly achieve a staggering level of renown. Is it true? Linimo peered skeptically at the sketch. Of course it is. Zhao Han seized Lin Mo's hand. Brother Lin, we are friends bound by loyalty throughout the ages. Just reveal the identity of this artist. Linimo? Why does that sound so off? What do you mean by just reveal it? With a slight twitch of his mouth, Linimo chose not to dwell on this matter, instead asking Zhao Han. First, tell me, who was the person in this portrait? Who was the person in the portrait? Zhao Han paused, suddenly remembering Lin Mo's question. After a quick glance at the sketch, he confidently replied, the Princess by You. The clarity of the portrait was such that if he failed to recognize it, it would be an affront to the masterpiece. The Princess by You, Lin Mo squinted slightly. Though he had seldom ventured outside during his time in Yindu and had few noble acquaintances, he was not entirely uninformed. While the Princess by You was not particularly renowned among the imperial third generation, Lin Mo had heard of her. It was said that she was low-key yet exceptionally talented in both literature and martial arts, possessing considerable strategic insight. Reflecting on the Princess by You's stature, Lin Mo couldn't help but shake his head slightly, feeling her strategic acumen was perhaps overstated. If she were indeed from the royal third generation, her extravagant spending could be comprehended. However, the Princess by You was the daughter of the Duke of Jing. Her approach to seeking his assistance, was it her own interest in the matter, or was it the Duke's influence behind her? If it were the Duke, her late father had certainly placed his son in quite the predicament. With Lin Mo's current abilities, he dared not contemplate the subtle power struggles that existed among the royal family. To the likes of those individuals, he was nothing but an ant, easily crushed at their whim. In that moment, he felt the 2 jade talismans in his storage pouch growing increasingly warm in his grasp. Brother Lin, you haven't yet answered me. Where did this painting come from, and who is the artist? Zhao Han, noticing Lin Mo's silence, inched closer, his belly pressing against Lin Mo's side. Rest assured, I understand the etiquette. As long as you introduce me to this artist, I'll reward you with 500 spirit stones. Lin Mo glanced sideways. Really? I can give you the spirit stones up front, then hand them over. Zhao Han wasted no time and pulled out a storage pouch from his garment, handing it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo took a quick glance, his heart racing in surprise. The unassigned spirit stones gleamed with a white light, forming a small mountain within the pouch. This hefty fellow was certainly not ordinary. Even at the Huolong Inn, they couldn't possibly produce such a sum of spirit stones. As Lin Mo contemplated, he placed the spirit stones into his own pocket. Brother Lin, can you now tell me who the artist is? Zhao Han's excitement was palpable, clearly unable to contain his anticipation. Of course. Lin Mo dusted off his clothes, adopting a casual demeanor as he nonchalantly crossed his legs. With a single word, he uttered, Me. The air was enveloped in an inexplicable silence. Lin Mo and Zhao Han exchanged glances, rendered speechless. It seemed as though an invisible crow had passed between them, leaving behind a dark, unspoken ellipsis. Zhao Han's round face was clouded with gloom, his narrowed eyes resembling those of a dead fish. He felt deceived. In the realm of painting and calligraphy, one has skills typically improved with age. Just look at the renowned painters in the capital. Each of them sported long beards, with the youngest among them being at least 60 or 70 years old. The painting in Lin Mo's possession, executed with such realism, must have taken at least 20 to 30 years of practice, unless Lin Mo had begun his artistic journey in the womb. You might as well return the spirit stones to me, he said. How can one ask for back what has been given? Yet, Zhao Han's plump face twisted in discomfort. Though he was wealthy, he was unwilling to let go of several hundred spirit stones so easily. He even hesitated, contemplating whether to dash out and summon the overseer of the Beast Control Bureau or the guards of Bailey Town, claiming that Lin Mo had forcibly taken his money within the city. However, that would mean completely severing ties with Lin Mo, and the slender thread of hope for redemption he clung to would vanish. But what if he simply accepted the loss of the spirit stones? Standing before Lin Mo, Zhao Han found himself torn in a battle of thoughts. After a prolonged silence, Lin Mo extended his hand and tossed the spirit stones back. Just kidding, he declared, giving Zhao Han a light pat on the shoulder. To be honest, after hearing Zhao Han extol the value of that sketch, Lin Mo did entertain the fleeting notion of creating a piece right then and there to prove his worth. However, upon reflection, he realized that such an act could lead to his own demise. He was already under scrutiny. Remaining inconspicuous and methodical might allow him to quietly amass some strength. If this sketch truly was as extraordinary as Zhao Han claimed, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the aristocracy in Yindu, and that would spell trouble. Just imagine, if this artwork were to ignite the passions of Yindu's elite, what would become of him? He would inevitably transform into one of the most celebrated painters in the Great Yin, simultaneously garnering fame and fortune. Yet, the original owner was merely a reclusive scholar who had spent 2 decades immersed in the study of beast control. With no prior exposure to painting, such information could be easily uncovered by the prominent figures in society. If he were to suddenly gain fame, how would they react? Lin Mo was uncertain about the legacy left behind by his long-deceased father. But it was likely something coveted by many, possibly a wondrous treasure. How could a nameless individual suddenly ascend to the status of a master painter without raising suspicions? Thus, while Zhao Han wrestled with his dilemma, Lin Mo too engaged in quiet contemplation, ultimately deciding to deflect the burden and postpone any decisions until he had acquired sufficient strength. If you're willing to introduce me to the painter, I shall return these spirit stones to you, he proposed. Zhao Han exhaled in relief, accepting the spirit stones. To be honest, I'm afraid that painter isn't fond of trivial fame. You might want to pursue your tasks instead. Well then, I hope Brother Lin can convey my message. Certainly. Zhao Han was clearly reluctant to relinquish such a lucrative opportunity, and Lin Mo had to engage in a bit more banter before he finally managed to deter Zhao Han, who then departed. Lin Mo sighed, casting a glance at Zhao Han's rotund silhouette as he returned to his seat. Having been interrupted earlier, he resumed his prior endeavors. Chapter 31. The development path of mecha engineers. The occupational settings may slightly conflict with previous descriptions due to a lapse on the part of Tongqian. However, revisions have been made, and such inconsistencies should not arise again. Please refer to the occupational settings outlined in these recent chapters. Opening his career skill tree, Lin Mo rubbed his palms together, resolved to continue the journey he had left unfinished. First, he examined the 3rd tier of the basic components skill tree, which branched out into 2 skills, showcasing 8 shimmering icons that resembled alluring maidens leaning against a doorframe. Their disheveled attire enticing Lin Mo with frenzied gestures, calling out enticing phrases like, "Come play, my lord." Yet Lin Mo remained steadfast, akin to a virtuous gentleman, not even sparing them a glance. The Mo family village merely guarded a fine iron mine. Given Lin Mo's current capabilities in component fabrication, he deemed it unnecessary to allocate skill points in that direction. Moreover, advancing to the 3rd tier required 3 skill points for each level. And Lin Mo's current skill points were limited. He needed to invest in other skills as well. His gaze swept past the other 2 unlit skill trees, and Lin Mo clicked on the 2nd tier of the basic mecha skills. Mecha Control LV4 increases affinity with mechas, enhancing the speed of command response. Hasty Repair LV0 allows for a momentary repair of a damaged mecha, restoring it to a heavily damaged state. Overload Operation LV0 temporarily grants a minor attribute boost to your mecha for 5 minutes. At the cost of doubling energy consumption, the mecha will enter a moderately damaged state upon the effect's conclusion. Basic Mecha Engineering LV0 bestows infinite possibilities upon your mecha. The skills branching from the basic mecha skill tree did not possess the same universal appeal as those from the basic components tree. In mecha combat, each profession allowed for a high degree of personal expression. Although skill tree upgrades consistently followed a 4-choice, 2-selection format, players could tailor their choices based on their tactical preferences, discovering the path that suited them best. This approach bore both advantages and disadvantages. While it provided a genuine sense of progression in enhancing one's mecha, it also risked leading players astray, as skill point allocation was non-refundable. Altering one's path necessitated substantial manufacturing of machinery to replenish skill points. However, Lin Mo had no such worries. As an experienced player, he possessed expert-level knowledge of mecha mechanics. Among the 4 skills in the 2nd tier of the basic mecha skill tree, mecha control was an essential skill to acquire. Not only did it enhance the fluidity of controlling a mecha, but it also promised to unlock a neural connection ability in later stages, allowing the mecha to truly operate as an extension of the body. Of course, that was still far beyond Lin Mo's current capabilities. At his present level, he could only manage voice commands for a titan. The utility of hasty repair primarily shone through in practical combat. The skill's description hinted at its effects, and the ultimate skill that could be unlocked through further investment was dubbed mechanical resurrection. That advanced stage, even if a mecha was reduced to a pile of parts, it could be reassembled on the spot using this skill. Imagine the enemy, having destroyed your mecha, approaching with a sinister grin, only to have the supposedly wrecked machine suddenly spring back to life and deliver a vengeful strike. The sole drawback was that this skill was passive, only activating when the mecha was in a destroyed state. Even if one were to invest fully into it, mechanical resurrection could only be triggered under such conditions. In most cases, a fragile mecha engineer would be unable to withstand an enemy's close-range assault after their mecha exploded, leaving no time for it to resurrect before meeting their demise. While its practical applications were significant, its limitations were also considerable, leading Linimo to dismiss it. He made decisions with unwavering resolve and continued to browse the skill options. Overload Operation was similarly a combat-oriented skill, akin to a berserker's frenzy. Sacrificing mechanical durability for a temporary attribute boost. It embodied a hurt the enemy 1,000, damage oneself 800 philosophy. If the allocation path was maintained, the ultimate skill derived from Overload Operation would likely be self-destruction, a gamble that allowed the mecha to take the enemy down with it. For Linimo, learning this skill was feasible, but it would be wiser to forego mecha control and focus on upgrading hasty repair until he reached the ultimate mechanical resurrection skill. Otherwise, in a place like Lingzhou, where mecha crafting relied heavily on manual labor, the self-destruction of a mecha and its subsequent reconstruction would undoubtedly escalate both time and resource expenditures. After some deliberation, Linimo placed Overload Operation in the pending category and turned his attention to the final skill in the second tier, Basic Mecha Engineering. The description of this skill read, bestows infinite possibilities upon your mecha, which was undoubtedly a rather frustratingly vague statement. It failed to clarify its specific advantages, causing many players in his previous life to forego this option entirely. Yet Linimo understood that it was indeed a skill of immense potential. Although it did not yield immediate combat enhancements in the early stages, as the skill tree was developed, it could gradually augment the mecha's attributes across the board, even allowing for the compatibility of various forms, transforming it into something akin to a transformer. These two forms would not merely differ in appearance. Their combat styles and weapon configurations would be vastly distinct, effectively granting the mecha an additional combat mode. In his previous life, Linimo had observed restless players who unlocked this branch of the skill tree and discovered its unique characteristics. At the time, he had been pursuing a different path, and having already committed, he could not abandon it to start anew. Consequently, he created a secondary account to experience this route as a mecha engineer. However, he had yet to reach the maximum skill level when he found himself transported to this world. A choice lay before him. Linimo propped his chin on his hand, his gaze flickering. If overloading was akin to betting on the present, then basic mech engineering was a vision for the future. One offered an immediate enhancement of combat capability, while the other promised a gradual accumulation of strength, ultimately leading to the creation of a more formidable mech. After much contemplation, taking into account the costs and the skill points already expended, Linimo opted for basic mech engineering. Choosing to overload might yield results with ordinary mechs, as they could be constructed within 10 days to half a month given the right blueprints. However, as the mechs advanced in sophistication, he could hardly afford the time and energy required for continuous maintenance. With a chime, Linimo allocated 32 skill points, fully enhancing both mech control and basic mech engineering, illuminating the third tier of the foundational mech skill tree as well. With 2 skill trees activated, Linimo had nearly exhausted the skill points he had accumulated over the past couple of days, leaving him with just over 10 points. Considering his unfortunate luck since his transmigration, he refrained from gambling for blueprints and instead opened the skill tab for his secondary profession as a designer, investing 10 points into basic energy knowledge. Instantly, a whirlwind of information flooded his mind regarding energy. TO manufacture mechs. An energy reactor was an indispensable core device, necessitating a comprehensive understanding of various energy sources. Had Linimo been required to learn this knowledge manually, he would likely have been overwhelmed to the point of exhaustion. Fortunately, the system facilitated this process, albeit with the side effect of a temporary dizziness each time. I can already see the mechs beckoning to me. Suppressing his dizziness, Linimo felt invigorated after his skill point allocation. The appearance of Princess Bayou afforded him a relatively secure period for development. He must seize this opportunity to elevate his capabilities to the level required for mech fabrication. Chapter 32. 3 months bang. In the dense forest, Titan Iron Fist struck, reducing an unfortunate wild boar to a pulp. Without missing a beat, Titan charged after the fleeing herd of wild boars in the distance. Following its advancement, Titan's speed had significantly increased. While it still appeared somewhat clumsy overall, it was more than adequate for dealing with a pack of wild boars. The swine, in a desperate bid for survival, emitted hoarse cries, akin to little girls confronting a strange uncle, shouting for him to stay away. Titan, however, paid them no heed, dispatching them with a punch, one after the other. Lin Mo strolled leisurely behind, accompanied by Zhao Xiaoping, who wore an expression of sheer astonishment, a golden spirit monkey mirroring its owner's bewildered look atop his head. "Brother Lin, could you spare me a couple?" Zhao Han finally managed to utter, having witnessed Titan's prowess, his tone noticeably more respectful. According to Lin Mo's plan, he had chosen a relatively challenging task, to eradicate a herd of wild boars. Among them were even a few that had attained a spiritual transformation, reaching the first tier, while the others were close to it. Over 30 in total on the way. Zhao Han had earnestly devised a battle strategy, intending for the golden spirit monkey to provoke isolated wild boars, allowing Titan to swoop in and defeat them. However, upon arrival, Zhao Han quickly realized that such a plan was entirely superfluous. With Titan now at the second tier, facing this pack of barely sentient wild boars was akin to a deity descending to smite mortals. He and the golden spirit monkey were rendered mere spectators. "Rest assured, my friend, we are bound by eternal camaraderie. Your share will not be diminished," Lin Mo declared, hands clasped behind his back, watching Titan vanquish the wild boars, placing particular emphasis on the phrase eternal camaraderie. Zhao Han's chubby face tightened. The golden spirit monkey, perched atop its master's head, glanced between Lin Mo and Zhao Han, scratching its head in confusion, unable to comprehend why its master suddenly bore such a countenance. "Your mech Titan has eliminated a wild boar. You have gained 2 attribute points." Listening to the prompt echo in his mind, Lin Mo glanced at Zhao Han, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. He could have completed this task single-handedly, reaping all the rewards for himself. However, Lin Mo chose to split the spoils 50-50. Having observed Zhao Han's performance while playing the role of the villain, Lin Mo sensed that this hefty fellow might be more than meets the eye. According to the law of the transmigrator's sidekick, he felt inclined to invest in Zhao Han, hoping to cultivate a useful connection. Lin Tang had found himself isolated in the political arena, lacking any network of allies, which had led to his entrapment in the Beastmaster's bureau, devoid of assistance. Lin Mo was determined not to repeat that fate. Although this eternal camaraderie fellow appeared rather unreliable, he was willing to forge a bond. Especially since he had sufficient spirit stones left by Princess Baiyu. He was not short on funds. Dividing the contributions was no significant loss. Titan was strong enough to handle the grunt work of the Beastmaster's bureau. He could also accumulate more attribute points through these tasks. This endeavor was not only risk-free but even potentially profitable. The wild boars, lacking intelligence, failed to realize that they were bypassing Titan to attack Lin Mo, ultimately meeting their end at Titan's hands. The village chief from a nearby hamlet personally pinned a letter as proof of their successful extermination of the wild boar herd, allowing Lin Mo and Zhao Han to present it upon their return to Bailey Town. Lin Mo's contributions increased by 400. From that point onward, Lin Mo settled into a routine in Lingzhou, oscillating between 3 key locations. He remained inconspicuous in Moke Village, merely giving the village chief a few spirit stones to ensure that Imo Zhong would provide him with more refined iron from the smelting process. Aside from occasionally working at the Beastmaster's bureau to atone for his past, he immersed himself in mechanical construction. As a villager, Mo Zhong had no reason to refuse such requests. However, witnessing Lin Mo's relentless focus on ironworking without any training in beast taming, Mo Zhong believed that this could not continue. Although Lin Mo had explained that the ironworking was intended to enhance the strength of his metal spirit, he understood that a beast tamer's growth could not solely rely on spirit enhancement. Regular training was equally crucial. Mo Zhong felt that Lin Mo was taking a misguided path and, as a senior, felt compelled to guide him. Thus, he approached Lin Mo for a sparring session. The sparring took place 5 times, and Mo Zhong's thoughts evolved as follows. First time, Xiaomo is quite impressive. Titan is remarkable. The future looks promising. Second time, good, very good. Your father can rest in peace. Third time, what kind of creature is this young man's metal spirit? Fourth time, what? Spar? Xiaomo, perhaps we should skip it, 5th time. Don't come any closer. Imo Zhong even began to question if he had been mistaken all along. Otherwise, how could Lin Mo's beast spirit, which had never trained, grow so rapidly? Within less than 3 months, he was already able to overpower Imo Zhong's black tiger. Congratulations, young master. At the Beastmaster's Bureau in Bailey Town, a female attendant received Lin Mo's jade talisman and marked a check in her ledger. Congratulations, just a token of appreciation. I hope the attendant won't find it lacking, Lin Mo said, producing 2 spirit stones to offer to the female attendant. Having endured the harsh realities of the 21st century, he was adept at social niceties, never hesitating to flatter or part with spirit stones. He had already established good relations with numerous attendants at the Beastmaster's Bureau, many of whom discreetly adjusted Lin Mo's task contributions upward by 100 or 2. Had it not been for this, he would likely have needed to wait another month for complete liberation. The female attendant glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, before gratefully accepting the spirit stones. Thank you very much, young master. Attendants like her, lacking cultivation or possessing poor talent, were typically assigned to handle such mundane tasks, with little profit to be gained. 2 spirit stones were thus a pleasant surprise. You're too kind. Lin Mo nodded slightly to the attendant before turning to leave the grand hall of the Beastmaster's Bureau. The warm glow of the setting sun bathed him, imbuing Lin Mo with a sense of rebirth. Although he had gleaned some benefits from his tasks at the Bureau, he had felt an oppressive weight upon him as long as he had not atoned for his past. Now, however, it was different. From this moment onward, his penance was over. He was entirely free. It had been a while since he last saw Zhao Han, and he wondered how the rotund fellow was faring. Stretching lazily, Lin Mo strolled toward the outskirts of Bailey Town. He was unclear about the nature of Zhao Han's transgressions, but the contributions required for his atonement were significantly less than Lin Mo's, allowing him to regain his freedom a month prior and leave Bailey Town. Lin Mo had attempted to subtly inquire about the fat man's background, but Zhao Han was tight-lipped, dodging the questions without revealing anything, leaving Lin Mo to drop the matter. Lost in thought, Lin Mo paused his steps. His heightened mental acuity allowed him to keenly sense that someone was lurking in the shadows, watching him with ill intent. Chapter 33. The assassin. Someone is following me. Lin Mo moved aside. He casually picked up a small trinket, feigning interest while his eyes discreetly scanned his surroundings. However, he discerned nothing amiss. Bailey Town was the only city within 100 miles, though it could not rival the capital. It was still vibrant and bustling, at this hour, akin to the twilight of his previous life when people strolled after dinner. The streets were teeming with activity. Lin Mo could only feel the presence of someone watching him from the dark, yet he could not pinpoint their exact location. Feigning a bargaining session with a vendor, Lin Mo eventually set the item back on the stall and continued his walk toward the outskirts of the city. It seems my period of growth has reached its conclusion. The prickling sensation on his back persisted, prompting Lin Mo to ponder who might be watching him with malicious intent. It was not difficult to deduce that it was likely Li Chongfeng and his entourage. The feeling of having one's weaknesses exposed is uncomfortable. Even a mere suspicion is enough to rob them of peace. Lin Mo had managed to survive for 3 months, primarily due to the timely appearance of Princess Baiyu, which had instilled caution in his adversaries. Now that 3 months had elapsed without further sightings of the princess, Li Chongfeng must have concluded that she had lost interest in him, believing that his demise would stir little upheaval. Thus contemplating his elimination to prevent any future threats, Lin Mo grew vigilant. The assailant was a captain of the military, a 5th-tier warrior. If he truly intended to kill him, there would be no need for elaborate schemes. Since someone was already tailing him, it was highly probable that an attempt would be made today. I wonder what kind of assassin this will be. Will I be able to handle it? Lin Mo pondered as he opened his attribute panel. Name: Lin Mo, human, occupation, mechanic. Secondary occupation, design apprentice. Physical ability, 40 strength, 37 agility, 107 mentality, 94 charisma, max free attribute points, 107 free skill points, 103 skills, basic insight LV9. Combat enthusiasm LV9. Career skill tree. Click to view details. Items: Titan, common, tattered blueprint of a retractable mechanical arm, damaged, primitive mechanical claw blueprint, damaged, small focused flamethrower blueprint, common, accurate balance, life. Multifunctional wrench, life. This was the fruit of Lin Mo's relentless efforts and battles over the past 3 months. In his previous life, had other players seen the attribute points he accumulated, they would surely have erupted in curses. In the mechanics of mech warfare games, attribute points were only awarded upon leveling up, with a maximum of just over 170 levels, making each point incredibly precious, typically allocated to enhance the most impactful attributes for one's occupation. However, Lin Mo was uncertain whether it was due to a misalignment in his transmigration, but he lacked a leveling system. His attribute points were earned through slaying monsters. Over these 3 months, he had undertaken 3 to 4 Beastmaster's Bureau missions each month, vanquishing countless beasts and spirit beasts, which had allowed his attribute points to accumulate to their current total. Lin Mo had not forgotten that survival was paramount. He saved a portion of the earned attribute points for emergencies while dedicating the rest entirely to agility. Despite appearing no different from an ordinary person, if he were to run, even a typical second-tier warrior would struggle to catch up. His mental attributes had naturally accumulated to over 90 points due to his continuous mechanical fabrication. Li Changfeng would certainly not act personally, so there should not be much to worry about. Observing the more than 200 stored attribute points, Lin Mo felt a surge of security. Though he currently presented himself as a Beastmaster, with Titan being his strongest combat asset, if he chose to, he could squander all his accumulated attribute points in a short time, shedding his seemingly weak facade to become a berserker. Upon reaching the outskirts of Bailey Town, Lin Mo spotted the middle-aged man riding the Iron Feather Pong once more. The man also noticed Lin Mo and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Over the past 3 months, Lin Mo had made numerous trips between the Beastmaster's Bureau and Mo family village, and their familiarity had grown. After handing over 2 returned spirit stones, Lin Mo mounted the bird's back, feigning rest with his eyes closed while actually squinting at the individuals boarding the bird. Bailey Town was the only city in the vicinity. Any loss of life would inevitably cause a stir, so those wishing to kill him would likely refrain from acting within the town. The most prudent course of action would be to follow him until reaching a secluded area, where they could strike without drawing attention, disposing of the body in the depths of the mountains. Leaving no trace behind him, Lin Mo squinted, observing each passenger as they boarded the bird, ultimately locking his gaze on a tall, middle-aged man. Although the man did not seem to be staring at him, Lin Mo could sense an almost imperceptible aura locking onto him. Name: unknown race, human occupation, warrior physical ability, 78 strength, 117 agility, 119 mentality, 27 charisma, 15 remarks, dangerous, but not entirely so. Fortunately, I can handle this. Gaining reassurance from the middle-aged man's attribute panel, Lin Mo exhaled quietly. As he had surmised, Li Changfeng had indeed sent a subordinate to deal with him. In the eyes of outsiders, Lin Mo was merely a faux second-tier Beastmaster. A third-tier warrior would find it more than sufficient to deal with him. Lin Mo closed his eyes, resuming his pretense of resting. His original plan was to identify those with malicious intent toward him. If he felt confident, he would ride the Iron Feather Pong away. If not, he would indulge himself by returning to the Beastmaster's Bureau to hire a rental bird, heading directly to a Mo family village. Even if someone was trailing him in the shadows, they would hesitate to act against the village. Now it seemed that this middle-aged man was still within Lin Mo's capability to confront. The Iron Feather Pong, as swift and steady as ever, soon descended upon the mountains near Mo family village. Lin Mo dismounted the bird with an unperturbed demeanor, and after a brief pause, the middle-aged man followed suit. The Beastmaster of the Iron Feather Pong cast a puzzled glance, but upon seeing Lin Mo's composed expression, he refrained from further inquiry, gently tapping the bird's back. The Iron Feather Pong let out a resounding cry and soared into the sky. Lin Mo stood atop the mountain, watching the Iron Feather Pong vanish from view before turning his attention to the towering middle-aged man. The air before him rippled like water, revealing an aperture through which the Titan emerged. The Titan had undergone a complete transformation since 3 months ago. The former short legs had been replaced with elongated ones, and the rudimentary iron sphere had been upgraded to a true mechanical arm. Lin Mo had also reconstructed the Titan's body, composed of multiple refined iron components, resembling the structure of a human torso. Standing there, the Titan gleamed with a dark silver sheen, its proportions akin to a bodybuilder from Lin Mo's past life. Aside from the occasional steam puffing from its head, The Titan had begun to take on the semblance of a mech. "Are we about to make a move?" Lin Mo's smile was enigmatic. While the middle-aged man's movements froze. Chapter 34, The Return of the Titan Medieval Robot. Titan, Type, Basic Mecha Quality, Ordinary Attributes, Defense 77, Strength 109, Speed 64, Energy 17502000, Height 1.98 meters, Weight 345 kilograms, Power System, Steam Engine, Standby Energy Consumption, 5 energy per minute, Combat Energy Consumption, 40 energy per minute, Weapon Configuration, Primitive Retractable Mechanical Arms, Ordinary, Small Focused Flamethrower, Advanced, Simple Mechanical Lower Limbs, Ordinary, Powerful Mechanical Iron Fist, Ordinary, Skills, Claw, Flame Jet, Iron Fist Strike, Powerful Throw Status, Normal Passive Ability, Unyielding Stance. The quality of the mecha is enhanced by sturdy iron, allowing the Titan to continue fighting for a brief period even in a scrapped state. Note: in Unyielding Stance, all attributes of the Titan decrease by 30%. Remarks: do not be fooled by its seemingly dull demeanor. Anyone who underestimates it will undoubtedly pay the price. Lin Mo crossed his arms with confidence. Over the past 3 months, he had not merely been holed up crafting the same old machines. After all, repeatedly constructing identical mechs would yield diminishing returns in skill points. Thus, Lin Mo had been striving to acquire new blueprints. Although his good fortune had waned since his arrival in this world, he had still managed to unlock and gamble for some blueprints during these 3 months. The simple mechanical lower limbs and the powerful mechanical iron fist were crafted based on new blueprints, both of which were among the stronger ordinary quality designs, particularly the latter. The simple mechanical lower limbs significantly enhanced the mech's attributes, while the powerful mechanical iron fist, in addition to amplifying strength, came with 2 skills. Iron Fist Strike. The mecha channels energy from its entire body to deliver a punch equivalent to 1.5 times its strength, with an energy cost of 100 and a cooldown of 2 minutes. Powerful Throw. Grabs an enemy and hurls them with great force, with a chance to induce a stun effect, costing 120 energy and a cooldown of 40 seconds. Both skills are based on the powerful mechanical iron fist. It can be said that the Titan has undergone a significant upgrade compared to 3 months ago. Did you guess it? The middle-aged man, bearing a scar on his face and exuding a restrained yet turbulent aura, was clearly a battle-hardened warrior. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly regained his composure. "Since you've figured it out, why haven't you fled?" "That surprises me. You'll be even more surprised later." Lin Mo silently regarded the middle-aged man without uttering a word. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. "My superior has instructed me to retrieve the item. Surrender it, and you shall be spared. Leave now, and I will also spare your life." Lin Mo remained expressionless. "Are you seeking death?" The middle-aged man's eyes grew cold. Lin Mo continued to show no expression and turned his back, casually patting his own backside in defiance. Boom! The middle-aged man sprang into action. With the might of a third-tier warrior, he shot toward Lin Mo like a cannonball. However, before he could reach Lin Mo, a figure forged from bronze and iron blocked his path. Facing the warrior, the Titan displayed its iron fist, second-tier metal spirit. The elder's gaze sharpened, yet he chose not to retreat. Instead, he swung his fist, opting for a direct confrontation with the Titan. Bang! The collision of flesh and iron erupted with a sound akin to metal clashing. The middle-aged man staggered, while the Titan was forced to retreat 2 steps. Before the middle-aged man could express his astonishment, steam erupted from the Titan's head as it charged forward once more. Seeking death, the middle-aged man's initial surprise morphed instantly into fury. A third-tier warrior, mastering the body and energy, had reached the realm of iron sinews and bronze bones. A warrior's pride lay in their physical prowess. Even a strength-oriented beastmaster would prefer to avoid direct confrontation with a warrior unless they were fully prepared to engage. Yet that young man had allowed a second-tier metal spirit to engage him in close combat. This was an unmasked contempt. "I will dismantle your metal spirit before killing you." The middle-aged man's expression turned vicious as he charged toward the Titan. He was unperturbed by the thought of Lin Mo escaping while he fought the Titan, for he had already discerned that the Titan's speed was inferior to his own. Should Lin Mo attempt to flee, he could easily abandon the metal spirit and pursue him directly. A frail beastmaster stood no chance against a warrior's pursuit. Bang, bang, bang. The middle-aged man unleashed his full strength, intent on dismantling the Titan. The Titan's combat style was equally aggressive, engaging in a head-on clash under Lin Mo's command. The two unleashed their full might, fists and feet colliding in a frenzied exchange, resulting in a flurry of strikes that occurred in mere seconds. Lin Mo estimated they must have exchanged 7 or 8 punches per second. If there were sound effects, it would likely be a rapid aura. Titan suffered severe energy depletion. Status changed to lightly damaged. Lin Mo was taken aback. The Titan, having fought alongside him for 3 months, had faced numerous battles, its steel frame seemingly invincible. Yet, he had not expected that after only a brief confrontation with the middle-aged man, it had already sustained minor damage. Having heard tales of a warrior's prowess in close combat, Lin Mo had finally witnessed it firsthand. However, unbeknownst to him, the middle-aged man was equally astonished by the Titan's resilience. As the battle progressed, the middle-aged man's astonishment only deepened. This metal spirit is only second tier. Yet its strength is not far behind mine. If it truly breaks through to third tier, today's events could become quite troublesome. Furthermore, how can this second-tier metal spirit engage me for so long? How can it possibly maintain such stamina? Amidst the fray, the middle-aged man's fist collided again with the Titan's iron fist. The force behind the punch caused his expression to change dramatically. Iron fist strike. With a resounding thud, the middle-aged man was sent flying, crashing to the ground and sliding back several meters, leaving deep gouges in the earth. What a pity, he escaped injury, Lin Mo mused, observing the middle-aged man's arm. The muscular twitching indicated that he had mastered energy manipulation. As long as the damage did not exceed his capabilities, he could mitigate it through energy conversion. I underestimated you, the middle-aged man remarked, shaking his numbed arm, his expression growing more serious. Initially believing he was only dealing with a minor second-tier beastmaster, he had expected a quick victory, but this metal spirit's combat prowess had greatly exceeded his expectations. I cannot waste any more time, the middle-aged man thought, glancing at Lin Mo Chapter 35. Dual cultivation of Beastmaster and Warrior. Upon locking eyes with Lin Mo, the middle-aged man distinctly noticed a flicker of panic in Lin Mo's gaze as the metal spirit hurriedly retreated to his side. This boy is afraid. He dares not allow me to close the distance. Boom! The middle-aged man exerted his strength, causing the ground beneath him to suddenly collapse several inches. Meanwhile, the Titan fearlessly charged forward. The warrior and the iron figure clashed once more, delivering rapid-fire punches, the sounds of combat echoing across the mountaintop. However, just as the fierce battle raged on, the middle-aged man suddenly shifted his focus, abandoning the Titan and transforming his body into a blur as he lunged directly at Lin Mo. Lin Mo's eyes widened in horror. I admit your metal spirit is formidable, but this is where it ends. As he observed Lin Mo standing paralyzed with fear, even forgetting to escape, the middle-aged man revealed a sinister grin. For a beastmaster, being engaged in close combat with a warrior was akin to signing a death warrant. This boy had dared to provoke him, and now he would learn firsthand the consequences of such audacity. Rest assured, I won't grant you a swift death. I shall break your limbs, slay your metal spirit, and then torment you. The middle-aged man's voice was abruptly cut short. His fist halted just inches from Lin Mo's crown, as Lin Mo had firmly grasped his wrist. What will you do to me? Lin Mo lifted his head, his eyes devoid of fear, replaced instead by a chilling resolve. Did you not expect this? How is this possible? The middle-aged man's complexion shifted dramatically as he exerted all his might to pull back. But Lin Mo's grip was like a vice, refusing to budge. How can you possess such strength? The middle-aged man stammered. But before he could finish, Lin Mo twisted the middle-aged man's wrist and delivered a powerful kick to his chest. Crack! The sound of shattering bones reverberated through the air. The overwhelming force rendered the middle-aged man's energy manipulation useless, causing his chest to cave in. Before the middle-aged man could recover, Lin Mo advanced, raising his foot and bringing it crashing down upon him. The middle-aged man, gritting his teeth against the pain, attempted to defend himself. Boom! The tremendous force created a deep crater in the ground, half of the middle-aged man's body being pressed into the earth. Weren't you going to break my limbs? Boom! Weren't you going to kill me? Boom! Stand up! Lin Mo fully embodied the spirit of seizing the opportunity to strike when his adversary was vulnerable. With each utterance, he delivered a crushing blow, the terror of his strength nearly burying the middle-aged man into the earth. Blood gushed forth from the middle-aged man, his heart racing in shock. Was this truly a beastmaster? Which beastmaster could dare to engage in close combat against a third-tier martial artist with such ferocity? A sudden realization surged within the middle-aged warrior's mind. Dual cultivation of beast and martial arts. This young man possessed strength far surpassing his own, nearing that of a third-tier martial artist, and was not merely the newly promoted second-tier beastmaster as Lieutenant Lee had claimed, but rather a genius adept in both martial and beast skills. His prowess far exceeding that of the middle-aged man. The earlier terror had all been an act. Lieutenant Lee had deceived me. The middle-aged man felt his soul tremble, barely managing to lift his almost senseless arm to ward off Lin Mo's relentless assault. However, he soon discovered he could not withstand it. Lin Mo's strikes grew heavier with each passing moment, causing his insides to churn violently and darkness to encroach upon his vision. Martial artists possess formidable vitality. Even a mere drop of blood can turn the tide, and though I have the advantage in attributes, my lack of combat experience prevents me from granting him a moment's respite. Lin Mo pressed on, each blow more crushing than the last. This was not merely due to an infusion of attribute points, but rather a boon from his new skill. Combat Enthusiasm LV9, passive in close combat. For every second the battle continues, gain a 1-point strength attribute bonus, up to a maximum of 30 points. This skill was unlocked during an engagement with a highly intelligent spirit, and thus far, it had never been utilized. The middle-aged man became his first experimental subject. With each strike, his strength increased incrementally, transforming him into a veritable human hammer, determined to reduce the middle-aged man to a pulp. Initially, the middle-aged man could barely hold on, but soon he was on the verge of surrender. Just then, whether it was Lin Mo's miscalculation or not, a kick sent him flying. In his despair, the middle-aged man's eyes flickered with renewed hope. After all, he was merely a young child, inexperienced in battle. Instead of exhausting him while he was defenseless, he had simply kicked him away. Harnessing this momentum, he could attempt to escape. A martial artist's robust physique would not be overly hindered by injury. If he could flee, he would eventually find Lin Mo to exact vengeance, tearing the young man to shreds. Gritting his teeth, the middle-aged man endeavored to adjust his body mid-air. However, before he could properly respond, his body suddenly halted mid-flight. Looking down, he was met with the sight of a massive iron hand grasping him, and before he knew it, he was hurled toward Lin Mo with tremendous force. Powerful throw. Titan utilizes the skill Powerful Throw, triggering a stunning effect. No. The middle-aged man watched helplessly as Lin Mo produced a dagger, his attempts at resistance thwarted by a whirlwind of disorientation, his energy utterly unresponsive. Ultimately, he met his demise with a sickening thud against Lin Mo's dagger. You act under orders. I act in self-defense. Lin Mo withdrew the dagger, observing the middle-aged man's lifeless body before him, vitality ebbing away. His gaze devoid of emotion. You have slain a third-tier martial artist, rewarded with 50 free attribute points. You have completed the restoration of Titan. Titan current status, normal. Installing the new components onto Titan, Lin Mo wiped the sweat from his brow. The flickering candlelight illuminated the solemn expression on the young man's face. During the battle, he had discerned the middle-aged man's intentions the moment their eyes met, promptly allocating all 107 accumulated attribute points into strength. With a strength attribute of 144, he surpassed the middle-aged man by a considerable margin, catching the third-tier martial artist off guard and achieving a counterkill. This was a strategy Lin Mo had long devised. Unless the middle-aged warrior experienced a surge in power, transforming into a Super Saiyan and breaking through on the spot, victory was assured. Following his successful counterkill, Lin Mo entertained a bold notion. If he were to prioritize strength and agility in the future, allowing himself to rival martial artists in close combat, would he not pioneer a new combat system for mechanists? When the time came for battle, and his opponent had finally dispatched his spirit, believing him to be a helpless girl under the street lamp, he could reveal his true capabilities, far exceeding those of his adversary, ensuring explosive results in combat. Chapter 36. Number 16 Mecha. There was no longer a place for Lin Mo in a Mo family village. Setting down his wrench, Lin Mo returned to his quarters, sitting at the table, gazing intently at two jade talismans, his eyes flickering with contemplation. It was evident that the martial artist would not return to report. Li Changfeng would undoubtedly sense something amiss. A third-tier martial artist had been counterkilled, and any subsequent dispatch would only be stronger, perhaps even a fourth-tier warrior or Li Changfeng himself. Remaining in a Mo family village would not only jeopardize his safety, but could also endanger the villagers. Two paths lay before Lin Mo the first, to flee without a trace. Now that he was a free man, no longer bound to work in the Beastmaster Bureau to atone for his sins, the Diyin court would not deem him a wanted criminal. However, should he choose this route, it would signify to Li Changfeng that the items were in his possession, prompting a relentless search for his whereabouts. Given Li Changfeng's status and connections, the pressure he would face would not be any less than that of being pursued by the court. The second option, to return to Yin capital. Although Lin Mo had yet to decipher the purpose of the two jade talismans, the note left by Lin Tang had provided an address, presumably directing him to go there. Surely, even his unreliable father would not genuinely wish to harm his own son? Reflecting on his journey to Lingzhou, Lin Mo felt a pang of uncertainty. Nevertheless, after much deliberation, he resolved to take the risk and venture to the capital. Beyond his curiosity regarding the jade talismans, he was also motivated by a blueprint he had recently acquired. Elementary Universal Energy Reactor, Advanced Elementary Universal Energy Reactor. Energy is the core and fundamental device of any mecha. Note, with it, the mecha is already beckoning to you. This was the culmination of Lin Mo's relentless investment in his secondary profession, energy knowledge, and just days prior, he had successfully produced this blueprint at that time. Lin Mo had considered directly constructing the energy reactor. However, after several failures, he concluded that the materials for an advanced mechanical reactor were inadequate in strength. To fabricate it, he would need to seek out metals of superior durability. Lin Mo lacked profound metallurgical knowledge and was unsure how to create sufficiently strong alloys. Yet, the memories of his original self hinted that Lingzhou was rich in extraordinary metals, not only possessing remarkable strength, but also imbued with some inexplicable power. Many high-tier martial artists utilize such materials to forge weapons. Although Lin Mo had never encountered high-tier martial artists, the combat prowess displayed by the middle-aged warriors suggested their might. The weapons forged for them must surely be composed of materials strong enough to construct a reactor. However, such metals were exceedingly rare, likely only obtainable in a grand city like Yin capital. Yin capital, the imperial city of the Yin dynasty. The Yin dynasty prides itself on being the legitimate heir of the Central Plains, and as such, its capital is lavish and extravagant. The outer city, inner city, and imperial city form a tri-layered expanse, sprawling over a vast area, filled with countless government offices and an innumerable populace of officials and commoners alike. The streets bustle with life, a scene brimming with prosperity. Could it be true that Lin Tang had not led his son astray? In a certain corner of Yin capital, Lin Mo sat in a tea stall, quietly observing a blacksmith shop across the street. Although Lin Mo had lived in Yin capital for some time, he was not intimately familiar with every location. For instance, he had never been to Bai Ling Street. No. 16, as noted in the letter. Based on his prior assumptions, being in the capital and at a shop, even if it were somewhat secluded, the establishment should at least appear somewhat grand, a two-story building at a minimum. Wouldn't it be too much to ask? Yet, what purpose does a ramshackle straw hut serve here? Watching the crude shelter nearby, Lin Mo's lips twitched in bemusement. The forge was rudimentary in every sense. With a blackened furnace and a bellows, exposed to the elements, it resembled an outdoor workshop. Observing the emaciated man, whose ribcage was starkly visible, laboriously hammering a glowing sword prototype, Lin Mo fell into contemplation. Bai Ling Street lay in the outer city, certainly less prosperous than the inner city. Yet, this row of shops was at least 2 stories tall, adorned with golden plaques and vibrant paint, exuding opulence. The straw hut amidst such grandeur stood out like a wild chicken among a flock of swans, impossible to ignore. Clang, clang, clang. The man, dark and thin, appeared almost monkey-like, his slender arms swinging the hammer with little vigor, striking the glowing sword's rudimentary form and sending a few sparks flying. Truth be told, Lin Mo worried that the man might lose his grip and smash his own hand. Activating his basic insight, the man's attributes appeared before Lin Mo's eyes. Name: unknown race, human stamina, 1 strength, 2 agility, 2 spirit, 75 charm. 1 note: for some, mere survival is a luxury, even in such a state. He still ventured forth to make a living. What right did I have to shirk my own efforts? Observing the attributes of the man before him, Lin Mo felt a profound stir within his heart. He left several copper coins on the table and made his way directly toward the figure across from him. Initially, he harbored some concerns for his own safety, but now he felt completely indifferent. The man, apart from his mental prowess, appeared as fragile as a sheet of paper, posing no conceivable threat to him. "Is there something you need?" The man pounded his sword with a hammer, glancing up at Lin Mo as he approached. Before setting the hammer down, "I have something to show you," Lin Mo said, a slight smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. As he drew nearer, he could even discern the deep black circles under the man's eyes. Reminiscent of a youth who had battled tirelessly in an internet CAF for a month, teetering on the brink of collapse. "This, you should recognize, right?" He looked around and, seeing no one paying attention, retrieved the black talisman from his pocket. To be honest, Lin Mo felt a pang of anxiety. Due to the assassination attempt by Li Chongfeng and the attention of the princess, he had concocted numerous scenarios before his arrival. Perhaps the 2 jade talismans, seemingly unremarkable, were intricately tied to courtly power struggles, capable of displacing a significant figure. Or perhaps they contained royal gossip, such as which consort had gotten involved with a prince, or a nobleman fathering a child with a eunuch. In any case, Lin Mo believed the jade talismans were of great consequence, and presenting them for contact would surely elicit a drastic change in the other's demeanor, followed by uncertain inquiries akin to the phrase, "The king covers the tiger, your father is 1 meter 50. However, the response was unexpected. "I don't recognize it." The youth, with his dark circles, cast a cursory glance at the jade talisman before returning to his work. "You don't recognize it? Am I mistaken?" Lin Mo furrowed his brow, stepping back to survey the surroundings. To his left was armor 15. To his right, armor 17. "That's right. Could it be that my deceased father is playing tricks on me? What brings you here again? Did I not tell you I do not take apprentices?" Lin Mo was still in a state of confusion when suddenly a robust voice resonated nearby. He turned to see a burly man with dark skin approaching the thatched hut. Snatching the hammer from the young man's hand. Name: unknown race, human physical power, strength, agility, mentality, charisma. Remarks: even if you have upgraded your basic insight, all you can see are question marks. Lin Mo squinted slightly. It appeared this man was the true authority here. Chapter 37. The Brute Eye. "I merely hope you could teach me." The young man with dark circles, already slender, appeared even more like an infant before the towering figure. Bowing his head as if he had committed a wrongdoing, futile. The burly man, gripping the hammer's head, bore skin as bronze as Lin Mo's, a testament to years spent by the forge, exuding a raw masculinity. Or so Lin Mo perceived. The man cast a cold glance at the youth, shaking his head. "No matter what you do, I will not take you as my apprentice. You should leave." "Why?" The young man clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly, as though it might collapse at any moment. "You know well enough, if you refuse to take me, I won't survive 3 years. Do you truly wish to turn a blind eye to my plight?" The young man raised his head, his gaze now tinged with bitterness. Lin Mo sensed the air thickening with intrigue, pricking up his ears. As a qualified bystander, one must glean the essence of events from the exchanges of those involved. Lin Mo was quite adept in this regard. The burly man regarded the young man yet again, still shaking his head. "That's your own concern. You could save me." The young man's chest heaved, his voice rising. "I have no desire to save you." With a creak, the young man's fists tightened, casting a resentful glare at the burly man before silently turning away to change clothes. Removing the simple shirt worn for smithing, Lin Mo then noticed a luxurious robe hanging behind the thatched hut. Having once resided long-term in Yindu, Lin Mo possessed a fair bit of insight. He could tell at a glance that the young man's robe was crafted from ice silkworm silk, designed to ward off dust and heat while nourishing the body, each piece a fortune beyond the reach of common folk. Unaffordable even for most noble families, this young man was not of ordinary standing. "Are you here to forge weapons?" As the young man prepared to leave, the burly man finally turned to Lin Mo, stating, "Is it custom-made or standard weaponry? For martial artists or spirit users? I have my sketches over there. You may take a look." As he spoke, the burly man gestured to a thick stack of animal hides, appearing to contain dozens of sheets, carelessly piled on a wooden table. Lin Mo clutched the black talisman, glancing at the young man changing nearby, remaining silent. After all, the talisman was a relic left by his deceased father, perhaps harboring some secret. Given the current circumstances, the fewer who knew, the better. He intended to wait until the young man departed before consulting the burly man. However, plans often yield to unforeseen changes. Before the young man had finished changing, the burly man caught sight of the black talisman in Lin Mo's hand, his gaze momentarily halting. Then, with a gentle grip of his hand directed towards the talisman, Lin Mo felt a pull. And before he could grasp it, the talisman flew into the burly man's possession. Lin Mo's heart raced. The man exuded a force of energy. This burly man was at least a fifth-tier martial artist. The burly man examined the talisman, his expression shifting slightly as he turned to Lin Mo. "Since this talisman is in your possession, what is your connection to Yin Long? I know the talisman is yours. But who is Yin Long?" Lin Mo replied, puzzled, feeling as though their conversation was shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, the young man had donned his luxurious robe. They say that a person is defined by their attire. And this was no exaggeration. The once weak and sickly young man now radiated an air of nobility, and had it not been for his pallid complexion, he could have been hailed as a gallant young master. Having finished dressing and preparing to leave, he halted upon hearing the burly man's words, his posture stiffening as he focused intently. "Given your age, you must be the son of Yin Long, correct?" The burly man spoke again, causing Lin Mo to frown slightly. According to the burly man, Yin Long should refer to Lin Tang. Yet, in his recollection, he had never heard such an alias. How many secrets was this deceased father of his hiding? Lin Mo was at a loss, unsure whether to admit it. However, remaining silent also seemed imprudent. Reluctantly, he steeled himself, nodding to the burly man. "I could be no other option," he thought. "Better to concede for now." The burly man appeared taken aback by Lin Mo's response. His lips twitching slightly. It was the first time he had encountered such an evasive answer. Being someone's son could be a matter of debate. "Regardless, since the talisman is in your possession, I will treat you as such. I owe a favor to Yin Long, and I can assist you with 5 tasks. The burly man pondered for a moment, pocketing the talisman and preparing to speak again when he suddenly noticed the young man standing by. "Why are you still here?" Lin Mo was speechless. The young man had been eavesdropping all this time, and only now did the burly man realize. "Then I take my leave." The young man bowed and gradually walked away. Watching the young man's retreating figure, Lin Mo frowned slightly. The moment the young man turned to leave, Lin Mo distinctly sensed a gaze filled with hostility directed at him. What had he done to offend this individual? Very well, let us continue. After watching the young man vanish around the corner, the burly man turned his attention back to Lin Mo. "The talisman serves as a token. Liang can agree to 5 tasks. What would you have me do?" As he spoke, the burly man's demeanor radiated calmness, as if no challenge could daunt him. Lin Mo, observing the burly man's self-assured stance, felt a surge of uncertainty. After a moment's contemplation, he tentatively suggested, "How about eliminating a lieutenant from the military office?" Yindu, being the capital of the Great Yin, boasted formidable military strength and an abundance of powerful figures. Lin Mo initially thought that proposing the assassination of a court official might cause the burly man to hesitate. To his disappointment, the burly man did not flinch at all. "What's the name and rank?" The burly man inquired nonchalantly, without so much as a furrow in his brow. "Li Chongfeng, a 5th-tier martial artist." "Very well, wait here for me. I shall return before curfew." The burly man nodded, snatching up an unfinished long sword before striding toward the exit with determination. Lin Mo's heart sank. In the Great Yin's legal system, assassinating a court official was a capital offense, and as the capital, Yindu was guarded by 9th-tier martial artists. If caught assassinating an official, even a swift death would be considered a merciful end. He had assumed the burly man was merely putting on a facade of confidence, expecting him to hesitate and prompting Lin Mo to suggest an alternative task upon hearing the assassination of a court official. To his astonishment, the burly man was serious and was genuinely preparing to kill. "Sir, do your family members know of your reckless nature? Perhaps it would be better to reconsider." Linimo quickly stepped forward, blocking the burly man's path. "Mighty warrior, please halt. I misspoke. Do not place yourself in peril. I, Liang, am a man of my word." The burly man, sword in hand, did not halt his stride. "This is the first of 5 tasks I have agreed to. Having promised, I shall see it through. Remain here in the thatched hut and wait for me. A mere 5th-tier martial artist will not take much time." Chapter 38. Investigate. Linimo felt a pang of regret for his loose tongue for the first time. It was ill-advised to probe someone's intentions, especially when it involved urging them to assassinate a court official. Observing the imposing demeanor of the man from the Great Han, it was evident that his strength surpassed that of Li Changfeng. Eliminating Li Changfeng would likely pose no challenge. However, the crux of the matter did not lie in the act of killing Li Changfeng, but rather in the aftermath of such an act. Although Li Changfeng held the modest rank of a deputy in the military department and was merely a minor figure in the capital, he was nonetheless a government official. The moment a government official was murdered in the grand city of Dian, Linimo could surmise that the entire city would be placed under martial law, with extensive searches for the perpetrator, leading to a significant uproar. Who could say whether the Great Han would be apprehended in the process? And if caught, whether he would implicate Linimo? Even if, by some stroke of luck, the Great Han avoided capture, would there not be astute individuals who might discern something amiss in Li Changfeng's death and trace it back to Linimo? After encountering Princess Baiyu, Linimo understood that Li Changfeng was merely a pawn, with formidable players lurking behind, wielding influence at least on par with Princess Baiyu, if not a princely figure. To become entangled with such significant characters due to the assassination of Li Changfeng would be an unwise trade-off, akin to seeking fish only to be left with an unpleasant stench. Hero, please reconsider. I misspoke. Do not act impulsively. I, Liang, am a man of my word. I shall honor my commitments. You need only await me in the grass hut." Linimo attempted to dissuade him, yet the Great Han's prowess was evidently superior to his own. Each time Linimo believed he had succeeded in halting the man, the Great Han would effortlessly sidestep him. Continuing towards the street corner, by this time, the sun had set, and the curfew was imminent. The streets were nearly deserted, or else Linimo and the robust man would have surely attracted numerous curious gazes. Hero, do not be rash." As the Great Han quickened his pace, on the verge of exiting by Ling Street, Linimo called out urgently, "Hero, I was in error. Do not proceed to kill Li Changfeng." With a sudden stop, the Great Han turned, his expression grave. "This is the second matter. There are 3 more to discuss, Linimo." In that instant, a herd of bewildered thoughts raced through his mind. Gazing at the Great Han's stern countenance, he momentarily found it difficult to ascertain whether the man was earnest or merely toying with him. "Speak. What further tasks do you require of Liang?" As the Great Han made his way back to the grass hut, he inquired, his voice resonant and firm. Linimo, however, found himself engulfed in a brief stupor. 5 tasks, from the grass hut to the street corner. 2 had already been utilized. He felt as though he had been ensnared in a clever ruse, yet could not pinpoint where he had gone astray. The Great Han, striding purposefully towards his hut, glanced back when he did not hear Linimo's response, noticing Linimo lost in thought, and let out a soft hum. That subtle reminder jolted Linimo back to reality. With 2 indicators already spent, it was imperative not to squander the remaining 3 opportunities. "I require a place to stay. Do you have any specific requests?" The Great Han had returned to the grass hut, busily organizing his belongings while posing the question. With the curfew approaching, he too was preparing to conclude his day. "Just a place to stay will suffice," Linimo replied succinctly. Having managed to reside for 3 months in a remote village like Moke Village, he figured there could hardly be a place in the capital more arduous than that. "Very well, follow me. There are still 2 matters to address." The Great Han wrapped his tools and unfinished weapons in a large beast hide, hefting it onto his shoulder before leading the way towards the street corner, with Linimo hastily trailing behind. After meandering for nearly a quarter of an hour, during which the Great Han had not uttered a word, Linimo could no longer contain his curiosity and spoke first. "Hero, I am yet unaware of your esteemed name. Liang Hong, the great Han stated, pausing momentarily. Who was that young man in the grass hut? Why did he seek to apprentice under you? And what did he mean by claiming he would surely perish within 3 years if he failed to do so? Liang Hong halted, slightly tilting his head. Is knowing this the fourth matter of yours? Not at all. I have no interest in that. Lin Mo promptly fell silent, obediently following Liang Hong. At the other end of Bai Ling Street, a carriage stood at the street corner. Adorned with cloud-patterned silk, the carriage frame was gilded, and the redwood panels were intricately carved with auspicious symbols, exuding an aura of opulence far beyond that of an ordinary carriage. Beside the carriage stood a slightly stooped elder, seemingly awaiting something. Should Lin Mo have been present, he would have discerned that the elder, too, bore an air of enigma, marked with numerous unanswered questions. Young master, you have returned. At that moment, a figure emerged from Bai Ling Street, Haiyan. His expression shadowed, head bowed in silence. A gust of wind swept by, causing the icy silk robe he wore to cling tightly to his slender frame. The elder promptly approached. Has the young master again been rebuffed by Liang Hong? After assisting Haiyan into the carriage, the elder took his seat and slightly tilted his head to inquire. Inside the carriage, Haiyan's cold voice resonated. I was refused. The elder fell silent, offering no response. Moments later, 2 succinct words emerged from within the carriage. Return home. Understood, young master. The elder moistened his parched lips, gently flicking the whip against the horse's rear. The horse immediately began to pull the carriage steadily along. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed clearly as they journeyed from the outer city into the inner city. Master Lu, a middle-aged man, his expression hesitant, clearly wished to express concern for Haiyan but was unsure how to offer comfort. As they entered the inner city, just as he was about to speak, Haiyan interrupted from within the carriage, prompting Lu to lower his head slightly. Does the young master have any instructions? You are an elder who has seen much in the Marquis' residence. Have you ever heard of a figure known as Hidden Dragon? Hidden Dragon? The elder driving the carriage pondered, his eyes flicking as he recalled. After a moment, he shook his head. It seems this old servant has limited knowledge and has not encountered anyone by that title. What of the black token? Within the spacious carriage, Haiyan's expression darkened significantly. Have you heard of Liang Hong possessing a token akin to the black token? With that token, one could secure Liang Hong's assistance in various matters? The elder furrowed his brow. This old servant has not heard of Liang Hong possessing any such black token. Why does the young master inquire about this? Investigate. Haiyan did not respond to Lu's question but spoke in a chilling tone. Send someone to investigate the hidden dragon and the black token. Within a month, I wish to uncover all there is to know about the black token and hidden dragon. As he spoke, Haiyan's gaze grew even more ominous. For a year, he had endeavored to persuade Liang Hong to take him as a disciple, employing wealth, fame, divine weapons, and treasures. Yet Liang Hong remained steadfast in his refusal. Now, an inexplicably emerged young man, brandishing a mysterious black token, managed to secure Liang Hong's agreement to undertake 5 tasks. How could this not incite his ire? Was there no justice left? No sense of fairness? Liang Hong was a formidable figure he could not provoke, nor could he dare to send someone to surveil him, for discovery would equate to offending his sole lifeline. To uncover the truth, he could only delve into the matters of the hidden dragon and the black token. He was determined to ascertain how such figures could compel Liang Hong to make such a promise. Chapter 39. You discussed me. Liang Hong's residence was much like Lin Mo had imagined. Situated in a relatively remote area of the outer city, it comprised a series of modest courtyards, with narrow alleys winding between walls, and after following Liang Hong for a considerable time, they finally halted before a rather simple courtyard. From the exterior, the courtyard appeared decent, with 2 tiled houses barely visible within. While it possessed some scale, in the bustling capital, it was akin to a slum dwelling. Lin Mo felt no surprise at this. Given Liang Hong's exquisite blacksmith shop, it was entirely expected that his living conditions would be less than lavish. Nonetheless, Liang Hong managed to astonish him. Upon entering the courtyard, Lin Mo beheld a beast spirit resembling a lizard, measuring 2 zhang in length. This lizard was adorned with shimmering purple scales, possessing a single horn upon its forehead, with short, sturdy limbs and an unusually large, rotund belly. He languidly sprawled within the courtyard. exuding an air of lethargy. Upon noticing Liang Hong and Lin Mo's entrance, it merely cast a cursory glance before resuming its repose, seemingly unimpressed by anything around it. The gold-eating beast. The term sprang to Lin Mo's mind, eliciting a glimmer of delight. The gold-eating beast possessed only a spiritual-grade bloodline. Without high-quality beast spirits or rare materials, it would reach its full potential at the 6th tier. However, Lin Mo was not drawn to the bloodline potential of the gold-eating beast, but rather its innate abilities. The gold-eating beast feasted on various metals and, beyond consumption, it could also regurgitate. Certainly, this act of regurgitation does not imply the mere consumption of food, followed by the expulsion of repulsive vomit. Rather, the golden swallower possesses the remarkable ability to transform various metals, including rare divine gold, into desired forms within its belly, subsequently spitting them out. Its naturally expansive stomach resembles the most wondrous of furnaces, capable of forging countless elusive divine metals directly into the embryonic forms of weaponry. Consequently, this spirit beast is highly coveted among master weaponsmiths, who have bestowed upon it the additional moniker of the golden swallowing weapon beast. Upon discovering this spirit beast in his memories, Lin Mo felt an overwhelming sense of suitability. The innate talents of this species aligned perfectly with his own, rendering him a veritable walking assembly machine. He had even contemplated raising one himself. Alas, due to its extraordinary gifts, this spirit beast was in high demand and utterly beyond his reach, until today, when he unexpectedly encountered one at Liang Hong's place. Moreover, judging by its size, it appeared to be an adult golden swallower. How intriguing! Liang Hong tossed his backpack into a corner of the courtyard and approached the golden swallower, which lazily raised its head and displayed an unmistakable air of impatience as it opened its cavernous mouth. Soon after, its large belly began to contract rhythmically. With a resounding wow, an array of weaponry and armor tumbled forth from the creature's belly, clattering to the ground. Although some of the items were coated in a rather unappetizing slime, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement, a veritable assembly machine indeed. If he were to nurture such a creature, he could bypass the tedious process of crafting parts from scratch and directly assemble them. A few items were missing. Liang Hong glanced down at the weapons regurgitated by the golden swallower and then at the creature itself. We had an agreement. You can only consume what I provide. And you must not take any for yourself. The previously languid golden swallower's eyes sharpened with alertness, though this vigilance lasted but a fleeting moment before it shook its large head, adopting an expression that seemed to convey, "The wind today is quite boisterous. I have already given you the Xian copper for this month," Liang Hong said, his demeanor growing notably serious. "Is the leftover scrap of Qi Shao gold insufficient for you? Spit out the short knife." The golden swallower turned its back, gazing at the newly risen moon. Unperturbed, it seemed to revel in the beauty of the scenery, seemingly indifferent to the situation at hand. However, in the next moment, its languid demeanor shifted. Liang Hong seized its tail with a firm grip, muscles bulging as he forcefully turned the creature around. Then, with one hand gripping its upper jaw and the other its lower jaw, he applied pressure. The golden swallower's eyes widened in terror as it was compelled to open its mouth wide. Liang Hong's hands pressed against the creature's gaping maw as he leaned in, glancing around before his eyes brightened with discovery. Using his knee to prop open the golden swallower's lower jaw, he swiftly jabbed one hand into its belly. The golden swallower's eyes widened further, its body twisting in distress. Yet Liang Hong remained unfazed, rummaging within the creature's belly. Moments later, he extracted a crimson short knife, still glistening with strands of slime that connected it back to the golden swallower's maw. "Next time, don't make me do it myself. It's rather disgusting," Liang Hong sighed as he released his grip, causing the golden swallower to close its mouth, casting a resentful glance in his direction. Meanwhile, Lin Mo felt a tumultuous churn within his stomach. "Are you not hungry?" Liang Hong inquired that night within his chamber. The golden swallower sat in the courtyard, pondering its beastly existence against the wall. Lin Mo, seated motionless across from Liang Hong, felt compelled to respond. "I am fine," he managed, his gaze fixated on the table laden with provisions. It was not that he was unwilling to eat, nor was he overly fastidious about the dry rations. Rather, since his arrival in the imperial city, he had yet to partake of any meal and was indeed ravenous. However, the memory of the earlier scene in the courtyard stirred a churning in his stomach, extinguishing any desire for food, prompting him to regard Liang Hong with newfound respect. I have slain men without feeling nauseated. Yet today you have managed to disgust me. You are impressive. Perhaps we should discuss other matters first. Several times he hesitantly reached for the rations, only to ultimately set them down, turning to Liang Hong with a newfound sense of camaraderie. You may call me Uncle Liang. Liang Hong devoured a piece of dry ration voraciously. Uncle Liang, Lin Emo echoed, recognizing the subtlety in addressing someone who appeared to be in his 40s. Given Liang Hong's formidable presence, it would be prudent to cultivate a relationship with such a powerful individual. Suppressing the tumult in his stomach, Lin Emo inquired, "Might you elaborate on the favor you owe my father?" "Certainly," Liang Hong replied. Setting down his food, his expression tinged with nostalgia. "Many years ago, on a fateful night, Yin Long saved my life. We agreed that he or his descendants would present this black talisman to me, and I pledged to perform 5 tasks for him. With that, he resumed his hearty meal." Lin Emo was taken aback. Asked that it. "What kind of explanation is that?" He stared at Liang Hong, brimming with questions, yet unsure where to begin. Knowing too much may serve little purpose. A martial artist's appetite is considerable, and without meat, Liang Hong continued to consume dozens of rations before pausing to burp contentedly. "You cannot even be certain that Yin Long is your father. To be honest, I have never seen Yin Long's face. He wore a mask when he saved me. We merely established this black talisman as a token of our agreement. If you inquire too deeply and discover that Yin Long is not your father, you may find yourself in a fruitless endeavor, and I would be seen as one who breaks promises. Therefore, there is no need for you to know every detail. You believe Yin Long is your father, and I too shall regard him as such. This way, you can request 3 tasks from me, and I can fulfill my promise from years past." As he spoke, Liang Hong produced the black talisman from within his robes, brandishing it before Lin Emo before crumbling it into dust. Lin Emo opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. He suddenly found Liang Hong's reasoning compelling. Should he ascertain that his so-called father was not the elusive Yin Long, he might lose the protection of this formidable ally. For now, he needed to bide his time and grow stronger, avoiding unnecessary confrontation. Yet, the cloud of uncertainty gnawed at him, filling him with frustration. This damned old man continues to trouble his son even in death. I wish to confront him at his grave. Have you contemplated what tasks you wish for me to undertake?" Liang Hong inquired, tidying up the remnants of his meal. "I shall think it over." Lin Emo replied, "What are your plans? I can assist you. I am also a blacksmith, both a mecha engineer and blacksmith." Lin Mo's skills surpassed those of seasoned artisans, and he believed he could linger in the forge for a few days before contemplating his next steps. Liang Hong's earlier mention of Xian iron and Xian copper hinted at a potential stockpile, and he pondered whether he could discreetly acquire some materials while working, perhaps even crafting a reactor for energy production. "Then come with me to the shop tomorrow. I shall assess your skills." Liang Hong contemplated for a moment and nodded. Lin Emo agreed, inwardly scoffing at the notion. "With that ramshackle hut of yours? How dare you call it a shop?" In the dead of night, Lin Emo lay on the wooden bed, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. The Golden Devourer slept soundly beneath the tree in the courtyard, while Liang Hong resided in the adjacent thatched cottage. This martial artist, shrouded in mystery, exhibited none of the demeanor of a strong man. Despite the 2 walls separating them, Lin Emo could distinctly hear Liang Hong's thunderous snoring. Lin Emo found himself curious about how the Golden Devourer managed to sleep. He needed to acquire some Xian iron or Xian copper to test their strength. If that proved insufficient, he might require some divine metal. Restless and sleepless, Lin Emo began to plan for his future development. Now that he had not reached the capital city, he lacked the myriad of monsters to conquer, and thus, he had fewer attribute points. He wished to increase his strength, but unless he cultivated like a martial artist, progress would be excruciatingly slow, and he lacked the time for such a leisurely pace. He must first produce the primary universal energy reactor. Only then could he consider crafting mechs. With a true mech that he could don, he would possess the ability for self-preservation, yet the spirit stones left by Princess Baiyu were nearly depleted. Lin Emo's gaze flickered. After nearly half a year's expenditure, only 3 fire attribute spirit stones and a handful of ordinary stones remained from the 300 spirit stones left by Princess Bayu. While searching for materials of greater strength, he also needed to devise ways to sustain himself. Whether in the game or Lingzhou, being a mechanic was an expensive profession. Fortunately, the capital boasted good security. Under normal circumstances, combat was unnecessary. Titan could remain in standby mode within the cave, consuming no energy, granting him time to earn some money to as for Liang Hong, whether it was that dark-eyed young master or Liang Hong himself. The air of mystery surrounding him suggested he was a man with a story. Based on Lin Mo's extensive reading of web novels in his past life, Liang Hong embodied the archetype of a hidden powerhouse. With him by his side, Lin Mo could at least not worry about safety for the time being. Moreover, judging by the multitude of weapon embryos the Golden Devourer had spat out earlier, it was evident that Liang Hong possessed a fair amount of high-strength materials. If he could manage to gain access to them by staying close, he might gradually accumulate the materials needed for the energy reactor. Directly asking for them was out of the question. It would be impossible in this lifetime. Liang Hong had agreed to assist with 5 tasks, having foolishly squandered 2 by testing the waters. Securing his shelter was the 3rd. Now, only 2 tasks remained, and they must be used wisely. At the very least, he needed to undertake a feat worthy of killing someone like Li Chongfeng to justify approaching Liang Hong for assistance. Otherwise, prolonging the debt he owed Liang Hong would be more prudent. He also needed to investigate what his father had truly done. Lin Mo sat up and retrieved the red talisman from his storage pouch. Initially, he believed that possessing the black talisman and arriving at the designated location would shed light on why he was being targeted. However, not only was he still in the dark, but he was also more perplexed than before. The powerful figures behind Li Chongfeng were eyeing him with intent, and it seemed that Princess Bayu and her father, the king of Jing, were also keenly interested in his father's relics. Ironically, the most dangerous position was his own, as he remained utterly oblivious. The black talisman had already been crushed by Liang Hong, revealing itself to be an ordinary jade talisman, indicating that what Princess Bayu and Li Chongfeng truly desired was likely this red talisman. What made this red talisman so special? Since acquiring the 2 jade talismans, Lin Mo had spent most of his time researching, aside from crafting machinery. He had even attempted to probe it with his soul force, mental energy, yet it seemed there was some restriction preventing him from uncovering anything. Now, this red jade talisman felt like a hot potato. He was uncertain what to do with it, and he had no idea whom to give it to if he decided to part with it. Most importantly, Lin Mo was clueless about its contents. He feared it might incite the greed of others, potentially leading to his demise. This was also the reason he had refrained from showing the red talisman to Liang Hong. Regardless of Liang Hong's seemingly unassuming appearance and trustworthy demeanor, Lin Mo could not bring himself to trust a man he had only just met. After an indeterminate period of restlessness, Lin Mo finally succumbed to sleep amidst Liang Hong's snores. The following morning, suppressing the turmoil in his stomach, he had breakfast and accompanied Liang Hong to the thatched hut. Whether you are the son of a hidden dragon or not. Let me be frank, Liang Hong tossed his belongings aside and turned to Lin Mo. Providing you with a place to stay is one matter. Supporting you is another. If your skills do not meet my expectations, you'll either have to waste another opportunity or seek your fortune elsewhere. I do not support idlers. Chapter 41. Old Liang should also have one. Lin Mo nodded, somewhat speechless. He felt Liang Hong. This supposed powerhouse was rather petty, being so calculating over such trivial matters, completely devoid of the chivalric spirit one would expect in novels. However, upon reflection, it seemed Liang Hong had no obligation to sustain him. Given his own aura of mystery while dwelling in such a dilapidated hut, it was plausible that he lacked substantial resources. With this perspective, Liang Hong's meticulousness became somewhat understandable. What would you have me do? Pose a challenge, Lin Mo said, shedding his outer robe to reveal a sleeveless short shirt akin to Liang Hong's, exposing his sun-kissed skin and well-defined muscles. In truth, Lin Mo had once been a fair-skinned young master. But constant interaction with molten steel had inadvertently transformed him from a delicate youth into a hardened man. This will do, Liang Hong said, producing a parchment from his animal skin and handing it to Lin Mo. The buyer only provided enough Xin copper for 2 knives. Due to insufficient material, you have a single chance. If you fail, I will forge the knife myself." How miserly, Lin Emo smirked, yet accepted the parchment. It felt lightweight and delicately crafted, though he could not tell from which beast's hide it was made. The sketch depicted a short knife, measuring approximately 2 feet in length, lacking any ostentatious carvings, yet featuring several grooves along the blade. Utilizing his knowledge of crafting, Lin Emo scientifically analyzed it and confirmed that the grooves were not merely decorative. They would streamline the blade's overall profile, reducing air resistance when swung, thus conserving energy for the wielder. Below the beast skin sketch, there were annotations detailing the materials to be mixed during the smelting process. Lin Emo recognized the names of the materials listed, yet he had no knowledge of their specific functions, only surmising they were likely substances imbued with some mystical properties. After all, throughout his time crafting mechs, he had only utilized fine iron, occasionally refining it to eliminate impurities, but had yet to truly grasp the wonders of this fantastical world. Regardless, as he would follow the blueprint for production, Liang Hong had noted the approximate quantities of each material, leaving Lin Emo to simply comply. "By the way, I don't sense any elemental energy within you, yet your vitality seems no less than that of an ordinary martial artist." Liang Hong squatted beside the furnace, igniting it while glancing back at Lin Emo. He had noticed this earlier, but their initial meeting had not afforded him the opportunity to inquire further. Regardless of whether Lin Emo succeeded in crafting the short knife, he was bound to stay with Liang Hong for a while, and familiarity would inevitably breed questions. Lin Emo, of course, would not reveal the existence of his system panel, so he casually fabricated a story about innate strength to deflect. That will suffice. Liang Hong employed some unknown fuel, causing the furnace's temperature to rise rapidly, allowing Lin Emo to witness once more the disparity between science and mysticism. Why not let old Jean consume it and simply regurgitate the embryo? Lin Emo queried, looking quizzically at Liang Hong. Old Jean was the name of Liang Hong's golden devourer. Lin Emo was puzzled. Given old Jean's natural capacity as a furnace and mold, why was Liang Hong still insisting that he start from the first step of smelting? Old Jean does not relish common metals like Xian copper and Xian iron, and it can only regurgitate rough embryos, not smelt other materials. Such a picky eater, Lin Emo muttered under his breath. Liang Hong remained non-committal, pulling up a chair and adopting a scrutinizing expression. "You may use any tools you wish. Get to work." Lin Mo turned to glance at the dust-covered scale on the shelf and the rusted hammer. Silently opening his storage pouch, "I prefer to use my OWN.AS," he spoke. He produced a universal wrench and a precision scale. After all, this was an opportunity for an interview in this foreign world, and Lin Emo was determined to treat it with the seriousness it deserved. In a context where two and money were the units of measure, Lin Emo did not believe that Liang Hong's rickety scale would yield any precision. Mechanics often possessed obsessive tendencies. A lack of precision could drive one to madness. In the past, to ensure his precise scales achieved the utmost accuracy, Lin Emo had spent several sleepless nights meticulously refining them with a multifunctional wrench. 3 taels and 6 chien of purple gold powder. Lin Emo selected several weights based on the blueprint and placed them on the scale, then took a handful of powder to balance the other side. "What is this?" Liang Hong was evidently intrigued by the precision balance and drew closer to Lin Emo. A blacksmith who has reached his level can indeed be considered a master of his craft. Yet, he had never encountered such a peculiar scale before. Although he could not decipher the weights inscribed on the weights or comprehend the purpose of the central scale, he inexplicably felt that this balance was remarkably accurate. It simply appeared precise. "What type of scale is this? I have never seen one before. It's a scale I made myself. I am also a blacksmith." Lin Emo casually explained. In truth, he had crafted the precision balance solely to earn skill points, and it had yet to be utilized. It had remained untouched in his storage bag, gathering dust. Today marked its debut in the realm of practical tools. "And what is this?" After examining the balance, Liang Hong's attention shifted to Lin Mo's universal wrench, which he eagerly seized to inspect it from various angles. What purpose do the differing openings serve? Is this some sort of mechanism? Liang Hong poked the iron knob that adjusted the wrench's size, causing the opening to expand slightly, which made his eyes gleam with delight. What an intriguing tool. I have never seen anything like it. It can even function as a hammer. What are these additional components? They can be adjusted and each one is unique. What is the purpose of this uneven surface? Polishing? Lin Mo replied. And this small knife? Carving. And this thick steel needle? Does my wrench possess a steel needle? Lin Mo turned to find Liang Hong had extracted the screwdriver used for tightening screws. It's a self-defense weapon. Lin Mo concocted an explanation, considering that Liang Hong might not be familiar with what a screw was. Remarkable. A single tool possesses such a multitude of functions. Liang Hong's eyes sparkled with fascination as he examined the wrench, finding it increasingly captivating, to the point that he felt an attachment to it. This was not a reflection of his ignorance. Rather, as a high-ranking martial artist and master blacksmith, he understood a great deal about mechanisms. Yet all his knowledge pertained to weapons and formations. He had never before encountered a tool with such a plethora of intricate features, which struck him as novel, even reminiscent of opening the door to a new world. This tool is splendid. I, Old Liang, should certainly have one. Chapter 42. This kid is a genius in Lingzhou. The process of forging weapons by blacksmiths generally consists of 3 primary steps: smelting, forging, and engraving. While smelting and forging are straightforward, akin to the methods employed by blacksmiths on Blue Star, the engraving process is unique. Engraving does not merely involve decorative carvings or reliefs, but rather inscribing various runes. Different runes inscribed on weapons yield diverse effects when activated. The most common is the size rune, which can alter the dimensions of the weapon. If inscribed on the short dagger that Lin Mo was preparing to forge, it could expand dramatically, transforming into a 40-meter-long blade upon activation. However, Lin Mo lacked the knowledge of engraving. Not only was his previous life not that of a true blacksmith, but he also had no understanding of runes. The requirement to channel elemental energy during engraving alone barred him from even attempting it. Before reaching the 5th rank, martial artists were still engaged in close combat, and elemental energy could not be separated from their bodies. Moreover, Lin Mo, whose physical prowess was solely derived from attribute points, was essentially a false martial artist devoid of elemental energy. This distinction was what set forging masters apart from ordinary blacksmiths. A forging master was at least a 5th-rank martial artist. Fortunately, Lin Mo was only crafting a standard short dagger, and thus the final engraving step was unnecessary. This kid possesses fine tools. I wonder how skilled he is, Liang Hong mused after observing Lin Mo for a considerable time. Blacksmiths often appeared robust, resembling rugged laborers, yet those familiar with the trade understood that forging weapons was a technical endeavor, one that required expertise beyond the capabilities of the average individual. Just as martial arts had their tiers, weapons were classified into various grades. Apart from the lowly common weapons, those ranked 1 to 3 were termed precious weapons, 4 to 6 were classified as spirit weapons, 7 to 9 were known as heavenly weapons, and beyond that lay the legendary divine weapons. The higher the grade of the weapon, the more complex and challenging the forging process became. Every aspect, from familiarity with metals and the timing of adding auxiliary materials to the control of furnace temperature and the number of hammering strikes, influenced the weapon's grade. Although Lin Mo was earnest in his preparations, Liang Hong could discern that Lin Mo was unfamiliar with the auxiliary materials, even seeming to encounter Xin copper for the first time. Thus, Liang Hong doubted that Lin Mo could produce a quality weapon. However, he soon realized he was mistaken. After weighing all the auxiliary materials, Lin Mo commenced the forging process. He placed the Xin copper into the furnace to smelt, demonstrating near-perfect control over the temperature, exhibiting no signs of being an inexperienced blacksmith. The timing of when to add auxiliary materials was crucial. Liang Hong, who had been quietly monitoring the time, anticipated the perfect moment to introduce a specific material. He expected Lin Mo to miss it, only to witness Lin Mo open the furnace, retrieve the molten copper, add the auxiliary materials, and return the mixture to the furnace. Remaining speechless, Liang Hong could only think. Perfect timing. Next came the 2nd and 3rd materials. Lin Mo stood beside the furnace with unwavering composure, resembling a seasoned master, consistently adding auxiliary materials to the Xin copper at the most opportune moments. Liang Hong's expression gradually morphed into one of disbelief. The subsequent step involved extracting the molten copper for reforging and tempering. While this phase held little to elaborate upon, Lin Mo executed it with fluidity, swiftly transitioning from molding to cooling and tempering, until he reached the most critical stage, hammering and forging. I refuse to believe this kid will encounter any issues now, Liang Hong thought as he watched Lin Mo take the short dagger to the side of the furnace, crossing his arms in a posture of skepticism. Although Lin Mo had navigated previous steps without error, those were rigid procedures that any diligent apprentice could execute after proper instruction. The hammering, however, was an entirely different matter. For both forging masters and ordinary blacksmiths, hammering was the most crucial procedure. Depending on the characteristics of the metal and auxiliary materials, as well as individual strength, the force, angle, and number of strikes varied. A nuance that could not be conveyed through words and required years, even decades of experience to master. I refuse to believe this kid is truly only 20 years old. As Liang Hong's thoughts swirled, the scene before him rendered him incapable of maintaining his composure. Lin Mo, wielding the rough short dagger in one hand and the universal wrench in the other, exerted his well-defined muscles to deliver precise blows to the incandescent metal. Under Lin Mo's hammering, the rough dagger was gradually shaped into its intended form. Every strike was impeccably timed. Each blow bore the weight of years of practice. Moreover, Lin Mo did not pause to assess his work. As if he possessed an innate understanding of the rough material, with fluidity reminiscent of a tempest, he swung the wrench with relentless precision, striking the dagger's form with unyielding force. The seamless continuity of his movements and the relentless rhythm of the wrench evoked the mastery of a martial arts grandmaster. How could such skills possibly be honed without decades of dedication? Liang Hong's astonishment deepened, and a singular thought ignited within him. This kid is a true prodigy. I must be witnessing the extraordinary. Lin Mo, engrossed in his forging, remained blissfully unaware of Liang Hong's internal revelations. Even if he had known, he would merely nod and affirm Liang Hong's conclusions, for there was no way to explain the game system. Despite his unfamiliarity with Xian copper and various auxiliary materials, he forged the short dagger with the expertise of a seasoned blacksmith, entirely due to his skill tree upgrades. After 3 months of accumulation, Lin Mo had elevated his skill tree to the 3rd tier. Beyond mastering basic component manipulation, he had acquired intermediate component control and material affinity. Intermediate component control improved the success rate of assembly, while material affinity allowed Lin Mo to intuitively grasp the properties of most materials upon contact. At first glance, this skill appeared inconsequential, and indeed, it seemed so in the context of his previous life where detailed information about alloys was readily available. However, considering that Lingzhou operated within a realm of mysticism, Lin Mo had intentionally invested in this skill, which proved invaluable today. Upon encountering Xian copper, he instantly comprehended its essential characteristics, enabling him to deduce the optimal forging methods. Thus, Lin Mo's success was not a matter of experience. He simply followed his instincts. Once the forging concluded and the temperature was lowered, Lin Mo utilized the universal wrench for polishing and engraving. A short dagger that perfectly mirrored the initial sketch was completed in the incredulous gaze of Liang Hong. Ding! You have successfully crafted Xian copper short dagger, ordinary. Earn 10 free skill points. Physical Strength 3. Chapter 43. Untitled Forging Weapons Can Yield Skill Points? Lin Mo paused mid-sweat, a flicker of joy igniting in his eyes. An unexpected gain. Indeed, a delightful surprise. Lin Mo originally believed that upon arriving in the capital, he would be unable to manufacture machinery with the same grandiosity as he did in Mo family village, resulting in a significantly slow growth of his skill points. However, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that forging weapons of sufficient quality could also aid him in acquiring skill points. Initially, Lin Mo had reluctantly chosen to assist at Liang Hong's blacksmith shop, hoping to covertly procure some mysterious copper and iron. But now he found himself contemplating the possibility of establishing a more permanent presence in the forge. This truly was a veritable treasure trove for amassing skill points, and he needed not invest any capital, as all the materials were either provided by Liang Hong or the clients. Why had he not realized this sooner? Suppressing his exhilaration, Lin Mo handed the copper knife to Liang Hong. Liang Hong received the knife, inspecting it meticulously. The copper knife measured merely 2 feet, light in hand yet not burdensome, with 4 evenly spaced grooves at the blade's end and a blood channel extending from the tip to the hilt. Although it was yet to be sharpened, an aura of sharpness emanated from it in comparison to the sketches. It appeared as if it had been meticulously peeled from the hide of a beast. Judging solely by this knife, it was already of the highest caliber. Even if he were to craft it himself, It could scarcely surpass this. Liang Hong cast another glance at Lin Mo, a lingering doubt surfacing in his mind. Could this young man truly be only 20 years of age, to possess the ability to forge such exquisite weapons at such a tender age? He recalled his own youth, wondering what he had been preoccupied with at 20. Now he remembered. He had been caught peeking at the woman he fancied while she bathed, nearly discovered in the act. Liang Hong smirked slightly, setting the knife aside. You may stay on as an apprentice. But surely, there must be remuneration? 2 spirit stones per month for every 3 weapons of this caliber, plus an additional stone. Liang Hong stated, "Is that not rather meager?" Lin Mo regarded Liang Hong, feeling as though he had encountered a modern-day Yang Bai Lao. He calculated the time spent. Crafting the short knife had taken approximately 2 hours, and given that he had already worked nearly until noon, he surmised he could forge at most 3 blades before the curfew in the capital. This would amount to a maximum of around 30 spirit stones in a month, under optimal conditions. Liang Hong's blacksmith shop appeared to operate rather casually, hardly indicative of a thriving business. It was quite possible that there would be only a scant few exquisite weapons crafted in a month. Furthermore, Liang Hong might not even need to labor himself, implying that Lin Mo could potentially earn only 2 spirit stones by month's end, compared to the 300 spirit stones casually tossed at him by the Princess Baiyu upon their first meeting. This remuneration could only be described as dismal. Too little? Liang Hong shed his coarse robe, tossing it aside, and turned back to Lin Mo. The payment I offer is in spirit stones, and it is primarily due to your ability to forge exquisite weapons. Should you only manage to create ordinary iron weapons, you might earn but a few taels of silver in a month, barely enough to match the 10 spirit stones a centurion in the patrol camp receives monthly. Can you truly compare yourself to a third-tier warrior? What could he possibly say to that? Lin Mo privately scoffed, having just recently dispatched an adversary, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, only nodding with an expression of bemusement, while simultaneously gaining a clearer understanding of the value of spirit stones. The original identity he inhabited had been that of a privileged second-generation official, his father holding a significant position within the military. While he was uncertain of the exact monthly stipend, it was more than sufficient to support himself, the esteemed young master of the Lin household, along with several servants, which had led to his ignorance of the challenges of earning money. Even though he understood the preciousness of spirit stones, it remained a vague concept to him. After his transmigration, Lin Mo had become a regular passenger on public transportation, with a single ride on the Iron Feather Pong costing 2 spirit stones, which gradually dulled his perception of their value, making them seem merely a common currency. It was only now that he recalled that it was a 6th-tier beast master who rode the public transport. It was only logical that a mere 2nd-tier individual like himself would earn significantly less. With this realization, Lin Mo felt a surge of equilibrium within himself. Glancing at Liang Hong, he ventured, "Might I make a small request?" "Speak. Could I perhaps keep the leftover scraps of mysterious copper or steel from forging the weapons?" Liang Hong stroked his thick beard, hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. "All right then." Lin Mo's speculation proved correct. Liang Hong's drafty blacksmith shop was struggling in business. On his first day of work, apart from forging a precious weapon, he spent most of the time idly passing the hours to 18 noon. Liang Hong ordered 2 bowls of the cheapest noodles from the nearby restaurant. Indeed. You heard correctly, 2 bowls. The appetite of a warrior is beyond measure with mere bowls. Lin Mo watched as Liang Hong served himself a bowl from the 2 pots, subsequently devouring the remaining noodles without a trace. The surrounding patrons appeared unfazed, as if it were a common sight. Fortunately, Lin Mo had a high constitution but a modest appetite. Otherwise, even that 1 bowl would have barely sufficed. In the afternoon, Liang Hong instructed Lin Mo to tend the shop, claiming he had matters to attend to, and did not return until close to curfew, bringing Lin Mo back to the thatched hut, considering that he might be following Liang Hong for a considerable time to earn his keep. Lin Mo did not hold back and confessed his identity as a beastmaster, showcasing Titan from his spatial realm for a brief stroll. Initially, he worried that this formidable man might notice something amiss about Titan, but surprisingly, Liang Hong merely cast a glance and paid no further attention. Instead, it was the elderly Jean, basking in the sunset in the courtyard, who expressed a keen interest in Titan. The golden devouring beast not only relished consuming various metals, but also had a penchant for gold essence. At that moment, seeing Titan's gleaming eyes, Lin Mo was quite alarmed. However, when Jean approached and licked Titan, discovering it was merely made from fine iron, his expression turned dull. He returned to lounging in the sun. A true sloth, Lin Mo subtly inquired whether Liang Hong was a dual practitioner of martial and beast arts. Liang Hong replied that he was merely a martial artist, and Jean was not his beast but rather a fellow worker. Akin to Lin Mo felt a complex mix of emotions at that moment. After all, in 2 lifetimes, it was his first experience working alongside such a creature, and he was uncertain how to communicate with this colleague. Was it amiable? Would it casually come over to borrow a few cigarettes? In short, Lin Mo departed from Mo family village and settled into Liang Hong's routine, idly accompanying him at the blacksmith shop each day. Although Liang Hong's establishment was modest, he was a man of principle and refused to take on ordinary ironwork. To forge weapons in his shop, one had to start with precious materials. This policy only exacerbated the already poor business of the blacksmith shop. Seizing the opportunity while Liang Hong was absent, Lin Mo accepted a few orders for crafting common weapons, seeking to earn some extra coin. However, upon realizing that such endeavors yielded no skill points, he ceased those activities. After all, Liang Hong provided meals and lodging. Without precious weapon crafting, he could simply continue to idle. Days turned into over a month before an order for a precious weapon finally arrived. Since Liang Hong's shop lacked any gold or iron, every customer needed to bring their own Xian copper and Xian steel. According to Liang Hong's old rule, to prevent failures during the first forge, 2 portions of Xian copper were mandatory. Yet, Lin Mo cleverly took 3 portions, and Liang Hong, turning a blind eye, said nothing, allowing Lin Mo to gather enough materials for a reaction furnace. That day, Lin Mo took the Xian copper to bribe Jean, hoping to have him swallow it and regurgitate it according to the components he had sketched. Perhaps due to Liang Hong's intimidating presence, Jan, a 6th-tier beastmaster, showed little resistance towards Lin Mo, the innate strength 2nd-tier beastmaster, but also exhibited no enthusiasm. When Lin Mo presented a bit of Xian copper, Jean merely turned away, presenting his haughty backside. After being rebuffed, Lin Mo had no shortcuts left and had to resort to crafting the components himself during daylight at the blacksmith shop. He did not attempt to hide his activities from Liang Hong, understanding the gap between them. Any attempt at concealment would only arouse suspicion. Instead, he forged openly, and if Liang Hong inquired, Lin Mo would simply mention his knowledge of mechanism arts, expressing a desire to create small trinkets. Whether Liang Hong suspected him or not was irrelevant. He would just continue working. Liang Hong's furnace was exceptional, melting Xian copper faster than ice. Within a few days, Lin Mo had gathered all the necessary components. After successfully assembling them, he decided to test it with fire spirit stones, resulting in an explosion that not only wasted the stones but also blew the roof off Liang Hong's shop. Attracting the attention of the patrol, Liang Hong, clearly disinterested in trouble, simply explained that an error occurred during weapon forging, handing over 2 spirit stones to the leading sergeant to send them on their way. Before deducting a month's wages from Lin Mo and instructing him to repair the shop, Lin Mo could only accept this with resignation. Fortunately, Liang Hong's establishment was merely a wooden shed, easy to dismantle and reconstruct. That very day, Lin Mo built a new structure in its place. The failure led Lin Mo to conclude that the strength of Xian copper was insufficient for crafting a reaction furnace, prompting him to devise new strategies for acquiring better materials. Thus, a month slipped by unnoticed. Chapter 44. Matters of Dian. Over the course of the month, Lin Mo did not solely focus on constructing the reaction furnace. In his former life, he had been oblivious to the world outside, fixated solely on becoming a beastmaster, ultimately meeting an untimely demise without understanding how. Lin Mo was determined not to tread that same path. To gain insight into the situation in Dian and safeguard his own interests, he undertook an intensive study of Lingzhou's circumstances over the past month, particularly the modern history and national conditions of Dian. However, after his crash course, Lin Mo found it of little use, for the books available for purchase regarding Dian were all disseminated by the imperial court. Naturally, the Dian court would not release literature that tarnished its reputation. The texts that could be found praising Dian were filled with tales of peace and prosperity, while those discussing the emperor portrayed him as wise and formidable, glorifying him to the point of resembling a Marxist utopia. Consequently, Lin Mo shifted his approach, turning away from books and instead focusing on taverns and tea-houses, places rife with mixed company, where he could spend time listening to the common folk bicker and the storytellers spin their tales. In essence, Lin Mo abandoned traditional texts in favor of hearsay. Of course, those who disseminated such gossip were not entirely reckless. After all, they were in the capital, beneath the emperor's watchful gaze. Any misstep in their words could lead to dire consequences. Thus, even the most skilled storytellers, capable of resurrecting the dead through their tales, were cautious in their phrasing. For instance, while the old emperor was gravely ill and on the verge of passing, their words transformed it into, "Although His Majesty has suffered for over a decade, he is gradually recovering." Similarly, tales of numerous princes coveting the throne and engaging in political machinations transformed into, "His Majesty's health is concerning, and the princes are selflessly shouldering the responsibilities of governance." Had Lin Mo not been steeped in the historical dramas of his past life, he might have been swayed by the storyteller's embellishments. After a month of listening to tales and sipping tea, Lin Mo gained a rudimentary understanding of the capital's situation. In summary, it seemed that since the old emperor had returned gravely injured from his campaign against the Wumon tribe over a decade ago, he had been hanging on by a thread, stubbornly clinging to life without appointing a successor. As the years passed, the officials had lost hope for the emperor's recovery, recognizing that his demise was merely a matter of time. Consequently, they began preparing for their own futures. Aside from the military command, which the old emperor tightly controlled, officials from the other 5 ministries sought alliances with the princes likely to inherit the throne. Engaging in political intrigues within the court, Tio put it plainly, it was a matter of factional strife. From a broader perspective, for princes were most likely to ascend the throne after the old emperor's passing: the crown prince and Prince Qin, the second prince Prince Mu, the 7th prince Prince Jing, and the 11th prince Prince Wu. Besides these 4, the other sons of the old emperor were either debauched wastrels or merely aimed at self-preservation, showing no interest in vying for the throne. Among the 4 princes, the crown prince and Prince Qin held the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Justice, while Prince Mu controlled the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights. Prince Wu lacked significant influence in the capital but was a seasoned warrior with considerable prestige among the military, capable of rallying many followers with a single call. Prince Jing, while lacking the power of the Crown Prince and Prince Mu or the military prestige of Prince Wu, was included among the 4 for a reason. He presided over the wealthiest ministry of the 6, the Ministry of Revenue. Upon learning of this news, Lin Mo finally understood why Princess Baiyu had been so generous. It turns out her father held the nation's treasury in his hands. Wealth begets all. Thus, even though the influence of Prince Jing was relatively meager, he remained one of the frontrunners for the coveted imperial throne. Of course, the deductions Lin Mo made were derived from the tales of the storyteller and might not be entirely accurate, yet he estimated they were not far from the truth, likely differing only in minor details. Moreover, Lin Mo had discovered another matter. Since that day, he had been plagued by the sensation of being watched, which had persisted for some time. He had contemplated whether to inform Liang Hong, but considering Liang Hong's penchant for questions and his own ability to sense such things, Lin Mo wisely chose to remain silent. "I'll dine at the blacksmith's," Lin Mo remarked, observing Liang Hong devouring his meal with a blank expression. Liang Hong waved dismissively. As long as there were no tasks at the shop, he never hindered Lin Mo. After changing into a more respectable outfit, Lin Mo headed towards a tavern at the entrance of Bailing Street. This tavern was bustling with patrons daily, a mix of all sorts, and Lin Mo always gleaned numerous anecdotes there. The tavern also featured a storyteller who, after midday, would regale the audience with tales, serving as one of Lin Mo's primary sources of intelligence. Though he was not wealthy, Lin Mo considered himself a minor affluent gentleman when exchanging spirit stones for silver, hence he did not mind spending a little on meals at the tavern. However, just as he left Liang Hong's shop and had not taken many steps, Lin Mo felt a stirring in his heart. That prickling sensation of being observed returned. It was still those watchers. Lin Mo maintained his composure, advancing forward while silently calculating. These watchers were not monitoring Liang Hong but were fixated on him. Who could possibly have such an interest in him? This question was not difficult to answer, as 3 names immediately surfaced in his mind: He Yin Kun, Princess Baiyu, and Li Changfeng, at present. These were the only 3 individuals in the capital with any connection to him, If it were Princess by you, it would be acceptable. She was not ill-natured and was quite pleasing to the eye. Damn, Lin Mo chided himself inwardly. Despite being targeted, he found himself contemplating beauty. Indeed, a flaw in character often breeds troubles. Regrettably, his mental acuity was still insufficient to discern who among the throng was tailing him. Yet even if he could, what could he do beneath the emperor's watchful gaze? With his head bowed in silence, Lin Mo was deep in thought until an elderly man obstructed his path. The old man stood not far from the tavern, thinly built and clad in a short robe, his back hunched. Upon catching Lin Mo's gaze, he broke into a smile. "Young Master Lin, my young master requests your presence." Lin Mo blinked at the middle-aged man, pondering his identity. Name: unknown race, human occupation, martial artist. Physical strength, power, agility, mental strength, charm. Remarks: reflect on why everyone appears as a question mark. Lin Mo returned a friendly smile. "May I inquire who your young master is?" "You shall soon find out, young Master Lin." "Where shall we meet?" "Upstairs in a private room." "Please, lead the way." With just a few simple exchanges, Lin Mo sincerely followed the elderly man, exhaling a quiet sigh of relief at the sight of the old man's hunched figure. In truth, with the skill points he had amassed, he could have upgraded his basic insight to an advanced level long ago. However, after studying Lingzhou for a period, he uncovered a critical issue. Both martial artists and beast tamers maintained a semblance of order within the first three ranks, allowing for straightforward analysis of discrepancies in attributes. Yet, once one broke into the fourth rank, attributes ceased to serve as a reliable measure of combat prowess. Crossing into the fourth rank signified a complete transformation in realm. Beast tamers could achieve unity with their spirits, while martial artists melded their energies, becoming impervious to toxins. From a fantastical viewpoint, there existed a vast chasm between the third and fourth ranks, a gap not solely defined by physicality but also by various supernatural techniques that enabled fourth-rank individuals to easily dominate their third-rank counterparts. From a scientific perspective, the transition from the third to the fourth rank represented a fundamental shift, akin to Newton abandoning resistance, as practitioners of both systems entered the realm of metaphysics. At that stage, while attributes might influence combat, they would no longer be the absolute determinant. In other words, it was entirely plausible for a 7th or 8th rank beast tamer to possess attributes similar to Lin Mo's. Yet their mere summoning of a spirit could decimate him multiple times over. By refraining from upgrading his basic insight, Lin Mo could perceive the attributes of those whose realms were comparable to his. However, once faced with someone whose rank overwhelmingly surpassed his own, he would only see a multitude of question marks. Upon realizing this, Lin Mo resolved against upgrading his basic insight. For this skill was not merely one of detection. It served as a protective talisman. The ability to see attributes indicated he had the strength to contend with his opponent. Should he find himself unable to discern attributes, it would signify an entity beyond his reckoning. Thus, upon first encountering the elderly man, Lin Mo chose to act from the heart. "Are you alive? There's no shame in it. Your young master awaits inside. Young Master Lin, please." Upon reaching the second floor and traversing a long corridor, the old man opened the door to a private room, and Lin Mo's gaze immediately fell upon the individual seated within. "It's you." Chapter 45. A dilemma. The modest yet exquisitely appointed private room housed a young nobleman clad in a purple brocade robe, displaying a pair of dark circles beneath his eyes as he greeted Lin Mo with a smile. "Please, sit." Lin Mo glanced back, noting the door had been closed by the elderly man from the outside. He then offered a slight smile of gratitude and promptly took a seat opposite the young man. Before them, the table was laden with an array of dishes, each a culinary delight Lin Mo had heard of but never sampled since his arrival in this realm, their enticing aroma igniting his appetite. Nevertheless, he remained poised, showing no inclination to partake. One who eats from another's hand must be cautious. Until I grasp the reason for your invitation, I shall remain prudent. Brother Lin, it seems you have not indulged in such delicacies for quite some time. The young man observed Lin Mo, disdain evident as he gestured with his chopsticks towards the spread. "Today, I, your humble host, invite you to feast to your heart's content. We can discuss matters afterward. It is better to converse before the meal," Lin Mo replied, his expression unwavering. Given that the young man was aware of his identity did not surprise Lin Mo. Although the original owner of this body was not fond of socializing, having lived in the capital for many years, it was only natural that those with power could uncover his background. The pressing matter was why this sickly nobleman sought him out. It seems Brother Lin harbors some reservations about me. Very well, allow me to introduce myself. The young man straightened his posture. I am Mei Tianchong. Mei Tianchong? No wonder. Lin Mo scrutinized the young man, shaking his head. I have not heard of you. Mei Tianchong's aura deflated slightly, his expression flickering with annoyance before he swiftly masked it. It is understandable. As I tend to keep a low profile in the capital, however, your father, young Master Lin, would surely know of me. He straightened his back even further, projecting an air of pride. Lin Mo feigned an expression of anticipation. And your father is? Seeing Lin Mo's engagement, Mei Tianchong's demeanor grew even more haughty. And my father is Mei Taishu. I had assumed your father was Li Gang. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Internally scoffing, yet he began to regard Mei Tianchong with newfound respect in his memories. This Duke of Dingyuan held considerable weight in the capital. Though his name bore the character for emptiness, he was anything but. Rather, he was a man of remarkable vigor. According to recollections, over a decade ago, when the old emperor personally led an expedition against the Wuman tribe, Mei Taishu was among the ranks, albeit as a mere centurion, indistinguishable from others. However, this individual seemed destined for battle, rising in rank with each conflict, amassing not only accolades but also unfathomable strength. The Wuman tribe, known for their fierce customs, thrived on the grasslands, excelling in physical prowess. Yet, this duke's physicality was even more astonishing, as he engaged in fervent combat with Wuman warriors during each battle. His most renowned feat occurred during a surprise attack on the Wuman camp, where he single-handedly held off 5 adversaries of equal rank, achieving fame and receiving an irreplaceable title from the emperor. However, it was said that this duke had but one son. Lin Mo glanced at Mei Tianchong again. Sensing that this hereditary title might not be passed down, he wondered whether the Duke of Dingyuan had trained a successor. Brother Lin, to be frank, I have summoned you here for a request. Observing Lin Mo's expression, Mei Tianchong assumed that his father's reputation had impressed Lin Mo, yet despite claiming to seek assistance, he displayed no hint of supplication. The Duke of Dingyuan holds significant power. What could he possibly require from me? You flatter me, young Master Mei. No. High status does not guarantee the ability to accomplish everything. Mei Tiansu cast a complex smile towards Lin Mo, his lips curling slightly. For instance, what is the true nature of the hidden dragon? What was the black talisman that Lin brother possessed that day? The Marquis's residence has been unable to uncover these matters. This individual indeed suspected that Lin Mo had not engaged further. Awaiting Mei Tianchong's continuation, though not hold it against me for investigating you, Lin brother. I am merely compelled by circumstance. Mei Tianchong rose to pour a cup of wine for Lin Mo, his hands trembling so much that some of it spilled onto the table. Lin Mo wished to offer words of comfort but found himself at a loss, ultimately resigning to silence as he observed. You were present that day as well, so I assume you heard my request for Liang Hong's assistance, which he has been unwilling to grant. Lin Mo nodded in acknowledgement. Mei Tianchong sat down, fixing his gaze upon Lin Mo. My subordinates are incompetent, failing to uncover the origins of the black talisman and the hidden dragon. However, I understand that Lin Gongzi's black talisman can compel Liang Hong to agree to 3 requests. Am I correct? Indeed. Lin Mo did not deny this, for Mei Tianchong had been listening outside that day, and his denial would bear no fruit. Excellent, Lin Gongzi is forthright. Mei Tianchong continued. I hope you can use the black talisman to have Liang Hong accept me as his disciple. That may be quite difficult. Why? Mei Tianchong's tone grew cold, laced with a hint of menace. If Lin brother assists me, the Marquis's residence shall not neglect your benefits. Wealth and glory shall be yours, should you choose not to assist. The unsaid words hung heavily in the air, unmistakably conveying a threat. Mei Tianchong, it is not that I am unwilling to extend my aid, Lin Mo said, shaking his head in helplessness. That black talisman was a fortuitous acquisition of mine. Liang Hong only agreed to undertake 5 tasks for me with the talisman. Should I request he accept you as a disciple, he is likely to decline. Then let him take you as a disciple and impart his techniques to you. And you can teach me, Mei Tianchong's expression turned frigid. Even the way he addressed Lin Emo shifted. That too may not be feasible. Why? Mei Tianchong trembled, teetering on the edge of fury. Lin Gongzi, it would be wise not to be ungrateful. The door to the private room, which had been previously unnoticed, opened, and the elder who had beckoned Lin Emo upstairs entered, standing beside Mei Tianchong. The potent aura of the martial artist bore down on Lin Emo, causing the chair beneath him to creak under the strain. This is pressuring me to assist, Lin Emo thought, grappling with the intensity of the situation. This marked his second encounter with the overwhelming aura of a martial artist. The first had been with the Princess Bayu. The elder's aura, while lacking the ferocity of the princess's guard, exerted a greater psychological burden, as Lin Emo sensed the unmasked murderous intent within. Would this elder dare to kill him beneath the emperor's nose? It was uncertain, given the status of the Duke of Dingyuan. Even if a murder were committed, it could easily be suppressed. But what of agreeing to Mei Tianchong's request? Would that not provoke Liang Hong's ire? Although he possessed the black talisman left by his father, Liang Hong had verbally committed to assisting him with 2 tasks, yet Lin Emo had never deemed such promises reliable. Thus, he had maintained a cautious demeanor around Liang Hong for the past month. Fearful of inciting the man's wrath, if he were to use the talisman to coerce Liang Hong into actions he did not wish to undertake, would Liang Hong not simply rescind his so-called promise? Casting him aside to fend for himself? Agreeing might offend Liang Hong, while declining could provoke Mei Tianchong. Faced with Mei Tianchong and the elder, Lin Emo found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Lin Gongzi. It would be prudent to deliberate before proceeding. The elder's imposing presence bore down heavily within the cramped quarters, pinning Lin Emo firmly to his chair, rendering him immobile. Mei Tiangongzi, should I refuse? Do you truly intend to kill me? Lin Emo gritted his teeth. That moment, Mei Tianchong had regained his composure, his gaze icy as he regarded Lin Emo. Lin brother, do not mistake kindness for weakness. Even if Lin Tang were alive, he would still kneel and plead should our house wish to act against you. Damn it, this is clearly bullying. Lin Emo's eyes flickered. Just moments ago, he had been uncertain, but Mei Tianchong's stubborn demeanor galvanized him into a resolution. The more this man pressed him, the more it signified that this matter likely displeased Liang Hong. Liang Hong was the only ally he could rely upon at present, and it was evident that Mei Tianchong dared not confront Liang Hong directly. Should he acquiesce, and Liang Hong express discontent, Mei Tianchong would surely direct his anger towards Lin Emo. Therefore, he had no choice but to gamble, wagering that Mei Tianchong would not dare to eliminate him in the capital. Killing him would not only extinguish his life, but could also provoke Liang Hong's disdain for Mei Tianchong. I refuse. You court death. The elder advanced a step, his aura surging violently, as if poised to strike. Lin Emo met the elder's gaze without a flicker of fear. The elder's tempestuous energy rattled the very doors and windows of the room, his eyes wide with murderous intent as he fixed his stare on Lin Emo. However, he merely stared. After a prolonged moment of silence, seeing that Lin Emo exhibited no signs of trepidation, the elder found the encounter tedious and withdrew his formidable aura. You may leave. Mei Tianchong glared at Lin Emo with a venomous gaze. Yet I hope Lin brother will contemplate my words carefully and not bring about your own downfall. Lin Emo exhaled in relief. It seemed these two had merely intended to intimidate him. He was but a trivial life, and they were unwilling to offend Liang Hong on his account. Rising, Lin Emo turned and exited the room. Lu bowed as he watched Lin Emo depart. Mei Tianchong turned to the elder. Lu Bo, this brat is impervious to both coercion and persuasion. Why not simply eliminate him? He had not instructed Lu Bo to show restraint. So he was perplexed by Lu Bo's sudden withdrawal of his aura. Young master, you underestimate the power of a venerable one, Lu Bo replied, shaking his head. Liang Hong's strength surpasses that of the Duke. He is unfathomable. Do you truly believe that Liang Hong is unaware of all that transpires within the inn? You mean, Mei Tianchong's expression shifted, and just as he was about to speak, a head peeked through the door. What brings you back? Have you changed your mind? The elder regarded Lin Emo, who had returned, with a slight frown. Not quite. I merely have a question for both of you. Lin Emo stepped fully into the room. Wearing a somewhat impudent smile, Mei Tianchong felt a pang of frustration, but considering Liang Hong may be observing, he maintained his icy demeanor and forced out 2 words. What is it, Meidian Gongzi? Have you recently placed any spies to monitor me in Bailing Street? Spies? Meidian Chong and Lu Bo exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of incredulity. Go place spies beside Liang Hong? Setting aside whether it would provoke him. Would such an endeavor be of any use? Who could keep tabs on him? Even if the capital were under the watch of martial saints, their stance toward Liang Hong was simply to avoid provoking him. Had they lost their minds, attempting to infiltrate Liang Hong's vicinity? Ah, I see. Farewell. Lin Imo discerned the answer from their expressions, clasping his hands in salute before turning to leave the inn. Meanwhile, in a small courtyard outside the city, having finished his meal at the blacksmith's, Liang Hong opened his eyes, putting away the iron basin on the table. What news? In the outer city, within a modest courtyard, Li Changfeng surveyed several disguised subordinates before him. Exuding an air of authority despite his previous submissiveness before hired dash-ups and my lord, that brat has been working at the blacksmith's on Bailing Street for the past month, I am aware. I asked if there were any irregularities. Li Changfeng's expression turned stern. Twice, I have arranged 2 assassination attempts on that brat, both of which came to naught. The first time, he had instructed Huang Ying to stage an accident resulting in Lin Mo's death, only for Huang Ying to perish instead. Subsequently, to avoid drawing attention, he postponed the second attempt for half a year. Having heard that the brat had some talent and had broken through to become a second-tier beastmaster, he sent a trusted subordinate who was a third-tier martial artist. However, that subordinate vanished without a trace, and it took considerable effort for him to ascertain Lin Mo's whereabouts. 1 failure might be deemed an accident, but 2 could not be overlooked. He now suspected Lin Mo might have some powerful protector in his midst. Reporting back, there are no abnormalities. That brat merely spends his days forging and listening to tales. Living quite leisurely, a vendor disguised subordinate replied indignantly. The task assigned to him was to carry a pole adorned with children's toys, posing as a street vendor selling wares. After enduring days of sun and wind, covered in grime, Lin Imo continued to enjoy tea and tales, which only fueled the subordinate's frustration. What of the owner of the blacksmiths? Li Changfeng inquired, casting a sidelong glance. What manner of person is he? An ordinary one, the vendor replied. His name seems to be Liang Hong. He has been in the capital for over a decade, and we cannot find any past affiliations. However, he has always resided in Whiteding Alley, which, as you know, was initially a refuge for the displaced in the capital. As he spoke, the vendor's disdain was palpable, having always viewed Whiteding Alley as a place of the lower class, unworthy of his feat. Thus, even in his surveillance, he had only followed Lin Imo to Whiteding Alley before halting. Living in Whiteding Alley for over a decade is certainly not commendable. It is indeed time to find an opportunity to eliminate that brat. Li Changfeng pondered deeply, contemplating the urgency of fulfilling the matters entrusted to him by his superior. At that moment, the courtyard door swung open, and yet another loyal confidant he had stationed near the blacksmith's shop rushed in. Greetings, Captain. What brings such an air of alarm? Reporting to the captain, a member of the Dingyuan Marquis' residence just encountered that young man. The Dingyuan Marquis' residence? Li Changfeng's brow furrowed. What business do they have with Lin Imo? When did that young man become entangled with the Dingyuan Marquis' household? Could it be yet another matter of interest to our superior? I must ascertain what it is that cannot be delayed. This young man has drawn unwanted attention once more. If I do not act swiftly to resolve this, I shall bear the brunt of my superior's wrath for my inefficiency. He must disappear without delay. You 4, Li Changfeng scanned the group. Tonight, go to Biding Alley and eliminate that young man. The 4 exchanged glances, and one stepped forward, saying, Captain, what about the blacksmith? Eliminate him as well. He is merely one blacksmith. Li Changfeng waved his hand impatiently. That young man is a second-tier beast tamer, while the blacksmith is a third-tier warrior. With 4 fourth-tier warriors under my command, I refuse to believe we shall fail. Chapter 47. Truly, playing games with one's lifespan. Old Jean, do you have any preferences beyond consuming gold and iron? I observe you possess a robust physique and an elegant demeanor. Would you like me to find you a female gold-devouring beast for some romantic escapades? Do not turn your back to me. Do you not fancy females? If not, I could find you a male. Lin Mo's voice abruptly halted. Old Jin's massive head glared coldly at him. The intent to kill cannot be disguised. You may rest, Lin Mo said with a faint smile, obediently retreating to his room. After closing the door, he sat at the table, feeling somewhat speechless. This was not the first attempt to connect with old Jean emotionally. Yet each time ended without resolution. Despite old Jin's seemingly clumsy, rotund appearance akin to a lizard, he was, in reality, an extreme realist. Without some impressive gold and iron in hand, he would not spare Lin Mo a glance. Lin Mo felt at a loss. It seemed that persuading old Jean to become his crafting beast would be a long and arduous journey. Fortunately, the reaction furnace could not be constructed in the immediate future. With the elimination of Xian copper, Lin Mo estimated that Xian steel, which was somewhat akin, would be difficult to successfully manufacture into a reaction furnace, thus postponing the mecha project once more. With the meager wages from the blacksmith shop, affording superior gold and iron seemed implausible. Liang Hong had mentioned something about Qishao gold the other day, but he was unsure what it was. It certainly sounded expensive. He still needed to amass funds. Relying solely on Liang Hong's meager wages, it was impossible to procure materials for the reaction furnace, let alone the mecha. However, accumulating some Xian copper to reinforce the Titan should not pose a problem. Speaking of reinforcement, Lin Mo's gaze fell upon the skill points he had amassed over 3 months, exceeding 100. Human beings, when deprived of sleep, tend to overthink in the dead of night, once a thought strikes. If not acted upon, an uncomfortable sensation lingers. Lin Mo found himself grappling with this very predicament. Even though he had repeatedly gambled on blueprints, proving his character had dissipated like the wind from his previous life. The sight of those skill points ignited an irresistible urge to spend AFEW in his past life. Lin Mo had always been in a phase of good fortune, acquiring whatever blueprints he desired with a gamble, feeling no particular attachment to it. However, since traversing to Lingzhou and experiencing repeated failures in gambling for blueprints, he increasingly empathized with the mindset of gamblers from his prior life. Having failed so many times, surely this time must yield a favorable outcome. You cannot expect me to fail perpetually, can you? If it were the Lin Mo of his previous life, upon hearing someone utter such words, he would have immediately launched into a fierce rebuttal, delivering a lecture on the harsh realities of gambling, that it was a trap designed to extract money from you, and only by abstaining could one avoid loss. Yet, while anyone can speak of reason, the reality is far more daunting. Lin Mo's fingers seemed to have a mind of their own, trembling as he felt compelled to invest in a couple of points to find peace. Just a few gambles. It should not be that dire. Should I invest 10 skill points to learn basic combat mechanic theory? Should I invest 10 skill points to learn basic mechanical engineering? Confirmed. Lin Mo was no longer merely a small fry with a handful of skill points. According to the principle that the more skill points invested, the higher the guaranteed return, he ceased to be stingy when gambling for blueprints. After learning the 2 skills, a wealth of knowledge flooded his mind, and without hesitation, he clicked the fusion button. Congratulations! You have obtained the blueprint, Exquisite Master Wrench, Living, Exquisite Master Wrench, a tool that only seasoned mechanics have a chance to acquire. It symbolizes both capability and craftsmanship. Note: for any mechanic, possessing tools equates to possessing everything. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. This was not the first instance. He could endure it. Should I invest 10 skill points to learn basic combat mechanic theory? Should I invest 10 skill points to learn basic mechanical engineering? Once again, Lin Mo tossed in 20 points. Since the skills obtained through gambling were entirely random, with no specific combinations enhancing the success rate, Lin Mo saw no reason to change his approach. He stubbornly continued to fuse these 2 skills. Congratulations! You have obtained the blueprint, Solar-Powered Flashlight, Living. Solar-Powered Flashlight. It lights up as long as there is light. Without light, it absolutely will not illuminate. Note: a revolutionary invention by a great inventor. Lin Mo's forehead began to pulse with agitation. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on. Congratulations! You have obtained the blueprint. Take your life in 3,000. Damaged. Take your life in 3,000 foot. Another invention by that great inventor. Composed of 13 weapons, including a watermelon knife, dichlorvos, chains, and more, forming the ultimate weapon of destruction. Note: do not be deceived by its damaged quality. Each weapon possesses lethal force. Damn it! Lin Mo felt an overwhelming impulse to tear open his own head and give the system a good beating. Take your life in 3,000. a solar-powered flashlight, and a revolutionary invention. Does the system think I have not watched Stephen Chow's movies? This is nothing short of Da Vinci's great inventions. These are no longer mere living devices. In my past life, only the unluckiest players would draw such equipment, signifying a total loss of skill points. While living machines could still be sold for profit, these two items were utterly worthless. Not even fit for scrap. This is my last chance. I am willing to exchange 10 years of lifespan for a high-level or rare blueprint. Linimo, fueled by anger, doubled his skill point investment and learned the two skills again. Fusing them in a fit of rage. Congratulations, you have obtained the blueprint. Extreme Warrior, Rare. Extreme Warrior, a third-generation individual combat mecha, offering significant attribute enhancements and a balanced configuration, capable of adapting perfectly to combat in various harsh environments. Note: push beyond your limits, soldier. Linimo? What is going on? I just placed my bet and received this. To preserve 10 years of lifespan, I did not even ask for a high quality. Only a rare one. Did the system truly grant it? Perhaps this system has long desired to change hosts? Muttering to himself, Linimo felt a sense of disbelief. Despite this being his first rare blueprint since his arrival in this world, he found no joy in it. Forget it. Regardless, acquiring a legitimate mecha blueprint is a good thing. It seems my plans must now be altered. Is anyone there? Linimo furrowed his brow. His high spiritual attribute allowed him to sense danger once more. With the bustle of the day gone, Linimo's perception sharpened. He could detect 4 malevolent presences lurking outside the courtyard wall. So, more assassins have arrived. Are they here to kill me or to trouble Yang Hong? Having faced assassins twice in succession, and with Liang Hong as a formidable ally, Linimo felt little fear. Instead, he was curious about the assassin's intentions. After a moment's contemplation, Linimo hurried to the door and opened a crack. Chapter 48. Are there truly such warriors in the world? I shall say this one last time. This is the task assigned by the captain. You three must remain vigilant and ensure no mistakes occur in your part. Su Bin, you have merely scouted Biting Alley. It is Captain Lee's directive that we follow your lead tonight. We are all 4th-tier warriors. Do not presume to wield authority with mere trifles. You said it yourself. Captain Lee commanded you to heed my orders. Do you have an issue with that? On a moonless night, four shadowy figures stood together outside a courtyard wall in Biting Alley. The one who had quarreled with Su Bin shot him a resentful glare but refrained from further comments. This was a task mandated by Captain Lee, and he did not wish to stir up trouble and face penalties. Humph, as if you had the courage. Su Bin, hands clasped behind his back, relished the authority he wielded over his 3 colleagues. All 4th-tier warriors. Casting a sweeping glance, Su Bin declared, "Let us conclude this swiftly and silently. Do not disturb anyone, not even a bird. Understood?" The other 3 responded with slight dissatisfaction, using trifles to assert dominance. We are 4 4th-tier warriors. Eliminating a 3rd-tier warrior and a 2nd-tier beast tamer is hardly likely to draw any attention. The 4 individuals exchanged glances, nodding in unison before channeling their strength through their waists and leaping into the air. Akin to 4 agile swallows, landing directly in the courtyard. There, they locked eyes with the formidable figure of Lao Jin, the salted fish. Beneath the moonlight, Lao Jin, a creature over 2 zhonglong, lay on the ground. His head adorned with a single horn, tilting his large head to observe the 4 shadows that had intruded into the courtyard, his expression seemingly sprouting several question marks. Su Bin, what have you done? Did you not claim that only that insufferable brat and the blacksmith were present? The 4 were startled upon seeing Lao Jin, yet they breathed a sigh of relief when they realized he merely stared at them in silence. The other 3 immediately turned to Su Bin, lowering their voices in a demand for answers. This must be the spirit beast that the blacksmith and that brat have summoned during my absence. Su Bin, of course, could not admit that he had simply been lurking outside Biting Alley without ever entering, and now, under the scrutinizing gazes of the other 3, he forced himself to feign confidence. What are you afraid of? Just look at how clumsy that spirit beast appears. It likely possesses a low-ranked IT, should be the 2nd spirit beast that brat prepared upon breaking through to the 2nd tier. At most a mere 2nd-tier beast. Lao Jian cast a menacing glance at Su Bin, his eyes seemingly inscribed with the words "I understand." However, Su Bin, focused on the other 3, remained oblivious to Lao Jin's gaze. A second-tier spirit beast should be easy to deal with, Su Bin said awkwardly. He sensed no significant strength emanating from Lao Jin. His deductions were merely based on intelligence gathered. It seemed that the commander had tasked them with monitoring that brat, who had recently broken through to the second tier and was in need of a spirit beast. This rotund lizard must be it, and a second-tier beastmaster could at best contract a second-tier spirit. This plump lizard surely could not be that formidable. I will report the situation to the commander. One of the individuals who had previously quarreled with Su Bin said with a grim expression. Do as you wish. Su Bin's countenance darkened. Let us first deal with this spirit beast. We will discuss matters afterward. Then let us unite our strengths to eliminate this spirit beast. Humph, the beast looks utterly foolish. Is there any need for us to join forces? Su Bin disdainfully snorted. No wonder the commander instructed you to heed my words. You three will handle the spirit beast and that brat, while I will take on the strongest one, the blacksmith. With that, Su Bin unsheathed his long knife and charged toward Liang Hong's room without waiting for the others to respond. The intelligence had evidently been flawed, and that brat would surely report to the commander. Su Bin believed that only by eliminating the strongest could he redeem himself. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace, plunging into Liang Hong's chamber. Lao Jin and the lurking Lin Mo were left bewildered. In this world, such a valiant warrior exists. As Su Bin entered Liang Hong's room, the three outside did not engage but instead tensed their muscles, poised to spring into action. Should Su Bin make a sound, they would rush to his aid. However, seconds turned into minutes, and Liang Hong's thunderous snoring continued unabated, while Su Bin seemed to vanish into the dark abyss of the doorway. What on earth is he doing? The three sensed something amiss, exchanged glances, and cautiously made their way around Lao Jin toward Liang Hong's room. Suddenly, Lao Jin made his move. With his mouth agape, his thick tongue darted forth like lightning, ensnaring one of the individuals by the ankle. The man's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could utter a word, he felt a tremendous force pulling him back into Lao Jin's maw. Gulp! Lao Jin closed his mouth, licking the corners as if savoring the taste. Old son. The remaining two were horrified, their thoughts racing as they drew their blades, advancing toward Lao Jin from either side. Lao Jin remained motionless, sprawled on the ground. Clang! The long knives struck Lao Jin's body, producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing, sending sparks flying. The two were astonished. They wielded high-quality weapons, yet their strikes could not breach this beast's defenses. Damn, Su Bin. You told us this was a second-tier spirit? How could a second-tier spirit be this resilient? Lao Jin, seemingly unfazed by the blows, scratched his rear leg against his flank, then turned to ensnare another individual with his tongue. Help me! The cry for help barely escaped the man's lips before he too was swallowed whole by Lao Jin. In an instant, only one individual remained. Lin Mo, crouched by the doorway, watched as this last man, panic-stricken, turned to flee. With the physique of a martial artist, he moved swiftly, leaping onto the high wall. But just as he was about to escape, a large shoe suddenly flew out from Liang Hong's room. The shoe was as swift as the wind and struck the last man before he could react, sending him tumbling back into the courtyard, motionless. Under the pale moonlight, his bloodied face reflected a ghastly sight. What a weapon! Lin Mo tilted his head in wonder. If this were a scene from a novel in a previous life, he imagined that Liang Hong, with a mere shoe, would have shocked many readers, evoking gasps of awe at the prowess of such a formidable figure. Not even a peaceful sleep, Liang Hong, barefoot on one foot, emerged from his room carrying Su Bin. After donning his shoe at the corner, he unceremoniously tossed Su Bin to the ground and glanced at Lao Jin, as if to imply that he should also dispose of the two corpses. Lao Jin, however, paid no heed to Liang Hong, turning his back with an air of indifference. Liang Hong mused, stroking his scruffy beard. 2 pounds of dragon blood silver. Lao Jin turned and voraciously devoured the two corpses. Glutton! Liang Hong muttered in dissatisfaction before turning to Lin Mo's room. Have you seen enough? Chapter 49. Hidden Dragon. Uncle Liang is indeed a hidden master. I am in awe. Lin Mo realized he could no longer conceal himself and, with a broad smile, stepped into the courtyard. Lao Jin shot Lin Mo a displeased glance. I was the one who killed 3, yet you come out and flatter him first? Lin Mo quickly redirected his admiration toward Lao Jin. Brother Jin is unmatched in strength, effortlessly eliminating 3 fourth-tier martial artists. I am thoroughly impressed. Only then did Lao Jin lick the blood from his mouth corner, satisfied, as he crawled to the side to bask in the moonlight. His belly rumbling as if digesting the corpses. That gluttonous salted fish, if it were a normal 6th-tier spirit, it would have long since dispatched those 3, Lin Mo thought to himself, maintaining an expression of admiration. Clinging to strong backs is not shameful. Let us sit and converse. Liang Hong, clad in a sweat-soaked shirt, seated himself on a stone bench in the courtyard, gesturing for Lin Mo to take the other bench. Only after Lin Mo had sat down did he speak. I refrained from questioning you earlier because nothing had transpired, but the situation has changed. 4 fourth-tier martial artists have vanished without a trace. Even if nothing occurs on the surface, there will undoubtedly be ripples beneath. What does Uncle Yang wish to know? I will disclose everything. Lin Mo nodded vigorously, fully agreeing with Liang Hong's assessment. After all, his father was entrenched in the political arena, and Lin Mo possessed some knowledge regarding matters in the capital. Fourth-tier martial artists were already considered elites within the military. Their ranks typically began at the level of a captain, and their names were recorded in the military registry. The sudden and mysterious disappearance of 4 would certainly stir up a commotion. Who is your father? Share his background with me. Lin Mo hesitated, casting a glance at Liang Hong. Liang Hong shook his head slightly. At this point, regardless of whether your father is a hidden dragon or not, I will honor my promise. That's good. Lin Mo felt a slight sense of relief. He had refrained from engaging with Liang Hong out of a desire to avoid embarrassment and a fear that Liang Hong, upon hearing about Lin Tang, might conclude that Lin Tang was not a hidden dragon and subsequently cast him aside. If that were to happen, he would have no choice but to take flight. Liang Hong's promise undoubtedly eased Lin Mo's mind, allowing him to muster a smile of appeasement. Uncle Yang, I do not know much about my father. As he rarely visits the capital, I will share whatever little I know. First, there is a rather coincidental fact. My father shares my surname, Lin. In truth, Lin Mo was not well versed in matters regarding Lin Tang. After all, Lin Tang returned to the capital only once a year, usually staying for 10 to 15 days before departing. Moreover, since Lin Mo's mother had passed away before he could remember, he had developed a solitary demeanor, even towards his biological father. However, as his son, Lin Mo could articulate some of Lin Tang's accomplishments, albeit not in great detail. Lin Tang's trajectory in life bore similarities to that of the Duke of Dingyuan, Mei Taishu, both having risen to prominence during the old emperor's campaign against the Wu Man tribe over a decade ago. However, compared to the Duke of Dingyuan's illustrious reputation for battling numerous Wu Man warriors, Lin Tang's achievements paled in comparison. Although he had some military exploits, they were primarily as part of a larger force, and thus he had not garnered significant accolades. Consequently, while the Duke of Dingyuan received promotions and rose to become a noble in the capital, Lin Tang could only continue serving in the military, enduring years of southern and northern campaigns before finally achieving the rank of general. He was stationed in Dianmuzhou, alongside the Grand General of the South, guarding the southern gate of Dian against the onslaught of 10,000 beasts from the mountains. And then, Liang Hong began to grasp the implications but noticed that Lin Mo had suddenly paused, prompting him to glance at Lin Mo, and then he was executed by the Grand General of the South due to a battlefield misjudgment. Lin Mo shrugged helplessly. I was implicated, and had to purge the ferocious beasts in the Beast Control Bureau for nearly half a year to redeem myself and regain my freedom. In such a manner, he resembles him, yet at the same time, he does not. Liang Hong furrowed his brow, stroking his own beard as he fell into contemplation. What could Uncle Yang be pondering, in terms of timing? It aligns perfectly. I owe a favor to the hidden dragon from the battlefield over a decade ago. However, certain elements do not correspond. What aspects are misaligned? Lin Mo continued to inquire. Regardless, Liang Hong had already agreed to protect him. And Lin Mo, curious about his father, did not mind assisting Liang Hong in analyzing the situation. The discrepancy lies in strength. Liang Hong cast a sidelong glance at Lin Mo. Although my cultivation level was not high at that time, the hidden dragon's age and level were comparable to mine. It is illogical that after so many years of battle, he merely achieved the rank of general. Implicitly, this suggests that my father is rather incompetent. Lin Mo interjected, feeling somewhat speechless. My father is a beast tamer. What is a beast spirit? It's difficult to articulate. He has fought in numerous campaigns, and his beast spirits have changed several times. Liang Hong and Lin Mo exchanged blank stares, momentarily trapped in a conversational deadlock. After a lengthy pause, it was Liang Hong who broke the silence. Why do these individuals wish to kill you? They claim my father left behind something of great value. It seems they hold it in high regard. Princess Baiyu inquired about it, and during the raid, Li Changfeng also sought out the Lin residence but found nothing. Perhaps that item poses a threat to him, which is why he has consistently sent people to eliminate me. Let me see the item. Lin Mo offered no resistance, not even attempting to argue that it was not in his possession, and obediently handed over the red talisman. In the face of absolute power, any petty schemes are rendered futile. If one were to dare resist, Liang Hong could easily obliterate a titan with a mere shoe. Surrendering it was a trivial matter. After all, it was a hot potato in his hands. Lin Mo felt no regret, as it provided an opportunity to observe the esteemed Liang Hong, curious to see if he could discern anything from the jade talisman. However, Lin Mo ultimately felt disappointed. Liang Hong examined the red talisman thoroughly, even closing his eyes to sense its essence, before casually tossing it back to Lin Mo. I detect not the slightest fluctuation of elemental energy or soul power. This is merely an ordinary jade talisman, of course. It is also possible that my methods are insufficiently advanced to uncover anything. Lin Mo thought. If Liang Hong cannot sense anything, this jade talisman is likely just an ordinary piece. Yet, why would my father leave behind such a useless talisman? What significance does it hold? Is it a smokescreen, a ruse? Would that not be a betrayal of his own son? Lin Mo found himself utterly perplexed by his deceased father's convoluted intentions. Lamenting that despite his demise, he had left behind so many entanglements, endangering his own life daily. At that moment, Liang Hong unexpectedly shifted the topic. Release your beast spirit. I wish to take a look. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. Although unsure of Liang Hong's intentions, he complied and opened the dimensional space, allowing the bronze-forged titan to emerge. In the moonlight, its dark silver body exuded an air of menace, coupled with an inexplicable sense of technology. Chapter 50. The bathhouse. Your golden spirit seems somewhat amiss. Observing the titan, Liang Hong frowned slightly. A month prior, Lin Mo had showcased the titan to him. But at that time, he had merely glanced at it, not paying it much heed. A second-grade metallic spirit hardly warranted a second look. However, upon closer inspection now, he noticed something was off. He could not sense the titan's life force or energy fluctuations. How peculiar, Liang Hong murmured. Elemental energy is akin to the soul power of beast tamers or the elemental energy of martial artists. Generally, regardless of whether they are beasts, weapons, or flora, once they become beast spirits, they develop intelligence and manifest elemental energy within. Given his level of cultivation, it was illogical that he could not perceive a second-grade beast spirit's energy. Yet, the titan stood before him, and he felt nothing, as if it were merely a heap of iron. What is strange? Lin Mo appeared calm on the surface, yet the hairs on his back stood on end. A counterfeit is still a counterfeit. The system had granted him the opportunity to survive in this alternate world, enabling him to create a mech to masquerade as a golden spirit, but it also imposed risks. Although he had previously encountered a series of weak opponents that he could easily deceive, Lin Mo understood that the mech possessed no life. In fact, he lacked the equipment in Lingzhou to program the titan with any intelligence. Even if he could, the titan was currently incapable of utilizing it. In the game, only legendary mechs could match intelligence, and the titan was still several hurdles away from that level. Presently, the titan was merely a mech. Lin Mo knew that eventually, someone would recognize the distinction between the titan and other beast spirits. Yet he had not anticipated it would happen so soon. What would Liang Hong do? Would the difference between the titan and other beast spirits pique his curiosity? Would he dismantle the titan, thereby exposing my facade as a false beast tamer? In that moment, Lin Mo's heart raced uncontrollably, akin to an engine operating beyond its limits. However, contrary to his expectations, Liang Hong did not linger on the matter. He examined the titan closely, even reaching out to feel the steam rising from its head before returning to his seat. How much do you know about golden spirits? Just like that? Lin Mo's mind struggled to keep pace, feeling as if he had wasted his emotional investment. Liang Hong's earlier remark had nearly made his heart leap from his throat, and he had thought it would require considerable discussion. Yet it had passed so lightly. What else do you desire? Seeing Lin Mo's complex expression, Liang Hong assumed he believed his golden spirit possessed extraordinary qualities and shook his head. In Lingzhou, there are countless peculiar beast spirits. Your golden spirit merely lacks elemental energy and intelligence. Flora, stones, metals, and even sufficiently ancient antiques can all become beast spirits. A plethora of strange entities exist. I have even encountered individuals who exhumed the corpses of long-deceased powerful beings to transform them into their beast spirits. Those two lack elemental energy and intelligence. In summary, there are many such cases. Young man, do not always presume you are unique. In truth, I truly am unique, Lin Mo thought to himself, while outwardly nodding vigorously, feigning a demeanor of being educated. Simultaneously, he felt intrigued by Liang Hong's words. Uncle Yang, did you mention exhuming a powerful being's corpse to serve as a beast spirit? Is there such a technique among beast tamers? How is it accomplished? I am not entirely sure, Liang Hong replied, a contemplative expression crossing his face. However, I have heard that to achieve this, the beast tamer must have a certain bond with the powerful being, whether through friendship or blood relation. Otherwise, not only is it difficult to successfully control the undead, but one may also risk backlash. Is it truly possible to do that? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow at Liang Hong's words. His own dimensional space was in disarray, and no beast spirit was willing to form a contract with him. Perhaps he should consider learning this technique, and when the opportunity arises, excavate his own father to give it a try. The bond between a father and son should not lead to backlash, right? At that point, he could also experience what it is like to control a beast spirit. While others tame beasts, I shall tame my own father. In ancient times, there were the Avengers battling Thanos. Today, there is me, Lin Mo, defiantly taming my own father. Well, perhaps not. This thought barely surfaced in Lin Mo's mind before he squashed it, setting aside the ethical implications of taming one's father. Even if he could, Lin Tang, as a beast tamer, would likely be quickly overwhelmed. If he were to tame anyone, it would have to be Liang Hong, whose physical prowess could easily make a fourth-grade martial artist bleed with a single kick. Even in death, he would still possess sufficient strength to dominate a group of fourth-grade opponents. Lin Mo regarded Liang Hong, his eyes flickering. Young man, I advise you not to entertain such thoughts, Liang Hong. Unaware that Lin Mo's mind had wandered to himself due to a few remarks, observed the flicker in Lin Mo's gaze and assumed he was harboring some misguided intentions. He spoke coldly. Such beast tamers offend the heavens and are universally condemned. Moreover, their combat power is tied to the deceased's strength. It would be wiser for you to focus on awakening your beast spirit and achieving a breakthrough in bloodline quality. Is there a concept of bloodline awakening for golden spirits? Lin Mo was taken aback. He understood bloodline awakening. Scientifically speaking, it involved the beast spirit continuously cultivating to unlock its potential, awakening ancient bloodlines, or evolving its innate bloodline, thereby enhancing its quality and upper limits. However, he had always believed that only beast-type beast spirits possess such attributes. Could it be that even postnatal spirits like golden spirits could have bloodlines? Do they even possess blood? Bloodline is merely a generic term. It primarily refers to the awakening of potential. As long as it is a spirit, there exists the possibility of awakening. However, the methods for awakening require exploration. I am, after all, a martial artist and not well versed in the ways of beast tamers. Truly powerful beast tamers who have awakened their spirits typically do not readily share their knowledge with others. Understood? Lin Mo nodded. The methods of awakening are akin to cutting-edge technology in Blue Star. They would not teach others, as doing so would dilute their monopoly. Yet, he had utilized such methods to some extent. As long as he continuously reinforced and upgraded his high-level machinery, his mech could evolve without needing to delve into those arcane techniques. There happens to be a highly skilled golden spirit beast tamer in the wilds. If the opportunity arises in the future, you might consider seeking him out. Liang Hong rose and stretched lazily, casting a glance at Lin Mo, and remarked, "That will suffice for today. I am not a benevolent saint, and I will not impart my knowledge to you without recompense. Draw me a sketch of that tool you refer to as a wrench." One that resembles your own. Lin Mo quickly displayed a grin that suggested he was eager to ingratiate himself. Uncle Yang, I have something even better. Better? Liang Hong's eyes brightened as he nodded slightly. Then present me with an even superior design, and I shall find the time to fashion one for you. Now, I am off to sleep. As he spoke, Liang Hong yawned and ambled back to his room. Why did Liang Hong suddenly share so much with me? Lin Mo pondered as he stored away the titan in his pocket dimension, gazing contemplatively at Liang Hong's door. Although Liang Hong had ultimately requested the sketch of the wrench, Lin Mo did not genuinely believe that Liang Hong was particularly interested in his universal wrenched. It was evident that Liang Hong, both in skill and craftsmanship, far surpassed him. The universal wrench was merely a tool for daily use. He could deduce a sketch of it with relative ease, and there was no way Liang Hong could not do the same. Thus, the sudden outpour of words tonight must have a reason behind it. Could it be that after addressing him as Uncle Yang for a month, some bond of friendship had truly formed? Never mind. He decided not to dwell on it. As Lin Mo turned to head back to his sleep, he unexpectedly spotted Lao Jian lying in the courtyard, admiring the moon. Lao Jin's ample belly undulated slightly, and his robust tail flicked back and forth occasionally as he gazed up at the moon. Lin Mo's eyes darted, and he approached Lao Jian. I have a question I've been meaning to ask you. Lao Jian paused his tail, turning his large head to face Lin Mo, the horn atop his head gleaming brilliantly. I know you eat, but how do you digest? Don't you relieve yourself? Lao Jian instantly displayed an expression that suggested a desire to devour Lin Mo, causing his voice to falter abruptly. Chapter 51. Kill Uncle Yang. Here is the sketch for your review.in by Ling Street. At the blacksmith's shop, Lin Mo presented the prepared drawings to Liang Hong with both hands, depicting the exquisite master wrench he had wagered upon just yesterday. In comparison to the universal wrench he possessed, the exquisite master wrench did not exhibit significant enhancements in appearance or function. However, the drawing alone suggested it was superior, as if it had ascended to a higher tier. If Lin Mo were to draw an analogy, the universal wrench resembled a smartphone received as a bonus for topping up mobile credit, while the exquisite master wrench was akin to an iPhone 17, functionally similar, yet undeniably more prestigious. Very well. Liang Hong scrutinized the drawings, clearly satisfied with the wrench. With a flick of his hand, he produced a jade talisman from seemingly nowhere and tossed it to Lin Mo, saying, "Consider this a gift." Could it be that in his elation, he would agree to something in return, using the jade talisman as a token? Lin Mo's expression brightened, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Eagerly reaching out to accept it, however, his countenance gradually stiffened. He had miscalculated. This jade talisman was not a token of promise, but rather meant for endowing spiritual beasts with a soul power sufficiently strong. He understood the talisman's purpose the moment he touched it. In fact, similar jade talismans were available in various shops throughout the capital, but Lin Mo had never paid them much attention as he had no use for them. Thus, he had not anticipated Liang Hong would suddenly present him with one today. Lin Mo's expression grew increasingly unnatural. This item was of no use to him. Are you unwell? Liang Hong inquired, noticing Lin Mo's rigid demeanor with a frown. Uncle Yang, I am perfectly fine. It is merely a small thought I had. Lin Mo rubbed his face, forcing a sycophantic smile. I might not have use for this jade talisman. Could we perhaps exchange it for something else? What do you desire? Gold. None available. Lin Mo. Gold was a material he had recently discovered while feverishly studying various divine metals and rare ores from Lingzhou, noted in books to be quite affordable. 10 attribute spirit stones could procure a pound. He had nearly smashed the bookshop in frustration. Initially, he believed that with Liang Hong's status, he could procure a small advantage, yet was taken aback by Liang Hong's outright refusal. It seemed he would need to devise his own methods. Relying solely on the meager wages Liang Hong provided, he doubted he could amass enough for 10 pounds of gold. At that moment, Liang Hong appeared to recall something, turning to Lin Mo. You have been seeking rare metals. Is it to awaken your gold spirit? Lin Mo nodded eagerly. Then you may visit the martial arts workshop within the city. Liang Hong stroked his beard thoughtfully. Your titan's strength is commendable. Perhaps you could win some spirit stones there. The martial arts workshop? Of course. How did I not think of that? Lin Mo's eyes lit up. The so-called martial arts workshop was a semi-official arena established by the Great Yin Court in collaboration with the martial world, facilitating duels and betting, with the court maintaining order while the martial factions operated. The betting.it served as a training ground for many martial artists and beast tamers, as well as a lavish playground for numerous noble youths. Lin Mo was aware of such a place, but in recent days had been preoccupied with his own survival and with ingratiating himself with Liang Hong, thus failing to consider it sooner. While he had a general idea of Titan's fighting capabilities, he had yet to engage in earnest combat with the beast tamers or martial artists of the capital. Testing his skills there would not only allow him to earn some spirit stones but also ascertain the true caliber of his Titan, an endeavor with dual benefits. Then I shall return before curfew, Lin Mo declared, his expression brightening as he turned to leave. However, after taking just a few steps, his demeanor became serious. Based on Liang Hong's behavior today, his earlier remarks did not seem to be a mere whim. This formidable uncle had shown a marked change in attitude towards him. But why? After a month of indifference, what prompted this newfound concern following the deaths of a few individuals? Was he perhaps worried that if Lin Mo perished, promises made would remain unfulfilled, leaving behind some unresolved regret? Reflecting on the narrative arcs from novels of his previous life, Lin Mo felt his speculation might hold some merit. Never mind, he decided. First, he ought to visit the martial arts workshop and win some spirit stones. An old man? As Lin Mo exited the blacksmith shop, he encountered an elderly gentleman approaching him. The old man's hair was frosted with white, his complexion ruddy, and he ambled towards the blacksmith's shop with his hands clasped behind his back, resembling a contented elder out for a leisurely stroll. Out of habit, Lin Mo cast a discerning glance at the old man, only to freeze in place. Name: unknown race, human occupation, sage, physical ability, strength, agility, spirit, charisma. Remarks: you cannot discern, you will never discern. You shall always remain oblivious. Ha! Lin Mo felt a surge of respect and performed a formal greeting gesture, reminiscent of traditional customs. Please, after you. The old man, clearly taken aback by this display, glanced at Lin Mo with mild astonishment, nodded, and proceeded inside. Indeed, the capital is rife with influential figures. What manner of profession is a sage? Are there other cultivation systems as well? Lin Mo mused, watching the old man's retreating figure with a flicker of curiosity. Without needing to speculate, he knew the old man was there to see Liang Hong. He merely wondered what discussions might transpire between the two esteemed individuals. Should he eavesdrop? No, what am I thinking? This thought flashed momentarily before Lin Mo was struck with a chill of realization. With his lackluster skills, he could hardly withstand Liang Hong's slightest whim. To eavesdrop on the conversation of two powerful figures would be tantamount to courting disaster. After casting one last glance at the old man's figure, Lin Mo turned swiftly and departed. In the blacksmith's shop, Liang Hong, who had just ignited the furnace, was examining the sketch when he felt a sudden intuition and turned abruptly. He was met with the sight of the very old man Lin Mo had encountered, standing at the entrance, hands clasped behind his back, wearing a genial smile and gazing at him with an inscrutable expression. What brings you here? Liang Hong set aside the sketch, his demeanor growing serious. As one ages, one tends to take leisurely strolls. I happened upon a thought while wandering here. What thought? Nothing of great consequence. The old man entered the blacksmith's shop, meandering about the modest structure while observing, until he reached Liang Hong's side, at which point his gaze sharpened suddenly. I have come to kill you. Chapter 52. Liang Hong's intentions. The streets in the afternoon were bustling with activity. People moved about, vendors shouted their wares, and several adults chased after their rambunctious children, creating a scene of vibrant prosperity. While Liang Hong's blacksmith shop appeared somewhat out of place amidst the lively street, it garnered little attention. However, within the drafty confines of this forge, it felt as though a tempestuous sea was roiling beneath the surface, with sinister rocks named murderous intent gradually revealing their grotesque forms amidst the surging waves. Liang Hong, a towering figure with bronze-hued muscles, resembled a small mountain, exuding an imposing presence. The old man standing nearby, though significantly shorter and hunched, possessed an aura that subtly overshadowed Liang Hong. Neither of them employed any trace of their elemental or spiritual powers. Yet an unexplainable pressure crackled between them, transforming the modest hut into a powder keg, ready to ignite at the slightest spark. Yet, this heavy atmosphere, as intense as it arrived, dissipated just as swiftly, vanishing into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Is it interesting? Liang Hong tilted his head and glanced at the old man, moving to the wooden table, where he casually wiped it clean before pouring a cup of tea for his guest. Surely, a revered master such as yourself wouldn't tea visit without purpose. The old man settled at the table, brushing non-existent dust from his clothes, and remarked casually upon entering, "I noticed an intriguing young lad. Is he your guest? He's the son of an old acquaintance, staying here for a while. You still have acquaintances in the grand capital of Daqin? I only learned of it a month ago." Liang Hong replied, pursing his lips, unwilling to dwell on the subject. He deftly shifted the conversation. However, this boy does possess a modicum of talent. Martial talent. The old man's movements paused. Liang Hong's prowess was formidable, and his unique training methods allowed for rapid advancement. The old man, familiar with Liang Hong's history of not taking disciples, partly due to his dominance in Daqin and partly due to the lack of suitable candidates, considered that if Liang Hong found this young man to be talented, he must indeed be an extraordinary prodigy. Liang Hong's sensitive status had kept him quietly residing in the capital for many years. The thought of a budding talent stirring his desire to take on a disciple was not without merit. However, with his discerning eye, he was not one to be easily swayed by such notions. Yet, Liang Hong's unique position made it critical to handle the potential of cultivating another extraordinary talent with care, a prospect that could present complications for Daqin. Thus, the old man sought to gauge Liang Hong's intentions. Liang Hong shook his head slightly. "His talent lies in weapon forging, I see," the old man replied. Visibly relieved, "If it is merely a talent for forging weapons, it should not stir up any significant trouble. After all, becoming a master weaponsmith is far more challenging than ascending to the rank of a first-tier martial artist. Even with your guidance, it would take at least 2 to 3 decades for that young man to make a name for himself." After a brief silence, the old man turned his gaze back to Liang Hong. "Are you considering taking on a disciple? A disciple from my Daqin's populace? The origin of the disciple is not my primary concern. I merely wish to pass on the art of weapon forging. Besides, I may not even take that boy as my disciple." Liang Hong straightened his posture, shedding his usual casual demeanor, and an air of confidence radiated from him. "Though I may be down on my luck, I cannot be frivolous in selecting a successor. Intelligence, character, strength, and talent are all essential. That boy's talent for weapon forging is commendable, but his intelligence, character, and strength remain to be assessed. Old man, could you assist me in evaluating this child? You believe in such matters?" The old man asked with a hint of amusement. "Did you not always consider our Central Plains customs to be mere formalities with little value? That was in the past." Liang Hong countered, shaking his head. "Having spent considerable time in Daqin, I find there is merit in your words. When taking on a disciple, it is not only talent that matters. Character and mental acuity are equally important. Will you help?" The old man leaned back in his chair, hesitating for a moment before nodding. "Very well. If you can truly cultivate a master weaponsmith, it would be beneficial for my Daqin. However, I must forewarn you." The tone of the old man shifted, his eyes sharpening. "Should you attempt any underhanded tactics under the guise of taking on a disciple, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. At that point, I shall not hesitate to strike you and your disciple down together." In an instant, a wave of sharp murderous intent once again filled the modest hut. The old man understood that powerful individuals are often restless. And even though Liang Hong had been living quietly in the capital for some time, he felt it necessary to periodically remind him to avoid trouble. Liang Hong, however, remained unfazed, pushing the teacup forward. "Have some tea." The old man scrutinized Liang Hong for a moment before lifting the cup to take a sip, only for his face to suddenly stiffen, his eyes widening in shock. The tea lodged in his throat, causing him to struggle to swallow, and he turned an alarming shade of red. After an immense effort, he managed to force the liquid down, glaring at Liang Hong. "Could you not procure some decent tea?" Liang Hong feigned innocence. "This is excellent tea, the finest Jiangshanghua tribute from Jiangzhou. Do you take me for someone who has never tasted Jiangshanghua? You might have had a counterfeit. This is not Jiangshanghua. It is precisely Jiangshanghua. What year is it from?" "Last year." Repeat that point 10 years ago. Liang Hong remained unperturbed as he poured the old man another cup. The deeper the tea, the richer the flavor. It is good for your health, do enjoy. The old man glared at the frothy tea in his cup, his expression darkening with every passing moment. Thus is the martial workshop, its reputation not to be taken lightly. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had also arrived at the martial workshop in the outer city. Although named a martial workshop, it resembled an expansive estate more than a mere shop. Upon entering, the most striking feature was the 3 enormous scrolls hanging directly opposite the main entrance, showcasing a ranking of powerful individuals from various martial workshops across Daqin, rumored to be updated in real time. Lin Mo, unsure of the mechanics behind it, merely cast a quick glance before moving deeper inside. This was the general ranking. Those listed were formidable individuals, far beyond Lin Mo's current capabilities. His primary intention was to find beast tamers of similar rank to compare the Titan with other second-tier spirit beasts. The martial workshop was one of the pillar industries of the Daqin dynasty, which had invested considerable resources into it. Upon entering, aside from the 3 massive lists in the center, numerous small rooms lined the sides, partitioned like bank counters in Blue Star, with signs overhead indicating tiers, such as second tier and third tier. The left side was designated for martial artists, while the right was for beast tamers. Lin Mo approached the room marked with a second-tier sign for beast tamers. Inside sat a disciple of the beast tamer monitor dressed in white. Lin Mo offered a polite smile and approached. "Brother, this is my first visit to the martial workshop, and I have a few questions I would like to ask." Lin Mo was courteous, but the other party was far from amicable. With a condescending glance, the white-clad disciple assessed Lin Mo before asking, "Looking to wager?" "Indeed," Lin Mo replied, maintaining his polite demeanor, though inwardly he grumbled about the arrogance of the beast tamers. "Just a moment," the white-clad disciple said as he bent down to rummage beneath the table. Finally, he emerged with a registration booklet, pen in hand, and looked back at Lin Mo. "Flower name." "Flower name?" Lin Mo's mind filled with question marks. Unless it was a challenge, wagers in the martial workshop did not require real names. The white-clad disciple pointed to 3 small lists behind him. "Do you see the names on the lists? You need to create a flower name to register before you can engage in wagers at the martial workshop." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo glanced at the first list. The characters were elegantly inscribed in bold strokes. And the first entry read, "Second-tier beast tamer rankings." As he scanned further down, he noted the top 3 names, Chia, Ling Shi, and He Luo Sha. Are these not just game nicknames? I'm quite familiar with those. Lin Mo thought, a smile creeping onto his face as he examined the list. Chapter 53. Flower names. After a cursory glance, Lin Mo quickly grasped the concept of a flower name. In the capital, where young talents abound, each individual fancied themselves as someone of consequence. Although victories and defeats are commonplace in martial affairs, no one wished to tarnish their reputation. The use of flower names effectively circumvented this issue. Regardless of the outcome, the ranking would only be associated with the flower name, leaving the true identity obscured. Victors could bask in the glory of their flower names, while the defeated bore no burden of shame. Emerging from the martial workshop as a new person, even if someone inquired, one could easily retort, "So-and-so lost? What does that have to do with me? My name remains unchanged. That person is not me." Thus, I too must come up with a nickname. This requires careful thought. Lin Mo pondered as he scrutinized the list. The white-clad disciple, clearly accustomed to such deliberations, patiently awaited Lin Mo's decision, pen poised at the ready. "How about Mo Shangongzi?" Lin Mo tentatively suggested, "A fine flower name." The white-clad disciple nodded, though he did not write it down. "Unfortunately, that name has already been taken." Lin Mo. I never anticipated that upon traversing into this other world, I would encounter the awkward situation of your nickname is already taken. However, considering the vastness of Lingzhou, both in terms of area and population, it is hardly surprising. The number of martial artists and beast tamers here is considerable, making it quite reasonable that someone would seize the opportunity to claim a nickname. No matter, it's just a minor inconvenience. I can always come up with another. Lin Gongzi? Already taken. Mo Gongzi? Already taken. The second in the world? Already taken. Already taken. Damn it. Why must they all choose such trivial names and compete with me? Lin Mo's expression gradually morphed into a grimace. In his previous life, prior to the release of the mech battle game, he was a star player, known by the ID Emoshangongzi.as a star player, he had the privilege of early access to many games, and that ID had accompanied him for a long time. However, during the internal test of the mech battle game, he had been delayed by other matters. By the time he re-entered the game, he discovered that his ID had been claimed. He was puzzled at the time, wondering if the player who seized it had no name of their own and felt compelled to take his death. He hastily devised another name to confront that individual, only to be met with a stubborn refusal. As they insisted that the name belonged to whoever claimed it first and demanded Lin Mo pay to retrieve it. The ID Mo Shangongzi was widely recognized within the gaming community as Lin Mo's, and he certainly would not pay. Thus, he severed ties with the interloper. After years of building his ID into a prestigious brand, there was no way he would relinquish it so easily. The other party's obstinate attitude left him with no choice but to guard the corpse. As a star player, he easily outmatched the name thief, relentlessly pursuing and defeating them for 6 months until they finally relented and changed their name. Lin Mo's current mood mirrored that of his previous life when his ID was claimed. The name he painstakingly crafted was now being taken by others. Lin Mo's veins throbbed uncontrollably. Why not just go for all good names taken by dogs? No, I must maintain my composure if I were to utter such a name. I might incite a brutal beating from the denizens of the martial arts hall. With thoughts racing through his mind, Lin Mo slowly spoke. Blacksmith? The disciple in white robes flipped through the ledger and wrote it down. However, the ink quickly faded and ultimately vanished. For the first time, the disciple revealed a slight, apologetic smile. Already taken. Having seen over 20 names claimed, he felt a tinge of sympathy for Lin Mo. Damn it! Lin Mo felt the urge to strike someone, but a glance around made it clear he would not stand a chance. Gritting his teeth, Lin Mo began to churn his brain for names, dismissing one after another. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. Hidden Dragon? The disciple in white wrote it down and, after a moment, noted no signs of fading ink. He then looked up at Lin Mo. Registration complete? Finally, he had succeeded. Lin Mo let out a sigh of relief, grateful that his old man still had some usefulness. Yet, before he could fully exhale, the disciple bent down and pulled a wooden board beside him. On the board were various masks, some common spirit masks and others of simple, ancient design. As soon as the masks were revealed, the disciple's demeanor softened. Brother Hidden Dragon, please choose one, 5 spirit stones each. Lin Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother, what do you mean by this? Choosing a nickname was meant to ensure anonymity, hence the need for a mask. The disciple, with an air of nonchalance, explained, these masks are specially crafted. Inscribed with runes that can block soul energy probing. 5 spirit stones is a very reasonable price. Reasonable? Are you kidding me? Lin Mo felt an overwhelming urge to slap the disciple, wishing to impart the sensation of blood pouring from all 7 orifices. 5 spirit stones. Besides 2 fire spirit stones, he had barely 10 spirit stones left. For a mere mask, he was expected to part with half his fortune. How could he not buy it? After a long pause, Lin Mo managed to utter a single phrase. Not buying is also fine, the disciple replied with a warm smile. However, if you choose not to purchase, you can only engage in secret duels, which require a fee of 4 spirit stones each time. He felt like crying but found no tears. From his earlier understanding, Lin Mo knew that battles in the martial arts hall were divided into 2 categories, secret duels and public duels. Secret duels were conducted in hidden corners of the hall, unseen by anyone, with complete freedom to fight, but a venue fee was required. Public duels, on the other hand, were open for all to watch, allowing the hall to sell tickets, hence no venue fee was charged. This was an outrageous bundling scheme. Lin Mo was speechless, never expecting to be so swindled after crossing into another realm. Fine, I'll buy it. I am buying it. Reluctantly, he produced his spirit stones and pointed to a silver mask on the board. Please hold on a moment. The disciple swiftly pushed the board aside and rummaged beneath the table for a jade talisman. After channeling his soul energy, a rune flew from the talisman and landed at the center of the mask. Lin Mo surmised that this mask served as an identification card, and the talisman was akin to a photo. Only by possessing the mask could he prove his identity as Hidden Dragon. Please keep it safe. After inscribing the talisman, the disciple smiled slightly, handing the mask to Lin Mo and retrieving the ledger once more. May I ask your realm? Second grade. Spirit beast race? Golden spirit. After a series of questions and answers, the disciple finally set down the ledger. Would you like to challenge the leaderboard or await a gambling duel? I'll challenge, Linimo replied after a moment's contemplation. Based on his previous self's memories, most of the challengers on the leaderboard were beast tamers and officials, whose daily task was to defend their positions, allowing challenges to occur at any time. Victories would earn spirit stones from the martial arts hall. Gambling duels, however, required waiting for suitable opponents to be available, with winnings dependent on how much the opponent wagered. He had no time for that, so he opted for the most straightforward approach. Would you like to challenge a beast tamer or a martial artist? A beast tamer. Good. The disciple clad in white nodded and stepped forward. His palm gliding over the Beastmaster rankings. As his soul power surged, numerous names on the list vanished in an instant. Those erased were the absent Beastmasters, leaving only those currently competing, each accompanied by the requisite spirit stone deposit for challenges. A deposit of this nature must be submitted before a challenge, with a promise of double return upon victory, while defeat results in total loss. Chapter 54. The art of identifying the competent by their names. On the walls behind each small room hung 3 lists, inscribed with the names of formidable individuals corresponding to the ranks within the martial hall. To the left and right were the Beastmaster rankings and the warrior rankings, respectively, while the center displayed the overall leaderboard, featuring the elite from both lists. The noble families of Great Yinjing City were numerous, each possessing ample resources to cultivate their descendants. Whether as Beastmasters or warriors, they could be regarded as paragons among their peers, far surpassing the likes of Lu Chongqing and Imo Zhong, who were merely pseudo-second and pseudo-third tier. Linimo had no illusions of grandeur. He harbored no intentions of challenging warriors within the top 3 tiers. The 2 major cultivation systems in Lingzhou placed warriors on a rapid ascent, wielding their blades with confidence, declaring dominion over the world, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. In contrast, the combat prowess of Beastmasters in the top 3 tiers was considerably weaker. Many gifted and unique spirit beasts had not yet matured, their combat abilities even inferior to wild beasts. Only through continuous breakthroughs in their cultivation realms, the awakening of their talents, and the nurturing by their Beastmasters could they gradually bridge the gap with warriors. Furthermore, in battles within the top 3 tiers, Beastmasters were often of little assistance and could even become vulnerabilities, allowing warriors to bypass their spirit beasts to seize the crystals. Not all Beastmasters were as extraordinary as Linimo. Should a warrior engage aggressively, it could very well cost them their lives. Even the most formidable spirit beasts, prior to breaking through to the 4th tier, stood no chance against a warrior in a one-on-one confrontation. The Titan's strength had already reached the 3rd tier, yet when faced with a middle-aged opponent, it was soundly defeated in a brief skirmish, suffering moderate damage. Had that middle-aged individual truly exerted their full strength against the Titan, it would have stood no chance. Even if it avoided becoming scrap metal, the warrior's enduring stamina would eventually deplete the Titan's energy, rendering it no different from mere junk. Of course, this is not to say that Beastmasters were inherently weaker than warriors. According to recollections, the Beastmaster system was widely acknowledged for its formidable potential. With the breakthrough of their spirit beasts, various extraordinary talents and abilities would awaken, leading to increasingly unpredictable combat strategies. Moreover, a Beastmaster could contract 3 spirit beasts in total, and if resources permitted, they could specifically cultivate these beasts to achieve complementary strengths and weaknesses, forming a combat system devoid of vulnerabilities. In the later stages, a single spirit beast could entangle a warrior, while 3 spirit beasts unleashed simultaneously, coordinated under the Beastmaster's command, would compel even the fiercest of human-like warriors to retreat. Let me see. I shall first seek a more affordable opponent. Lin Mo's gaze skimmed over the upper portion of the leaderboard. Descending further down, the challenges requiring spirit stones for higher-ranked opponents began at a minimum of 50, and with only 3 fire spirit stones remaining, his entire fortune was insufficient to proceed, compelling him to seek lower-ranked challengers. Chi Fuzi. One might mistake this name for an elegant literary figure, and the name indeed suggests a feminine touch, perhaps a remnant of the ancient emperor's enduring reign. The old emperor still clings to life. And yet there remain sycophants? As his eyes continued to wander, An array of peculiar names appeared before Linimo. His previous gaming experiences had endowed him with a unique skill, discerning strength through usernames. This discernment did not pertain to the overt attributes visible on a game panel, but rather encompassed operational skill, mentality, adaptability, and other comprehensive abilities. After all, with sufficient wealth, one could easily amass superior equipment and attributes. Yet operational skill cannot be purchased. Linimo, drawing from his extensive encounters in gaming, had honed this ability to assess strength by usernames, summarizing the preferences and mindsets of numerous experts. One undeniable truth emerged. True masters never adopt flamboyant and ostentatious names that scream of juvenile exuberance. Instead, they typically fall into three categories: the elegant and unconventional, akin to Uyo, Seventh Knight, or that person's tears, a style to which Lin Mo's former ID, Emo Gongzi, belonged. The realistic faction, often simply dismantling their given names to create their IDs. And the humorous, carefree type, characterized by names like Night Raid on Widow Village, Sister, You Are Truly Beautiful, and grandfather of the Calabash Babies, who derive joy from their amusing monikers. Conversely, novices differ significantly. According to Lin Mo's observations, the more reliant one is on equipment, the more likely they are to be inept, often adorning their IDs with grandiose titles, fearful of lacking flair upon entering the fray. Having seen enough, Lin Mo developed an acute perception for spotting the weak. While a glance might mislead when assessing the strong, a single look suffices for the weak. For instance, an ID named Wang Ho Jiangxiang might belong to a formidable expert, whereas an ID like Zhu Shi Di Jun would undoubtedly belong to a novice. Similarly, an ID like Bu Infan de Xiao Pian Dao could indicate a powerful individual, while Yi Dao Zhantian would confirm a novice. In summary, the more extravagant the ID, the more likely it is to reflect a childish level of skill. Though transported to a different world, Lin Mo surmised that human psychology remained relatively consistent. However, as Great Yin adhered to a feudal system with many taboos, it was unlikely anyone would adopt names evoking emperors or monarchs. Though the spirit of juvenile exuberance transcended boundaries, with limited resources at his disposal, Lin Mo's primary consideration was to select a challenger likely to ensure victory, thus securing some spirit stones. After scanning the leaderboard for a while, his gaze finally fixated on a particular name, the indomitable Wolf King, ranked 347, with a challenge fee of 20 spirit stones. This would be the one. Please wait, hidden dragon brother. I must first ascertain your realm, he stated, as the white-clad disciple produced another jade talisman, instructing Lin Mo to infuse it with soul power, which he promptly did. After absorbing the essence of that fleeting soul power, the talisman shimmered, gradually revealing the number 2. Please hold on a moment. The white-clad disciple smiled, stowing the talisman away before retrieving another, which he infused with soul power, indicating it would notify the Wolf King of the impending challenge. Lin Mo observed that the jade talismans in Lingzhou were indeed versatile, capable of facilitating a myriad of tasks. Meanwhile, within a small courtyard of the martial hall, numerous beastmasters and warriors donned masks. Some engaging in conversation in groups, while others closed their eyes in meditation. Not far away, a tall young man wearing a wolf mask stood at the center of the courtyard, one hand grasping a jade talisman, the other glowing as he pressed it against a red demon wolf towering over him. Spirit-level bloodline, second-tier spirit beast, crimson wolf. Do not resist. Simply embrace the sensation, the youth murmured softly. The radiance in his hand coalesced into a seal, ultimately imprinting on the wolf's brow, shimmering like starlight before vanishing. The crimson wolf opened its eyes, revealing a glimmer of human-like delight as it raised its claw. With a swift motion, flames erupted from its paw. Excellent, we have grown stronger once more, the youth declared, hands clasped behind his back, confidence radiating from beneath his mask. He was the indomitable wolf god, whose true identity was Li Ku, the youngest son of Duke Pingyang. Li Zhen. 10 days prior, he had persistently persuaded his father to leverage his connections to secure a position in the martial hall. Though tasked with defending the arena, he was also permitted to challenge higher-ranked beastmasters on the leaderboard. Over the course of 3 days, he had successfully challenged 7 or 8 opponents, skyrocketing his rank from over 1,000 to more than 300. The higher the ranking, the less likely one was to be challenged. Thus, for the past week and a half, following his ascent, he had not encountered any challengers. instead focusing on how to further enhance his strength to compete against the top 100 second-tier Beastmasters. Now, he felt his power was adequate. With a natural talent that was already formidable, the newly acquired abilities of the Crimson Wolf should render him a rare contender even among the second-tier ranks in the capital. Now, it was merely a matter of selecting a suitable opponent. Aslika pondered how to breach the top 100. The jade talisman at his waist suddenly flickered, drawing the attention of several nearby figures. All were defenders of the martial hall, and the talisman's glow indicated an incoming challenge. Someone dares to challenge me? Perfect. It is an opportune moment to test the new abilities of the Crimson Wolf. Lee mused, momentarily taken aback before striding confidently toward the exit. His strength was already beyond the ordinary second-tier Beastmasters. With his recent advancements, he believed he could easily dispatch any inexperienced newcomers. Effortlessly amassing spirit stones as a form of training, Eliku walked with his head held high, for his prowess was not something mere second-tier Beastmasters could hope to rival. Chapter 55. Crimson Wolf vs. Titan. Someone challenges the Wolf God? It is said that this young man has only been at the martial hall for 10 days, yet has already ascended into the top 500 of the Beastmaster rankings. Truly a formidable individual. Does anyone know his background? We all possess 2 spirit beasts, and none would engage in battle using the commonly known ones. How can I discern his identity? However, given such formidable prowess, it is likely that he hails from noble lineage. Let us take a look, a raspy voice echoed, prompting everyone to instinctively silence themselves and turn towards the corner from whence the voice emanated. There, a figure donned in a black mask rose. Surveying the courtyard before leading the way outside, it was only after he departed that the surrounding crowd resumed their discussions. Moe has gone to observe the battle. Why? He is ranked at the tail end of the top 100 beast tamers. And the Wolf God is expected to challenge the top rank soon. Moe will likely be one of the challengers, perhaps wishing to gauge the strength of the Red Wolf. Then let us go and watch as well. The courtyard erupted in animated chatter, with over 10 individuals following suit and stepping out. Those present in the martial arts arena were all from affluent backgrounds, lacking only combat experience. Witnessing others in battle would serve as mutual validation. After all, the entry fee for spectating was merely a single spirit stone, a trifling sum for them. A procession of over a dozen masked individuals trailed behind Liku, arriving at a secluded courtyard. The plaque above the entrance read Second Grade Armor 3. A young attendant in martial arts attire stood at the entrance. Eliku waved a jade token at the attendant and entered, while the others each tossed a spirit stone to the attendant for passage. Surrounding the courtyard were stone tables and benches, with a Tenjong square beast fighting arena encircled by runes in the center. Elevated platforms flanked either side of the arena, allowing the 2 beast tamers to observe the proceedings from a height. In the martial arts arena, beast tamers do not personally participate in the fray. Such brutish melee is reserved for warriors, while beast tamers embody elegance. The grim tasks are left to the spirit beasts, who merely follow the strategic commands of their masters. Atop the 2 platforms, the prominent wolf god stood on one side, while on the opposite side was a figure wearing a silver mask, whose physique suggested he was also a youth, akin in age to most present. I am Zhaofeng, the referee of Armor 3, a 4th-grade warrior. A tall, robust man clad in black approached the center of the arena, scanning the surroundings. I shall preside over your battle, and the outcome will ultimately be determined by me. There is but one rule. Do not harm each other's spirit beasts. If there are no objections, let the spirit beasts enter the arena. I have no objections. The Red Wolf stood poised in the arena, eyes fixed on the figure atop the platform, disdain evident in Lika's tone. Just by the silhouette, he could surmise that his opponent was of similar age. Beyond the top 100 in the second-grade beast tamer ranking, few could capture his attention, and those capable of breaching the top ranks had long since made their mark. It was impossible for an unknown to emerge. Thus, the figure before him was merely an arrogant youth. No wonder he is called the Wolf God. Such a tone is brimming with youthful bravado. Linimo crossed his arms and nodded slightly. I have no objections either. Upon finishing, he opened a spatial portal, from which a copper-cast titan emerged. Under the sunlight, its silver-gray form glimmered with a chilling sheen. Gold Spirit. Whether it was the 4th-grade referee or the numerous second-grade beast tamers in attendance, all raised their brows. casting odd glances at Lin Mo gold and stone spirits, while recognized for their robust physiques, were typically found in the impoverished outskirts, far from the opulence of noble families in the capital the capital. Where the elite thrived, even if a spirit beast lacked physical prowess, it could be bolstered with abundant resources. The advantages of a gold spirit in other regions simply did not apply here. This youth must have come from Yinmen City or another township, still believing that the beast tamers of the capital were akin to those elsewhere, woefully ignorant and destined for defeat. Zhao Feng subtly shook his head, as though he had already foreseen the outcome of this confrontation. Such a waste of time. Moe, seated at a stone table, also shook his head slightly. His intention for attending was merely to observe the Red Wolf's capabilities. However, given that the opponent was merely a second-grade gold spirit, it was unlikely that the wolf god would need to exert himself fully. Casting a sidelong glance at the attendant beside him, he asked, "Shall we place bets? I wager 10 spirit stones on the wolf god." As he spoke, he casually retrieved 10 spirit stones from his storage pouch and tossed them to the attendant, who promptly noted the wager on paper. Sigh, had I known, I would not have come. What is the point of a battle where the victor is already apparent? I shall wager 10 as well. On the wolf god, I will bet 5 on the wolf god. Why such a meager sum? Recently, I stirred up some trouble. My father has docked my allowance for the month. I wager on the hidden dragon. Amidst the flurry of bets being placed on the wolf god, an incongruous voice broke through, causing the crowd to pause in surprise. Following the sound, they beheld a rotund figure who had seemingly materialized in the courtyard. Not only was he unmasked, but he strode boldly to the side of the crowd, confidently tossing a storage pouch to the attendant. Note this, Zhao Han, 100 spirit stones. Ah, so it is this insufferable fatso. Lin Mo's eyes flickered beneath his mask. He and Zhao Han had parted ways over a month ago, yet he had not anticipated encountering him in the capital's martial arts arena. It appeared his initial conjectures were indeed correct. This fatso's identity was anything but ordinary, otherwise he would not be so brazen here. Zhao Feng was evidently taken aback by Zhao Han's audacity, but after Zhao Han cast him a glance, the referee finally remembered his duties. He surveyed the scene. Both the Red Wolf and Titan had entered the arena, and he raised his hand to channel a surge of energy into the colossal runes beneath them. An invisible barrier rose around the entire fighting arena. Taking 2 steps back, Zhao Feng signaled that the combatants could commence. How ostentatious, Lin Mo muttered to himself. While he had the leisure to reflect, Li Ku did not share his sentiments. With a cold glare directed at Titan, he internally commanded, "Attack." This was the ability that a beast tamer acquires upon surpassing the 2nd grade. Heart communication, which allows them to issue commands to their spirit beasts through mental intent. The Red Wolf, coiled in anticipation, was evidently already unimpressed by Titan, and upon receiving the command, transformed into a scarlet shadow, hurtling towards Titan. Against a gold spirit, it deems unnecessary to employ its innate abilities. Silently observing, is this the heart communication of a 2nd-grade beast tamer? Lin Mo pondered. As a faux beast tamer, he did not possess heart communication. However, he had mastered the 3rd-tier skill of a mech controller, Brainwave Command. Brainwave Command. As a seasoned mech master, you can issue commands directly to the mech through your brain. Thus, it seemed that what metaphysics could accomplish, science could also achieve. A smirk crept across Lin Mo's lips. Titan, engage head-on. Let's first test this wolf's strength. Upon receiving the command, Titan reacted with remarkable speed, its crimson eyes glinting as its steam engine roared to life, and with a single punch, it lunged towards the Red Wolf. The Red Wolf, observing the approaching iron fist, exhibited a flicker of disdain in its eyes. Although it was not a spirit beast of unparalleled physical strength, it certainly did not believe that a gold spirit could surpass its own might. Having consumed the finest resources daily, it swung its claws to meet the attacked iron the next moment. The iron fist and sharp claws collided with ferocity. Crack! The sound of dislocated bones echoed, and a hint of terror flashed in the Red Wolf's eyes as its towering form stiffened in place. A searing pain surged from its claws. Titan's iron fist struck with unrelenting force. Lacking the faculties of a spirit beast, Titan had no sentience, no emotions, and no hesitation. The instant it received the command, all its energy converged into its right fist, seizing the moment while the Red Wolf was still in shock, and launched a devastating punch towards its midsection. Red Wolf, evade. Lika's eyes widened, nearly screaming the command in his mind. Yet, the Red Wolf remained stunned by Titan's strength, failing to respond in time. Titan's iron fist, amidst the astonished gazes of all, smashed into the Red Wolf with a resounding thud, bang. The sound of a solid blow reverberated. Under the sheer force, the Red Wolf was sent flying 7 or 8 zhong, ultimately crashing against the invisible barrier with a resounding impact before sliding down to the ground, motionless. With a single strike, the victor and vanquished were determined. Chapter 56, Golden Cloud Merchant Association. Lika felt his head spin, his chest constricted, and darkness clouded his vision. Due to their bond, he could distinctly sense that the Red Wolf had completely lost consciousness. Defeated? Just like that, defeated. By a mere second-grade gold spirit? Bang. Mo.E., who had been calmly observing, was jolted to his feet, the force nearly toppling the stone bench. The formidable adversary he had regarded as a rival, the Wolf God, had been dispatched by a single punch from a gold spirit. How could this be? When had the capital produced such a formidable gold spirit beast tamer? How had he been oblivious to this? Time to settle the bets. Zhao Han's voice suddenly rang out, drawing the attention of the spectators as they watched the rotund figure collect all the spirit stones into his storage pouch. Hidden Dragon wins. Zhao Han's voice jolted Zhao Feng, who was acting as the referee, back to reality, his gaze heavy as it flickered towards Lin Anoda, the most formidable presence in the arena. Still standing within the beast fighting ground, he could sense the sheer might of Titan's punch through a certain instinctive awareness possessed by martial artists. According to common knowledge, in a low-tier scenario, a single spirit master would hardly stand a chance against a martial artist. However, he distinctly felt that Titan's recent blow had surpassed the mere power typically associated with the second rank. Having worked in the martial workshop for some time, it was the first occasion he had witnessed such overwhelming physical strength from a gold spirit. It seemed not overly challenging. Lin Mo regarded the dazed Red Wolf, his eyes glimmering. Tio genuinely experienced the disparity between Titan and a second-rank spirit. Lin Mo had refrained from examining the attributes of the Red Wolf prior to the bout. Now that victory was secured, he casually cast a basic insight into the past. Red Wolf race, beast spirit stamina, 79 strength, 80 agility, 91 mentality, 42 charisma, 21 note. If you can't defeat this creature, consider swallowing dung and ending it all. For the first time, Lin Mo found the note to be quite sensible. The Red Wolf's attributes were thoroughly overwhelmed by Titan, even if the latter had underestimated his opponent and still possessed some extraordinary techniques yet to be deployed. It could not conceal the fact that the Red Wolf's fundamental attributes were lacking. This led Lin Mo to reconsider the prowess of these beast masters. Casting a sweeping glance around, Lin Mo turned his attention to the complex expression on Zhao Feng's face. Where can I claim that spirit stone? Lin Mo, you truly are a phoenix among men, advancing at a remarkable pace. In just a month, Titan has become significantly stronger, Zhao Han remarked, his voice brimming with admiration. Indeed, it is I, the chubby one, who possesses the discerning eye for heroes. Amidst the multitude, I spotted you at once. While praising him, Zhao Han also led Lin Mo into an independent courtyard within his martial workshop, where he attentively poured tea for Lin Mo, his expression unyielding. After securing the spirit stone, Zhao Han had brought him into this secluded space. Along the way, Lin Mo observed numerous attendants, martial artists, and spirit masters showing deference to this rotund individual, further solidifying his original thoughts. With substantial backing and the ability to navigate the martial workshop in the capital without a mask, it was evident that this hefty fellow's identity was far from simple. Oh, no, Zhao, you are the one who is truly discreet. Lin Mo replied, offering Zhao Han a standard disingenuous smile. Please, just call me Fatty. I know you are curious about my background, Zhao Han responded, displaying a typical ingratiating grin as he refilled Lin Mo's cup. It's no secret. Are you familiar with the Golden Cloud Merchant Association? Upon hearing Golden Cloud Merchant Association, Lin Mo's heart stirred, and he nodded slightly. My father holds a substantial stake in the Golden Cloud Merchant Association. So I am, in a sense, half of its young master, Zhao Han casually remarked, as if it were a trivial matter. However, This revelation deepened Lin Mo's regard for Zhao Han, not for any other reason. But he had long been aware of the esteemed reputation of the Golden Cloud Merchant Association. Although Lingzhou belonged to a fantastical realm, it still operated within a cultural society, which inevitably included a plethora of merchants and various merchant associations. This so-called association was not akin to the merchant guilds of ancient Blue Star, but rather referred to colossal commercial conglomerates. Only those wielding immense wealth and businesses that spanned an entire city could qualify as a merchant association. In the entirety of the Great Yan's 9 provinces, only about 20 or 30 merchants possessed enterprises worthy of the title Merchant Association. The Golden Cloud Merchant Association stood as a behemoth among these, a powerhouse capable of rivaling the national treasury. If memory served, the current leader of the Golden Cloud Merchant Association was named Zhao Wanjin. Lin Mo instinctively cast a glance at Zhao Han. Zhao Wanjin shared the same surname as Zhao Han. Could there be a familial connection? Lin Mo quickly dismissed the notion. After all, he had met Zhao Han while incarcerated in the Spirit Beast Monitoring Facility. If Zhao Wanjin were indeed Zhao Han's biological father, then even without considerable strength, his wealth alone could have secured Zhao Han's release from prison. There was no way he would allow his own son to suffer in confinement. Ultimately, it is an undeniable truth that wealth can indeed move mountains in any world. This isn't about redemption. My father simply left me in the capital's martial workshop to undergo some training. Training? Lin Mo scrutinized Zhao Han from head to toe. It wasn't that he looked down upon Zhao Han. Any random spirit master could easily dispatch a golden spirit monkey multiple times over. After all, the golden spirit monkey was exceptionally weak at lower realms. Not the kind of training you might imagine. Zhao Han, perceiving the misinterpretation in Lin Mo's eyes, waved his hand in exasperation. I meant in terms of business. My father sent me to the martial workshop not only for training, but also to oversee the operations here. The Golden Cloud Merchant Association has a stake in the martial workshop? Lin Mo asked, slightly taken aback. This information was new to him, and he had never heard of it before. Indeed, Zhao Han nodded slightly, showing no intention to conceal the truth. Outsiders believe the martial workshop is managed by the court, the Spirit Beast Monitoring Facility, and various rogue factions. However, few are aware that the rogue factions are from our merchant association. Lin Mo, you are among the select few who know this. You're so candid? Lin Mo regarded Zhao Han with skepticism. Having spent a considerable amount of time with this rotund figure, he had developed some understanding of Zhao Han's temperament. Though he professed loyalty, he could easily sell you out in a heartbeat. He appeared generous, yet was astute to the core. If not for the initial necessity to ally with him to complete the Spirit Beast Monitoring Facility's redemption, this fellow would never have dispersed so many spirit stones for travel expenses. Today, he suddenly divulged such information. It was hard for Lin Mo to believe that Zhao Han had no ulterior motives. I merely intended for us to catch up as old friends. Zhao Han's amiable visage suddenly morphed into one of shamelessness as he leaned closer to Lin Mo. However, since you mentioned it, I truly have a favor to ask of you. Chapter 57. Even unprofitable ventures must be undertaken. The Golden Cloud Merchant Association is vast. What could possibly require my assistance? Lin Mo calmly sipped his tea, awaiting Zhao Han's elaboration. With great wealth comes great worry, Zhao Han replied helplessly as he settled across from Lin Mo. You might find this hard to believe, but in the management of the martial workshop, our Golden Cloud Merchant Association is operating at a loss. Lin Mo immediately shot him a skeptical glance, as if to say, do you expect me to believe that? Although he was once a second-generation affluent youth in the capital, he was not entirely oblivious to the realities of the city, especially since he had recently immersed himself in understanding Lingzhou. The Great Yin Martial Workshop was undoubtedly a pillar industry for the Great Yin, with workshops established in nearly every city across the 9 provinces. In terms of analogy, it was akin to the 5 major leagues in Europe or the NBA in the United States, entities that generated immense wealth. Every year, the Martial Workshop contributed a substantial sum of spirit stones to the national treasury. How could such a venture possibly incur losses? Did you think I was that gullible? Lin Mo suppressed the urge to dismiss Zhao Han outright. Considering that this fellow was also a workshop owner, and he would need to earn money here in the future, I'm curious to see how you will explain this, Lin Mo. You doubt me? Allow me to share how we collaborate with the court, and perhaps then you will believe, Zhao Han said, unfazed by Lin Mo's skepticism. Taking a sip of his tea, Zhao Han continued, "First, you already know that the Martial Workshop is a joint venture between the Spirit Beast Monitoring Facility, the Court, and the Golden Cloud Merchant Association. However, what you might not know is that while we contributed the majority of the funding, the profits we receive are the least." After a sigh, Zhao Han began to pour out his grievances. As Lin Mo listened, his expression began to shift, gradually coming to accept the truth behind Zhao Han's claims of financial losses. Indeed, the Martial Workshop was established through the collaboration of the Great Yin Court, the Spirit Beast Monitoring Facility, and the Golden Cloud Merchant Association. Nevertheless, if one were to scrutinize closely, the Spirit Beast Monitoring Facility had originally been established by imperial decree, evolving from a royal academy to the colossal entity it is today. Its rise was undoubtedly intertwined with the court's political machinations, yet ultimately, it fell under the court's jurisdiction, essentially sharing a common goal. When the Great Yin first unified, it lacked the surplus funds to establish the Martial Workshop, which led them to seek partnership with the Golden Cloud Merchant Association. Prior to the workshop's inception, the court and the Spirit Beast Monitoring Facility treated the Golden Cloud Merchant Association with utmost respect, showering them with verbal promises, yet failing to deliver any written agreements, aside from a few inconsequential tax exemptions. And no matter how wealthy the Golden Cloud Merchant Association was, it remained a merchant group. Even with several powerful patrons, it could not challenge the authority of the court. Moreover, at that time, the court's demeanor was exceedingly cordial, compelling the then leader of the Golden Cloud Merchant Association to place his trust in the court and invest money despite misgivings. With such a wealthy benefactor, the martial workshops across the Great Yin swiftly came into existence. Upon witnessing this, the court thought, "Oh, this little brother operates with great efficiency." Then, with a wave of their hand, they took over the operations. Once the court assumed control, their position of power solidified. The atmosphere at the negotiation table turned decidedly assertive. The situation unfolded as follows. Merchant Association, "My lord, how shall we divide the profits?" Court, "Divide them? How?" The martial arena is situated on the royal territory of the Great Yin. Within the arena, whether it be challengers or defenders, all are individuals from our imperial court and the Beast Supervisory Bureau. Do you still wish for profit? Merchant Association, "My lord, did we not come to an agreement?" Court, "An agreement? Do you possess a written contract? Without one, what is there for you to discuss with me?" Merchant Association, "My lord, grant us a meager sustenance. This is all our money." Court, "Very well, under these circumstances, I shall allocate you a mere 10% of the profits, but you must also take on the maintenance, promotion, and other miscellaneous labor of the arena." Merchant Association, "I am to earn the least while bearing the heaviest burdens." Court, "If you are unwilling, there are many others who would gladly take your place." Merchant Association, "I shall comply." Gritting teeth, there is no other option. Having invested so much, it would be foolish to sever ties with the court, for that would truly lead to total ruin. The leader of the Jinyun Merchant Association pressed on, stubbornly managing the arena, continuously pouring vast amounts of resources into it. However, he gradually realized that supporting such a large industry with just 10% profit yielded no returns. The beleaguered Merchant Association sought negotiations with the court, but having just unified their rule, the court was unwilling to yield. Now that their position was secure, why would they concede? They merely instructed the Merchant Association to either comply or withdraw. The Merchant Association was left in despair. Clearly, this was a losing endeavor that should be abandoned. Yet, if they relinquished control to another merchant association, those new players could reap the benefits of the arena's profits without having invested a single piece of spirit stone. After investing so much, could they allow others to reap the rewards? Unable to oppose the court's formidable stature and unwilling to see their competitors profit from their losses, they could only grit their teeth and endure. Fortunately, while the arena did not yield great profits, it did not incur losses either, occasionally providing the Jinyun Merchant Association with some modest gains, offering at least a semblance of comfort. This state of affairs persisted until the old emperor led a campaign against the Wumon tribe. Warfare, after all, is driven by financial gain and manpower. The Great Yin was not lacking in soldiers. Even with a significant portion of troops required to guard the Sherman Mountains, the Great Yin could muster forces several times that of the Wumon tribe, enjoying a decisive numerical advantage. However, the Great Yin was in dire need of funds. Thus, From the moment the old emperor prepared for the expedition against the Wuman, the tax burdens on the Great Yin were intensified. Not only were the already meager tax exemptions for the Jinyun Merchant Association revoked, but they were also substantially increased, with the arena's income being siphoned off from various angles by the court. What had once been a non-profitable venture turned into a financial drain, and the years of investment made them reluctant to let go in this manner. What should have been a pillar industry for the Great Yin ultimately became a burden for the Jinyun Merchant Association. A cumbersome weight they could not discard. It was a tasteless morsel, impossible to abandon. This situation continued until the past 2 years when the Prince Jing took charge of the Ministry of Revenue, introducing tax reductions, which led to some improvement. However, progress was limited, and the Jinyun Merchant Association yearned for a fundamental resolution to their plight. "Are you seeking my assistance in this matter?" Lin Emo regarded Zhao Han with a perplexed expression. Lin Emo was acutely aware of his own capabilities, which is why he had always clung to Liang Hong's support. Such a significant issue, even the immensely wealthy Jinyun Merchant Association could only suffer in silence. What could a mere pretender to a beast master position do to help? "I merely wish to inform you of the situation. I certainly do not expect you to confront the court on my behalf." "I am not foolish," Zhao Han, resting his chin on his plump hand, remarked. "I have recently pondered this matter deeply. The court holds sway over our merchant association because those defending the arena are all court officials. To resolve this issue, the association must have its own representatives on the leaderboard. With the resources of the Jinyun Merchant Association, are we unable to recruit anyone?" Lin Emo glanced at Zhao Han. He recalled that even a 6th-rank beast master had to take public transport in Bailey Town. It seemed reasonable to assume that if the Jinyun Merchant Association was willing to invest, there should be no shortage of candidates. "We can attract individuals, but they are not necessarily of exceptional caliber." Zhao Han shook his head helplessly. "Why?" "The answer is quite simple. Lin Emo, let me ask you this. Where do truly gifted and powerful individuals emerge from?" "If you put it that way, I understand the crux of the problem." Lin Emo nodded gently, grasping the underlying issue. For the arena to be profitable, the defenders must succeed in their challenges, which naturally excludes mediocre individuals. Otherwise, the arena would have long ceased to be a pillar industry for the Great Yin and instead become a mere cash cow for wandering warriors and beast masters. When it comes to foundational strength, the Great Yin Army and the Royal Academy's Beast Supervisory Bureau are undoubtedly unrivaled. With spirits aplenty and formidable foes surrounding them, life in the Great Yin Army is far from tranquil. One could say they must frequently endure the crucible of battle. Warriors emerging from the army are not ordinary fighters. The same holds true for the Beast Supervisory Bureau. It is worth noting that all those admitted are scions of affluent and powerful families. The wealth of experience amassed by the beast masters within ensures that the disciples of the Bureau stand on the shoulders of giants. Had it not been for Lin Teng's misfortunes on the battlefield, Lin Emo surmised he might now be attending grand lectures within the Beast Supervisory Bureau. Thus, those featured prominently in the arena are predominantly the elite from various local beast supervisory bureaus and the military. These individuals have long been nurtured by the Great Yin, fostering a sense of belonging that makes them resistant to the allure of the Jinyun Merchant Association's financial incentives. In this light, it becomes clear that both the Great Yin and the Old Emperor are suffering from terminal afflictions. Lin Emo had not deeply studied the history of Lingzhou, but he had traversed the vast expanse of Blue Star's historical narrative. The downfall of any dynasty throughout history has always commenced with class stagnation and the oppression of the common folk. Setting aside the military for now, the Beast Supervisory Bureau has already barred ordinary beast masters from entry, leaving only the progeny of the privileged who can afford the tuition fees. This disparity creates an insurmountable gap between ordinary beast masters and their more fortunate counterparts, leading to a scenario where the strong grow ever stronger while the impoverished remain stagnant. As dissatisfaction simmers, when the day of reckoning arrives, there will undoubtedly be uprisings across the Great Yin, as individuals seek to overthrow their rulers and seize the throne for themselves. Currently, the symptoms of decay in the Great Yin are not overt, largely due to the looming threats from powerful adversaries and the southern beast tide. The common populace, in search of stability, must endure their suffering, but once true security is achieved, the ordinary people will not resign themselves to a lifetime of oppression. Thus, Lin Emo, my brother, I require your assistance. Zhao Han cast Lin Emo a knowing glance. "Spare me," Linimo shivered in response. I do not believe I possess the means to assist you with such a monumental issue. No, you can, Zhao Han asserted, his gaze resolute as he regarded Linimo. I comprehend the problem and have ideas for resolution, yet I need to take action. After all, in business, one does not invest all their spirit stones at once. I must first ascertain whether presenting a strong contender from the Merchant Association can grant us greater influence within the arena. You wish to back me? Linimo raised an eyebrow. Why not simply seek out a sufficiently powerful warrior? Surely, funds are not an issue for you. To directly recruit a powerful warrior would be too ostentatious, drawing the court's attention. Furthermore, a gradual ascent from the arena holds greater potential for influence. Zhao Han's small eyes sparkled with shrewdness. When it came to matters of business, this little chubby fellow seemed to transform, displaying remarkable clarity of thought. What do I stand to gain? You will receive my support, such as spirit stones, Zhao Han boasted, patting his ample belly. You have just triumphed over the wolf god, ranking 347th. From this day forth, as long as you are willing to work for the Merchant Association, for every rank you ascend, I shall grant you 5 spirit stones, and that is merely for the second rank. Should you reach the third rank, the rewards will be even greater, if you truly become the foremost champion of the capital's arena. I could even allocate a portion of the Merchant Association's profits to you. Linimo scrutinized Zhao Han deeply, then produced all of his spirit stones. If you can help me convert these into Yaojian, I might consider your proposal. Having lost, Li Ku stood before the Red Wolf in the Earl of Pingyang's estate, his expression frigid. He possessed 2 spirit beasts, a first-rank spirit contracted with a newly awakened sentient blade, and the second-rank beast before him, the Red Wolf. The blade was well known within the Beast Supervisory Bureau, hence Li Ku utilized the Red Wolf, contracted after his advancement to second rank, for the competition. This Red Wolf had been raised and trained at the Earl of Pingyang's estate, making it surpass most second-rank spirit beasts. Even before the contract was formed, Li Ku held great confidence, believing that even if he could not compare to the prodigies of the capital, he should still rank among the strongest. Yet, he lost. He was defeated by a second-rank golden spirit, and was even dispatched with a single punch. Can golden spirits be this formidable, or are you simply too weak? Li Ku's gaze was icy and penetrating as he stared at the crimson wolf before him. The wolf, having just undergone healing, appeared somewhat listless. Upon meeting its master's eyes, it trembled and lowered its head in submission. There exist 2 types of contracts between spirit tamers and their beasts. The first is an equal partnership, wherein both the tamer and the spirit share in each other's triumphs and losses. Should the spirit sustain grievous injuries or perish, the tamer would likewise suffer a depletion of their soul energy. To dissolve such a contract would result in mutual backlash for both parties, yet the benefits the tamer could bestow upon their spirit would be significantly enhanced, leading to a more profound connection between them. The second type is a domineering contract, dictated entirely by the tamer. In this arrangement, the spirit acknowledges the tamer as its master, which diminishes the bond between them in cases of contract dissolution, or if the spirit is injured or killed. The tamer remains unscathed. Most noble scions who serve as spirit tamers, including Li Ku, typically enter into the latter type of contract. This recent defeat has led him to contemplate whether he should replace the Crimson Wolf. However, should the wolf be released from their bond, it would bear the full brunt of the contract's repercussions alone, inevitably suffering severe injuries and losing all value. Dakuer, what is the matter? At that moment, a tall, middle-aged man entered the courtyard, standing before Li Ku. Father! The bloodline suppression compelled Li Ku to rise obediently and bow. Duke Pingyang gazed steadily at his son, and after a lengthy silence, finally spoke. I have heard from the servants that you have been restless since your return. What troubles you, father? I have brought shame upon you, Li Ku replied, his head bowed and fists clenched tightly. I lost in the martial arena today. Lost? Duke Pingyang cast a glance at the Crimson Wolf, which immediately cowered to the ground in fear before he continued. To whom did you lose? To a spirit tamer named Dean Long, who has a golden spirit. Li Ku lowered his head, his face a mask of shame and indignation. He possessed a plethora of resources, a powerful spirit tamer as his mentor, and spirits captured and trained specifically for him by the Duke's household, placing him at a distinct advantage. Yet, he had lost to a mere golden spirit. This was an undeniable humiliation. Bang! Just as Li Ke wallowed in his disgrace, Duke Pingyong unleashed a punch from afar. A terrifying surge of energy coalesced into a massive fist imprint, crashing down upon the Crimson Wolf. The overwhelming force rendered the wolf incapable of even a single cry, and it fell lifelessly to the ground. "Father!" Li Ke's expression changed dramatically. Although he had contemplated replacing his spirit, he had never considered the possibility of killing the Crimson Wolf. A true leader does not concern themselves with trifles. Duke Pingyong stood before Li Ke, his voice cold and commanding, forcing the shock from Li Ke's face to settle into a mask of calm. "I will provide you with a stronger spirit. Will you still lose?" His voice brimmed with authority. "Father, but the Crimson Wolf, answer me. Will you lose again?" Li Ke's eyes hardened with determination. "No. Now that is my son." Chapter 59. Primary Universal Energy Reactor. The Titan is severely damaged, currently rated as moderately compromised. This is rather awkward. In the capital, in the small courtyard of Lianghong, Lin Emo watched as the Titan, after a flurry of impressive maneuvers, ended up merely standing still, while Lianghong remained unfazed beside him. A look of incredulity on Lin Mo's face. After returning from the martial school, Lianghong inquired about Lin Mo's performance, to which Lin Mo candidly revealed that he currently ranked over 300 among second-tier spirit tamers. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, Lianghong insisted on sparring with him, claiming he wished to assess Lin Mo's capabilities, even suggesting that he could fight alongside the Titan. Lin Mo felt that engaging in a 2-against-1 scenario was somewhat unfair, opting instead to allow the Titan to face Lianghong alone. After all, should the Titan be damaged, it could be repaired. Even if it were to be rendered inoperable, he could always create another. However, if he were to lose his own life, all would be lost. Fortunately, Baiding Alley was secluded, predominantly inhabited by those who had fled to the capital due to beast tides or other calamities. A rather unruly crowd. Additionally, the locals were well aware that Lianghong was a blacksmith, so despite the commotion in the courtyard, no one came to inquire about the ruckus, allowing the Titan and Lianghong to engage in their spirited bout. This battle marked the most formidable opponent Lin Mo and the Titan had faced since their inception. This was the first time Lin Mo had unleashed the Titan's full potential without reservation. This was, without a doubt, the most thorough defeat he had ever suffered. Despite unleashing all its firepower, the 2-meter-tall iron giant was treated like a mere toy in Lianghong's hands. Throughout the encounter, Lianghong employed only one hand and refrained from launching any offensive strikes, merely defending himself until the Titan's energy was nearly depleted, leaving it in a state of moderate damage. "Isn't your spirit supposed to emit white smoke? Why is it emitting black smoke instead?" Lianghong observed the Titan with a look of intrigue. As a blacksmith, he had encountered numerous golden spirits. Yet this peculiar Titan was unlike any he had seen before. Of course it emits black smoke when it's damaged, Lin Mo thought to himself, retracting the Titan into his pocket dimension and responding. "It's nothing. The Titan just overexerted itself. A few replacements will suffice." Naturally, the last part was a mere thought in his mind. "Your golden spirit is impressive. You must have already approached the threshold of the 3rd tier. I am not well versed in the ways of spirit tamers. You will need to explore this path on your own, and my father has taught me." Lin Mo forced a dogged smile, offering a perfunctory response. Though Lianghong had nearly dismantled the Titan, Lin Mo could discern that Lianghong was conducting a guiding battle, intending to teach and challenge him simultaneously. Although he could not yet pinpoint Lianghong's true intentions, aligning himself with a strong ally was undoubtedly wise, and it would be prudent to remain obedient. "What are your thoughts moving forward?" Lianghong approached Old Jean, who reluctantly glanced at Lianghong. With a great yawn, he expelled a pile of weapon blanks. As Lianghong counted the number of blanks, he turned to Lin Mo. "Your father is a powerful spirit tamer. Surely you do not wish to remain trapped at the 3rd tier for eternity. What will you do about your 2nd spirit? Are you planning to capture one yourself or purchase one?" "Purchasing is certainly beyond my means," Lin Mo sighed, patting his storage pouch with resignation. As spirit tamers, the most revered individuals in Lingzhou, various industries related to them flourished. The trade of spirits was one such industry. After all, spirits were as essential to spirit tamers as weapons were to warriors. In the capital, there existed several markets dedicated to the sale of spirits, the largest being 10,000 Spirit Street, established by the Spirit Tamer Bureau. However, the The prices for these spirits were exorbitant. Even a first-tier spirit would start at a 3-digit sum of spirit stones, far exceeding Lin Mo's financial capacity. Moreover, even if he were to buy a spirit, there needed to be a mutual affinity between them. Many spirit tamers would browse the market, selecting spirits that resonated with their soul. Lin Mo's pocket dimension might only resonate with the corpse of his deceased father. That means I must venture outside the city to capture one. Liang Hong glanced at Lin Mo. Have you decided when you will go? My reactor is not yet complete, and I still lack the parts for the extreme warrior. Lin Mo pondered for a moment. It may take some more time. That moment. Liang Hong finished counting the blanks, stood up and nodded. Let me know before you go. I have something for you. What is it? You'll find out when the time comes. Liang Hong shot Lin Mo a glance before retreating to his room, leaving behind a few dark, oddly shaped metal pieces on the ground. They were the shadow gold Lin Mo had exchanged from Zhao Pengzi. Lin Mo rolled his eyes, sighed, and picked up the shadow gold pieces. Patting Old Jin's unique horn, thanks, Old Jin. Through their recent interactions, he had learned that the horn was Old Jin's sensitive spot. A gentle touch would elicit great comfort, much like a dog enjoying a scratch behind its ears. Old Jin closed its eyes in delight, nudging Lin Mo's hand with its chin, indicating that he should not forget it when treats came around. Lin Mo chuckled and promised he would, then hurriedly gathered all the parts and dashed back to his room. It was happening! The reactor he had longed for was about to come to fruition. After this long wait, it seemed a breakthrough was finally at hand. Whether it was due to following a powerhouse like Liang Hong, or simply luck, Old Jin, belonging to the elite among the gold-eating beasts, produced parts of exceptional precision that did not require Lin Mo to undergo secondary processing. Once in his room, Lin Mo immediately began assembling the pieces. After acquiring the shadow gold, he allocated all his remaining skill points, over 40, into his skill tree. Now, his primary profession skill tree was sufficiently advanced to craft rare-quality machinery. Failure was not an option this time. Plans could be adjusted as necessary. As Lin Mo observed the gradual formation of the energy reactor, he began to contemplate his future plans. Initially, he intended to replace the Titan's steam engine with the reactor once it was completed, and subsequently upgrade the Titan's equipment, transforming it into a wearable mech, a process that would undoubtedly require a considerable amount of time. However, circumstances had shifted. He now possessed the blueprints for the individual combat mech, the Extreme Warrior, enabling him to directly fabricate a wearable mech. This meant that the Titan could continue operating with its steam engine while he redirected its development path to evolve it into a colossal war mech. Thus, 2 out of the 3 primary battle mechs were already accounted for. The question remained, what type should the 3rd primary battle mech be? Ding. As Lin Mo continued to work and envision the future, the system's prompt suddenly echoed. You have successfully crafted a basic universal energy reactor. Mental 15. Free skill points 50. Basic universal energy reactor type. Mechanical engine quality. Advanced weight. 12.5 kilograms energy limit. 5,000 equipment requirement. Mech attribute bonus. None additional skill. Universal energy. Passive. Universal energy. Any energy-containing substance can serve as its fuel. Note: 100 rivers converge. Greatness comes from inclusivity. It's done. Chapter 60. The remaining funds are yours, Lordly. Do you have anything to say? In a familiar courtyard, with a familiar silhouette, a man clad in a brocade robe exuded an aura that left Li Changfeng drenched in sweat. For 4th-rank martial artists, the 4 deputy commanders of the patrol camp had mysteriously vanished within a single day, an occurrence far beyond what he, as a captain, could manage. What he did not anticipate was that this esteemed lord would find his way to him so swiftly. Captain Li, why are you so anxious? The brocade-robed man took a sip of tea and set his cup down on the stone table, abruptly altering his tone. Could it be that the disappearance of those 4 deputies is indeed related to you? Your humble servant is not anxious. Li Changfeng forced a smile and replied, the sudden disappearance of the 4 deputies is a grave oversight on my part, yet I genuinely do not know the cause of their disappearance. This matter bears no relation to me. Whether within the patrol camp or the Imperial Guard, ranks were rigidly structured. 2nd-rank 10-man leaders, 3rd-rank 100-man leaders, and 4th-rank deputy commanders. Achieving the rank of 4th was already considered a high-level position within the military. Whether one was a 4th-rank beastmaster or a 4th-rank martial artist, The disappearance of a 100-man leader could be attributed to Li Chongfeng's oversight, but the loss of 4 deputy commanders represented a fault that, once admitted, would lead to certain death. Even though he was acutely aware that the Lord before him could discern the truth, he could only stubbornly refuse to acknowledge it. Then why is Captain Li sweating so profusely? Lord Xie possesses profound realms of mastery and an overwhelming presence. Your humble servant trembles in fear. Oh, is that so? Lord Xie rose and turned slightly. His face bore a hint of delicate sharpness. With streaks of gray at his temples, and his gaze, deep and wise, radiated authority. From mere appearance, he was the kind of dashing gentleman who could make countless maidens swoon, devoid of facial hair and any hint of greasiness. Li Chongfeng immediately felt an immense pressure yet had to muster his resolve. It has nothing to do with me. He could not admit to it. To do so would seal his fate. Captain Li, making mistakes is not a grave offense, but refusing to admit to them when they occur truly necessitates some correction. Lord Xie stepped forward, a smile dancing upon his lips as he scrutinized Li Chongfeng. Though there was no palpable force, Li Chongfeng felt an intangible pressure, akin to a blade poised at his throat. In a moment of frantic thought, Li Chongfeng suddenly knelt. Even if you were to slay me, this matter has no connection to me. I do not know the whereabouts of the 4 deputies. As he spoke, his forehead struck the ground with a resounding thud. Lord Xie regarded Li Chongfeng coldly. Remaining silent, the courtyard fell into an eerie stillness. Li Chongfeng knelt there, trembling as if caught in a storm. He bore a semblance of cunning, but he could not imagine that his silence would obscure the truth. Lord Xie's smile faded. I will help you suppress this matter, but you can no longer serve as the patrol camp's captain. Come join the Dragon Guardian Guard. Li Chongfeng's body jolted. After a pause, he replied, I shall defer to your arrangements, Lord Xie. I do not enjoy cleaning up after others, nor do I appreciate subordinates who require me to do so. Lord Xie's gaze was piercing. This is the first and last time. Do you understand? I understand. 2 days later, he reported to the Dragon Guardian Guard. Yes. Silence enveloped the courtyard. Li Chongfeng remained kneeling, obedient and motionless. He maintained this posture for half an hour before finally daring to lift his head. Upon seeing that Lord Xie had vanished, he exhaled a sigh of relief and drank deeply from the tea on the stone table. Damn it. He set the cup down and wiped his mouth, his expression turning bitter with resentment. The Dragon Guardian Guard was the royal family's personal guard. Though registered with the military, it was directly subordinate to the emperor, comprised entirely of elite forces, each capable of taking on 10 foes. Besides safeguarding the royal family, it was also the most renowned intelligence organization in the Great Yin, referred to as the Emperor's Sharp Blade, a steel knife perpetually hanging over the heads of the civil and military officials. And that Lord Xie was the leader of the Dragon Guardian Guard. Li Chongfeng's willingness to serve Lord Xie stemmed from his desire to enter the Dragon Guardian Guard. However, according to his original plan, he should have killed Lin Imo, acquired the items left for him by Lin Tang, and presented them to Lord Xie, thereby entering the Dragon Guardian Guard with his head held high, possibly even securing a position as a small captain, thus elevating his status. Now, though he had entered the Dragon Guardian Guard, Li Chongfeng knew well that his future there would be fraught with challenges. His rank would not rise significantly, and he might find himself suffering even more than he did as a captain in the patrol camp. Lin Imo, Li Chongfeng gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. He lacked the courage to resent Lord Xie, and could only place the blame squarely on Lin Imo if it weren't for this inexplicable brat. How could he have found himself in such a predicament? He hoped fervently that this boy would never fall into his hands. If he did, he would surely face dire consequences. On Bai Ling Street, at number 16, Liang Hong's blacksmith shop, Liang Hong and Lin Imo squatted beneath the grass shed, enjoying bowls of noodles. Both bore dark skin and wore loose short shirts that revealed their muscles, adopting the same squatting posture. The only difference was that Liang Hong held a basin while Lin Imo had a bowl. After over a month together, Lin Imo and Liang Hong were increasingly mirroring each other's gestures. To an outsider unaware of their relationship, they might easily be mistaken for father and son. Liang Hong quickly finished a basin of noodles, patted his belly, and exclaimed, I see you've been bringing back quite a bit of rare metals these days. It seems you've been winning a good number of spirit stones at the weapons workshop. Not bad, Lin Mo nodded in agreement. I've accumulated over 330. Due to the ranking system allowing only lower-ranked challengers to face those above them, Lin Mo had been taking on challenges one by one, maximizing his gains. Thus, in the span of 3 to 4 days, he had only managed to climb a few ranks. Nevertheless, with the betting and the support from Zhao Pengzi, he had won a considerable amount. In recent days, he had crafted a second reactor and amassed sufficient components for the Titan's upgrades and the assembly of the Extreme Warrior. When do you plan to capture the Spirit Beast? In the next couple of days. Then take this. Liang Hong flipped his palm, producing a jade talisman and handing it to Lin Mo. This is a life-saving talisman I crafted. In times of peril, shatter it with your soul energy, and it shall ensure your survival. Such a treasure. Lin Mo reached out to take it, but Liang Hong's thumb and forefinger pinched it tightly, despite his attempts. He couldn't pry it free and looked up at Liang Hong in confusion. We are neither relatives nor friends. Such a talisman cannot be given away for free. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. How much do you want? Creating these talismans has consumed a great deal of my energy and essence. They are exceedingly difficult to craft, and I have spent several hours on this. How about 50 spirit stones? I'll consider it a loss. 50 spirit stones. Lin Mo felt a pang of regret, but observing the talisman, he reasoned that a life was worth far more than 50 spirit stones. He promptly produced 5 fire spirit stones and handed them to Liang Hong. Accepting the talisman, just as he was about to examine it closely, a sudden crack echoed as a fine fissure appeared on the talisman. An inferior product? Lin Mo's lips twitched as he glanced at Liang Hong. Uncle Yang, the talisman is broken. Broken? Liang Hong cast a brief glance and realized he had applied too much force. He looked around and casually picked up a wooden board, channeling his essence to draw a rune in midair. He then pointed, and the rune settled onto the wooden board. Take this, it serves the same purpose. Lin Mo? Significant energy and essence, combined with over 10 hours of effort? You don't want it? Liang Hong maintained an unflinching facade. Resolutely upright, Lin Mo silently accepted the wooden board, placing it into his storage bag. Who said that those who resembled brutish men couldn't be deceitful? 50 spirit stones. Lin Mo felt utterly disheartened. Well, I'm off to the weapons workshop. Wait, take these 2 spirit stones. When you return, buy 3 portions of Zhangshang Hua from the tea house. The remaining funds are yours. Lin Mo accepted the spirit stone with a nod. Yet as he gazed into Liang Hong's eyes, an unsettling feeling lingered. Chapter 61. Yin Xiaoyu. Why do you seem so despondent? I lost money. How much did you lose? 50 spirit stones. My condolences. I can empathize. Wu Fong. Zhao Han observed Lin Mo, whose aura was evidently amiss, and patted his own chubby face. Lin Mo could not help but roll his eyes. This rotund fellow was so wealthy that 50 spirit stones likely didn't even scratch the surface of his fortune. Empathize? I doubt anyone would believe you understand my plight. Let us go. Although Lin Mo was masked, Zhao Han could discern the disdain in his eyes. He quietly turned away, leading Lin Mo inside. Lin Mo followed silently behind. In truth, he had not intended to visit the Wu Fong today. Liang Hong would typically leave the blacksmith shop after lunch for a time, sometimes returning early, other times not until curfew. Lin Mo had planned to seize this opportunity to replace the reaction furnace for Titan and update its components. However, fate intervened when the Jade Talisman lit up. The illumination of the Jade Talisman signified a challenge issued against him at the Wu Fong. Naturally, Lin Mo could opt not to respond, as he was not the guardian of the arena. Yet, considering that assembling could be done at any time, it seemed illogical to forego the chance to earn some spirit stones, prompting his eager arrival. By the way, there's something I need to tell you. As they walked, Zhao Han's pace suddenly slowed. Do you remember the wolf god you defeated? Of course, the one with the spirit beast Red Wolf. What about him? He is the son of the Duke of Pingyang. After his defeat, he changed his spirit beast and has been training like a maniac, likely seeking to avenge his earlier humiliation. How do you know he is the Duke's son? Lin Mo noticed a clue. He distinctly recalled that the Wu Fong did not require real names for registration. The Merchant Guild has its own intelligence network. So, do you know who is challenging me this time? I truly do not know. Zhao Han tilted his head. The Beastmaster is known as Jin Li, who just registered at the Wu Fong a couple of days ago, affiliated with the court. I currently know nothing about him. The two continued their conversation and soon arrived at their destination. It was still the second tier, third courtyard, the same place where Lin Mo had bested Li Ku. Yin Long, I'm betting on you. This newcomer seems formidable, yet I'm still placing my bet on you. I really don't understand how Jin Ling could be so strong. If only I had time to spar, but my spirit beast twisted its leg yesterday. Just as they stepped into the courtyard, several individuals rose to greet Lin Mo, each wearing a mask. Having fought at the Wu Fong for several days without a single loss, Lin Mo had made a few superficial acquaintances. He rather enjoyed this mode of friendship, as wearing masks eliminated the need for feigned expressions. One only needed to disguise their tone. After exchanging casual pleasantries, Lin Mo ascended to the high platform, where Zhao Feng also made his way to the center of the arena. You are Yin Long. As Lin Mo took his position, Jin Li, standing opposite on the high platform, spoke up. Adorned with a fish head mask and dressed in a golden long robe. Despite her masculine attire, her budding figure betrayed her gender. Yes, what guidance do you offer, young lady? Lin Mo refrained from unmasking her identity. I do not dare to offer guidance, but I wish to wager something with you. Wager what? Quite simply. Jin Li clasped her hands behind her back, adopting a rather haughty stance. If I win, you must relinquish the name Yin Long and adopt a different one. Zhao Han and the surrounding second-tier competitors exchanged glances. Although most wore masks, the confusion in their eyes was palpable. They were intrigued by the sudden challenge from a newcomer and wondered if the name Yin Long had somehow offended this young lady. Did Yin Long provoke you? Do you know how painstakingly I chose that name? Or perhaps this girl knows something? Lin Mo's mind raced, his expression shifting behind his mask. But if you lose, then I shall forfeit an additional 50 spirit stones to you. It is a deal. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed. Wouldn't that just return the money I lost? Yin Xiaoyu was quite irate, as the youngest daughter of the martial prince and the youngest granddaughter of the current emperor. Her quirky and endearing nature had garnered her the old emperor's favor. As long as it did not involve principled matters, she could command both wind and rain in the capital. After recently breaking through to the second tier, she whimsically decided to visit the Wu Fong to assess her own prowess. Naturally, the martial prince did not impede such trivial pursuits and promptly instructed his subordinates to facilitate her visit. Filled with excitement, Yin Xiaoyu arrived at the Wu Fong, initially hoping to discover some intriguing spirit beasts. However, while perusing the leaderboard, she encountered a name that greatly displeased her. Yin Long the Dragon, one of the 4 ancestral spirits of the beast spirits, was the epitome of spirit beasts. Currently, any spirit beast possessing even a trace of dragon blood could drive countless beast masters to madness. The protective spirit beast of the Dian royal family was a dragon swallow, which bore a hint of true dragon blood. Moreover, the dragon symbolized royalty, with even her grandfather claiming to be the dragon son of heaven. Yet suddenly, someone named Yin Long emerged, daring to compare himself to her esteemed grandfather? Yin Xiaoyu was thoroughly vexed. Thus she specifically challenged this Yin Long today. She intended to expose the true form of this Yin Long, reducing him to a mere insect. With this thought in mind, Yin Xiaoyu opened her cave. Soon, a spirit beast resembling a great fish covered in golden scales, yet possessing 4 limbs, emerged from her cave. Chapter 62. What technique is this? Dragon fish, species, beast spirit, physique, 90. Strength, 70. Agility, 95. Spirit, 100. Charm, 40. Remarks, flop, 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 rename, rename, rename. Is this even a legitimate system? Lin Mo was speechless in his past life. As an avid reader and seasoned recluse, it was his first encounter with a system that favored an opponent. Nevertheless, the term flop was indeed fitting. Judging solely from the stats, this so-called dragonfish was not much different from the red wolf he had defeated days prior. Without some exceptional talent, it should not pose a threat to Titan. Currently, Titan's only weakness was its lack of agility, but its formidable defense largely compensated for its somewhat cumbersome nature. Lin Mo opened his cave, and Titan emerged, steaming, its silver-gray body adorned with some incongruous copper hues. Those were parts he had replaced following a spar with Liang Hong days earlier. Though you see some parts of Titan have turned to Shin copper. It seems Yin Long has indeed discovered a path to awakening. Not necessarily. A true awakening is only confirmed at the 6th tier. Yin Long is likely just exploring some avenues. Yet, the mere exploration of a path is already worthy of investment. listening to the discussions of other beast masters. Zhao Han's small eyes fixated on Titan, radiating excitement. In truth, his support for Lin Mo was not merely about backing a strong figure for the Merchant Guild. Finding a capable contender who was neither military nor beast monitoring background was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. To unearth that needle and witness it transform into a renowned needle on the leaderboard was even more fanciful. Thus, although Zhao Han harbored such aspirations, he did not hold out much hope. His backing of Lin Mo was primarily due to the intriguing artwork Lin Mo had showcased, with the intention of fostering a good relationship to locate the artist behind it. He could foresee the immense demand and profit such artwork would command among the noble families of the capital. However, he was unprepared for the revelation that Titan's strength had indeed reached such formidable heights, and it appeared to be continuously awakening. If this momentum continued, should Titan truly awaken to the 5th tier with its golden spirit form, it might very well dominate the leaderboard, granting the Merchant Guild greater influence in the Wu Fang of the capital, a potential gem. Further observation is warranted. Zhao Han casually wagered 200 spirit stones on Lin Mo's victory. According to the beast masters who had broken through to the 7th tier, each beast master and their spirit beast's awakening journey was unique. The inherent limitations of the golden spirit made breakthroughs exceedingly challenging. After all, in the entire Lingzhou, there was only that one remarkable figure from the wild domain who had truly made a name for a golden spirit. Whoosh, on one side, Zhao Han was scheming quietly, while on the other, the runic wall began to rise, and the dragonfish launched its attack without delay. Despite its 2-foot-long body, it left a fleeting shadow in its wake and in an instant appeared before the Titan. Once it broke through the 2nd rank, beast tamers could communicate with their beasts through the mind link ability, rendering the era of 1st-rank beast tamers calling out their techniques to one another obsolete. The Titan did not bow its head. Its iron hand came crashing down towards the dragonfish's head. However, the dragonfish, possessing extraordinary agility, evaded the Titan's steel fist at Yin Xiaoyu's command and coiled its serpentine body around the Titan's iron arm. The Titan's iron fist struck the ground of the arena with a thunderous crash. Even though the runic power formed a barrier, the crowd could still feel the terrifying tremors, their expressions behind the masks betraying their unease. Despite having witnessed such displays before, the Titan's overwhelming strength left them unsettled. The dragonfish clung tightly to the Titan's steel arm, seemingly attempting to bind it with its own strength. Lin Mo understood that the Titan's greatest asset was its sheer power and commanded it to attempt to break free. The Titan's steam engine whirred to life, its mechanical arm straining, yet it failed to escape immediately. Lin Mo decided to change tactics, instructing the Titan to swing its arm and smash it against the nearby runic wall. The colossal impact resonated with a deafening roar, causing the runic wall to tremble as if it could not withstand the tremendous force, while the dragonfish opened its mouth in agony, yet no sound emerged. Such immense strength from this golden spirit? Yin Xiaoyu's complexion paled. As a beast tamer, she could distinctly sense the emotions of pain and fear emanating from the dragonfish. This dragonfish had been nurtured since childhood with rare treasures bestowed by her father. Despite its lack of physical strength, it had never faced such adversity. Now, however, it was being thoroughly crushed by this golden spirit. Distance yourself from this iron behemoth. The golden spirit, after all, was formidable, with too few means at its disposal. Yin Xiaoyu continued to command, and the dragonfish, in pain, retreated. She resolved to alter her strategy, opting not to engage in close combat with this powerhouse. Yin Xiaoyu noted that the Titan's movements were not particularly agile. With a snap, the dragonfish successfully withdrew, yet the Titan's steel hand relentlessly pursued. What was this? A talent or combat technique? Yin Xiaoyu's eyes widened in astonishment. She watched in disbelief as the Titan's mechanical arm shot forward. Capturing her dragonfish, the Titan retracted its right arm and raised its left high. Just as it was about to deliver a crushing blow, the dragonfish, employing an unknown talent, appeared to shrink in size, becoming as slippery as an eel, and escaped from the Titan's grasp. Yin Xiaoyu exhaled, patting her burgeoning chest, her expression quickly turning serious. Engaging in close combat would only lead to losses. She had to utilize her talent and combat technique. Yin Xiaoyu's mind raced as the dragonfish, having narrowly escaped, swiftly distanced itself from the Titan, clinging to the runic wall. Poised above, and opened its mouth in an instant. A hazy glow emanated from the dragonfish, as a sphere of frigid energy rapidly expanded within its jaws. What novel talent was this? A many-tailed beast jewel? Linimo, standing on the opposite platform, was filled with curiosity beneath his mask. In the past few days, he had fought in 8 or 9 arenas, defeating numerous beast spirits, yet most had relied on brute strength. After all, in the first 3 ranks, the power of a beast spirit's innate abilities was generally insufficient to harm physically robust spirits. This was the first time he had witnessed a spirit unleashing its innate abilities since arriving at the martial workshop. Therefore, even though he could have instructed the Titan to interrupt the attack, he refrained, eager to observe the unique talents of Yin Xiaoyu. Losing would merely mean Zhao Fadi would cover the expenses and damaged components could be replaced. His primary interest lay in the marvel of such mystical techniques. Why wasn't he Hidden Dragon intervening to withstand this blow? A beast tamer wearing a black mask spoke, his voice low and grave. Zhao Han perked up, leaning closer. What do you mean, brother? He understood business, but was less knowledgeable about beast spirits. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so much money yet found the golden spirit monkey stuck at the first rank for so long. This girl's identity must be quite significant. The masked individual glanced at Zhao Han before returning his gaze to the center of the arena. When a beast spirit's rank is low, its innate abilities are not particularly powerful. However, this dragonfish must have been nurtured with numerous rare treasures, rendering its innate abilities beyond the ordinary. I can sense a potent chill emanating from the dragonfish. This attack is perilous. Is it truly dangerous? Zhao Han blinked, feeling a sense of dread. Chapter 63. Miniature Clash. You dare not interrupt Xiaojiu's display of talent. Ha! On the other side, sensing that the dragonfish's ultimate move was fully charged, Yin Xiaoyu allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. Though she did not understand why her opponent remained passive, it mattered little now. Victory was assured. Xiaojiu had consumed much of her effort, and this move, Ice Breath, was exceptionally formidable. You could not withstand it. Confident of her triumph, Yin Xiaoyu clasped her hands behind her back. Forcing this lady to use such a technique indicates you possess some skill. Should the Ice Breath be unleashed, your beast spirit will likely freeze under the overwhelming cold, ultimately shattering into pieces. Today, I am in a good mood. Thus, let us make a deal. If you concede and willingly change Hidden Dragon's name, I shall overlook this matter. Yin Xiaoyu's voice abruptly ceased. In the center of the arena, the previously still Titan suddenly reacted. The iron plates on its shoulders rotated, producing a series of clicks. Following this, 2 blackened pipes emerged from within, aimed directly at the dragonfish poised to unleash its power. Instantly, several question marks seemed to float above the heads of onlookers. What on earth was this? What was its purpose? However, before they could process it, a fierce blaze erupted from the dark pipes, surging violently towards the dragonfish. The dragonfish's already large eyes widened further, and before Yin Xiaoyu could issue a command, the Ice Breath was launched forth. The frigid aura surged forward, directly clashing with the torrent of flames, the moment of contact. A piercing sizzle echoed as the extreme cold collided with the intense heat, enveloping the arena in a thick cloud of white smoke. For a moment, the Ice Breath and the flames seemed evenly matched. Yet the spectators were astonished. The eyes visible beneath their masks brimmed with disbelief. Was this another innate ability of the Titan? Did you see that? The Titan did not charge up to unleash such a powerful ability without any build-up. How is that possible? Generally, the more potent an innate ability, the more energy it required to gather before release. Just moments ago, the dragonfish had clearly charged for quite some time. Everyone assumed this attack would pose considerable trouble for the Titan. Yet, unexpectedly, the Titan not only withstood it but did so effortlessly, without any preliminary movements. In our mechanical world, we only experience slow charging. We've never encountered slow discharges. Lin Mo murmured softly, listening to the surrounding discussions. Although the small-scale focused flamethrower was the Titan's sole high-grade weapon, inflicting substantial damage, the Titan inherently consumed energy at a rate of 40 units per minute during combat, and the flamethrower added another 25, an excessive drain. Thus, this marked his first attempt to use this weapon in battle. So far, the performance had been satisfactory. Where did these 2 monsters come from? In the arena, the referee, Zhao Feng, wore a grim expression, feeling utterly helpless. Logically, upon breaking through to the fourth rank, he had grasped the essence of extraordinary power, rendering him resistant to ordinary poisons and minimally affected by temperature extremes. Yet, both the dragonfish's ice breath and the titan's flames were excessively fierce. Despite being merely a second-rank beast spirit, it posed a challenge even for him, a fourth-rank warrior. The contrasting energies released by the two spirits, one fierce and blazing, the other cold and piercing, created a battleground of extremes within the runic-empowered arena. One step left brought bone-chilling cold, while one step right radiated scorching heat. Caught in between, he was acutely uncomfortable, contemplating halting the duel several times. It had already been a quarter of an hour. The profound energy of these two second-rank beast spirits was astonishing. The Titan's energy consumption was severe, with less than 50 units remaining. As expected, the energy expenditure is high, Lin Mo remarked, glancing at the golden koi opposite him. If this is all you can muster, then I shall go all out. In an instant, every gaze, including Yin Xiaoyu's, turned towards Lin Mo amidst such a fierce clash. The Titan still retained some energy. What kind of monstrosity was your golden spirit? The next moment, Lin Mo demonstrated his resolve through action. With a command for full power operation, the Titan's steam engine emitted a whistle, while the small-scale focused flamethrower simultaneously fired. The terrifying roar of flames surged forth, instantly propelling the ice breath back. Yin Xiaoyu's expression changed dramatically. I concede. I yield. Lin Mo swiftly commanded the Titan to deactivate its flamethrowers, while Zhao Feng dispelled the runic barrier. The numerous second-tier beast masters present were left in a state of bewilderment. The dragonfish unleashed waves. One might have managed to counter it, but to do so without any build-up was utterly astonishing. Furthermore, to execute two waves simultaneously? Did he leave me any room to breathe? Is this truly the capability expected of a second-tier beast master? In that moment, many who had initially intended to spar with Lin Mo began to reconsider their ambitions. The prowess displayed by the Titan was overwhelmingly formidable. It seemed that only a select few among the top 10 beast masters could hope to rival him. The dragonfish nearly transformed into a silver shadow, darting behind Yin Xiaoyu, peeking out from between her legs to catch a glimpse of the Titan, only to hastily retract its head. Its tail bore evident scorch marks, accompanied by the distinct aroma of grilled fish. Crack, crack, crack. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Titan emitted a series of mechanical clicks as its flamethrowers retracted back into its torso. Standing motionless like an iron tower, young master, regarding the spirit stones we discussed earlier, Lin Mo approached Yin Xiaoyu, awkwardly rubbing his hands together. Take them. Yin Xiaoyu tossed 5 thunder spirit stones his way. Observing the silver mask of Lin Mo, her lips curling in skepticism. She suspected that this individual might be one of the royal brothers. After all, how could someone with such prodigious abilities be cultivated from mere common resources? Lin Mo remained oblivious to Yin Xiaoyu's musings, picked up the spirit stones, expressed his gratitude, and turned to leave. The courtyard was left with a throng of bewildered second-tier beast masters and Zhao Han. Watching Lin Mo's retreating figure, Zhao Han's eyes flickered with realization that it seemed he had indeed encountered a promising prospect. Brother Zhao, who is this little prince from the hidden dragon? A voice inquired, drawing the attention of all present towards Zhao Han. Although they were unaware of his exact identity, they recognized that he was not to be underestimated, possessing considerable intelligence. Zhao Han glanced around. Apologies, I am not certain. With that, he forced a smile and hastily pursued the departing Lin Mo, leaving behind a confused assembly of second-tier beast masters. What kind of prodigy is this, capable of cultivating a golden spirit to such an extent? Isn't this a blow to one's morale? Chapter 64. A shared journey. It is often said that traversers possess an aura of fortune. And many online authors have not misled me. As Lin Mo strolled along the streets of the outer city, he felt a lightness in his step. After having 50 spirit stones taken by Liang Hong, he had been quite distressed, but unexpectedly, he had managed to recoup his losses in such a short time. It seemed that his luck had improved. Tomorrow, when he ventured out to assemble the mech, it was bound to be a success. With these thoughts in mind, his pace quickened as he soon arrived at a tea house. Qinya Tower, as Liang Hong had specifically instructed him to bring back some Jiangshengwa before departing. Linimo had taken the initiative to inquire with Zhao the Fat about it. According to Zhao the Fat, this Qinya tower had it in stock, which was why he had taken the longer route. "Young master, would you care for some tea? Please, step inside." As soon as he entered the tea house, a young attendant approached him, leading him upstairs, but Linimo waved his hand to halt him. "I heard that you sell Jiangshengua?" "Jiangshengua?" The attendant paused for a moment before becoming even more enthusiastic. "Indeed. We certainly do, my lord. Let me tell you, there are hardly any tea houses in the imperial city that offer Jiangshengua. It is a tea tribute from Jiangzhou, and without special channels, it is unattainable. You have come to the right place." The service was indeed commendable. Observing the ever-present smile on the attendant's face, Linimo couldn't help but nod slightly. Setting aside other considerations, the demeanor and conduct of the staff made him feel quite esteemed. The typical scenes of subservience he had encountered were notably absent here. "Shopkeeper, this esteemed guest wishes to purchase Jiangshengua before long." The attendant led Linimo to the counter. The shopkeeper, a rotund man clad in satin attire, was engrossed in calculations when he heard the attendant's words. His eyes lit up, and he approached Linimo with fervor, making him feel somewhat uneasy. "This tea house is exceedingly welcoming. Is it inappropriate for me to buy merely 3 taels of tea? Perhaps I should purchase a bit more?" Linimo pondered aloud, but the shopkeeper had already laid out 2 sheets of dried beef skin on the counter. Looking at Linimo with unbridled enthusiasm, "Why, esteemed guest, how much would you like?" Half a jean, perhaps." After glancing at the eager shopkeeper, Linimo decided to be generous. After all, he was in good spirits today, and the staff had been quite pleasant. Tea leaves are merely a trivial matter. How much could they possibly cost? Liang Hong had given him 2 spirit stones before leaving and mentioned that the remaining funds were for him. So he assumed a few gold coins would suffice. "Your half-jean of Jiangshengua." The shopkeeper was remarkably swift, soon presenting a neatly packaged tea before Linimo. "Excellent. Your tea house is quite impressive. Your praise is unwarranted. My lord, please, do visit us often. And how much for this half-jean of tea? Since you are purchasing in quantity, I shall offer you a discount. 50 spirit stones." Linmo's hand, which had been reaching into his pocket, abruptly halted, leaving him momentarily in a state of shock. "Why do I feel so dejected?" The next day, upon seeing Linmo's troubled expression, Zhao Han was thoroughly perplexed. Just yesterday, Linimo had seemed in good spirits when he left with his winnings. "Did I lose money again? Lose money again? How much this time?" Zhao Han raised an eyebrow. 50 spirit stones. Zhao Han regarded Linimo with skepticism, choosing not to probe further into the matter. Simultaneously, Linimo had no intention of elaborating. Indeed, Liang Hong, with his brutish demeanor, had cunningly plotted against him. Yet, what could he do? He was neither strong enough to confront him nor bold enough to voice his grievances. Once he had latched onto this powerful ally, he had no choice but to endure. While he could not afford to provoke Liang Hong, he could not remain in the shadows forever. Lin Mo's current association with Liang Hong was merely a means to secure a developmental period to construct his mech. Now that all preparations were complete, he needed to strategize his next steps. First, he must comprehend why so many wished him harm and what they feared about his possession. To achieve this, he needed to infiltrate the political arena and plot his course from there. Recently, numerous government offices in the capital had been recruiting, with the minimum requirement being a third-tier level. Linimo had previously fallen short of this standard, but victories in the martial arts arena over the past few days had accumulated numerous attribute points. It would not be difficult to break through the third-tier threshold. Moreover, once the single soldier mech was successfully crafted and wearable, he could masquerade as a beast master who had comprehended the unity of spirit and human. He believed securing a position within a government office should not pose a problem. The only dilemma remained: which office to join? Linimo, be cautious on your way. While Linimo was lost in thought, Zhao Han's voice suddenly broke through his reverie. Linimo looked up, only to realize he had unwittingly reached the outskirts of the imperial city. At the base of the city walls, various fierce avian spirits were lined up like buses, each marked with signs indicating their respective routes. This outing served the dual purpose of capturing a spirit and finding a secluded spot to assemble the mech, necessitating his use of these avian transports. Rest assured, I have a feeling that when I return, I will be at the third tier. Linimo patted Zhao Han on the shoulder and turned to approach a line of avian transports. casually selecting one headed for the wilderness and boarding after paying the fare. Zhao Han watched as Lin Mo's figure disappeared, his mouth agape, yet no words escaped him. Third tier? How long has it been? Has it even been 6 months? You think you can leap from second to third tier within half a year? Do you think breakthroughs are as simple as climbing stairs? Shaking his head in disbelief, Zhao Han turned to leave when 3 individuals approached him. Leading the group was a young girl, scarcely past her teens, with her hair styled into 2 casual braids. Her features were exquisite, clad in a short red robe, and she surveyed her surroundings with the curiosity of a leisurely shopper. Following her were 2 tall men, their imposing presence radiating an air of authority, their gazes sharp as if scrutinizing all they encountered. Princess Xinyu? Zhao Han was momentarily taken aback, then quickly adjusted his attire and stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Commoner Zhao Han pays his respects to the esteemed princess. As a businessman, Zhao Han was well informed. He was aware that Yin Xiaoyu was the emperor's most cherished granddaughter. Establishing a rapport with her could only benefit his business interests. Thus, after careful consideration, he took the initiative to make himself familiar to her. However, there's no need for formalities. Yin Xiaoyu did not even bother to meet Zhao Han's gaze and casually dismissed him. Walking past him directly to the avian transport's waiting area, Zhao Han stood there, speechless. He observed as Yin Xiaoyu wandered about before ultimately boarding the same transport as Lin Mo Chapter 65. Ancestors Ah! My dear princess, your ascension to the 3rd rank is indeed a momentous occasion. Simply inform the prince of your desires, and acquiring any imperial spirit will be but a mere formality. Even if the prince lacks such resources, you may beseech his majesty, who holds you in great affection. After all, who truly holds the title of princess? Yourselves or me? Perched upon the avian creature's back, Yin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, her words effectively silencing the 2 guards. My father is occupied daily with military affairs, leaving him no time to accompany me. You 2 are here to safeguard me, not to instruct me in my activities. Seated upon the bird's back, hugging her knees, her lips pursed in irritation, Yin Xiaoyu remarked, I have grown up in the capital, having spent nearly 2 decades within its confines. I am utterly bored. Is it too much to ask for a little adventure? Perhaps even to capture an imperial spirit. Every day, there is danger lurking here and there. If there were no risks, you 2 would merely be ornamental. The guards exchanged glances, their lips twitching, and wisely chose to remain silent. This princess, with her charmingly mischievous demeanor, is quite endearing, treating the common folk with kindness and rarely adopting the airs of nobility. Her only flaw lies in her occasional stubbornness, which can be quite trying even for the prince. The tone of her discontent indicates that the princess is presently in a foul mood, and it would be prudent for them to avoid aggravating her. In truth, Yin Xiaoyu's spirits were indeed low, though not excessively so. The loss of the imperial spirit, carefully nurtured for her since childhood by her father, weighed heavily on her heart. However, after yesterday's battle, she fortuitously broke through to the 3rd rank, which somewhat alleviated her discontent. She had heard whispers of an extraordinary bloodline spirit encountered in the wild mountains. She wondered if fortune might favor her as well, with her chin resting on her knees. A myriad of emotions danced across her delicate features. Following her breakthrough, Yin Xiaoyu successfully opened her 3rd celestial realm. Given her status, she could command both wind and rain within the capital, with any number of imperial spirits at her beck and call. Yet, after her defeat to Lin Mo, she felt quite disgruntled and yearned for a change of scenery, which prompted her to venture beyond the imperial city in hopes of encountering a spirit of exceptional lineage. For this purpose, she had even sought her grandfather's counsel for quite some time. Though she was aware that the vast expanse surrounding the imperial city had been scoured by formidable experts, leaving no trace of powerful spirits, the possibility of encountering a divine or celestial bloodline spirit still lingered in her mind. After all, one must dare to dream, mustn't one? As she pondered, Yin Xiaoyu suddenly felt an inexplicable sensation and turned to glance behind her. Her gaze meeting Lin Mo's. Their eyes locked momentarily, yet no sparks ignited between them. They simply regarded one another with a sense of normalcy. Lin Mo found the young lady before him rather appealing, while Yin Xiaoyu noted that this young man was quite handsome, leaving a memorable impression. Both were captivated by each other's appearance and were about to examine one another further when 2 imposing figures obstructed their view. What are you staring at? Young man, mind your gaze. Lingering on those who ought not to be gazed upon may invite trouble. The two warrior guards, tall and robust, effectively blocked Lin Mo's line of sight. What is the harm in a mere glance? I have nothing inappropriate to behold. Yin Xiaoyu's expression soured as she irritably pushed against the two guards. However, being seasoned warriors, they remained unmoved by her shove. While she nearly lost her balance, prompting them to hastily turn and assist her. You two are utterly bothersome, Yin Xiaoyu pouted. Yet she did not genuinely unleash her ire upon the guards, instead returning to her previous position in a huff. So similar, yet how can one be certain? Meanwhile, Lin Mo withdrew his gaze. He was not a fool, drawn to the young lady merely for her beauty. Rather, he had found her silhouette somewhat familiar while surveying the scenery. Reminiscent of the golden carp from the previous day, which had piqued his curiosity. However, silhouettes are often deceiving. Though she bore a resemblance, he could not ascertain whether this young lady was indeed the golden carp from yesterday. He resolved to remember her features, keeping an eye out for her in the future, especially since she seemed to possess insight into the name of the hidden dragon. As Lin Mo's thoughts wandered. The avian transport successfully took flight, its wings flapping as it swiftly vanished into the horizon. In the capital, within a garden deep in the imperial palace, Yin Baiyu stood respectfully behind an elder. Daring not to breathe too loudly, the elder, seated leisurely in a pavilion, sipped tea while occasionally tossing fish food into the pond below, watching the dragon fish scramble for it, chuckling softly to himself. If Lin Mo were present, he would instantly recognize this elder as the revered sage who had recently visited the Lianghong blacksmith shop. Ancestor. Only when the elder set down the fish food did Yin Baiyu venture to ask. Have you summoned Baiyu for a particular purpose? The elder scrutinized Yin Baiyu, a gentle smile gracing his features. Little Baiyu, you have become even more radiant of late. How fares your father? Thank you for your kind words. Esteemed ancestor. Yin Baiyu lowered her head slightly and performed a respectful bow, replying, thanks to your blessings, my father is quite well. That is good to hear. The elder nodded, resuming his feeding of the fish. Yin Baiyu stood by, dutifully awaiting further instructions, not daring to exhibit any dissatisfaction. After all, before her stood the emperor's uncle, one of the pillars of the great Yin, and the only sage-level powerhouse stationed in the capital. Not even the emperor himself would dare approach this elder without paying his respects, for the elder's consent would depend on his mood. I wonder what has prompted the ancestor to summon me. Yin Baiyu mused inwardly as she awaited his words. The elder possessed unparalleled strength yet remained uninterested in worldly affairs, content to guard the capital. As long as no formidable enemies threatened, he abstained from intervening in the city's governance, preferring instead to spend his days enjoying flowers and feeding fish in the palace's depths. His sudden call today left her pondering his intentions. After a prolonged silence, the elder finally set aside the fish food and spoke again. I have heard that you wish to replace your personal guards? Yes, several of my personal guards have resigned to return to their hometowns. The elder nodded. In a few days, you shall go to the Dragon Guard to select new members. Remember to choose this individual. As he spoke, the elder extended his hand, presenting Yin Baiyu with a slip of paper. Chapter 66. The Extreme Warrior, Meteor Buzz. In a cave, several hundred miles from the capital. Lin Mo activated the mech before him, its eyes glowing with an icy blue brilliance custom-made for him. The mech's height matched Lin Mo's own. Crafted from ethereal gold, its body exuded a mysterious black hue. With mechanical bones and portions of the exterior armor fashioned from luminous gold, presenting a sleek, aerodynamic design. The abdomen featured layered armor resembling a fan, transitioning from deep to light shades, akin to a man's well-defined abdominal muscles. Enhancing protection without appearing bulky. On the back, two retractable thrusters were integrated into the steel. There were two options on the blueprint. One was a bionic mechanical wing, while the other was an energy thruster. Each option bore its own advantages and disadvantages. The wings consumed less energy but were slower and placed a greater strain on the nerves, albeit looking quite impressive. The thruster, on the other hand, was more intuitive to control, exerting no additional burden on the nerves and offering greater speed, though at a higher energy cost. Considering the realities of combat, the cumbersome mechanical wings might prove impractical. So Lin Mo opted for the thruster. Additionally, there was a weapon storage slot on the exterior of the mech's legs. The system prompted Lin Mo to name his mech, and he decided to carry on the legacy of several main battle mechs from his past life. Christening it Meteor. You have successfully created the Extreme Warrior, rare, and gained 100 skill points and 30 physical strength. Extreme Warrior, Meteor, type. Infantry mech quality. Rare attributes. Defense 165, Strength 200, Agility 215, Energy 5000 height, 1. 92 meters weight, 127 kilograms power system, basic universal energy reactor standby energy consumption, 5 energy per minute combat energy consumption, 50 energy per minute flight consumption, 75 energy per minute weapon configuration, advanced mini rocket thruster, advanced palm cannon, rare energy aggregation cannon, rare electromagnetic nunchaku skills, low speed flight, palm cannon, energy aggregation cannon, lightning, status, normal passive, arm sharing. The Extreme Warrior is a premium infantry mech that can arm soldiers, and the mech's attributes can stack with those of the user. Character skills can be shared with the mech. Passive, Lone Hero. When no allied mechs are nearby, the Extreme Warrior's attributes are enhanced by 5. Exclusive passive, Extreme Combat. Immunity to negative effects imposed by external environments, ensuring combat effectiveness in extremely harsh conditions. Control method, neural connection wearing requirements. Physical strength over 90, spirit over 150 remarks. To challenge the limits is to surpass them. This phrase means that courting danger often serves as a shortcut to becoming powerful. Self-castration, after all, is not merely a shortcut to mastering unparalleled martial arts. Lin Mo rolled his eyes at the remarks and chose to disregard them. His gaze fixed upon the Extreme Warrior before him, brimming with a sense of accomplishment. The Extreme Warrior, as a quintessential single-soldier mech, lacked somewhat in firepower and strength. However, Lin Mo refrained from making any modifications or enhancements. This was because single-soldier mechs were not designed to excel in firepower, at least. In the current absence of formidable energy sources, it was unnecessary for him to forsake foundational principles in order to transform the Meteor into a humanoid artillery. The allure of steel mechs captivates countless men, not solely due to their fervent firepower, but also because of the sparks ignited by the raw, visceral combat, a romance that resonates in many hearts. In other words, the thrill of face-to-face combat is far more exhilarating. Moreover, the Extreme Warrior ranks among the top models in combat capability among single-soldier mechs. Thus, Lin Mo opted against any modifications. Instead, he meticulously crafted all the equipment that came with the mech according to the blueprints. The energy source utilized was a lightning attribute spirit crystal, a purer mineral obtained by exchanging 10 attribute spirit stones with Zhao Han. This was also the reason for the lightning designation of the energy aggregation cannon at the rear. Lin Mo estimated that with his current attributes, donning the Meteor would enable him to confront a 5th-tier martial artist directly. As he caressed the Meteor, Lin Mo did not hastily don it. Instead, he glanced at the Titan, which had successfully advanced. Vanguard, Titan, type, basic mech quality, advanced attributes, defense 160, strength 275, agility 80, energy 4464500, height 3. 24 meters weight, 1,500 kilograms power system, primary universal energy reactor standby energy consumption, 8 energy per minute combat energy consumption, 100 energy per minute weapon configuration, exquisite retractable mechanical arms, advanced, small focused flamethrower, advanced, powerful mechanical lower limbs, ordinary, strong mechanical iron fist, ordinary, skills, claw, flame jet, iron fist strike, powerful throw, charge, energy aggregation cannon, fire, status, normal passive, stand behind me, when allied mechs are present. Vanguard's defense attribute increases by 10. Passive, unyielding, the high-intensity metal provides exceptional resilience. Even in a scrapped state, the Titan can engage in combat for a period. Note, while in unyielding state, all attributes decrease by 30%. Remarks, it is just one cockpit away from becoming a war mech. These are the complete attributes of the Titan post-upgrade. With the Extreme Warrior already in his possession, Lin Mo abandoned the plan to modify the Titan into a single soldier mech and shifted his focus toward enhancing it into a giant war mech. The appearance did not differ greatly from before, save for the absence of the now obsolete steam engine, which had left a rather vacant look atop the Titan's head. Once he procured a few rare components and crafted a cockpit, the Titan would ascend to rare quality. Officially becoming a warm mech.as for the neural connection device, Lin Mo decided against installing it on the Titan. Although the Titan was still relatively small, with ongoing modifications, it would inevitably evolve into a colossal mech rivaling the mountains. Such a size would impose too great a neural burden, making joystick control a more reliable option. Finally, he felt a sense of assurance. Lin Mo exhaled deeply, turning his attention to his attributes panel. In the past few days at the martial workshop, he had accumulated over 100 attribute points. After crafting the Extreme Warrior, he gained a significant boost in physical capabilities. If he added the attribute points and illuminated the fourth layer of the skill tree, he could learn the next level of brainwave control, achieving the neural connection. Rubbing his hands together, Lin Mo accessed the attributes panel. However, before he could begin allocating points, a piercing scream shattered his concentration. Help! Chapter 67. Hero saves the beauty. Yin Xiaoyu was in a state of panic. As a princess who had lived in luxury since childhood, she had never experienced such profound terror. Behind her, a pack of wolf spirits, each over a meter tall, was relentlessly pursuing her. In the jungle beneath her, a white three-tailed spirit fox was desperately leaping, twisting and turning, but to little avail. A fourth-tier wolf king commanded a dozen second-tier wolf spirits, closing in on her from various directions. Howl! The enormous wolf king let out a skyward howl, and the speed of the pack quickened once more. White spirit, hurry! Yin Xiaoyu clung tightly to the spirit fox's neck. The spirit fox understood the gravity of the situation and galloped frantically. However, it was not built for physical prowess, especially while bearing its master, and thus could not hope to escape the pursuit of the dozen wolf spirits. Before long, they were surrounded. The wolf spirits bared their teeth, glaring hungrily at Yin Xiaoyu in the center. This is the end. It's all my fault for being reckless. All escape routes were blocked. Tears glistened in Yin Xiaoyu's large eyes as she leapt down from the spirit fox's back. She opened a dimensional portal. A small dragonfish emerged from within. However, upon exiting the portal, it instinctively moved beside the white spirit, confronting the pack of ravenous wolf spirits. Protecting their master was the duty of spirit beasts. Yet, Xiao Jiu, white spirit, you too should escape when the time comes. Yin Xiaoyu stepped forward, gently stroking the heads of her two spirit beasts. This time, it's my fault for being reckless. Don't let me drag you down. Run if you can. The two spirit beasts turned to her. Their eyes filled with reluctance. It seemed an emotional scene between master and servant was about to unfold. Yet before it could reach its climax, a high-pitched wolf howl interrupted the poignant moment. The pack of wolves parted to make way, and the Wolf King emerged from behind. The Wolf King was the largest, standing upright and towering over 2 meters, its fur gleaming. It approached the front. Gazing down at Yin Xiaoyu and her 2 second-tier spirit beasts with the look of a predator surveying its prey, It had not fought in a long time and yearned to claim this quarry for itself. Yin Xiaoyu clenched her small fists, feeling powerless. She could sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Wolf King, far beyond her current capabilities. The Wolf King, however, had no intention of toying with its prey. It merely raised its head and howled, then swiftly charged at Yin Xiaoyu. In that instant, white spirit and golden scale revealed resolute expressions, positioning themselves in front of Yin Xiaoyu. Although she had urged them to flee, they would never abandon their master. The Wolf King, colossal yet swift, stirred up a tempest as it ran, aiming its massive claws directly at the white fox and dragon fish. It's over. Gazing at the enormous paw descending upon them, an overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within Yin Xiaoyu. With just white spirit and golden scale, they could not withstand even this single attack. In that moment, she felt as though death were beckoning her. However, just as the Wolf King's paw was about to descend, a figure appeared on the horizon, clad in black and gold. Like a thunderclap, it moved with the swiftness of lightning. Before the Wolf King could react, it soared through the air like a cannonball, crashing into the Wolf King's body with tremendous force. Boom! The black and gold armored warrior collided with the Wolf King, the sound of breaking bones echoing through the air. The Wolf King let out a pained howl, its massive form sliding sideways, its claws gouging deep furrows into the ground. The Wolf King stared in bewilderment at the sudden arrival. A mech that could withstand such a collision was indeed remarkable. Lin Mo landed, feeling the immense power coursing through him, excitement gleaming in his eyes beneath the mask. With the combined attributes from his task and mech, the strength of the extreme warrior had nearly reached 400 points, and his agility had significantly increased. This allowed him to save the girl in the nick of time. Wow, so cool! Yin Xiaoyu gazed at the steel figure before her, her eyes sparkling as if filled with countless stars. She had almost resigned herself to her fate, yet a savior appeared at the critical moment. In that instant, she perceived the figure before her as towering and heroic. Am I cool? Lin Mo turned, giving a thumbs up. You have good taste. He recalled that this girl bore a striking resemblance to the golden carp and seemed to possess knowledge of the hidden dragon's secrets. This was one of the reasons he had chosen to save her. To cultivate goodwill and perhaps foster a closer connection. It's getting up. While Lin Mo was still posing, Yin Xiaoyu's expression turned to one of fear as she gazed behind him, following her line of sight. Lin Mo saw the Wolf King, having been knocked down, now rising to its feet, crouching as it vigorously shook its head, seemingly recovering from the impact. After a moment, it seemed to regain its senses. Its visage twisted with rage as it glared at Lin Mo in response. Lin Mo merely stood his ground, beckoning the Wolf King with a casual gesture. Howl! Feeling its pride insulted, the Wolf King let out a long howl, its body radiating a hazy light as it blurred into an afterimage, charging toward Lin Mo. Could he withstand it? Yin Xiaoyu gazed at Lin Mo's retreating figure, her delicate teeth pressed tightly against her lip. The world was replete with an array of peculiar spirit tamers, many of whom she had heard of but never encountered, allowing her to deduce that the figure before her was a beast master fused with a golden spirit. The union of human and spirit signified a mastery at the 4th rank. Yet, facing a pack of 4th-rank wolves felt rather precarious. Although this individual had just displaced the Wolf King with remarkable ease, there lingered an air of suspicion regarding the means employed in this direct confrontation. He could certainly stand his ground. Yin Xiaoyu's pupils trembled, all her thoughts dissipating in an instant in her line of sight. A figure, akin to a small mountain, charged forward, halted effortlessly by an ironclad hand. Subsequently, that formidable figure unleashed a sudden surge of power, forcefully driving the Wolf King's head deep into the earth. Boom! Debris scattered, and blood and flesh were reduced to a gruesome mess. Centered around Lin Mo's palm, the ground was smashed into a pit of roughly 7 to 8 zhong, with cracks resembling a spider's web radiating outward. Rest in peace. Lin Mo pressed down on the Wolf King's head, a brilliant light suddenly materializing in his palm, as conspicuous as the sun amidst the night. Energy coalesced. Palm cannon, boom! The energy of the crystal surged forth, and the palm cannon discharged, erupting in a dazzling brilliance akin to that of the sun, causing Yin Xiaoyu to instinctively shut her eyes. After a prolonged silence, she finally opened her eyes again, only to find the one who had rescued her still standing there, his black and gold armored form shimmering with a cold, metallic luster, utterly unscathed. Beneath him, the Wolf King's head had been obliterated, leaving only a massive, headless body that emitted wisps of charred smoke. The battlefield was rife with the scent of battle, fallen foes, and the towering figure that shielded her. Yin Xiaoyu swallowed hard, her heartstrings resonating with an inexplicable force. Chapter 68. Rational Utilization of Resources. You piloted the single-soldier mech, Meteor, and vanquished a 4th-rank wolf spirit, earning a reward of 20 free attribute points and 20 agility points. Ding! You have successfully unlocked the achievement Hero Saves Beauty, rewarding you with an increase in charm by 40 points. Ding! Charm has reached its peak. Rewards will be randomized again. Ding! You have received a random advanced mechanical blueprint, alas. Standing at a 45-degree angle, gazing skyward, Lin Mo felt a sudden collapse within, as if his very aura had diminished. Ever since his arrival in this realm, he had dreaded the concept of randomness. Judging by his character, random was synonymous with the worst outcome. Who are you? Yin Xiaoyu, now standing, regarded the towering iron figure with a hint of trepidation. I am the descendant of the dragon, Lin Mo thought, a wave of patriotic fervor surging within him, before turning to Yin Xiaoyu. I merely passed by and intervened upon seeing you in peril. Your golden spirit is formidable. Are you 4th or 5th rank? 4th or 5th rank? Lin Mo tilted his head slightly and replied, 4th or 5th, I suppose. Yin Xiaoyu. The two engaged in casual banter, with Yin Xiaoyu expressing her gratitude while Lin Mo responded with half-hearted remarks, his mind preoccupied with how to cultivate a rapport with the young lady. Whether it was the assassination attempts by Li Chongfeng and his cohorts or the unexpected visit from Yin Baiyu, all hinted at the unusual nature of Lin Mo's father, and he was astute enough not to inquire directly. As they conversed, he contemplated whether to reveal his identity. Should he, like a character from a film, play the role of an anonymous benefactor, leaving a favorable impression on this maiden, thereby enhancing his standing for future encounters? However, his hesitation was soon dispelled. He noticed that the maiden's guards had appeared out of nowhere, effectively cutting off his retreat. Observing the two encroaching upon him, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, once again feeling the allure of metaphysics in his armored state. He believed his combat prowess rivaled that of a fifth-rank warrior. After all, with the presence of a booster, he could simply take to the skies if need be. Fifth-rank warriors lacked the ability to traverse the air, relying on his exceptionally high mental attributes. He had often anticipated danger ahead of time. Yet this time, prior to the appearance of these two warriors, he had felt no premonition whatsoever. They approached him stealthily, akin to leopards stalking their prey in the underbrush. Appearing behind him without warning. It seemed that had he not appeared as a non-threat, they might have launched a surprise attack. Regardless, thank you for saving me. With her guards now present, Yin Xiaoyu felt reassured and straightened her back. I am Yin Xiaoyu, Princess of Heian County. You have saved me. Speak. What reward do you seek? Princess of Heian County. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. He had recently familiarized himself with the powers of the great Yin and had learned of the royal family, already aware of the illustrious name of the Princess of Heian. Unlike the reticent Yin Baiyu, Yin Xiaoyu was the cherished jewel of the martial prince, said to be favored by the old emperor. Often summoned to the palace to accompany her grandfather during idle hours, little did he expect that on his outing, he would inadvertently rescue a member of the royal family. Could this be the so-called aura of a time traveler? This humble servant arrived late. Please, princess, punish me. At this moment, the two guards realized that Lin Mo harbored no ill intentions toward the princess but had instead saved her. They refrained from obstructing Lin Mo's retreat and approached Yin Xiaoyu, bowing respectfully on one knee. It was I who sent you away. Thus, you needn't rise. Yin Xiaoyu maintained her haughty demeanor as a princess but showed no inclination to reprimand her subordinates. Once they stood, she continued, What of the bird? Did you manage to capture it? The two guards exchanged glances and, with a thud, knelt once more. This subordinate is incompetent. No wonder the two had not returned. It turned out they had gone to capture the spirit. Lin Mo rolled his eyes beneath his mask, thinking that this princess was indeed quite audacious to dismiss her guards in such a desolate area. Had he not appeared, those two guards would likely have been left with no choice but to avenge her. Enough of that. Upon hearing that the spirit had not been captured, Yin Xiaoyu furrowed her brow. Although she did not explode in anger, Lin Mo could discern her dissatisfaction from her expression. After a moment of indignation, she shifted her gaze back to Lin Mo, noting the two guards behind Yin Xiaoyu, who were eyeing him warily. Lin Mo realized that avoiding honesty was no longer an option. The golden mask lifted, revealing his face. This commoner, Lin Mo, pays his respects to your highness. It is you? Yin Xiaoyu and her two guards were momentarily stunned. They had seen Lin Mo just days prior and naturally remembered him well. Especially the two guards, who scrutinized Lin Mo as if attempting to see through the mech and into his very being. If memory served correctly, 2 days ago, they had witnessed this lad barely scraping the threshold of third rank. In the mere days since, he had not only leapt to the fourth rank, but had also mastered the fusion of human and spirit. A commoner, indeed. Lin Mo willed the armor of Meteor to disassemble, layer by layer retreating, ultimately revealing himself. This spectacle widened the eyes of Yin Xiaoyu and her companions. Given their status, they had certainly encountered the fusion of human and spirit before. Yet witnessing such a scene was a first for them. Moreover, typically, after the fusion was undone, both the spirit and beast master would experience a period of weakness. Yet, Lin Mo appeared invigorated, radiating vitality. Lin Mo was unperturbed by their gaze. As Liang Hong stated, the world was teeming with wondrous spirits, and no one would remain fixated on him. Indeed, this proved true, as Yin Xiaoyu and her guards soon shifted their focus back to him. Inquiring about his true identity, Lin Emo candidly recounted his journey from that point forward, including the incident that had transformed him from a second-generation spirit master into a commoner, leaving nothing unspoken. After all, this young lady was the cherished jewel of the martial prince. Uncovering his identity would be a trivial endeavor for her. Given the stature of the martial prince, a mere inquiry would likely reveal even the minutiae of his existence. Concerning the reward Yin Xiaoyu mentioned, Lin Emo deftly expressed that protecting the princess was merely his duty, declining any reward while subtly hinting at his desire to secure a position within the government. He had no intention of emulating the protagonists of certain online novels, feigning humility when a simple statement could resolve matters, merely to save face. To seek a position within the government? Yin Xiaoyu, hands clasped behind her back, tilted her head in contemplation, glancing at her two guards. Is the Dragon Guard currently recruiting? Chapter 69. A bead returning to the princess, the Dragon Guard is indeed recruiting. However, the two guards exchanged a look before continuing. However, the Dragon Guard selects only the elite from various government offices, and the assessments are notoriously stringent. You are likely aware of Lord Xie's strict regulations. I fear that Lin Xiao brother may find it challenging to pass his tests. What if I were to recommend him? Yin Xiaoyu pointed to herself. It would naturally not be difficult for Lord Xie to open a back door, as she was personally recommended by Her Highness the Princess. However, the two guards initially intended to express that this was against the rules, for the Dragon Guards have always answered directly to His Majesty, referred to as the sharp blade in His Majesty's hand. Even amidst the fierce competition for the throne, no prince dared to extend their hand into the affairs of the Dragon Guards. If Yin Xiaoyu truly endorsed an obscure individual into the Dragon Guards, even under her name, it would be hard not to draw others' attention to Prince Wu, and at that moment, there might be misunderstandings that he had violated the rules. Nevertheless, Yin Xiaoyu did not give them a chance to finish their words. Upon hearing that it was possible, she did not wait for the two to complete their sentences and took a coy jade pendant from her waist. Presenting it to Lin Emo, this jade pendant was bestowed upon me by my grandfather. There exists but this one in the capital. When you return to the capital, take this pendant to the Dragon Guard's office and say that this princess has endorsed you. The officials there will surely recognize this pendant. Once you enter the Dragon Guards, I shall come to find you, and you may then serve as my personal guard captain. The two guards sighed in relief upon hearing the first half of her statement. If Yin Xiaoyu merely wanted Lin Emo to enter the Dragon Guards and then keep him by her side, others would likely interpret the arrangement as a whimsical act of the princess. Without linking it to the prince, however, upon hearing the latter half, their eyes widened in astonishment. Exchanging glances, they could see the word dumbfounded reflected in each other's eyes. Personal guard captain? Aren't we already the princess's captain and vice captain? They thought, bewildered by the notion of competition for their position. Your Highness, we? The two guards looked at Yin Xiaoyu's retreating figure, opening their mouths but hesitating to speak. You may return to the military camp. Yin Xiaoyu remarked, her favor stemming from her pure intentions, devoid of any convoluted schemes. Casting a glance at the two, she continued, haven't you always felt uncomfortable being by my side? I can inform my father. And you can return. The two guards' faces instantly turned as sour as if they had swallowed a fly. Accustomed to the military camp, they indeed felt somewhat out of place being assigned to protect the princess and longed to return to the barracks. Yet, they had never anticipated departing in such a manner, not being reassigned by the prince nor willingly leaving, but rather being replaced due to the princess's preference for another. Though it fulfilled their wish, it inevitably left a bitter taste in their hearts. Lin Emo, carry on, Yin Xiaoyu said, observing that the two had fallen silent. She turned back to Lin Emo, nudging the jade pendant forward. What is it? Are you unwilling? Of course, I am willing, Lin Emo replied eagerly. His original intention was to get closer to Yin Xiaoyu, so there was no question of reluctance as he hurriedly accepted the pendant. The Dragon Guard's office, among the various offices, it held a status that was unparalleled. Even the weakest were at least fourth-grade warriors. With this status, not only would he find it easier to investigate matters concerning his father, but he would also possess a talisman for protection. Surely, Li Changfeng, a mere officer, would not dare to act against the Dragon Guards, right? Thus, it was settled. He would head back home. A glimmer of joy sparkled in Yin Xiaoyu's eyes as she waved her small hand. Mounting Bai Ling and retracting Lengyu Xiaojiu back into her realm. That night, in Baiding Alley, before Liang Hong's courtyard, Lin Emo anxiously licked his lips. The courtyard door was unassuming, with walls merely 6 feet high. And the door itself was made of crude wood, creaking in the wind, giving off an air of simplicity. Yet, looking at this door, Lin Emo still felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. After all, behind this door was Liang Hong, a man shrouded in mystery. Upon returning to the capital and traversing the path from the city outskirts to Baiding Alley, Lin Emo had been restless, primarily because he was uncertain how to explain to Liang Hong his sudden leap from 2nd to 4th grade. Although Lin Mo's understanding of this world was still developing, achieving such a rapid advancement in just a few days, especially mastering the unity of man and spirit, seemed utterly absurd. Were there young 4th grade beastmasters? Yes, quite a few. However, he had never heard of anyone breaking through so quickly. Would Liang Hong suspect something was amiss upon witnessing his rapid progression? If so, would he capture him to investigate the secret behind his breakthrough? Even after reaching 4th grade, Lin Emo still felt he had no leverage to boast in front of Liang Hong, especially considering that not long ago, Liang Hong had effortlessly dispatched a 4th grade warrior with a single kick. Another concern gnawed at Lin Mo's mind, the meteor. Although the Titan's peculiarities had not drawn Liang Hong's attention, the presence of 2 golden spirits, both devoid of any sign of intelligence, might pique his curiosity. If that were to happen, how would Lin Emo respond? Standing before the door, Lin Emo felt a surge of anxiety. Despite having spent time together, he did not believe he had truly grasped the nature of this seemingly brutish yet cunning individual. An impostor remains an impostor. He genuinely felt apprehensive. Whether he could navigate through this encounter remained uncertain. Lin Emo flipped his palm, revealing the jade talisman left by his father. Alongside the talisman was a fist-sized, smooth, unassuming orb. The orb was deep gray, lacking any luster or vitality, resembling an ordinary glass ball. This was a reward Lin Emo received after allocating his attribute points. The previously unremarkable jade talisman reacted when he surpassed the threshold of 4th grade with his attribute points, revealing a storage space within. To his surprise, the entire storage space contained only this one dull orb. On the journey back, Lin Emo had already devised a plan. Upon seeing Liang Hong, he would attribute everything to this orb, claiming he had originally only broken through to 3rd grade. But after the talisman reacted, the orb appeared, infusing him with immense energy that forced him to break through to 4th grade. After all, it was a relic left by his father, and it should not be deemed unreasonable for it to aid his son, right? What is fortune if not a blessing? What is misfortune if not an inevitability? May the spirit of his late father watch over him. Gazing at the orb and the jade talisman, Lin Emo took a deep breath and pushed open Liang Hong's courtyard door. Chapter 70. I just lick. I do not eat. If that is the case, perhaps your father planted a certain bloodline seal, and the condition for its unsealing is your breakthrough to a certain realm. This orb appears to be the essence of some sort of spirit beast's inner Dan. Though it seems utterly lifeless now in Baiding Alley, within Liang Hong's courtyard, Titan and Meteor stood side by side before Lin Emo, who faced Liang Hong, who was examining the orb. Old Jean lounged nearby, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at Meteor, his restless tongue licking his lips. Liang Hong glanced at Lin Mo's orb, then tossed it back to him carelessly, as if discarding trash. Asked that it? Lin Mo received the orb, staring at Liang Hong, feeling as though something was amiss. My heart was racing with trepidation before entering, fearing you might detect something unusual, conjuring up all sorts of scenarios and fabricating an elaborate tale, only for you to dismiss it with a glance. Shouldn't there be some sort of procedure? Shouldn't you have expressed even the slightest doubt regarding my sudden leap in rank? Your nonchalance makes me appear rather foolish. Suddenly, a notification rang out. Meteor has sustained damage. Current status: lightly injured. In an instant, all of Lin Mo's questions evaporated. He whipped around, only to find old Jean had somehow crawled behind Meteor, fervently licking it. Old Jean, you cannot lick there. Lin Mo's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly maneuvered Meteor several paces away. Yet, Meteor was fast, but old Jean was faster. His thick tongue, akin to a guided missile, wrapped around Meteor's waist, pulling it in an attempt to swallow it whole. With gluttonous eyes gleaming, so much ethereal gold. It was a feast. Just as Meteor was about to be devoured, Liang Hong's towering figure appeared beside old Jin, delivering a powerful smack to his head. Linimo was unsure if there were any tricks involved, but even the fourth-grade warrior old Jin was left dazed, his tongue releasing its grip on Meteor uncontrollably. Linimo quickly maneuvered Meteor away from old Jin, a wave of relief washing over him. This colleague may not have a smoking habit, but it appeared he had an insatiable craving for food, one that had already become a dire affliction. Old Jin's horn soon swelled into a large bump, resembling a second horn about to sprout. Shaking his head, he glared at Liang Hong with indignation. In response, Liang Hong raised his right hand, curling his index finger in a gesture that suggested knocking on a door, casting a look that seemed to say, "Dare you challenge me?" A flicker of fear crossed old Jin's eyes. Yet it seemed he felt he should not back down easily. Thus, after a tense standoff lasting several breaths, he displayed a fierce glare before turning his back, presenting Liang Hong with his rear. "I concede. What can you do about it? In the future, do not allow your spirit to appear before Lao Jin. For a dog cannot change its nature," Liang Hong coldly remarked. Lao Jin immediately turned his massive head, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. However, upon seeing Liang Hong raise his fist, he swiftly turned away with even greater speed. "This gold-devouring beast will not stoop to your level," Linimo forced a smile. Deciding to heed Liang Hong's words, Lao Jin had been assisting him daily with parts, and the excess scraps were generously gifted to Lao Jin, resulting in a rapid strengthening of their bond. He was on the verge of forgetting that Lao Jin was a gold-devouring beast and a sixth-rank spirit. Liang Hong nodded, then seated himself at a nearby stone table. The atmosphere suddenly fell into a heavy silence. Both Linimo and Liang Hong found themselves momentarily speechless. Although Lao Jin appeared to have his back turned to them, every muscle in his body was coiled tightly, waiting for an opportune moment to sneak in a few licks for his own delight. "I have something to discuss with you. I have something to discuss with you." They both spoke simultaneously, then paused in surprise. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Hong was the first to speak. "You go ahead." "Uncle Yang, did I not mention that I saved the Princess of Haeong?" Linimo fidgeted nervously, rubbing his hands together. "The Princess of Haeong may have thought there was nothing worthwhile to reward me with, so she arranged a position for me at the Yamen." "The Yamen? Which Yamen?" "Hu Long Wei.Hu Long Wei." Liang Hong raised an eyebrow. Taking advantage of Liang Hong's momentary distraction, Lao Jin stealthily took 2 steps towards the meteor, his substantial belly moving with surprising lightness. "Do you wish to go?" To say he did not want to go would be a blatant lie. Linimo revealed a bashful smile. "Uncle Yang, is there not a saying that people strive to ascend?" To be honest, even though he understood Liang Hong's temperament was unlikely to take offense over trivial matters, he still felt a twinge of insecurity. After all, according to the laws of web literature from his previous life, the moods of powerful beings could be quite unpredictable, and one could never know what minor incident might provoke their ire. Thus, Linimo cautiously observed Liang Hong's reaction after speaking. Lao Jin, seizing the opportunity as Linimo was distracted, stealthily moved 2 steps closer to the meteor, drool dripping onto the ground. "Then go, if that is your wish." Liang Hong regarded Linimo with a peculiar expression. "Becoming a member of Hu Long Wei will at least earn you more than toiling away here. I've heard they distribute fine wines and teas during festivals, all of which are treasures from the palace. When the time comes, I shall bring some to present to you." Linimo, eager to show his understanding, chimed in before Liang Hong could finish. Seeing Lin Mo's enthusiasm, Liang Hong nodded in satisfaction. Linimo displayed the quintessential sycophantic smile, moving behind Liang Hong, attempting to give him a shoulder rub. After a couple of attempts, finding Liang Hong's muscles as hard as stone, he withdrew his hands. "Uncle Yang, did you not say you had something to discuss with me?" "There were indeed matters I wished to discuss, but since you are preparing to go to the Hu Long Wei Yamen, it is no longer necessary." Liang Hong tilted his head to observe the meteor, suddenly stating, "Since you have mastered the unity of human and spirit, let me see you demonstrate it." "Yes, Linimo," still wary of Liang Hong's authority, complied. With the aid of his brainwave control skill, he commanded the layers of armor on the meteor to unfold. He had yet to master electromagnetic skills, so he was unable to disassemble the mech like Iron Man. but could only suit himself up. With a series of clicks, the meteor's armor assembled, the golden visor descending, and Lin Mo completed the donning of the mech. Liang Hong watched with a hint of intrigue and nodded in approval. He had encountered many spirits skilled in the unity of human and spirit throughout his life, yet witnessing Lin Mo achieve this was a first. Very good, but do not let it go to your head. Liang Hong turned slightly, leaving behind a towering silhouette. I will reiterate, never consider yourself to be the exceptional one. Attaining the 4th rank at your age does not denote genius. The further you progress in your cultivation, the more challenging it becomes. At that point, if you can maintain your current pace of advancement, then you may truly be worthy of the title of genius. In the northern human tribe, there was once a warrior who took 35 years to progress from 1st to 6th rank, yet only needed 3 months to ascend from 7th to 9th rank. Lingzhou is far more vast than you realize. Remember, at no point should you feel assured of victory. Only with a heart of reverence can you venture further. Do you understand? After a lengthy silence, there was no response. Liang Hong furrowed his brow slightly. Lin Mo? Still, there was no reply. Did this lad dare to ignore him? Liang Hong abruptly turned, only to be taken aback. The courtyard was left with only Titan, while the meteor seemed to have vanished, with only Lao Jin standing under the moonlight, gazing up at the sky, wagging his large tail. Where is everyone? Liang Hong found himself momentarily at a loss. At that moment, a loud thumping came from Lao Jin's belly, and Lin Mo's muffled voice echoed from within. Uncle Yang, Uncle Yang, Lao Jin has swallowed me. Liang Hong's face turned as dark as iron. Spit him out. Chapter 71. Where do you work, my friend? The following morning, Lin Mo departed from Baiding Alley, clutching the jade pendant left by Yin Xiaoyu, preparing to report to Hu Longwei. The Hu Longwei Yamen was not located in the outer city, but rather in the inner city, not far from the imperial city. Logically speaking, having risen from a disgraced past to join the ranks of the Hu Longwei, Lin Mo should have felt a modicum of excitement. However, he found it utterly impossible to feel happy. The reasons for his discontent were twofold. Firstly, he was no longer clean. As a valiant and handsome lad, Lin Mo had envisioned himself battling various spirits, injured and bleeding in fierce combat. He had imagined engaging in passionate brawls with warriors, emerging bruised and battered. He had even secretly fantasized about achieving great success, with countless formidable figures vying for his favor. However, he never anticipated that he would actually be licked. That fat lizard, Lao Jin, had even swallowed him whole for a moment of blissful indulgence. Ultimately, it was Liang Hong who pried open Lao Jin's massive jaws and forcibly extracted him from within. Lin Mo mused that if this world had gossip newspapers and he were an unscrupulous author, the headline might read, "That night, a spirit licked every inch of my body." Even the mere thought of it sent chills down his spine. Were it not for the fact that the meteor was in armed mode at the time, Lin Mo feared he would have spiraled into a deep depression for several days. Fortunately, Lao Jin had not intended to truly consume the meteor. It was more akin to a child seeing a lollipop and merely wanting to lick it for a taste. However, the liquid within Lao Jin's belly had a naturally corrosive effect on metal, and despite Lao Jin's restraint, it had still caused some damage to the meteor. Were it not for Lin Mo having a stock of spare parts, he would likely have had to attend today's interview with a damaged meteor. As for the second reason for his gloomy mood, giant 3 cannons type, heavy artillery quality, advanced length, 1.25 meters equipment requirement, strength greater than 270, stamina greater than 100 durability, 100 attribute bonus, agility minus 40 when in use skill, 3 cannons, fire 3 rounds only, skill consumption, energy explosive shell remarks. I've heard that the 3 cannons pair well with mountain cannons. This was the attribute list he discovered upon unfolding the blueprint. As it had yet to be crafted, the weight remained undisclosed. Lin Mo found himself too exasperated to comment on the remarks. What troubled him most was the equipment blueprint that had emerged from the box, yet another piece of armor-piercing artillery for the mech class, specifically designed for assault. However, the truly frustrating aspect of this weapon was its peculiar trait. It could only fire 3 rounds per day. Regardless of whether one had spare ammunition or stored energy, the maximum was limited to 3 shots a day. Before the 3rd cannon, it was said that gods could be slain. After the 3rd cannon, it was merely inferior to an iron rod. Moreover, this piece of equipment possesses only a high-quality rating. yet demands an astounding strength of 270, which seems rather absurd even for the muscle-bound gunners. Consequently, this weapon is rendered exceedingly impractical in the annals of my previous life. It ranked second among the top 10 most useless weapons. Linimo found himself uncertain whether to forge this item. His current attributes rendered him incapable of firing. To utilize it, he must don the meteor armor, stacking attributes to meet the firing requirements. Yet, lacking the aiming proficiency of a gunner, even if he were to fire, he might not strike with great force. After laboriously acquiring a high-level blueprint, this was the result. Just this, Linimo felt despondent, lowering his head in solitude as he made his way to the gate of the Dragon Guard's headquarters. As the sharp blade in the hands of the current emperor, a dagger poised above the heads of the officials, the Dragon Guard's headquarters is certainly not akin to ordinary offices. The building towers above, and even outside the entrance stand two fourth-grade imperial spirits. These two spirits resemble lions, yet each bears a single vertical eye upon their foreheads, with the other two eyes closed. They stand like fearsome statues, exuding an aura of authority, as if they could pierce through the hearts of those entering and exiting the Dragon Guard's precincts. Amidst these two spirits, a Dragon Guard clad in white sat before a desk, patiently awaiting something. Linimo observed several cultivators dressed in official attire and armor, handing a piece of paper to the white-clad guard, who then permitted their entry, suggesting that this individual handled reports. Indeed, it is a grand establishment, exuding prestige. Linimo rubbed his face, forcing himself to shift his mood. This was, after all, his first interview since his transmigration. Although he had taken a shortcut, he wished to leave a favorable impression. Esteemed sir, I have come to participate in the Dragon Guard's assessment. Do you possess a letter of recommendation from the office? Linimo was taken aback. Note, do you have a recommendation from the patrol camp? No. The white-clad guard furrowed his brow slightly. Do you have a letter of recommendation from any esteemed officials within the court? No then, what do you possess? I have this. Linimo presented the jade pendant bestowed upon him by Yin Xiaoyu. Upon seeing the pendant, the white-clad guard's expression shifted to one of intrigue. You are Linimo? Indeed. Lord Xia and Princess Heong have both instructed me. The white-clad guard reached out to take the pendant. You may enter. I shall ensure the pendant is returned to Her Highness the Princess. Linimo, though slightly furrowed, bowed in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed sir. As he stepped into the precinct, he distinctly felt the gaze of the two imperial spirits upon him. Just a glance was enough for them to see through him entirely, as if they could read his very thoughts. If one possessed a lower spiritual attribute, such an inspection might render them paralyzed with fear. Unfazed, Linimo crossed the threshold. Inside, a guide led him through to the inner courtyard, ultimately stopping at the end of a long queue of cultivators. The line extended from the courtyard all the way to the entrance. After thanking the guide, Linimo dutifully took his place at the back of the line. Peering ahead, he felt as though he could see no end to the throngs. Many individuals were vying eagerly to enter the Dragon Guard. A testament to the establishment's uniqueness, in front of Linimo stood a relatively short man, seemingly having waited for quite some time. Bored and noticing another in line, he approached Linimo to strike up a conversation. Greetings. Young brother, I am Li Renjia, a fourth-grade warrior, formerly employed at the Ministry of Justice. May I inquire where you are currently employed? Me? Linimo pondered briefly before responding. I cannot claim to be in any esteemed position. I am Linimo, a fourth-grade beastmaster, previously employed at the Liang family's forge at number 16, White Spirit Street. Ah, I did not perceive that you possess a sense of humor. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. Li Renjia's face twitched slightly as he managed to ease the awkwardness before continuing. Is this your first time participating in the Dragon Guard's assessment? Indeed, it is my first time. Linimo replied, meeting Li Renjia's gaze. How many times have you participated? This is my second time. Last year, I was eliminated during the combat assessment. Li Renjia's expression grew slightly melancholic, but he quickly regained his confidence. However, this year shall be different. I have been training fervently for an entire year, and I shall not be eliminated this time. What gives you such confidence? I have given gifts to the green-clad Dragon Guards who oversee the assessment. Linimo raised an eyebrow. No wonder you are so confident. It appears you have engaged in gift-giving. By the way, what exactly is the role of the green-clad Dragon Guards? Are you unaware of the hierarchical structure within the Dragon Guard? Li Renjie regarded Lin Imo with a look of incredulity, as if he were observing a fool. I would appreciate any insights you could offer. Lin Imo smiled sheepishly. As a seasoned recluse, he had some knowledge of the Dragon Guard. Yet it was limited to acknowledging their might. The specifics of their strength and internal workings were beyond his grasp. Youthful exuberance, indeed. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Li Renjie's demeanor shifted subtly. He regarded Lin Mo as if he were an elder imparting wisdom. Firstly, the hierarchy within the Dragon Guard is as follows, from lowest to highest. White-clad Dragon Guards, blue-clad Dragon Guards, green-clad Dragon Guards, and purple-clad Dragon Guards. You may understand it as the deeper the color of the uniform. The higher the rank, above the purple-clad Dragon Guards stands the Supreme Commander of the Dragon Guard, Lord Xiechio. The 13 purple-clad Dragon Guards each lead a team of Dragon Guards, collectively referred to as the 13 Halls of the Dragon Guard. Each purple-clad guard commands several green-clad guards, and each green-clad guard oversees several blue-clad guards, and so forth. Whether Li Renjie was boasting or genuinely attempting to assist Lin Imo, he elaborated in great detail, covering everything from the hierarchy of the Dragon Guard to their operational principles and internal regulations, affording Lin Imo a clearer understanding of the organization. Young brother, seeing as you are young and have made your way here to the Dragon Guard for assessment, you must possess some talent. There is something I must advise you to heed carefully. Li Renjie, hands clasped behind his back, adopted the demeanor of an elder cautioning a child. The Dragon Guard is unlike military camps or other offices. In other offices, officials often coexist harmoniously, turning a blind eye to many matters. However, the Dragon Guard is notoriously stringent. Lord Xie does not tolerate any shortcomings. The 13 purple-clad guards are constantly vying with one another. And the relationships between the Dragon Guards within the 13 halls are quite delicate. To establish oneself within the Dragon Guard, one must secure the backing of a senior figure. So it is a matter of intense competition? Lin Imo nodded, unimpressed. He was merely passing through the Dragon Guard to secure a title, and soon enough, he would be taken away by the young princess to serve as her personal guard. How the others competed was of little concern to him. He had already secured his backing prior to arriving at the Dragon Guard. However, since Li Renjie had shared so much, he felt it would be remiss not to acknowledge it. After some thought, he replied, Brother Li, you certainly possess a wealth of knowledge regarding the intricacies of officialdom. From your words, it seems you have already secured a backing. Indeed. Li Renjie appeared to have been eagerly awaiting Lin Imo's inquiry, his demeanor brightening considerably. One of my cousins is a veteran blue-clad guard within the Tianshui Hall. I have come here at his invitation to assist him. So you are acquainted with a blue-clad guard. Lin Mo expressed his admiration. Brother Li certainly has an extensive network. Naturally, Li Renjie tilted his head, feeling a sense of heightened stature. Suddenly, he recalled something and turned to Lin Mo. Young brother, do you have any acquaintances within the Dragon Guard? No, Lin Imo replied honestly. Li Renjie's mind became lively at once, for each of the 13 purple-clad guards had their own strengths and personalities, leading to distinct styles within the 13 halls. After passing the assessment, the Dragon Guard allows for mutual selection between superiors and subordinates. Lin Imo, appearing to be merely in his 20s, already possesses the prowess of a 4th-grade warrior, showcasing an evidently formidable talent. Even if he were to falter in the practical examination, he would likely be admitted to the Dragon Guard by exception. If he could persuade this individual to join his cousin's ranks, it would surely be a commendable achievement, he mused. With this thought, Li Renjie glanced around and, lowering his voice, addressed Lin Imo. Since you lack a patron, why not align yourself with me and join my cousin's command? With my connections and your exceptional talent, you would undoubtedly ascend the ranks within the Dragon Guard. Thank you for your kind offer, but I must decline, Lin Imo replied, shaking his head. His choice was inconsequential. After all, the princess would come to select him. However, his refusal left Li Renjie feeling quite vexed, perceiving Lin Imo as a young man who was dismissive of his esteemed elder. Young brother, I urge you to reconsider. The Dragon Guard is no trifling matter. Without a patron or connections, it will be challenging not only to achieve prominence, but even to maintain a position within the office. By following me, you could at least secure a firm footing. Thank you, but I still must decline, Lin Imo reiterated, prompting Li Renjie to feel that Lin Imo was ungrateful. with a cold flick of his sleeve. He remarked, at such a tender age, you are unaware of the vastness of the world. Should you find yourself marginalized or bullied later on, do not come to me in regret. I shall not assist you. With that, Li Renjie turned away, choosing to ignore Lin Mo entirely. Chapter 73. The joy of cultivation. Li Renjie dismissed Lin Mo from his thoughts, opting to let this presumptuous youth stew in his own arrogance. Their conversation reached a standstill, while the interminable queue stretched endlessly before them.